Benjamin coughed lightly before returning to the main topic. Anyway, we can finish the introductions later. Right now, we need to deal with the situation at hand. Carol nodded before turning towards Sif. You mentioned that Odin is growing weak. I know this might be rude to ask, but how much longer do you think he can hold on? Sif sighed and shook her head. Not very long. And I say that even by mortal standards. Actually, is it really alright for you to tell us something like this? Benjamin asked, wondering whether information about Odin's condition was supposed to be kept secret. Sif gave a mocking smile and shook her head. It's practically an open secret at this point. Those who shouldn't know already know, while those who should know still don't. Earth is part of the 9 realms, and outside forces will consider us to be on the same side if they decide to attack. It's better that you're prepared. Benjamin fell silent for a moment. Could he somehow help Odin? The system was incredibly powerful. Surely there had to be something capable of healing him. Actually, wouldn't the high recovery pill work? Host, Odin's weakness is caused by his lifespan reaching its end. The pill cannot extend someone's natural lifespan. Then was there anything else that could help him? There is. However, the cheapest option costs 100 million points. Well, there was nothing he could do about that. Benjamin sighed as he glanced at his measly 2 million MP. Let's worry about that later. For now, we need to stop this war before it even begins. Agreed. Do you have any idea where this Kree is right now? Carol asked Sif, who shook her head. You mentioned something about Kava earlier. That means key, right? A key to what? Benjamin asked. It's not a key to anything. It's a place. A place? Is it an island shaped like a key or something? That's not much to go on. Carlson frowned. No, but we know he landed somewhere in Portugal. Benjamin tapped several times on the tablet sitting on Carlson's desk before turning the screen toward them. Chavez, Portugal. I don't get it. Chavez means keys in English. Carlson still didn't understand, but Carol immediately caught on. Fury frowned as the name stirred something in his memory. Chavez. Where have I heard that before? Suddenly, Carlson snapped his fingers. Chavez? It was mentioned in Whitehall's SSR file. That's where he conducted a dig back in 1945 and first discovered the obelisk. Benjamin raised an eyebrow, impressed that Carlson remembered such a small detail. What? We were dealing with Whitehall not long ago. I do my homework. Carlson defended himself. Obelisk. Sif and the others asked. It's Kree technology. It's capable of transforming someone carrying inhuman genes into an actual inhuman. Or at least that's what Ben told us. Sky. Daisy. Benjamin corrected him. Right. I keep forgetting. Anyway, Daisy is one of our agents. She carried a dormant inhuman gene, and after coming into contact with the obelisk, she transformed. Now she has the ability to create powerful vibrations. These inhumans. What exactly are they? Fury asked with a deep frown. Benjamin continued the explanation. They're the descendants of experiments conducted by the Kree hundreds of years ago. For some reason, the experiments were eventually abandoned. But the altered genes were passed down from generation to generation. On the outside, they're almost indistinguishable from normal humans. However, once they undergo a process called terrigenesis, their hidden abilities awaken. Fury groaned and rubbed his forehead. Forget it. We'll deal with that later too. Just thinking about another superpowered community that's been hiding for centuries is already giving me a headache. Benjamin chuckled. They're basically similar to mutants, except their powers come from alien DNA. Anyway, we can assume this Kree intruder came to Earth searching for the obelisks, right? Carol asked Sif. Most likely. Do you have this obelisk in your possession, Phil, son of Cowl? Carol couldn't help but chuckle at the name. Carlson sighed. He already knew that ridiculous title was going to spread now. Still, he nodded. We currently have 2 of them in our custody. We have no idea how many others might still be out there. Then assuming there are more, we need to reach them first. Fury added. Carol looked at him suspiciously. You think this Kree is planning to activate every inhuman? Build an army? That's impossible. Even if he could activate all of them, he wouldn't have any way to control them. Benjamin shook his head. The idea simply didn't make sense. At that moment, Benjamin received a call from the EPD's Portugal branch. As expected, they had discovered someone suffering from memory loss at a nearby hospital. I'll go get him. Give me a second. Without waiting for anyone to respond, Benjamin opened a portal. He reached through it, grabbed the blue-skinned man who was apparently searching for nitrogen, and dragged him straight through. Apparently, the man had been looking for nitrogen inside the hospital so he could temporarily alter his blue skin and make himself appear more human. Benjamin had no intention of wasting any more time. The moment the Kree came through the portal, Benjamin manipulated the earth beneath him, raising it around his arms and legs and locking him firmly in place. Who are you? What is the meaning of this? Carol's eyes began to glow. Energy gathered around her fist as she raised it close to the Kree's face. You don't get to ask the questions here. Talk. Why did you come to Earth? I'm here to help. You erased my memories. How exactly is that helping? Sif glared at him. Having her memories erased had certainly not been a pleasant experience. You attacked me? I had no choice but to wipe your memory so you couldn't track me? Speaking of which, how did you restore them? Sif drew her sword and pointed the blade toward his neck. You're the one being questioned. Not the other way around. Answer. Look, I can prove I'm not a threat. I really did come here to help. Just let me explain. Talk. The Kree.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Side before beginning his explanation. There is an ancient story among my people. The tale of Terry Genesis. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances before looking toward Benjamin. From his expression, it was obvious that he had already expected this. A very long time ago, our ancestors traveled to different planets and altered the native inhabitants, creating soldiers that could fight for them. Earth was one of those planets. The Kree sighed again. One particularly vicious faction among the Kree experimented by modifying the DNA of other species. Those modifications could be activated using Turigen crystals. Almost every experiment failed. He paused. Every experiment except the ones conducted on Earth. The Inhumans. Coulson already understood where the conversation was going. The Kree's eyes widened in shock. You've seen them? The subjects created on Earth eventually built an entire city. They took the diviners containing the crystals with them. Their plans were eventually discovered and stopped by the better members of my race, bringing an end to that dark chapter of Kree history. Until now. The Kree nodded. When I detected an ancient signal being activated, I knew it had to come from a diviner. If the Kree Empire discovered that these experiments had succeeded, they might decide to restart the program. And if you've already encountered these people, then you understand the horrors they could unleash. Everyone once again turned toward Benjamin. Benjamin merely shrugged. Everyone fears what they can't control. You were afraid the Inhumans might eventually turn against the Kree after gaining power, so your people tried to eliminate them. And now that you've discovered some survived, you still want to wipe them out. You don't understand. These beings are abominations? I came here to locate the remaining diviners before another monstrosity could be created. How many diviners are there? Carol asked. Enough to create an army. Give us a number. 6. There were 6 diviners. Everyone exchanged looks. They already possessed 2. That meant 4 were still somewhere out there. We must find the remaining diviners before more of these creatures are created. They are weapons? Abominations? They must be destroyed. We already have someone called Abomination. Hulk dealt with him, and now he's sitting in prison. Benjamin stared firmly at the Kree. As for the Inhumans, they're people capable of making their own choices. If they use their abilities to commit crimes, we'll stop them. But if they haven't done anything wrong, then they deserve the same freedom as anyone else on this planet. Benjamin's stance was clear. Fury frowned and looked ready to argue, but Benjamin turned his gaze toward him. I accepted you into the EPD, and I already explained how this organization operates. If you start acting like you did when you were director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and try secretly monitoring or containing these people, trust me, it'll only backfire. Fury opened his mouth. Then he closed it again. There really wasn't much he could say against that. In the past, he had ordered people to study the Tesseract because he hoped it could be turned into a weapon. Instead, those experiments had helped attract an alien invasion. He knew Benjamin had a point. Even so, the thought of another hidden population of superpowered individuals still made him uneasy. Don't worry about it too much. The EPD has become much more global now. If newly awakened people start appearing, there's a good chance their first thought will be to sign up with us. Apparently, becoming an EPD member is practically the same thing as becoming a celebrity nowadays. Benjamin understood the mentality of the general public quite well. Powered individuals were increasingly admired rather than discriminated against. Of course, there were still people who disliked the change, but they were a relatively small minority and couldn't do much about it. With more powered individuals openly stepping into society, those who awakened later would naturally feel less afraid. Many of them would simply follow the trend and join the EPD as well. After all, humans had always possessed something of a herd mentality. In the end, everyone sided with Benjamin. Even Sif understood that gaining the Inhumans as allies would be far more useful than turning them into enemies. With Asgard's current situation being so unstable, they needed every ally they could get. Seeing that he wouldn't be able to change anyone's mind, the Kree finally sighed. Then you'd better pray no one from the Kree Empire learns about them. Because if they do, they'll come for them. You don't need to worry about us. Benjamin suddenly grabbed the truncheon the Kree was carrying. He twisted the dial at the bottom and then slammed it against the man's chest while the Kree was still touching it. A powerful electrical surge coursed through his body. A second later, the Kree blinked and looked around in confusion. Where am I? And why aren't your skins blue? Coulson turned toward Benjamin. What did you do? Used his own weapon against him and erased his memories. Now we don't have to worry about him reporting anything. Find his ship, erase the flight logs, and send him home. Coulson blinked several times in surprise. Then he slowly turned toward Fury. Fury simply shrugged. Don't look at me. I'm not your boss anymore. Benjamin raised an eyebrow. What else do you want to do with him? Dissect him. No. Coulson quickly shook his head. I'll take care of it. He immediately began calling people and issuing orders. Some time later, the Kree was finally sent on his way. Everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief. Well, that's one crisis avoided. Carol was relieved that they no longer had to worry about an immediate Kree invasion. Of course, they would still need to remain vigilant for a while. But for the moment, Earth was safe. Sif eventually turned toward everyone. It has certainly been an eventful day. However, I must return. You sure? Don't you ever get days off or something? Have you even had a chance to properly explore our planet? Benjamin asked. I have not. Then are you really in that much of a hurry? Well, Sif hesitated. On one hand, she wanted to return to Asgard and resume her duties. On the other hand, she remembered that Thor was still wandering around Earth with his mortal girlfriend. That thought irritated her considerably. While she was still hesitating, Heimdall's voice suddenly echoed inside her mind. You can take a few days to relax. Consider it part of your investigation into the Kree. Understood. Thank you, Heimdall. Haha, go enjoy yourself. Don't worry, I'll stop watching. Now reassured that Heimdall wouldn't be observing her and having received his permission, Sif smiled. Then, if you'll have me, I would like to tour this realm. Would you show me around, Sir Benjamin? Benjamin blinked. Oh, sure, I can show you around. He hadn't expected that response at all. He had only made the suggestion out of politeness. He certainly hadn't expected Sif to actually accept. And now he had somehow ended up becoming her tour guide. Well, whatever. He could just consider it another escort mission assigned to the EPD. Carol glanced between the two of them curiously before thinking for a moment. I'll come along too. I've been away from Earth for a long time, and I've heard you've made quite a few changes. I'm curious to see them myself. Sure. Captain Marvel joins the party. Benjamin's mouth twitched. System, you're really enjoying yourself, aren't you? Off to the side, Fury leaned closer to Coulson and whispered. We might have prevented one war, but I think this guy is about to start another war of his own. You know what I mean. Coulson sighed and shook his head. Well, that's one war we definitely want nothing to do with. He paused. Wanna say the new helicarrier? Sure. The two of them decisively abandoned Benjamin. Benjamin sighed, resigning himself to his fate as their unofficial tour guide. Well, I'll show you both around later. Right now, though, I already have an appointment. What are you doing, if you don't mind me asking? Carol asked. Coulson's agent, Daisy, completed her Terrigenesis yesterday. She still can't properly control her abilities, so I'm helping her train. That sounds interesting. May I join you? Sif smiled, clearly curious to witness the abilities of an inhuman for herself. Carol seemed equally interested, looking at Benjamin expectantly. Well, I don't really mind. Then let us make haste. Sif nodded and immediately walked out of the room. Benjamin stared after her for a moment, speechless. Does she even know where we're going? Chuckling to himself, he followed her with Carol beside him. Before long, Benjamin led them to Daisy and introduced everyone. Sky, it has been a while. Lady Sif. It has indeed. Though I go by Daisy now. Understood. Apparently, the two had already met the previous year when Sif had come to Earth while tracking a rogue Guardian and received assistance from S.H.I.E.L.D. Daisy then turned toward Carol, who extended a hand. Carol Danvers. Nice to meet you. Oh my god. I'm a huge fan. W.Y. Daisy stopped mid-sentence and looked toward Benjamin. Why was Captain Marvel suddenly standing in front of her? These two are joining us for training today. You don't mind, right? Benjamin asked. I'm not going to fight them, am I? No. When I say they're joining us, I mostly mean they'll be watching. Phew. Then I'm fine with it. Daisy visibly relaxed. If Benjamin had expected her to spar with people like them, she would have run away without looking back. Fight Captain Marvel? Absolutely not. All right. Let's go. Where? Somewhere remote enough for you to use your powers without worrying about hurting anyone. Benjamin located an uninhabited island somewhere in the Pacific and opened a portal directly to it. Once everyone stepped through, Benjamin pointed toward a mountain in the distance. Your first exercise is simple. Let loose. Daisy followed his finger toward the mountain. See that? Yeah. Move it. Daisy slowly turned toward him. Are you serious? This was supposed to be training? That mountain was enormous. Could she really do something like that? Benjamin nodded calmly. Your ability isn't simply about shaking things. It's much more than that. Vibrations. Everything in this world vibrates at a certain frequency. Your power allows you to sense those vibrations and manipulate them. He picked up a small stone and placed it in her hand. Close your eyes. Daisy did so. Feel the stone in your hand. Feel the earth beneath your feet. Feel the air moving around you. Don't just think about it. Sense it. Daisy was skeptical, but she followed his instructions. Slowly, she focused on everything surrounding her. Then she felt it. Everything. Ever since becoming an inhuman, there had been a strange sensation she couldn't understand. Was this what she had been feeling? Vibrations? Benjamin smiled when he noticed the change in her expression. You feel it now, don't you? Daisy remained silent. Good. Focus that sensation on the mountain in front of you. He paused. And amplify it. Daisy frowned in concentration. Her eyes remained closed as she pushed herself harder. Then she slowly opened them. The mountain was shaking. Trees violently swayed across its slopes while flocks of terrified birds burst into the sky. Daisy stared in amazement. I did it. She was still enjoying the feeling of accomplishment when Benjamin gently placed a hand on her shoulder. I know you still have feelings buried inside after what happened with your father yesterday. Daisy froze. There's nobody here who can get hurt. You don't have to hold everything inside anymore. Benjamin looked toward the empty island. Let it all out. Once you're finished, we'll begin the real training. Daisy's eyes trembled. Benjamin was right. She still had unresolved feelings from everything that happened the previous day. Until now, she had forced herself to remain calm because losing control could endanger everyone around her. But here, there was nobody to hurt. The emotions she had suppressed finally erupted. The entire island began shaking violently. It felt as though a massive earthquake had suddenly struck. Carol and Sif exchanged surprised looks. This power was far stronger than they had expected. If other Inhumans possessed abilities of this magnitude, Benjamin immediately understood what they were thinking. Not every Inhuman is this powerful. He chuckled and shook his head. Daisy is a special case. If you wanted to compare her with mutants, she'd be closer to an Omega level 1. She will become a formidable ally, Sif said. Benjamin nodded. Throughout the earthquake, he kept himself, Carol, and Sif floating safely above the ground so they wouldn't be affected by the violent shaking. They patiently waited. Several minutes later, the tremors finally stopped. Daisy collapsed. She had fallen asleep almost instantly. Releasing that much power while simultaneously confronting her buried emotions had exhausted her both physically and mentally. Benjamin smiled faintly. With a wave of his hand, the earth shifted. Trees and soil moved together under his control, gradually forming a simple house where they could rest. Well, I can't exactly leave her here by herself. He looked toward Carol and Sif. Looks like the tour will have to wait until tomorrow. Is that all right? I do not mind, Sif replied. Same here, Carol added. There's no rush. Seeing an Inhuman's power up close was already pretty interesting. Benjamin created a table and several chairs. So, what do you two want for dinner? I can open a portal somewhere and order whatever you want. Carol raised an eyebrow. That portal ability of yours is ridiculously convenient. She thought for a moment. In that case, pizza. Benjamin looked amused. Of everything she could have requested, she chose pizza. Carol laughed. I've been off-world for a really long time. You have no idea how much I've been craving it. Haha. No pizza on alien planets. Nope. Carol shook her head dramatically. Can you imagine a world without pizza? It's torture. Benjamin laughed. Then he looked toward Sif. What about you? Any requests? Sif considered the question. I am unfamiliar with this pizza, so I would like to try it as well. She paused. However, a hearty meal should be accompanied by good drink. I would also like to sample Midgard's alcohol. Pizza and alcohol. Benjamin nodded. Well, if we're doing this properly, should I bring a television too? We could watch some movies. Yes. Carol answered instantly. There are several seasons of shows I never finished before leaving Earth. She immediately began suggesting movies and television series. Sif simply nodded along, apparently willing to experience whatever they recommended. Benjamin left through a portal and soon returned with several boxes of pizza, bottles of wine and beer, a large television, and a small generator. He even brought back a comfortable sofa. The result looked completely absurd. A luxurious movie setup sitting in the middle of a remote Pacific island. Fortunately, nobody else was around to see it. Daisy remained asleep in another room. To make sure their noise didn't wake her, Benjamin placed sound-dampening magical formations around her room. Sif quickly developed a fondness for pizza. She even declared that she intended to recommend it to Asgard's chefs. The alcohol disappointed her somewhat. It is weaker than I expected. Still, she admitted that Midgardian drinks possessed more variety in flavor than Asgardian mead. She even asked Benjamin if she could take several bottles back as souvenirs. Then came the television series. Sif suddenly frowned at the screen. I do not understand. What? Carol asked. Those two are siblings, are they not? Why are they behaving like that? Carol gave her an amused look. Well, that's Game of Thrones for you. How intriguing. Since Sif had never seen the series, they had started from the beginning. Carol patiently explained different characters and events whenever Sif became confused, while Benjamin mostly listened from beside them. At times, watching some of the more mature scenes together made the situation slightly awkward, especially considering Benjamin had only recently met the two women. Still, he decided not to think too deeply about it. They continued watching. Hours passed. Whether it was because of the alcohol or the increasingly mature scenes playing on television, the mood eventually started becoming strangely intimate. Benjamin sat in the center of the sofa. Carol leaned comfortably against one side of him while holding a slice of pizza and a bottle of beer. Sif sat unusually close on his other side. For several minutes, none of them spoke. Then Carol suddenly broke the silence. So, Ben. Benjamin glanced at her. What? Carol grinned mischievously. I heard something interesting from Nat. Benjamin immediately became suspicious. That sounds dangerous. She claims you're pretty impressive when things get private. Benjamin nearly choked on his drink. Cough, cough. He stared at Carol. What exactly has Nat been telling you? Carol laughed. Before I left, she wouldn't stop bragging about you. It was honestly getting annoying. Benjamin's expression became increasingly helpless. She even claimed that if I ever joined you too, you'd still somehow be able to keep up. She actually said that. Benjamin was speechless. Sif, who had been quietly listening, turned toward him with obvious curiosity. Is this true? Benjamin suddenly found himself under the attention of both women. Carol's grin widened. I suppose there's only one way to settle the question. She moved closer. Benjamin raised an eyebrow. Pause the show. He stared at her for a second before silently reaching for the remote. Click. The television froze. Carol smiled. Good. Sif's cheeks turned slightly red as she realized where the conversation was heading. The playful atmosphere quickly became much more intimate. Carol challenged Benjamin confidently, while Benjamin responded with equal amusement instead of backing away. Sif initially remained an embarrassed observer, but the tension between the three continued growing. Eventually, curiosity overcame hesitation. What began as teasing conversation turned into an intimate night shared between the three adults. Meanwhile, Daisy was supposedly still sleeping peacefully in the other room. Supposedly. In reality, Daisy had awakened earlier. She had been about to walk outside when she realized exactly what was happening in the next room. She immediately froze. There was absolutely no way she could casually walk out now. That would become awkward faster than she could possibly explain. So Daisy quietly retreated into her room. She waited. And waited. Unfortunately, sleep refused to return. Curiosity eventually got the better of her. She carefully cracked the door open just enough to see what was happening outside. Her face immediately turned bright red. Seriously. Daisy quietly shut the door again. It seemed the peaceful evening on the deserted island had turned into a very long night for everyone. The following morning, Daisy got out of the room in a daze. Looking at her listless figure, everyone was confused. What's wrong? Did you not get enough sleep? Carol asked. Daisy didn't say anything and only glared at the three of them. How come all of you are already up and about? You three were obviously the ones who had the most action last night? Looking at them all fresh and energetic made Daisy question herself. Was everything she saw last night only a dream? In fact, it didn't happen at all. In fact, Carol and Sif were indeed too tired after last night's battle, but Benjamin had them drink from a water bottle with a diluted high recovery pill in it. He used a high rank 1 since Carol was quite powerful and Sif was a Scardian. He felt like a diluted medium rank 1 wouldn't do much. After drinking it, the two instantly felt refreshed and said they could fight 100 more battles. As for which kind of battle it was, only they knew what they meant. Benjamin then portaled away and brought back some breakfast from Paris. Your portal thing is really convenient. It is, isn't it? What exactly is the range of that thing? Carol asked while looking at the closing portal curiously. As long as I have the coordinates in mind, I can go anywhere. By anywhere you mean here, right? On Earth? No, I mean anywhere. Benjamin said so with a plain tone, but it was enough to cause Carol and Sif to be stupefied. What exactly does this mean? Think of it. Asgardians needed the Bifrost to travel across the universe. Yet Benjamin could do the same with a simple wave of his hand. Carol also had more experience in space travel and knew just how vast and big this universe is, but this doesn't apply to Benjamin at all. Only the Tesseract could accomplish this. Well, that should be the case. Yet Benjamin could do what an Infinity Stone could. This was a bit too unbelievable. Of course, this doesn't mean that the Sling Ring was equivalent to an Infinity Stone. All the Sling Ring could do was open a portal, but an Infinity Stone contains the boundless energy of the universe itself. One can even say that it is equivalent to a law itself. After the four of them ate breakfast, Benjamin continued to help Daisy get used to her powers while the other two merely watched them out of interest. At noon, Benjamin took out Carol and Sif to sightsee and gave them a tour of the EPD building in New York while Daisy continued to train on her own. Then at night, Carol and Sif pushed Benjamin down again as they resumed their battle. Meanwhile, there is a small crack at the door where Daisy was sleeping. Looking closely, Daisy was peeking through the crack while touching herself. The next day, they repeated the same routine, and before they knew it, it was already the weekend. At this time, Benjamin finally had some free time as Carol said she needed to check in with some friends, and Sif also returned back to Asgard. Sif naturally invited Benjamin to Asgard, but Benjamin refused as he still had some things to do. As for what that thing was, it was naturally the completion of his longest quest ever. Side quest, create a harem in the Marvel world. Successfully sleep with dozens of women in this new world. Each woman will have a specific harem point depending on their identity and classification. Host must get 100 harem points in order to complete the quest. Host, it's time to man up. Harem points, 115/100. Rewards, 100, 000, 000 MP, Soul Infinity Stone, Mjolnir. This quest has no penalty as there is no chance of failure. Unless, Host is not a man. That's right. He finally completed this damn quest. Congratulations to Host for completing the side quest, create a harem in the Marvel world. Gained 100, 000, 000 MP, Soul Infinity Stone, Mjolnir. Just like that, he gained a whooping 100 million MP, an Infinity Stone, and Thor's hammer. Benjamin couldn't wait to slot in the Soul Stone in the Infinity Crown to test it. He didn't dare use the other stones he got like the Mind Stone and Space Stone since those are originally from this world. This one, however, was from the system, so it should be safer to use. The Infinity Stones are objects of huge significance. It won't hurt to be more cautious about using it. Just as he was about to take it out and see, a new quest appeared in front of him. Side quest, create a harem in the Marvel world too. To think that the host was actually able to complete the quest, this time, the host must reach 300 harem points. Harem points, 115/300. Rewards, 1, 000, 000, 000 MP, Reality Infinity Stone, Gungnir. Benjamin fell silent for a moment before finally asking, System, what is this? The previous quest was made as a joke to the host but didn't expect the host to actually complete it so soon. This time, it's definitely impossible. Benjamin's mouth twitched slightly. I knew there was something wrong with that quest. It didn't seem to be in line with the system's purpose. Turns out it was a joke. Benjamin sighed and shook his head. Whatever. If he can complete it, then good. If not, that it's fine as well. In the first place, he never actively tried to complete it and things just happened, causing him to complete it. It can't be helped that I'm so handsome. Sigh. Host, can you stop being so narcissistic for a second? Benjamin ignored the system and was about to take out the soul stone. However, he paused for a moment to think for a while. After having decided, he took out something else from his inventory. The soul dagger. He hasn't gotten the chance to use this much since there was no need. Now, it should be good to try. His plan was to take out the soul stone inside limbo just to be sure he won't attract any powerful beings to Earth when he takes it out. Benjamin looked at the soul dagger and remembered his promise to Colossus. Speaking of, I should find a chance to talk with magic. Host is already targeting another woman, huh? Benjamin rolled his eyes at the system teasing him and didn't bother to comment. Then, he swung his hand and a rift opened in midair after being slashed by the soul dagger. Inside the rift, Benjamin saw a whole new world. The sky was red and numerous islands floated here and there. If hell exists, then this should be how it looks like. Actually, isn't Mephisto also supposed to be here too? Benjamin thought for a moment and shrugged. Anyway, those aren't important. Benjamin took a step in and found that his power to control nature had grown weak. Looking around, it was only a matter of fact since this place seemed devoid of nature. However, he also found out his other abilities had been enhanced. Specifically his Hellfire ability and his symbiote. Benjamin could feel the symbiote in his body brimming with power as if it was excited. After getting a feel of the new environment, Benjamin flew using telekinesis and landed at an inhabited floating island. Once he landed, he took out the soul stone from his inventory as well as the infinity crown. As he took it out, the soul stone floated above his palm, bobbing up and down slightly. Benjamin only glanced at it for a few seconds before placing it in a slot on the infinity crown. The soul stone stuck to the crown like a magnet and an orange glow appeared around the crown. Benjamin appreciated it for a moment before trying it on. Well, here goes nothing. He took a deep breath and placed the crown on his head. As soon as he placed it on, he was instantly brought to another place. He only blinked and appeared here. Benjamin was shocked at the sudden change of environment. Earlier, he was still in limbo. Now, where exactly is this? Around him was a wide vast of nothingness. Below him seemed to be water as he could see ripples in his reflection. Yet he was able to stand on top of it like a certain ninja. The sky was an orange sunset. Yet there was no sun. Looking at his surroundings made Benjamin recall something from the movies in his past life. Was this the soul world that Thanos saw? Am I going to see a little Gamera too? Benjamin looked around and finally saw a black figure in the distance. Unlike in the movie, there was no gate or structure of any sort here. Just this figure. Benjamin walked to take a closer look and saw that this figure wasn't that of a child but a grown woman. And a busty one at that. But while the body was curvy, her face was a skull. The skull-headed lady looked at him in surprise. You, how is it that you are here? And that stone on your crown, that's impossible. The skull-headed lady frowned. It's quite weird to see a skull frown. Does it look like this when I also turn into Ghost Rider mode? While thinking of such things, the skull-headed lady asked. Who are you and why do you have the soul stone? Why can't I have it? Because I placed the soul stone on a certain planet. A soul for a soul. One must sacrifice the soul of a loved one in order to claim the stone. And no one has sacrificed it yet. Benjamin was surprised. So it seems, she was the one who did that? But why? Is she just bored and decided to play like that? Benjamin sighed and shook his head. Anyway, there's no use speculating about it. Just ask her. My name is Benjamin Freed. As for this soul stone, well, let's just say that it isn't from this universe. Benjamin recalled in the Loki series that there's also a bunch of infinity stones in other universes, right? He can just use that as an excuse then. Anyway, the system is also not from this universe anyway, so in a way, he wasn't lying. The skull-headed lady looked at him from top to bottom. Intriguing, so there was also this way. Was there a reason why you did such a thing with your soul stone? Benjamin asked. The skull-headed lady sighed and looked at the horizon that stretched endlessly. This is the soul world. In this world, there must always be one to occupy it to maintain the balance of the universe. I placed the soul stone in that place so that the soul sacrificed will then replace me, and I shall be free. There's even a plot like that? Benjamin sweated. Then why does it have to be the soul of a loved one? Can't any soul just do it? The skull-headed lady shook her head. The soul stone is no ordinary trinket. Sacrificing a loved one is merely a test to see if they can wield the stone's power. If they can't even do such a thing, then the stone will only use them, not the other way around. Is it really so scary? Benjamin tilted his head and glanced up at his crown. He doesn't really feel any burden though. Host is using the system's soul stone. Naturally, there are no such weaknesses and drawbacks. As expected from the great system, he was right not to meddle with this universe's own infinity stones. It's more reliable to use the system ones. Suddenly, Benjamin remembered something. By the way, I haven't asked for your name. Name, is it? The skull-headed lady sighed. I do not have one. If you must call me, you can call me Death. As expected, she was indeed Death. Death, huh? Benjamin looked at her from top to bottom. So when people say courting Death, is it courting her? Well, she does have the body for it. As if knowing what he was thinking, Death sighed. I know what you are going to say. The phrase to court death has existed since time began. It started when I showed up in the mortal world every now and then before I was sealed in this place by that brat. Brat? Someone was actually able to seal a powerful being such as death? In any case, those who had courted me in the past would always end up with a miserable death. Hence the phrase had another meaning. But, not to be rude and all, with your head like that, it's surprising you had a lot of suitors. She may have a rocking body but her face was a skull after all. Oh, this? It's merely an illusion I made in order to stop people from courting me and dying. Despite my name, I am not fond of people dying for pursuing me, because once they are dead, they are no longer equal to me. They would belong to me. A love like that is not one I desire. Although she looked expressionless with that skull face, Benjamin could see a trace of sadness in her expression. I see. I wondered why even though your head is a skull and your hands are skeletal, you still have such a curvy body. Death wasn't embarrassed at his comment and merely looked at her body. Is it weird? Of course it's weird. How can a skeleton have breasts? Or curves? Death looked speechless for a moment before waving her hand. Suddenly, her skeletal hand and skull disappeared and were replaced by her own flesh. What appeared before him was a woman with jet black hair that reached her shoulders and a skin that was as white as snow. Is this better then? Benjamin nodded and gave her a thumbs up. Yep. Now I can see why people like to court Death so much. Death smiled and took a step forward as she placed her slender finger on Benjamin's chin. Does that include you too? Host, if you sleep with Death, the system will give you 100 harem points. Benjamin was speechless for a moment. Benjamin cleared his throat for a moment and took a step back. Sleep with Death herself? Are you kidding me? But well, it's not that I'm against it, but she's too powerful to push down now, right? He doesn't dare do such a thing now, but maybe in the future. Benjamin shook his head and threw the matter at the back of his head. Ahem. By the way, you don't seem to have any problems sharing these things with me. Do you want something from me? Death smiled and chuckled. Clever boy. She stretched her finger and pointed at the soul stone on his head. I need your soul stone. Benjamin's face paled and quickly took another step back. Death saw he started to be wary of her and chuckled. Calm down. If I wanted you dead, why would I bother talking to you? 'Cause you're lonely. Well, that's true I suppose. Death was speechless and didn't know how to refute that. She sighed and shook her head. Anyway, I do not wish for your death. And I'm not telling you to hand over your stone. What is it then? Benjamin asked, confused about what she wanted from him. Death looked at the empty surroundings and continued. It is rather boring here. But I cannot leave. Originally, I had to wait until someone claims the soul stone, but with your existence, there is another solution. Benjamin frowned and felt something bad was about to happen. With your soul stone, I can split my soul into two and have half of my soul reside in your stone so you can take me out. Granted, my power will weaken by half as well, but it doesn't matter to me as long as I get out of this damned place. Benjamin fell silent for a moment. So you want to turn it into a horcrux? What's a horcrux? Never mind. Anyway, let's say I agree with that. Actually, no. How can I agree to that? I feel like there's a huge consequence to freeing you from this place. Benjamin quickly refused. This great demon king is sealed. Why would I unseal her for no reason? Because she's hot? Ahem, while that is a great reason, it's not enough to endanger the whole universe. Who knows if she would go on a rampage after going out or not? Benjamin was not completely familiar with this character from the comics of his previous world, so he didn't dare to make a rash decision. While I did say free, it's merely a change of environment and a transfer of prison from here to your soul stone. However, I would be able to see the outside world. As for me, you can control me as long as you wear that crown, and I also can't go far from you. Then isn't that even worse? Why would you want to do that? Death smiled wryly. Do you think I wanted to? However, when you've lived for as long as I am and sealed for as long as I am, you'd understand why I would make such a decision. I don't really get it. Benjamin shook his head, unable to understand what she meant. Death chuckled. I do not expect you to understand. In any case, I have made my decision. How about yours? Benjamin thought for a moment and weighed the pros and cons. Do I get anything out of this, by the way? Is having me serve you not enough? That's not what I mean. I'm not going to order you around like a slave anyway. While Death pondered what he could get as a benefit, a system prompt appeared in front of Benjamin. Emergency quest, court Death. Because host is being indecisive, the system has created an emergency quest to provide the host with benefits. Agree to Death's request and successfully conquer her heart, being the only being alive to court Death. Rewards, +1 life token, Necro's word. This quest has no failure condition and will continue until the host completes it or dies. Of course, if host angers Death, there is only one outcome. Death. Benjamin stared at the window blankly before quickly agreeing. I agree. Quick, get inside my stone. Death was speechless and was confused why Benjamin would suddenly agree. However, this was fine. She was getting troubled with the fact that this does indeed not give Benjamin any benefits, nor does he have a reason to accept her request. Don't tell me he really fancies me? Death looked at Benjamin dubiously, but his eyes were as clear as a lake. She shook her head and held out her hand to touch the soul stone. Do I need to do something? No, just stand still. Death said and closed her eyes. Benjamin watched as the mature and voluptuous body in front of him slowly shrunk down. After a while, Death opened her eyes and nodded satisfied. Omo, this will do for now. Benjamin still stood still in silence. Death turned into a lowly Death pointed at the soul stone and explained. My other half is now residing in that stone. Once you leave this place, so will my other half. I will leave her in your hands. Benjamin freed. Sure. Is something wrong? Lowly Death tilted her head when she saw Benjamin answer in a daze. Seeing her tilt her head cutely, Benjamin almost suffered a heart attack. What is this creature? Why does she look cute? Benjamin started to feel an existential crisis. What is this? Why do I want to hug her and squeeze her like a teddy bear? Am I a lilicon? No. Do I like kids? No. Do I want to have kids? Yuan, this is the most logical answer. Is this what it's like to be a father? Is Death gonna be my daughter? His eyes turned dizzy with such thoughts that just went on and on. Seeing him like that, Death realized something and patted her little forehead. Oh, how stupid of me. I was unable to control my power after my soul was cut in half. It seems that my innate charm had leaked out and caused you to be in confusion. Give me a moment. Death explained and closed her eyes again. When she opened her eyes again, Benjamin felt his mind clear up. His back was full of sweat. Damn, this is Death's charm? No wonder she was so troubled in the past of many people courting her. I didn't know Death can be so alluring. Moreover, the system didn't see it as a mental attack and it was bypassed. That was dangerous. Well, to be precise, it really wasn't a mental attack. It seems he can't completely rely on the system for mental attacks and he needed to prepare more to guard against such things in the future. But still, kids huh? Come to think of it, Nat also wanted to have kids but she hasn't gotten pregnant yet. Benjamin shook his head to clear his thoughts and sighed. Can you not do that when we're outside? I'm afraid you'll attract a whole load of trouble. Yes. Don't worry. This was an accident. Lowly Death nodded like a mature little adult. Honestly, she still looked cute. By the way, while I appear like this, I am many millennials old. I'd appreciate it if you don't treat me like a child. Yes. Benjamin nodded seriously but his hand was already unconsciously stroking her head. Lowly Death sighed and shook her head. You should be on your way. Wait. I still have something to ask. Benjamin quickly said. What is it? Just out of curiosity, but is there anyone who's attempting to claim this universe soul stone right now? Right now? No. Well, there was a recent visitor. He was quite peculiar. Oh. Benjamin was immediately curious. Did Thanos already try to get it? Lowly Death continued. Yes. His head was very red and looked like a skull. It is curious. I do not know of any race that had such features. Isn't that the Red Skull? So he's also sent to that place as he did in the movie. Is he still there? No. When he knew that he needed to sacrifice someone he loved, he left. He didn't stay? Does that guy even have someone he loves? Hold on. Could it be his daughter? Benjamin recalled Ophelia telling him about Red Skull's daughter before. Cynthia Schmidt. After being separated from Red Skull, S.H.I.E.L.D. found her and brainwashed her to erase her memories of Red Skull, and is now living a normal life. When Benjamin found out before, he wanted to help her but realized that living a normal life was better than being treated like a tool of both Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. So he simply asked Ophelia to monitor her from afar and not interfere. And she did continue to live a normal life, away from all the strangeness and lived without worrying for her life. But if what Death said was true, and Red Skull may be coming after her, it seems that her normal life can no longer be maintained. No, even if Red Skull doesn't do anything to her, just the fact that Red Skull is returning means that they needed to secure his daughter to protect her. Not just from Red Skull, but from other people aiming to target Red Skull. Hydra is not without enemies. Its enemies weren't only S.H.I.E.L.D. after all. I reckon even the government would want to abduct Cynthia for their own purposes. Benjamin sighed and shook his head. It's really annoying when he has to worry about threats outside of Earth and inside. Why can't these fools just unite properly instead of scheming all day long? Do you know this person? Lowly Death asked upon seeing the change in his expression. Yeah, I suppose we are from the same planet. If that is who I think he is. I see. Anyway, you'll understand when you accompany me outside. Lowly Death nodded. I'm looking forward to it. Benjamin really wanted to pinch those cute cheeks. However, this was Death. He has to hold back. The next moment, as he just blinked his eye, he found himself back in limbo just like that. Benjamin looked around and saw he was no longer in the soul world and sighed in relief. It's good that he really can go back. Is this your planet? Suddenly, Benjamin heard a voice behind him. It was Death in her lowly form. You're already out. Yes. I simply couldn't wait. But, where is this place? The outside world wasn't quite what I imagined it. Lowly Death looked a bit disappointed as she saw the hellish environment of this place. Benjamin chuckled and shook his head. This is Limbo. I went here to hide the presence of the Soul Stone since I wasn't sure if it would be safe to take it out back in my world. Lowly Death nodded. I see. In that case, I shall hide its presence for you. You can do that. Of course. I reside in it after all. I can control it to some extent. But don't worry. You still have more control over it than me. Benjamin nodded. Lowly Death touched the Soul Stone again and the light on the stone dimmed a little. Afterward, Benjamin cast an invisibility spell on it so no one coil see it with their naked eyes. That's an interesting trick. Lowly Death looked curious but didn't focus on it too much. Well, shall we go then? I'll look around this place another time. There are still some things I need to do back on Earth. Benjamin needed to contact Ophelia about Red Skull. While he's at it, he should inform Fury and Coulson as well. Maybe also Steve Rogers. This time, lowly Death's eyes lit up and looked excited. Let's go. Benjamin chuckled. Even though she's many years old, she really does look like a kid at this moment. So this is Earth. Death looked up and saw a vast blue sky. Around her were trees that seemed so full of life. She reached out her small hand, hoping to touch a leaf but retracted it, fearing that she would kill it unconsciously. Suddenly, a hand held her own and pulled it towards the leaf. See, it's fine. Don't worry. Here, I control nature. Even if you unconsciously destroy something, I can bring it back. Benjamin smiled and waved his hand. Suddenly, more trees appeared around them. That is, quite a gift. Thanks. Death seemed quite interested in this nature power as it seemed to contradict her own power of death. Benjamin looked around once then turned to Death. Come, I'll show you around a bit later. I just need to meet someone here first. They were still on the island where Daisy was training, so he wanted to check up on her before leaving. Death nodded and held out her hand toward Benjamin. Benjamin looked at the hand in confusion. Did she want something? It is customary to hold a lady's hand while escorting her, is it not? It's not really required, but, sure. Benjamin held her hand and started walking. It was quite unusual to see a grown man in his mid-20s holding hands with a girl that was only about as tall as his arm in an uninhabited forest, seeming walking like they were on a date. As they walked, a strange thought appeared in Benjamin's mind. In his past world, there was this popular trope in animes where badass characters have lolis. I never thought I'd be in this position one day. Now I have a loli too. Benjamin glanced at the loli beside him. While Death is currently a loli, she still has that air of maturity around her. Only her appearance was that of a child while her temperament remained. It was quite interesting. This must be what they call gapmo or something. While thinking of such thoughts, Benjamin and Death arrived where Daisy was. Daisy was sitting in front of a waterfall cross-legged with both palms facing forward as she directed her power at the waterfall. Looking at the waterfall, it was actually not falling in a straight line, but spiraling downwards. This was the result of controlling the vibration of the water as it fall, causing it to form such a shape. It's like one of those science projects in school but on a larger scale. Death looked Daisy with curious eyes. What an interesting ability this one has. To be able to control vibrations to such a degree. As expected, she figured out Daisy's power immediately and didn't mistake it for a water control ability. She had not lived millions of years for nothing. This is Daisy. She's what we call an inhuman. Inhuman? Is it a new race? So to speak. She is human, but her DNA's been modified by Kree technology, causing her to gain such abilities. Kree. Those arrogant fools. Death nodded, seemingly remembering something in the past. Seems like you don't like them much. It's not that I hate them. It's their attitude that annoys me so. They think they are above most races due to their technology and intelligence. Well, not much so than the sovereigns. Those golden fools think they are the rulers of the universe. They are but frogs at the bottom of a well. Even the gods of Omnipotent City don't dare to make such claims. Death shook her head. Benjamin could only smile wryly. Sure enough, probably only Death could speak of those fearsome beings so bluntly like that. Well, it's not like Benjamin can't. It's just that, it feels like something bad will happen if he were to curse them out in the open like that. Well, it was just a feeling. It's probably nothing. As they talked, Daisy had already noticed the commotion and stopped using her powers to turn to them. Daisy's eyes lit up when she saw Benjamin and quickly stood up. Ben, how is it? I can do it pretty easily now. You sure had gotten more control over it. Let's go. It's time to go back. Finally, Daisy celebrated and waved her palm up high for a high five. Benjamin chuckled and clapped her hand with his. He wasn't going to dampen her mood. She had worked hard after all. Finally, Daisy turned to the one beside Benjamin. Who's this? Your kid. Cough. Benjamin nearly choked on his own spit when he heard that. Are you kidding me? Since when did I have such a large kid? Also, how can I be Death's father? That would be too weird. Death didn't wait for his introduction and stepped forward herself. Greetings, Inhuman Daisy. I am Death. Daisy Johnson. No need for the inhuman whatever. Daisy, Johnson? I apologize, I did not think you were a man, Daisy son of John. PFT-. Benjamin let out a laugh at that, making Daisy exasperated. Now she understood what Coulson has been feeling getting called son of Cowl all the time. Death turned to Benjamin. Was there something funny with what I said? Here on Earth, having a last name ending with son is quite normal for even females. She's not a man. I see. What an odd culture. Death nodded and turned to Daisy again. I apologize if I said anything that insulted you. I'm still not aware of Earth customs. Earth customs? What? Are you an alien? I am Dash. Before Death could continue to explain, Benjamin explained for her. Long story short, she's here now on Earth and due to some circumstances, she's in a form of a child now. But don't let that cute kid fool you. She's millennials older than Earth itself. Actually, I am much older than that, but that will do. Death nodded. Daisy looked stupefied and didn't know what to say for a moment. Which means, what exactly? She's just here to visit. Don't worry. She's with me. Gotcha. Daisy sighed in relief. All this death thing and million years older than Earth thing made her feel uneasy, but since Benjamin was looking after her, it should be fine. Daisy decided not to think about it anymore and just throw the problem at Benjamin. If Benjamin knew what she was thinking, who knows how he'll react. Let's go then. I'll send you back. I also need to talk to Coulson about a few things. Daisy nodded. Benjamin then waved his hand and a portal back to S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared. Death looked at the portal curiously but didn't focus on it too much. Naturally, she had seen her fair share of magic already, so she wasn't too interested. After appearing in S.H.I.E.L.D., the three of them went to Coulson's office. You're back. I assume Sky's control is now in check. Benjamin nodded. It's Daisy. And yes, she's good to go and field ready. If her powers were to go out of control again, you have the bell. Damn it, I keep forgetting. Anyways, thanks. I really do appreciate your help here, Captain Freed. Coulson shook his hand gratefully. He then turned to Daisy. Daisy. Sorry if I keep confusing. It's hard to get used to. It's fine, Coulson. Take your time. Daisy nodded in understanding. Coulson had been like a father to her, and naturally, the two were quite close, so he was more used to calling her Sky than Daisy. Go to Fitzsimmons for a final check. Then you're good to go. Understood. Lastly, Coulson turned back to Benjamin and looked at him and Death curiously. So, what's with the kid? I want you to help me get her some IDs and papers. Coulson raised a brow and looked at the two again dubiously. Why? What are you up to now? Do you really want to know? Do I have to know? No. I'll get it done and send it to you tomorrow morning. Coulson immediately decided and no longer asked anything. For Benjamin to not explain anything properly, seems like this thing is just too troublesome to deal with. Anyway, Benjamin's dealing with it, so there's no need for him to do anything. If even Benjamin can't deal with it, no one can. Is it like father, like daughter? He also had the same thoughts as Daisy and decided to throw the problem for Benjamin to solve on his own. Well, it could be said that their trust in him is just that much. What name should I put in? Coulson asked. My name is Death. Okay, Miss Death. I'm gonna need a lot more than that. Like, a last name. Coulson decided to brush off the meaning of the name and just ask normally. Last name, is it? Death turned to Benjamin. Then, use Freed as well. That will suffice. Coulson cast a suspicious look at Benjamin. Ben, you, should I call the FBI? Benjamin coughed at that. It's not what you think. Besides, she's much older than you or anyone on Earth. What? Then is she? Actually, never mind. You're in charge of her. I'm busy. Coulson ran away from responsibility immediately. He can already feel how troublesome this thing is going to be. He's not an idiot. A kid named Death and older than anyone on Earth? That's a red flag right there. A fucking huge one at that. Anyway, Benjamin brought her here, so it should be relatively safer. He can deal with it. So, Death Freed is it? Death as a name is a bit, how about Morse? It's Death in Latin, but it sounds more namely than Death. Death nodded. She didn't care much about her name anyway. I'll get it done. Is there anything else? Actually, there is. What is it? Coulson asked. Well, turns out the Red Skull is still alive and he may be coming back soon. Oh. Coulson nodded without much reaction at first. However, as the news sank into his mind, he froze. Wait, what? The Red Skull? As in the Red Skull? Yes. Exactly who you're thinking of. How? It's a long story. The short version is, he was sent somewhere by the Tesseract and is now somehow going back. It's too troublesome to explain the whole thing, so Benjamin just explained it simply. Coulson fell silent for a moment before asking, how long do we got? Probably not long. Anyway, I just want to inform you. Don't worry about it too much. I'll deal with it. Just give Fury and Steve a heads up too. Benjamin explained and turned to leave with Death. Coulson wanted to continue asking but knew that Benjamin most likely won't be answering his questions, so he could only sigh as he watched them leave. Arriving back home, Benjamin saw Natasha and Rogue talking about something in the living room. When they saw Benjamin appear, they quickly hid whatever was in their hands behind their backs and looked at Benjamin in a panic. Ben? Hey, didn't hear you come in. Well, I used a portal, what's up? Benjamin looked at the two suspiciously with squinted eyes. Rogue chuckled and pushed Natasha towards Benjamin. Quick, you tell him. But, it's fine, if you don't tell him, I will. Fine. Natasha hesitated for a moment as she took a deep breath before revealing what was in her hands as she spoke. I'm pregnant. On her hands was a pregnancy test, revealing positive. Benjamin's mind felt as if it exploded at this moment. He finally became a father. After what seemed like an eternity, Benjamin finally snapped out of it and embraced Natasha in excitement. Natasha initially felt uneasy when Benjamin didn't show any response. But now, feeling his warmth, she smiled in relief and hugged him back. Rogue and Death didn't say anything and merely let them have their moment. That night, Benjamin and the others sat at the dining table as they ate and talked merrily. It was quite a festive atmosphere. As they ate, Benjamin also introduced Death to them as she would be living with them in the meantime. Oh, right. Ben, I heard you've met Carol already. How is it? Well, she's certainly an energetic one. Did you do her already? It just sorta happened. Benjamin coughed in embarrassment. It was still fine before, but now after knowing he's going to be a father, he can't help but think his actions were not proper, but he also didn't want to lie about it to her. Natasha chuckled as she could tell what he was thinking. It's fine. Our relationship is still the same as before. Just that now, we won't be able to do it as much anymore while I'm pregnant. Don't worry, I'll take care of Ben. Rogue grinned while giving a thumbs up. Haha, can you handle him yourself? I'll just pull Ororo too then. The two girls laughed while Benjamin could only smile wryly. At the side, Death looked at the three of them curiously but said nothing. Benjamin felt he needed to explain, so he spoke. You see, these two are your lovers. I know. It is not unusual to see a man with multiple women or a woman with multiple men in the universe. More often than not, those with great power would often take in multiple wives. Considering your strength, this much is normal. Is that so? Well, Death has a different culture after all. It's normal she would think so. Looking at her small figure, one can't help but forget how she's one of the most powerful entities in the universe. Death, seeing Benjamin look at her in awe, smiled teasingly. Like what you see. Although this body of mine is that of a child's, I'm completely able to do it, you know? And I'm sure my age is completely above whatever legal age of consent you have in this world. Somehow, the way she spoke was quite seductive. Thinking of this, Benjamin quickly snapped out and shook his head. Natasha and Rogue were looking at him with a snicker. So this is also your type, huh? Is what their eyes were saying. Benjamin's mouth twitched a bit. He decided to change the subject immediately. Ahem. Anyway, what's your plan now, Nat? What do you mean? I mean, are you going to take a leave or something? Actually, I'm thinking of retiring now. Benjamin looked at Natasha in surprise. He didn't expect that she would retire just like that. Of course, if the world is in trouble, I'll still help if needed. But now, there are already a lot more heroes. Especially after the establishment of the EPD. I don't think I'd be needed anymore. Natasha just smiled. It wasn't a sad smile wherein she was sad that she'd be retiring. It was a smile of relief. For a long time now, she had always wanted a family. Because she couldn't, she just devoted herself to her work, being an agent and an avenger. But now, after the emergence of the EPD, there had been less work for her to do as most of the field work is handled by either SHIELD agents or the EPD. She only takes to the field when one of the villains she's familiar with resurfaces. But even those are getting less and less. Other times she works are also when they go against Hydra. But now, Hydra is also under Benjamin and isn't much of a problem anymore. Now that she had also gotten pregnant, it was the right time for her to retire. So that's it? You ready to hang up the Black Widow suit? Rogue asked. Natasha smiled and shook her head. Hang it up? No need. Didn't you say you were going to retire? I am. But there's no reason for Black Widow to do the same. Natasha looked out the window as if looking beyond the horizon in search of someone. I think it's time I pass it on to my little sister. Yelena, was it? Benjamin asked. Natasha had spoken of her quite a bit in the past and would often praise her too. She was her little sister not by blood but in the sense that the two of them were both widows back when they were in the Red Room. Natasha nodded then looked at Benjamin with a smile. What's with that look? Do you want to meet her and make her yours too? That's not it. Seriously, these girls always think I'm planning to sleep with any woman they mention. The four of them continued to chat before finally turning in for the day. Benjamin naturally showed Death to her room as they wouldn't be sleeping together. Rogue also slept in another room to give Benjamin and Natasha some time alone. That night, neither Benjamin nor Natasha slept for a long time as they continued their talk on the bed until the morning. As for what they talked about, it was naturally the mysteries of the universe. The following morning, Benjamin got out of the room and saw Death already eating breakfast on the dining table. She gave him a glance before going back to eating but not before saying her piece. Next time, don't wear the crown. I am still bound to your soul stone after all. With you wearing it, I can feel all sorts of things too. Benjamin's mouth opened but no words came out from it. He was speechless. Does that mean Death was also feeling it when he was feeling Natasha? It was certainly quite an experience. Due to the nature of my powers, I have never actually had sex with anyone before. To think that I would experience it before having my first time, it's quite interesting. So she really was feeling it too? Benjamin's face blushed in embarrassment. It's not that he was embarrassed that someone was watching him do the act, but the person watching it is Death, one of the most powerful beings in the universe, and also a lowly. Although her age was well beyond his own, her appearance still makes him think that he did something wrong by letting a kid watch something she shouldn't. Benjamin felt like he should say something but didn't know what to say. Unfortunately, Death wasn't finished. Do people of this world see their mothers in a sexual way too? Of course not. Then how come you were calling her Mo-? Benjamin panicked and quickly closed her little mouth with his hands. He glared at her, not caring about her real identity or her power over Death. Forget everything you heard. Death was speechless. After seeing Death nod, Benjamin sighed and fled to the bathroom to take a bath. Seeing him leave like that, the corner of Death's mouth curled slightly. No way I'll forget it just like that. Hihi, I'll see how long it takes before you call me mommy. Having spent millions of years in isolation, Death finally found something interesting. This man called Benjamin Freed. A person from another universe. Not to mention he seemed to possess something that can even override that brat's powers. She wouldn't let him off easily. She looked at her own small body and smirked. It's good that I'm not in my original form. Otherwise, conquering him won't be a challenge. I'll see how long he can take being seduced by a kid. Hihi. In fact, Death can already tell that Benjamin was indeed interested in her, but her current form is still holding him back. Death wanted to see how long it would take for him to give in. It was quite interesting. Before, it would be other people courting Death. But now, Death seems to be the one courting someone else. As for feelings of love, Death didn't have any. To her, it was just interesting to do. After all, she was Death. How can Death fall in love? Death shook her head and continued to eat her breakfast. As they say, to eat is to live. It's nice to have something to eat again after so long. She enjoyed the food although she didn't need to eat to survive. Speaking of, that little girl Natasha seemed to always drink Ben's semen last night. Does it really taste good? Death licked the corner of her mouth, seemingly in anticipation. In the bathroom, Benjamin suddenly shivered out of nowhere and quickly looked around. It felt as if he was being watched by a predator. After some time, Natasha and Rogue also woke up and started to chat with Death in the living room. Benjamin got out of the bath and asked Death, "What's your plan today? Or are you still going to follow me around? Don't you need to take care of something? It's boring. I'd rather stay here and chat with Nat and Anna." Benjamin nodded and sighed in relief in his mind. It was a bit stressful taking care of this little miss. It feels like he's walking in pins and needles all the time. "All right. I'll get going then. Call me if you need something," Benjamin said to the three, then left the mansion to go look for Ophelia. A few moments later, the two of them met in a public park near a university. On the way, Benjamin had already called Ophelia and told her his purpose in looking for her, so they decided to meet up here. Here, they could catch a glimpse of a certain someone sitting in one of the classrooms in the university by the window. She had short red hair and a playful smirk on her face while listening to the lecture. As told before, Cynthia is actually living a normal happy life now, which was why Benjamin didn't intervene before. There were two choices now. Let her continue to live a blissfully ignorant life and take care of Red Skull discreetly, or intervene and pull her back into the world of heroes and villains before Red Skull can reach her. Benjamin wanted to choose the former, but they still don't know when and where Red Skull will arrive. It may be too late if they just monitor her like this. "What's the plan now?" Ophelia asked. Benjamin turned to her and was about to answer when he caught a glimpse of the professor in Cynthia's class. Helmut Zima, Baron Zima, affiliated with Hydra. Benjamin frowned, then turned to look at Ophelia. "I'm asking just in case, but were you the one who put Zima there?" "Zima? He's here." Ophelia also frowned and zoomed in on the window using her high-tech glasses. After all, bringing a telescope is too inconspicuous, so she was wearing special glasses with an HUD and other functions since earlier. "Do you mean the teacher? I've investigated, but from what I know, the professor's name is Daniel Brawl. I checked his background and it was clean." "How much do you know about Baron Zima?" Benjamin asked. Ophelia shook her head. "Back then, I only met him once or twice and he always had that stupid mask on. After I took over, he never showed up again. I've been trying to find him again, but I was unable to." Benjamin sighed. "For him to be here is no coincidence. I'll act once classes ends. How about me? Your identity is still useful. We can compromise it yet." "Understood." Ophelia smiled and gave him a kiss before leaving. "I'll wait for your good news then. You seem awfully confident I'll succeed." Benjamin chuckled. Ophelia laughed. "If even you fail, then there's no need for anyone to try anymore." Benjamin watched her swaying ass as she laughed for a bit before turning back to where Cynthia and Zima were. "Hopefully we're not too late. If we are, then it's a pity." It wasn't like all hope was lost if they were late. It would just mean that he would need to deal with Cynthia too, and it would be a pity. That's all it was. After all, Cynthia was already having a happy lifestyle. It's a pity that it won't last long anymore. Benjamin looked at the university and remembered something. Speaking of, wasn't Amanda also going to this university? Benjamin remembered the blonde Brahe sister. Back then, she was complaining how hard the exams were, and she also spoke of her university. Benjamin looked at the name of the university and nodded. It's indeed this one. Just as well, I can ask her about Zima. Deciding as such, Benjamin pulled out his phone to contact her. It didn't take long for Amanda to answer his call. "Ben, didn't think you would be the first to call me. Wanna have some fun later?" "Ahem, it's a business call." "Oh, then, Captain Freed. Is there something you need from me?" Realizing it was about a serious matter, Amanda stopped fooling around and asked. Although she and her sisters slept with Benjamin, they knew that their actual relationship isn't as close as lovers. They also aren't looking for a serious relationship with him or anyone now, so they know where to draw the line. It was fine having fun now and then, and they also enjoyed it. But since Benjamin was also their boss now, they need to be serious when handling serious matters. "Are you in your university right now?" "Yeah. Exams are coming up, so I had to focus on my studies for a bit. I know I don't really need to do this now that I have a job in the EPD, but since I started it, it'd be a waste if I don't finish it." Benjamin nodded. He respected someone who can still toil away with studying despite already having a successful job. "Are you familiar with a professor in your university by the name Daniel Brawl?" "The history professor? I know him. He's kinda popular among some female students since he's young and handsome." "Oh, but not me though. I prefer strong men like you, Captain." Amanda teased, and Benjamin just chuckled. He wasn't being jealous, but it seems she misunderstood. Benjamin was just wondering if Cynthia was one of these female students who liked this professor. It would be troublesome if she was. "Is there something wrong with Professor Brawl?" "Oh, he's Hydra." "What? You know, that guy that dresses in a huge purple sock on his head? Baron Zima? That's him. Amanda was shocked. She had seen that guy in the news in the past fighting with Captain America before, but he seemed to have disappeared some time ago. Turns out he switched careers and became her history teacher? After a few moments, she asked. Should I arrest him then? No need. I'm here at your university. Just focus on your studies. You're here? No way. Now I have to come and find you? I'll show you around. But I can study later. It's a rare moment for me to have you for myself without my two sisters. It's settled then. I'll wait for you at the entrance. Amanda hung up and quickly left her class, saying she has an emergency to the dumbfounded teacher, and quickly disappeared into the hallway. The teachers were already aware that she's a member of the EPD, so they didn't say anything at her blatant skipping of class. Benjamin just looked at his phone with a wry smile. Moments later, he saw Amanda appear at the entrance and waved at him. Captain? I'm here. Benjamin approached her and gently flicked her forehead. Stop shouting, I can hear you just fine. Hehe. Amanda just laughed. Among the three Brahe sisters, Amada was the most social and carefree of the three. She's the type that probably has a lot of friends in school and may even be the leader of a clique. Sure enough, he was right. As they walked the halls of the university and Amanda showed him the way, a lot of the students would greet and chatted with Amanda. She seems popular. You're really popular, huh? Yeah. It's only natural since I'm so beautiful and sexy. This damn narcissist. Host is more narcissistic than her. Shut up, system. You're the most narcissistic of all. That's natural since I'm the almighty system. Benjamin just rolled his eyes at the system and kept following Amanda. Amanda noticed something and asked. Actually, how come they don't recognize you? You should be quite popular as well considering your identity and looks. Oh, I cast a simple illusion spell around me so they ignore my presence. It's quite troublesome to always be surrounded by fans. Amanda was shocked and pouted. That's not fair. I want that too. Well, maybe in the future I'll make a device with the same function. After all, it is indeed a convenient function and could be useful for stealth operatives. I have a feeling Fury will make a fuss over it though. While thinking of such thoughts, the tour came to an end and Benjamin was familiar with the layout of the university. They arrived at the classroom where Cynthia was in and Benjamin asked Amanda. The girl with the red hair. Do you know her? Amanda glanced slightly at the window by the door and noticed the punk girl with red hair. Cindy Case? Yeah, she's a bit popular in the school as well. Cindy Case was the new name she was given in order to hide her identity. Oh, how so? She used to get bullied a lot before, but from what I heard, Professor Brawl stepped in and helped her, so the two of them are pretty close. Is that so? Benjamin frowned. It seems that Zima has already gotten Cynthia's trust. Who knows, maybe he even started the bullying so he could appear as her savior. He's cunning that way. If it's like this, it may be harder for Benjamin to approach Cynthia himself while explaining the situation. But, two can play this game. All he needed to do was destroy her trust in Zima. Hehehehe. Captain? Why do I feel like you're plotting some kind of evil master plan? Shut up. It's for the effects. Anyway, he can't just go in and arrest Zima directly as he doesn't have physical proof that he's Baron Zima. Well, he can, but the aftermath is too troublesome to clean up. Besides, where's the fun in that? Doing so might also cause Red Skull to hide even deeper. He needed to root out this scourge too. So what's the plan now, Captain? Do you know who were the ones bullying her? Yeah, they were kicked out though. Names are fine. It's easy to find them. After that, let them start a scandal of a certain teacher. It doesn't matter if Zima goaded them into bullying Cynthia or not. He can just make it so. Anyway, those guys would agree as long as they get benefits. Kukikiko. Amanda stepped back for a bit. Benjamin looked kinda scary now, but it turns out there was no need to make things up. After interrogating those who bullied Cynthia before, it was indeed Zima who had instructed them to do so. In exchange, they receive money every month and can just laze around all day for the rest of their lives. When Benjamin arrived with a bunch of police, they thought that the gig was up and quickly confessed. They didn't have any backbones at all. After that, Benjamin fed the press some more real news and told them that this Daniel Brawl is a serial rapist who often changes his face and identity and preys on young girls by making them think he is their savior or benefactor. Because of this, he was particularly hard to catch as the victims didn't even know they are already victims. As for the said victims, he just cast an illusion spell on Amanda and let her act out the role of a young girl who was wronged by Zima. Benjamin found out that she's quite talented in acting. The news quickly blew up in a span of 3 days and Benjamin led a team of EPD into the university to arrest Zima. Zima, not understanding why he was being targeted, made a huge fuss and even started shooting at the members using a concealed gun on him. Cynthia at first didn't want to believe the news, but seeing her dear professor pull out a gun, she felt like she never really knew him at all. Maybe, the news was indeed right. He was only after her body. At this moment, Amanda came to her and patted her shoulder. It's going to be all right, Cindy. He's gone now. No one will hurt you. You are. Name's Amanda? Amanda Brahe. I'm a student here too and also a member of the EPD. If anyone dares to bully you, they have to go through me first. Amanda grinned and puffed her chest proudly. Benjamin saw the two interact and smiled. With this, he was able to preserve Cynthia's simple life and at the same time, have someone close to her to protect her in case the Red Skull or anyone tries to use her. This might be the best outcome he could hope for. but Benjamin knows that this is only temporary. Ultimately, Cynthia Schmidt, the daughter of the Red Skull, will definitely be pulled back into this strange world of heroes and villains. It was only a matter of time. But that's a problem for another time. Anyway, with her being friends with Amanda, he could slowly transition her into the stranger part of the world instead of being forced to suddenly get pulled into it. Benjamin nodded to himself and shoved Zima into the police car. He didn't go with them to bring Zima back but stayed behind instead. It was time to begin the next phase of the plan. But before that, Benjamin felt it was necessary to at least introduce himself to Cynthia, so he walked toward the two who had already started to chat like best friends. Amanda noticed her and nodded. Captain. Benjamin nodded back at her and turned to Cynthia. Cindy, was it? I'm Benjamin Freed, though you probably know that already. How are you holding up? I'm okay now, thank you, Cynthia answered cautiously, but she still seemed curious about Benjamin. After all, he's the most talked about guy in their school too. Benjamin nodded and pointed at Amanda. There shouldn't be any problems with Brawl now, but if anything else pops up, you can contact me through Amanda here. You two are from the same university, so she can help you out too. Don't hesitate to ask since it's technically her job. You will be helping her get paid too, haha. Benjamin and Amanda chuckled. Cynthia also smiled and relaxed a little more. Benjamin didn't intrude on them for much longer and pulled Amanda to the side for a bit. Can I borrow her for a bit? Sure. Cynthia nodded and the two walked a bit to the side. Benjamin continued to give his orders. Try and get closer to her as much as you can. You can even bring her to the EPD or teach her some self-defense if you want. In short, you must slowly get her used to seeing powers or supernatural things. Sure, but why? I'll tell you since you're also involved now. Cindy Case isn't her real name. Her real name is Cynthia Schmidt. She's Red Skull's daughter. Wadash. Benjamin quickly closed her mouth with his hand and glared at her slightly. Don't shout. Amanda nodded and Benjamin removed his hand from her and continued. There's one more thing. Red Skull isn't dead yet and may resurface in the near future to reclaim her. That's why it's important that you protect her well. Also, she doesn't know about any of this since her memory was erased by S.H.I.E.L.D. I understand. Amanda nodded as she felt the seriousness of the matter. But, can I do it by myself? Benjamin smiled and patted her shoulder. You're much stronger than you think. But if you want, I can have your sisters transfer here too. They can transfer as assistant teachers here. Of course, I'll explain to the dean that their roles are just their covers, so they won't really have much work to do, and I'm also the one paying them. There shouldn't be a problem. In that case, I'm more relieved. Amanda nodded. With both her sisters with her, she's more confident in facing any danger than facing them on her own. Of course, I'll still ask their opinions. If they don't want to, I'll have someone else be transferred undercover. That works too. Amanda nodded, but she still wanted her sisters if possible. She's closer to them than others after all and could coordinate her plans easily with them. After instructing her a few more things, Benjamin left. Looking at his disappearing back, Cynthia turned to Amanda. Are you too close? Oh, we only slept together once or twice. It's no big deal. Cynthia was speechless. Amanda saw her reaction and smirked with a teasing tone. What? Are you curious? He's really amazing in that aspect, you know? Even though there were 3 of us, we can't beat him at all. T3. Yeah, me and my sisters. It's quite funny actually. We only wanted to have a good time and did it with him, but he said we had hidden powers, and boom, next thing we knew we're now members of the EPD and have awesome powers. Amanda recalled that fateful day and couldn't help but sigh at how amazing the turn of events happened. They were just normal people back then trying to get by in their life. But after the Terrigenesis, after meeting that man, they now hold powers that others could only dream of. On the other hand, Cynthia completely misunderstood the situation. So, they just slept with him and they suddenly gained powers? Will I also gain powers if I sleep with him? She said that he was powerful in that part too. Maybe I can tag along when Amanda and her sisters do it. No. That's too much, isn't it? Her imagination started to run wild, so she quickly shook her head to stop thinking about it. But while she tried to not think about it, the thought still lingered at the back of her mind. It was as if there was this part of her that longed for an unordinary life, something exciting and thrilling. It seemed like that part of her has always been there, just waiting to grow and take over, but at the same time, it felt unfamiliar to her. Inside the police car, Zima glared at the 2 EPD members sitting on both his sides menacingly. You all are making a big mistake here. One of the EPD members rolled his eyes and sighed. Look, can you do us both a favor here and shut up? You have no idea who I am, do you? Zima frowned and was about to continue making a fuss when the other EPD member snapped his fingers. Zip it. Suddenly, the handcuffs restraining Zima shrunk a bit and tightened on his wrists. With the emergence of the EPD, all sorts of people with all kinds of abilities appeared as well. At first, they were afraid of being judged as a mutant or some kind of freak, so none of them revealed themselves. But as time went on, more and more heroes emerged, and some felt their own calling. No one wanted to remain a nobody forever, and the EPD was their way to becoming a hero. Although their current job now was simply escorting a wanted criminal back to the base, the 2 of them knew that this matter is a special case. Benjamin had already told them the plan beforehand, so they needed to make sure everything goes well. As expected, the car suddenly stopped due to some kind of disturbance in front of them. A black van had blocked their way. From this black van, several armed men appeared and quickly surrounded their car. The two EPD members looked at each other and quickly left the car to fight these people. But during the fight, someone snatched Zima from under their nose and quickly escaped. After a while, the fight had ended and the two EPD members looked at the empty police car. They sighed and reached out for their communicator to report. Sir, they have taken the bait. I've also placed one of my flies on him. We can track him at any time. Good work, you two. Thanks for the help. While one of them had the ability to shrink small objects, the other had the unique ability of talking to flies. Not only that, but he can also maintain a telepathic connection to one particular fly and sense its location. Benjamin smiled as he ended the call. Now that the bait has been taken, it was time to wait for what kind of fish he can reel in. Next is, I guess I should call Steve. Meanwhile, in an undisclosed abandoned warehouse, Zima woke up and found himself tied to a chair. What is this? Where am I? Zima shouted and looked around. He wasn't in the EPD base but in some kind of abandoned warehouse. On both sides, there were two armed men in green and black uniforms standing solemnly. His eyes focused on the emblem on their clothes. Hydra. As he spoke of this, a figure appeared by the door as it opened. You sure are a hard man to find, Baron Zima. Ophelia. You were the one who saved me. That's right. Then why am I tied to this chair? Zima shouted angrily. Ophelia rolled her eyes. What are you doing harassing university girls, Zima? Do you know how dangerous your situation is? I don't know how but that guy Benjamin found out who you were and formed that plan to capture you. I didn't even know who you are under that mask. I only found out when he told me. Zima frowned at that. He knew about me? He told you. Are you not aware? I'm still working as a member of the EPD. On the surface, Hydra is supposed to be gone. I'm sure you understand how valuable my cover is. I'm risking so much already by trying to break you out. Then why did you? Zima frowned again. He knew that Ophelia had taken it upon herself to lead Hydra but he always felt that she wasn't worthy to rule over him so he didn't join her. So why risk it for him? Ophelia snorted. Because I am Madam Hydra. And for better or worse, you are still a part of Hydra. Zima fell silent. After a while, he sneered. Even if you call yourself that, it isn't your turn to lead Hydra. Oh, is it your turn then? Ophelia asked with a mocking tone. However, Zima shook his head. No, who is it then? Don't tell me it's that chick you're trying to get back there. Zima smirked. Heh, do you have any idea who she is? Who? Ophelia frowned and asked. She is the Red Skull's daughter, the rightful heir of Hydra. Ophelia fell silent. Zima saw this and continued. Help me get her, and the Red Skull will be pleased. I'm sure you will have a chance to sit by his side. You're talking as if the Red Skull is still alive. Zima smiled. He is. How do you think I knew about where his daughter was? Ophelia chuckled. What bullshit. Everyone knows he died years ago in his fight with Captain America. He is alive. Prove it. Zima hesitated for a moment before speaking. There is a base that he is using at the moment. A decommissioned Hydra base in Siberia. For a while, there was silence in the room. Zima was confused by how they were acting. Just as he was about to speak, Ophelia turned to the two Hydra agents standing at the side. Well, is that enough? It is. Thanks, Ophelia. One of the Hydra agents smiled and removed his helmet. Zima's eyes widened in shock as he saw the familiar face. It was none other than Benjamin Freed. To think the Red Skull is still alive. Suddenly, the other Hydra agent removed his helmet as well and revealed yet another familiar face. Steve Rogers? For a while, Zima couldn't understand the situation. No, he understood it full well but he didn't want it to be true. As such, he could only ask. You two are Hydra. Seriously? That's your conclusion? Of course it wasn't. Zima asking that was only to give himself a slimmer of hope. Because otherwise, no, how could you Ophelia? How dare you betray Hydra? Ophelia narrowed her eyes. Betray? It was Hydra that betrayed me first. Used me? Brainwashed me? Hydra killed my parents and made me believe in them? I betrayed Hydra? No, I was never a part of Hydra in the first place. Ophelia clenched her fist. Clearly, she still has a lot of unresolved hatred for being brainwashed. It was just that she didn't have anywhere to vent it on. Benjamin patted her shoulder and gave her a reassuring smile. You did well, Ophelia. I especially liked it when you acted so domineering earlier when you called yourself Madam Hydra. Ophelia was unamused. Humph, I can be domineering if I want to. Benjamin chuckled and looked back at Zima. Well, we're done here. Time to send you off. Benjamin waved his hand and a portal directly to a special prison appeared behind Zima. Benjamin simply kicked him off and closed the portal. Not without Zima trying to have a final say. You will regret this. Hydra will prove a dash. Yes, off you go. Benjamin shook his head and didn't care about him anymore. Anyway, these Hydra fanatics are always like this. He had already heard this a ton of times. What's your plan now, Captain? I'll contact Carlson and assemble a team. We'll take down Hydra once and for all. Suddenly, Steve looked at Ophelia and added. Well, those that aren't on our side at least. I'm not on your side. I'm on Ben's side. Ophelia glared. She still don't really like Captain America. Steve just chuckled. Then we just have to side with Ben as well. He then turned to Benjamin and asked. Are you coming along too? I dash. Just as Benjamin was about to answer, he heard a cry for help. It was Sif. I trust you guys to deal with it. I'm needed elsewhere. Benjamin turned to Ophelia and continued. Stay here and see if you can recruit any of the Hydra agents that escaped their attack. Be ready to turn them on our side. Where are you going? Asgard. Benjamin opened up his phone and contacted a free members. Although he can most likely deal with the problem alone, the current invasion in Asgard is too wide and it would be troublesome to deal with everything himself. Besides, those guys also need some more experience. A few seconds later, everyone agreed and told him their locations. Benjamin waved his hand and a portal appeared in front of him. Destination, Asgard. Ophelia sent him off with a smile. Bring me back some souvenirs. Oh, me too. Thor got Tony something but he never gave me anything. You guys are too chill about this. Benjamin let out a wry smile but still nodded as he left. At the same time, a portal also appeared in front of the various people that Benjamin contacted. They only hesitated for a second before taking a step forward. The next moment, everyone appeared in Asgard. Specifically, in the throne room where Sif was currently fighting against a bunch of people with pointed ears and pale white skin, the Dark Elves. Ben, you really came. Well, I did tell you to call out to me if you needed help, right? Benjamin chuckled and used his telekinesis to easily solve the Dark Elves surrounding Sif and slam them to the wall. Oh wow, so this is Asgard. Appearing beside him, Spider-Man exclaimed as he looked around. Other than him, there was also Iceman, Mr. Fantastic, Invisible Woman, Thing, Human Torch, Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Daisy, who is now known as Quake. Susan turned to Benjamin and asked, so what's the plan? Benjamin didn't answer immediately and asked Sif instead. Is there a place where you are evacuating the citizens? Sif nodded. Then everyone is to help with the evacuation and dealing with the Dark Elves that get in your way. I'll handle the rest. You got it. Spider-Man excitedly shoots a web on the ceiling and started to swing out and help. Huh? I bet you can't take out as many bad guys as I can, Popsicle. Oh, you're on Matchstick. As expected, Iceman and Human Torch immediately hit it off. Not. The rest also moved out. Benjamin turned to Sif again and asked, where's Thor? Before Sif could answer, they heard a loud shout from a familiar voice. No. Benjamin wasted no time and quickly flew over to where Thor was. He saw Thor angrily shooting out lighting from his hammer to a dark elf and throwing his hammer at another one with a huge build. The large one was holding onto an old woman with white hair as his sword pierced through her stomach. After being hit by the hammer, the large dark elf let go of the woman and quickly fled as he carried the other that was struck by Thor's lightning. Benjamin narrowed his eyes and used his telekinesis to stop the two and at the same time, moved close to the stabbed woman and take out a high recovery pill to give to her. Thor also recognized him and quickly asked, Ben, how are you? No, that doesn't matter. Can you save my mother? Benjamin didn't answer yet and continued to observe the old woman who should be Frigga, Thor's mother. After seeing her stable breathing and the wound that's slowly closing, he sighed in relief. She's safe. Don't worry. Thor finally heaved a sigh of relief as he collapsed to the floor. However, he saw the two currently frozen in place by Benjamin and was enraged once again. You dare try to kill my mother? He grabbed onto the dark elf and asked, who the hell are you? Why have you come to attack Asgard? Despite his shouting, the dark elf was unafraid. I am Malekith. I came here for one purpose and one purpose only, to reclaim that which is mine. Malekith turned to look at someone who had appeared from behind a pillar. It was Jane Foster, Thor's little girlfriend. The ether will only eat away her life. You can't kill me. You need me to get it out of her. Only I can do it. This was why Malekith wasn't afraid of Thor. However, he miscalculated. He didn't think that there would be a being in this room that far surpassed his own imagination. Oh, if it isn't the reality stone. You sure found a troublesome thing, Ben. A childish voice rang out in the room. Benjamin was surprised to see Death suddenly appear before him. As if answering his thoughts, Death explained, I am still bound to your soul stone. Wherever you go, I can naturally go to. I sensed the presence of another infinity stone around you, so I'm here. Right? Benjamin was actually still wearing the infinity crown with the soul stone. He only cast magic on it to make it invisible to others. Death no longer minded him and simply pointed her small finger at Jane. Suddenly, Jane's body started to hover and a dark red mist started to leave her body. It was the ether, or otherwise known as the reality stone. When Malekith saw this, he started to panic and struggle. No, the ether is mine. Mine. Death glanced at him casually and recognized his race. The Dark Elves. Didn't think you guys are still alive. I thought that Kid Boar had killed all of you. All this power of the reality stone, yet all you wanted was to turn off the lights. Death sighed and shook her head in disappointment. Benjamin smiled wryly. Well, she isn't wrong. Malekith's face paled even more when he heard her. To call Boar a kid. Who are you? Me. Death revealed an enchanting smile unbefitting her current size and appearance. I am the one you see at the end of your life. The final destination of all beings. The absolute ending to everything. I am Death. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill down their spine, but Benjamin just cringed at it. This girl, has she been reading some mangas or watching animes in her free time? Just as Benjamin was wondering where she picked up such things, he heard her mutter, it doesn't sound as cool as I thought it would. Should I have spoken it in Japanese? So she really has been watching animes? Death noticed his look and rolled her eyes. What? I was bored at home and decided to try out the internet. I must say, although you humans are very weak, human imagination is something else. Especially Japanese animes are very interesting. Then she tilted her head. However, what is it with trucks that they must keep running over the main characters and then reincarnate them in a different world? Do trucks hold that kind of power here? Of course not, I think. Benjamin faltered a bit. After all, this Marvel universe is just fiction from his original world. Who knows what kind of nonsense worlds are out there? At this moment, the ether has been fully extracted from Jane as she collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Thor tossed Malekith at the side and quickly ran over to Jane to comfort her. The ether hovered around Death obediently as if waiting for her orders. Death closed her stretched out hand into a fist and suddenly, the ether began to compact itself, turning into a beautiful ruby stone. Now it's finally worthy of its name, the Reality Stone? Death didn't even glance at it for more than a second and just tossed it to Benjamin. Take it. However, I advise not using this one. This is the Reality Stone of this universe. Although I'm unfamiliar with the Infinity Stones of other universes, there is a chance a conflict will happen if you were to use them together. I got it. Benjamin simply answered. Anyway, he was never gonna use it. This world's Infinity Stones have so many drawbacks and unknown effects or consequences. He didn't want to risk it. The system's Infinity Stones are more reliable. Of course, the system is the most powerful. Yes, all hail the great system. Incidentally, if you had placed this Reality Stone onto your Infinity Crown, the whole of reality will break and this universe may start to merge with your old universe. This is because the laws that are in place in the Infinity Stones will conflict with one another and a correction will occur to fix the conflict. It's estimated that 90% of the whole universe population on both sides will die from the cataclysm. Benjamin broke into a cold sweat. All sorts of curious thoughts as to what will happen if he uses this stone are now gone from his mind. He no longer dared to even think about it. Benjamin quickly shoved the Reality Stone inside his inventory. He'll think of what to do with it later. Maybe I can give it to Wanda? Benjamin thought for a moment then shook his head. Wanda still hasn't fully explored her powers, it's best to wait it out for now. Benjamin had planned before about entrusting the various Infinity Stones to specific people and being the one who forms the Illuminati in this world. After all, it's kind of a waste if he just let them collect dust in his inventory. While Benjamin was thinking of such things, another figure appeared in the room. Looking over, Benjamin saw an old man with a gold eye patch on his right eye holding a long golden spear. This must be Odin. Frigga. Upon entering, Odin immediately saw his wife collapse on the ground in front of Benjamin and instantly appeared beside her to hold her up. As soon as he touched her, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good, she's still alive, I wasn't late. He doesn't know what he would do if he didn't make it in time and Frigga dies. But he's sure of one thing. A lot of people will die if that had happened. Even if he had to burn his small remaining lifespan, he'll do whatever it takes to get revenge. But it was a good thing that Frigga is alive. This let Odin calm down a bit more. He looked up and saw Benjamin and was confused about who this person was. Benjamin smiled and introduced himself. Greetings, Odin, son of Bor. I am Benjamin Freed of Earth. I came to assist your people along with a few others. Benjamin Freed, is it? I can sense divinity within you. Are you a new god? Divinity, was it because of the god of nature skill? Benjamin nodded. Yes, I have some control over nature. Benjamin suddenly pointed at the side and a tree trunk sprouted from the ground, immediately wrapping itself on Malekith and the large dark elf who were trying to escape while they were talking. In just a second, the two of them were planted inside a large tree with only their heads stuck out of the tree trunk. Finally remembering about them, Thor quickly explained. Father, they were the ones responsible for the attack. He called himself Malekith. They were after the ether that was inside Jane's body and nearly killed Mother. Thankfully, Ben arrived in time and healed her, otherwise. A cold gleam appeared in Odin's one eye when he heard that his wife nearly died. However, he still restrained himself and turned to Benjamin. Benjamin Freed, God of Nature. I thank you for saving my wife and for your assistance. It was nothing. I would appreciate it if you turn a blind eye to our trespassing this time. Odin nodded. It was an emergency so it can't be helped. However, in the future, I would not mind you visiting Asgard anytime you wish. These halls shall be forever open to you. Thanks. Odin then turned to Death who was silently standing at the side, not caring about anyone. Odin's eye widened in shock. This is. Just as he could sense a trace of divinity in Benjamin, he felt something far worse in the child. Something dark and dreadful. As if he was looking at death itself. Benjamin coughed and quickly pulled Death behind him. Just a kid I'm looking after. Don't mind her. Humph. Death pouted but didn't bother saying anything. She felt it was beneath her to keep explaining and introducing herself. Well then, we'll go check on the others and be on our way. Benjamin didn't want to stay any longer in case something bad happens and Death decides to kill everyone or something. Although he feels like he can trust her character, there may still be some unknown variables in play and he didn't want to risk it. In any case, the situation has been more or less resolved. There was no need to stay any longer. Thor saw that they were leaving and quickly called out. Can't you stay for the banquet at least? We shall hold a feast to celebrate our victory. Benjamin hesitated for a moment. After all, he was quite curious about Asgard cuisines too. But there was still the matter of Death. Suddenly, Death turned in a direction somewhere and hummed as if she found something interesting. She then turned to Benjamin and spoke. I think I saw something interesting. I'll be off first. You go deal with your own things. Way dash. Before Benjamin could stop her, she already disappeared somewhere. Benjamin felt even more nervous. This girl, what is she up to now? No, this can't keep happening. I need to do something. Suddenly, an idea struck his mind. Doesn't she like animes? Then she should surely like games too, right? I can let her try out the VR games we make and turn her into a full-blown shut-in, to the point where she wouldn't want to leave her room. Operation, turn death into a shut-in is a go. Host, don't forget you still have the quest to court death. At this rate, death might fall in love with 2D characters instead. That won't happen, probably. Benjamin decided not to think about it and just hope for the best. Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the 9 realms sat a dark and cold place with a single throne. Sitting on it was a woman with jet black hair that dropped all the way to her bountiful chest. She wore black and dark green slim armor around her body that highlighted her curves. Her expression was one filled with hatred. Hatred to her own father who trapped her in this realm for eternity. She was known as Hela, the god of death, ruler of hell. At this moment, she was waiting for that old geezer father of hers to finally croak and be free. Once he dies, she will finally take her rightful place in Asgard as its queen. As for those so-called brothers of hers, they were nothing in her eyes. This day was just like any other day, waiting, patiently. But suddenly, a figure appeared in front of her without warning. A child? No, this power, she was all too familiar with it. It was the power of death. The child looked at her and smiled. You must be Hela. I am death. Hela quickly stood up and knelt in front of death. Although she didn't recognize her, the power of death within the child far surpassed her own. She may just very well be death itself. Hela knew her standing, so she didn't try anything rash and simply knelt down. Death smiled and nodded. It has been millions of years since I finally had an apostle of my own. You're quite suitable for the job. How about it? Do you accept to be my apostle? Hela's mind quickly thought of a lot of things in a second and answered. I am willing. However, I am currently trapped in this place. I'm afraid I can't serve you just yet. Death rolled her eyes. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I am not going to intervene in your revenge. And I also advise you not to do so. Odin is already near his end, unless Ben decides to do something about it. Of which there will be nothing we can do. Anyway, you do not need to mind this small trap. I can just bring you with me. Hela fell silent. Just now, it feels like Death said a lot of things that were a bit hard to understand. Who's Ben? Why did she mention him? Why is she also powerless against him? Why would such a being help Odin? Hela didn't understand. But she knew better than to keep asking questions at this time. As long as I can leave this place, I'm willing to serve Death. Good. Then, you shall be my Maidahem apostle from now on. Did she just say maid? No, I'm probably imagining things. Just like that, Death waved her little hand and sucked Hela into the soul stone with her. And just like that, Benjamin gained yet another powerful tenant in his soul stone. Unlike with Death, there was no need to split Hela's soul since she was only trapped in this place, so she remained whole. Otherwise, Benjamin would have needed to deal with 2 lowlies capable of destroying the world. Just thinking about it can send shivers down their spine. Back in Asgard, Odin naturally sensed Hela disappearing in hell. He looked to the horizon and sighed. Is this fate? How come it seems different from what that bald woman told me will happen? He wanted to immediately deal with Hela, but he was afraid of the child from before. That child was all too powerful for him. Even if he rallies all the gods in Omnipotence City, they will still all die if they fight her. Whatever, what's done is done. He can only try to solve any problems when it comes. Odin wasn't the only one confused about this matter. Earth, Kamartaj. A bald woman in yellow robes had her eyes closed and sat cross-legged while floating. Strapped on her neck was a necklace with an eye. At the center of the eye was an orb that glowed green. The bald woman had both hands making a sign on both sides of this eye, and a green magical circle appeared on her wrists. After a while, the bald woman sighed and stopped her magic. Weird, this is too weird. The timelines changed completely, and something is blocking me from looking further in the future. Just what is happening here? This bald woman was none other than the current Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. For a while now, she had been used to looking into the future and planning for a better outcome one step at a time. But now, the future is all murky and hidden from her. Even with the Time Stone, she is unable to look into it. Something that even an Infinity Stone can block, must be another Infinity Stone? But, there can't be 2 Time Stones, right? The next moment, she put one of her hands in her sleeve and pulled out a magical device. No, a smartphone. Checking on the news, she looked at the one thing that was unknown to her before. Benjamin Freed, captain of the newly established EPD. Benjamin Freed, this person isn't supposed to appear in the future that I know. There must be something about him. The Ancient One sighed. It seems I need to make a trip to New York. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, several people were looking at a retro screen with a yellow line in the middle. From time to time, branches would occur now and then but would suddenly disappear and revert back to normal. A white-haired man scratched his hair in confusion. Beside her, a woman asked him, Mobius, what do you make of this? You ask me, who do I ask? Besides, can't you ask the timekeeper, Ravana? I did but they won't answer. Ravana sighed. Mobius just shrugged. Then there's nothing we can do. As I see it, it's not causing any problems in the sacred timeline. As long as it doesn't go past the red line, all's well and good, right? Fine. Just tell me if something happens. These people were the Time Variance Authority, in charge of maintaining the sacred timeline and preventing branches from occurring, hence maintaining a single timeline. The branches they saw that keeps glitching out were none other than Benjamin himself, of course. As for why it reverts back to normal, well, it was naturally thanks to the system. All of his actions were converted to be part of the sacred timeline. That's why, even though he keeps changing the timeline, no TVA shows up at his doorstep to prune him. At the same time, in a certain location, a man looked at the timeline in confusion. It was he who remains. He just sat there in utter confusion, looking at the script that he had supposedly written for the timeline and finding new entries popping up now and then. What the multiversal shit is going on? At this moment, Benjamin was still unaware of the ripples that followed from his actions and is currently having a feast in Asgard while laughing without a care in the world. Time would surely turn those ripples into waves. As for whether he will drown on it or ride on it, is a story for another time. The matter with the Dark Elves' invasion of Asgard has come to an end. Thanks to Spider-Man and the rest that followed Benjamin, the Asgardians were able to quickly contain the situation and bring peace into their realm once more. Naturally, they held a huge feast at the end and celebrated till they all passed out drunk. The following day, Benjamin dragged their drunk asses back to Earth and gave them a day off. Well, except for Spider-Man, who was not allowed to drink alcohol. Still, Peter was quite enthusiastic about the whole thing and brought a bunch of souvenirs to show off to his girlfriend MJ. Currently, they were gathered in his room. So I was like, "Sir, please put down the large goat." But of course, he didn't do it, so I had to whoop his ass. Also, do you know that goats there are like, so huge? Like the size of a horse? But, goat. And they're pretty noisy too. Ah, but they gave me some of its milk. Yes, their goats have milk. Don't ask. It's tasty though. MJ just stood there silently while Peter rattled on and on about his trip to Asgard while introducing the various souvenirs he got. He has been like this for an hour already and he doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Finally, MJ couldn't stand it anymore and quickly patted Peter on the shoulder. "All right, Tiger. Slow down. I get it. It's amazing. But did you do your homework yet?" Peter trailed off. "Homework? What homework? Shit. I completely forgot about it." Peter panicked and quickly took out his notes in his bag to do his homework. Seeing him like this, MJ laughed. It was quite something to see someone who had just fought a bunch of dark elves in Asgard to panic about school homework. While Peter scrambled to do his homework, MJ started picking up the souvenirs that Peter brought with him and looked at them curiously. MJ picked up a tooth-like thing and asked, "Hey, what's this one supposed to be?" Oh, I think that was some kind of goblin tooth or something. One of the Asgardians was talking about fighting one in the past and showed it to me. I must have brought it back as well. Dark elves, goblins, Thor, Odin, Asgard, it really makes one wonder. What is myth, what is real? MJ sighed. In the past, they were all just normal kids in a normal world. But at some point, it seems that the world around them has gotten a whole lot stranger. Her boyfriend Peter became Spider-Man and fought a lot of crazy villains. Eventually, MJ was pulled in as well as she helped Peter in the background. Then there were aliens from another planet, now gods. Everything just made her feel powerless. Nothing happened, of course. Actually, the Asgardian who spoke about it was quite drunk. That was just a normal animal tooth and he was spouting nonsense before. Suddenly, several police sirens rang out from outside. Peter didn't think twice and quickly slapped a spider emblem on his chest, which then started to expand and cover his body, creating his Spider-Man suit. It was something Benjamin made for him, so it's easier to put on. Gotta go. Stay safe. Just like that, Spider-Man left through the window and quickly swung through the city, leaving MJ in his room. As Spider-Man was swinging through the streets of New York following the police cars, he quickly arrived at the scene of the crime. But as he got there, he found that someone had already beaten him to it. Spider-Man groaned in frustration. Ugh, it's her again. By her, he meant another spider-themed hero like him who calls herself Spider-Woman. She had a white slender suit with pink linings and a mask and hood. Peter doesn't know it yet, but this woman was actually a transfer student in his school who had transferred a few months back. Gwen Stacy? Spider-Woman just finished webbing up the bunch of thieves and saw Spider-Man land on a lamppost. She doesn't show it with the mask on, but Spider-Man swore that she was smirking at him. Too late again. Hee. Then, she quickly left after saying her piece, irritating Spider-Man even more. At this moment, a giant billboard was showing the Daily Bugle with JJJ. First it was Spider-Man, now there's even a Spider-Woman? What's next? Spider-Gay? Menace? I'm telling you, this city is being infested by these menaces. You all need to wake up and see it clearly. Spider-Man was a bit speechless. When is this guy ever going to give up? Suddenly, JJJ looked somewhere off camera. What? What do you mean we're being sued? They can't do that? What do you mean I have to go to court? Huh? This still on? Jared? Cut the feed? What the hell are yo dash? Spider-Man sighed. It seems the EPD had also had enough and the legal team had started to do something about JJJ. Spider-Man felt a bit bad about JJJ, but, on second thought, nah, he deserved it. Who told him to run off his mouth without thinking? Shrugging, Spider-Man left and went back to his friends and continue his normal everyday life. Although his normal everyday life may soon come to an end as well. He doesn't know it yet, but his world is only about to get a whole lot weirder. Meanwhile, okay, even for me, this shit is weird. Benjamin was completely dumbfounded by what he was witnessing before his eyes. As he floated in the sky, he watched a certain white-haired woman dancing and singing in the heavy snow while casually creating an ice castle around her. To explain the current situation, let's wind back time for a bit. Benjamin had just finished dealing with the matter in Asgard and was about to help Steve and the others catch Red Skull, but, well, they seemed to have already finished the job. It was to the point that Steve felt bad about Red Skull. It was his bad luck that Captain Marvel was currently on Earth too and had time to kill, so she quickly solved the matter. Even Benjamin felt speechless at how anticlimactic it was. Of course, it was Red Skull who was the most angered. Years of patiently planning, gone? Just like that? Why aren't they playing by the rules? Isn't it supposed to be only Captain America who will fight me? They cheated? But well, this was just how it is. Frankly, Benjamin was more confused about why in the comics or movies, in a world where there obviously are other heroes, why don't they appear when another hero is fighting their villain? Sure, there may be some special circumstances, but when the villain is affecting the whole city or even the whole planet, where the hell are the other heroes? Although, it seems that they weren't able to catch Red Skull as he had somehow vanished. Benjamin was also unable to locate him. Anyway, Benjamin was quite free now and decided to explore Limbo since he hasn't gotten the chance to do it yet. Limbo was quite a strange place. Although it looks like hell, there were also sometimes rifts that appear now and then that seemed to lead to strange new worlds. Sort of like a small pocket dimension. It's not a whole world as big as a universe, but still a unique world on its own. Benjamin saw a lot of things as he explored those pocket worlds, but he was most speechless about the one he was currently in. Because this world seemed to resemble a whole lot like the movie, Frozen, from his previous world. Right now, he was watching Elsa singing Let It Go on a snowy mountain. He has no idea why he can hear background music even though the storm was quite hard. This pocket world isn't big and it was just the size of a continent. Benjamin was at a complete loss and couldn't understand how all these were possible. It seems that Limbo has its own set of laws. Normal logic doesn't work here at all. Still, Benjamin watched Elsa and thought to himself, isn't her ability being wasted here? Such a powerful ice power user, can't I recruit her in the EPD somehow? It would be quite funny to see Elsa fight against Thanos. Will it also turn into a musical? Is the world going to be saved by music? Benjamin thought about it some more, and the more he thought about it, the more he feels it was interesting to bring her over to his side. At this moment, Elsa has finally finished singing Let It Go and completed her hair and dress transition. Benjamin's gaze lingered at her chest for a moment and cursed the Disney of his previous world for nerfing it in the movie. But he could understand. This was definitely not the type of body one can show in front of kids. Ahem. Benjamin shook his head and descended in front of Elsa while clapping. Elsa was confused and quickly went on alert. Ice spikes appeared and floated around her. Who are you? That was quite an impressive performance you did. My name is Benjamin Freed. I mean you no harm. Elsa frowned. What do you want? And how were you flying just now? She was surprised to see Benjamin float down in front of her. She thought her powers were already an anomaly in this world, but she doesn't seem to be the only one. Could there be others? A slight hope appeared in her eyes. For a long time, she suppressed her powers, fearing losing control and being treated as a monster. She knew she was different from normal people. She was special, but such a specialty brings loneliness. No one can understand her. Even with her sister by her side, she still felt alone in the world. But what if there were others? Others like her, gifted with extraordinary powers? Of course, while she was hopeful, she was still wary in front of a stranger like Benjamin who just appeared. Benjamin could understand her thoughts and smiled. He lifted up his hand and, suddenly, the whole world seemed to stand still. No, it wasn't that Benjamin stopped time, but rather, he stopped the current snowstorm, so it seemed as if time had stopped abruptly. He had control over nature. Stopping a snowstorm that was caused by nature was naturally as easy as lifting a hand for him. Then, he pointed at the mountain they were on, and suddenly, fresh leaves and trees started to sprout. Soon, the once snowy mountain had turned into an abundant forest. Benjamin looked in the distance toward the direction of where the town that Elsa came from. I've fixed the cycle of nature in this pocket world. It shouldn't cause something like a long winter ever again. The townspeople will be fine. This pocket world was still a part of Limbo and there were all sorts of things that could affect it. It was normal that the cycle of seasons would be out of whack every now and then, but with his power, it shouldn't be a problem anymore. Benjamin turned back to Elsa. You don't have to be shackled in this world forever. Out there, there is a much larger world. A world where you can properly use your abilities to their fullest. You won't need to be afraid of being alone. Elsa looked at the hand that reached out to her and fell silent. It was all too sudden and she didn't know what to think at first. But it seems that to her, at least, Benjamin didn't seem to have any ill intentions. It may be worth trying. What was the worst that could happen? She was still confident of her own abilities in case the need arises for it. After a while, she opened her mouth and Benjamin suddenly heard soft music in the background. Nope. I'm not gonna do a duet. Just say yes or no. Why yes. Elsa could only helplessly stop her urge to sing and nod. Benjamin heard the background music stop and sighed in relief. That was close. But would I no longer be able to return here? You still can. Don't worry. You are free to come back here anytime you want. Then, alright. But I need to tell my little sister first. Sure. Benjamin nodded. Speaking of, Anna was already on her way up the mountain when the snow turned into a forest. She should be reaching the ice castle soon. As expected, she appeared at the foot of the castle. Elsa went down to talk to her and calm her down. Benjamin sighed in relief seeing as he managed to trick Ahem convince Elsa somehow. Suddenly, he heard another upbeat background music. Looking down, he saw Elsa and Anna singing together and making a huge fuss. Is this really a good idea? Benjamin started to regret it a bit. Happy April Fools? What, did you believe that was a real chapter? Well, joke's on you, it is. XD. Yes, I know. I'm introducing a non-Marvel character in a Marvel FF, but it is the same with the Brooklyn 99 gang. I'm just using their characters to fill in some extras and interesting arcs. Limbo is quite a confusing place. I've been researching on it for a long time now and everything seems to be different and I'm hella confused. So I just did my own twist of it. Imagine it being this chaotic realm without order and all sorts of weird logic placed in it, and that's when I got the idea of putting a small frozen pocket world in it. Basically, my version of Limbo is still like hell and we will also explore more on that when we go to Magic's arc, but that's for later on. In Limbo, there will be these small rifts leading to other small pocket worlds that are mostly something you would only see in fantasy. I know, it's hard to explain, but that's the idea. Chaos. Basically, it's not a multiverse just yet, but more like smaller worlds inside a universe, if that makes sense. Anyway, I'm not going to be bringing a lot of non-Marvel characters or be focusing on them much. I am thinking of having the Iron Giant join in as well as the Big Hero 6, but that's pretty much it. The Iron Giant is cause, well, I just rewatched Ready Player One and I really like that bit. And it would be interesting to see it join the war against Thanos XD. As for anime or DC crossovers, there won't be any. That's all for this message. See ya, before Benjamin explored Limbo some more, he felt the need to understand this realm more first. The way to do that is to ask someone who also has access to this realm. Ilyana Rasputin, aka Magic. It's about time they meet. He promised her brother Colossus after all. As for Elsa, well, she is currently staying in our mansion for now until she gets used to things. Aurora was visiting as well and was chatting with Anna and Nat in the pool. As for Death, she seems to be holed up in her room, probably watching some anime again. Well, Benjamin doesn't care what she does as long as she doesn't cause havoc. Let's pray she doesn't curse the animators, authors, or mangakas for not updating fast. Just as he was thinking that, he heard her shouting from her room. Damn you, Imbrake! When are you going to update? You said weekend? What day is it already? Benjamin quickly left to avoid that disaster. Taking a quick glance at the pool, he saw Elsa and Aurora, these two white-haired goddesses, laughing and showcasing their powers. It seemed the two had hit it off. Well, Storm has a bit of similarity with her after all. Not just the white hair, but like Elsa, she also has some control over ice and snow. And being a mutant, she also knows the loneliness that comes with her uniqueness like Elsa. Naturally, the two had bonded quite fast. Of course, Anna and Nat also became quick friends with her. It seems that they are treating her like a sister already, but Benjamin really had no intention to sleep with her that fast. Host, stop fooling yourself. Benjamin sighed and left to find Colossus. X Mansion. Benjamin walked in and saw a familiar red-haired beauty walking through the halls, having just left one of the classrooms. She immediately noticed Benjamin and smiled as she greeted him. Ben, you've come to visit? If you're looking for Storm, she said she was going to your place earlier. Hey Jean. Yeah, Aurora's at the house already. She's chatting with Anna and the others right now. You know, girls talk. Ah, I see. Jean nodded in understanding. Benjamin just said it casually but didn't think she would understand. What did she understand exactly? Benjamin smiled wryly and continued. Anyway, I'm here for Colossus. I promised something to him before and didn't have much time to do it yet. Now I'm free, so I thought I'd drop by. Colossus should be right down the hall to the right. The last room. Thanks. Is this about magic? Yeah, you knew. Jean smiled wryly and nodded. Magic is a bit of a troublemaker here. Her powers are great but she often uses them to do pranks or cause trouble. Colossus always scolds her for it. Is that so? It seems asking about Limbo is going to be a bit troublesome. Benjamin sighed in his mind but still wanted to try. Anyway, he has nothing to lose for it, maybe his patience. Just as he was about to leave and look for Colossus, he noticed Jean seemingly hesitating on something. What's up? It's nothing. It's just, you know that I'm also still having trouble controlling my powers too, right? Yeah, most of the times, I would hear the thoughts of those around me, but, since we met, I've never been able to read your mind for some reason. Well, the system is blocking you, of course. Not like he can just say that. Ah well, I also have some means to block mental attacks. Benjamin winked playfully. I have a lot of secrets after all. Jean chuckled at that. Okay, now I'm even more curious. Then, she suddenly thought. Maybe you can also teach me? I've had the professor teach me but lately, I feel like my mental powers are already on his level if not more. Oh, has the Phoenix Force started to act up already? Speaking of which, did Charles already tell her about the block he put in her? I did warn him before. Well, I'll just check it with Jean later. Benjamin shrugged. I don't mind. But I have a feeling you need the permission of a certain guy in shades that has been glaring at me for a while now. Benjamin chuckled and looked at Scott, who had appeared behind Jean for a while now and had been glaring at him. If looks could kill, or wait, in his case, looks can indeed kill. Well, if he removes his shades anyway. Jean turned around as well and was surprised to see Scott. Scott? How long have you been standing there? Long enough. Aren't you headed somewhere? Benjamin rolled his eyes and left. After he passed by Scott, he turned around and signaled Jean with his hands and mouthed some words silently. Call me? He even gave her some winks and flying kisses. Jean, seeing that Benjamin was still trying to tease Scott, let out a chuckle again. Scott saw her reaction and knew that Benjamin was still up to something and quickly turned around, but Benjamin was already long gone. Benjamin turned to the corner and laughed. He didn't know why, but it was really fun to make fun of Scott. Something about that arrogant face of his made it satisfying to do. As for having ideas about Jean, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't attracted to her, but since she and Scott were still together, Benjamin won't do anything unless Scott asked for it. Benjamin didn't have the habit of intentionally cooking someone. In Susan's case, well, ahem. Anyway, let's hurry and meet Colossus. After reaching the last room, Benjamin knocked and the door was opened by Colossus. Ben, you're here. Just in time, class has already finished. As he said that, the students started to leave one after the other. One of the students was Kitty. Ben, you're visiting again. Are you here to see me? Kitty asked teasingly. Benjamin just smiled and patted her head. I'm here to see Colossus. Are you listening to class properly? Nope. Hey. Colossus was shocked. Was his class that boring? He was teaching PE, but since today was one of those classes done indoors, it was indeed pretty boring. Benjamin chuckled and ruffled her hair. All right, you should go to your next class and listen properly. I still need to talk to Colossus. Blah. Kitty stuck out her tongue playfully and ran to the wall, passing through quickly to leave. Colossus shouted as she left. No powers in the hallway. As for whether she heard it or not, only she would know. Colossus sighed and shook his head. He then turned to Benjamin. You're here for me? What for? Didn't you ask me to help your little sister? I have some time now, so I thought I'd drop by. Oh, that's good. Let's go quickly. Colossus' eyes lit up and quickly grabbed Benjamin's arm and pulled him out excitedly. Benjamin just let out a wry smile and let himself get dragged. If he were to resist, Colossus' arm might break. They soon reached a room on the third floor of the mansion. There were a bunch of stickers on it with the signs keep out or danger or do not enter and such on it. Colossus explained. We didn't put that, Illy put that herself. Mostly because she doesn't want anyone to bother her. So she has that room to herself. Yeah, her powers sometimes activate in her sleep, so it's dangerous for others to dorm with her. She's one of the few students that have a room of their own. I see. Benjamin nodded. If a gate to limbo appears suddenly, it's indeed dangerous for others to be nearby. Colossus went up the door and knocked. Illy, are you there? No. An irritated voice was heard from inside. Colossus ignored her answer and continued. I'm coming in now. Don't. Again, Colossus ignored it and took out a key to unlock the door and opened it. Benjamin was a bit speechless but still followed him inside. Inside, the room was a bit dark and there were all sorts of unique decorations in the room. Things like a human skull or a pentagram or other various questionable things decorated the room. On the bed, a girl was curled up hugging her knees. She had long blonde hair, gray eyes, and wore a black sleeveless shirt and hot pants. On her right hand was a hand puppet of what looked like a purple dragon. Ileana glared at the two intruders but didn't get up. What do you want now? Colossus saw her like this and sighed. He walked to the bed and sat down. Did you have that dream again? I don't know what you're talking about. Do you know what he's talking about, Lockheed? Ileana turned to the hand puppet on her hand, seemingly conversing with it. Lockheed doesn't know what you're talking about either. Colossus sighed again. Illy, you know I'm your brother. You can always turn to me. Go away. We're busy. Colossus shook his head and stood up. He patted Benjamin on the shoulder and turned to Ileana. This is Benjamin Freed, whom I talked to you about before. He can help you control your powers. If you don't want my help, then let him help instead. That's him. Ileana raised her brow and looked at Benjamin from top to bottom. At least give it a try first. Colossus continued to try and convince her. Finally, Ileana relented. Fine. At least he's better looking than your metal face. Colossus was a bit hurt. Still, at least she had agreed. He turned to Benjamin and nodded. Then, I'll be counting on you. Benjamin nodded. I'll do my best. You should attend to your things. Don't you have any classes? Yes. I'll be off then. Illy, behave. Shoo. Go away already. After Colossus left, Ileana sighed and finally stood up. She closed in on Benjamin and raised her hand with the hand puppet right to his face. As she opened and closed her hand, or rather, the puppet's mouth, she asked. So you're the one with the big dick? Benjamin was too shocked and choked on his own saliva. Coughing a few times, he looked at her incredulously. Why you? Where the hell did that come from? You screwed teacher Aurora and Rogue, they talked and the girls talked, and so on. We girls have our own network, naturally, we know. Benjamin was speechless. What the hell? Does that mean every girl in this place knows? Benjamin's face went red in embarrassment. He didn't know how to face anyone here anymore. This was too embarrassing. Granted, he was confident with his size and it didn't bother him much, but it was still too embarrassing for such a large amount of people to know about it. No wonder on his way here, the girls would keep glancing at him. Wait, does Kitty also know? Does Jean also know? And Charles, with how that guy keeps reading people's minds, does he also know now too? Should I erase everyone's mind? Why do you have an expression like you're about to silence everyone? That's just your imagination. Ilyena's gaze then went down. Benjamin caught her gaze and placed his finger under her chin and pushed it up. Eyes up here. Words Benjamin never thought he'd say in his life. Ilyena rolled her eyes. What? I'm just curious. Is it really that big? Can we not talk about my dick already? Yes, just show it. No. Benjamin sighed. She's indeed a troublemaker. After a few minutes of convincing Ilyena, Benjamin finally returned to the main focus of his visit. Still, Ilyena was as uncooperative as ever. Look, I don't know what my brother told you, but I'm fine. Even if I'm not, you can't help me anyway. And what makes you think that? My powers are not exactly normal. I wouldn't be here if it was. Benjamin shrugged. Ilyena groaned. Ugh, fine. The sooner you realize you can't help me, the sooner you leave. Suddenly, her eyes glowed and the next moment, her left arm was coated with a strange armor and a sword appeared in her hand. Ilyena waved the sword in the air and a crack appeared in midair, creating a portal to limbo. See, I can open up a portal to this thing I call the limbo and also use its energy for other things. And sometimes, for whatever reason, it would spill out without my knowing. And you still say you don't have a problem. Benjamin rolled his eyes and looked at the sword in her hand. This should be the soul sword that his soul dagger was derived from. Well then, fortunately for you. Benjamin smirked and waved his hand. The next moment, a dagger appeared in his hand. It was none other than the soul dagger from the system. Benjamin waved the dagger midair as well and a similar portal appeared where he slashed. Would you look at that? It seems I can also open a portal to limbo. And unlike a certain someone, it doesn't spill out without my knowing. Benjamin chuckled. Meanwhile, Ilyena was staring at the portal with her mouth open. She couldn't believe that there would be someone else who could do what she could do. How is this even possible? Ilyena frowned and looked at the dagger in his hand. Where did you get that dagger? Does it matter? Did you kill anyone to get that? No. Ilyena looked at the dagger again and at Benjamin for a while. Benjamin smiled and stepped inside the portal. He then turned to Ilyena again and stretched out his hand. Well, are you coming or not? Ilyena looked at the hand stretched out to her and reached for it. Although she doesn't know how or why Benjamin had a dagger similar to her own soul sword, she felt that maybe he really could help her. And so she reached out her hand. Inside limbo, the two looked around for a while before Benjamin asked, "How much do you know about this place?" "It's a place filled with demons and seems to be able to connect to various kinds of realities. I found Lockheed in one of those places." As if on cue, a small purple dragon appeared from behind her and flew around them. Looking closely, it seemed to resemble the hand puppet on her hand. Benjamin looked at her hand and sure enough, it was gone. It's quite interesting. After a while, the dragon Lockheed rested on Ilyena's shoulder and rubbed its face on her cheek. Ilyena patted it for a bit then continued. "This place used to be ruled by a demon called Velasco. When I was a child, he kidnapped me and locked me in this place for years." "I see." Ilyena shrugged, seemingly unbothered by it. "Well, he taught me how to use black magic for a bit so it wasn't all that bad. After some time, I managed to make this soul sword using my soul and defeated him using it before leaving this place." Benjamin sighed. Although she brushed it off, Benjamin could tell that it left a lasting trauma on her. Even if she doesn't realize it, the trauma was still there. It should also be the reason why her powers are going out of control. Still, Benjamin knew better than to show pity. If he did, it would probably just backfire on him. So he simply smiled and placed his hand on her head. "Magic, huh? Then let's start there. Since you already know black magic, I'll teach you some white magic." "Huh? You also know how to use magic?" Ilyena was surprised. Because the people around her were all mutants and haven't been exposed to magic much, she felt that they were unqualified to help her. Now she knows that Benjamin knew magic, she was excited. "Let's do it. Teach me magic." As expected from someone who named herself Magic, she was quite a magic enthusiast. Benjamin smiled. Actually, he doesn't know much about Ilyena in the comics, but he knew that at some point, she would also become Doctor Strange's student. This meant that she should have some talent in magic. Speaking of, it should be around the time that Doctor Strange would get an accident and learn about magic. Benjamin felt a bit conflicted. On one hand, Benjamin can actually go and save him to prevent the accident. On another hand, the accident was necessary for Stephen Strange to become the Sorcerer Supreme. But then Benjamin remembered how arrogant he was before the accident. Benjamin no longer hesitated and felt that there were some things that are simply meant to happen. Still, he feels quite sorry for him, so later on, he'll probably gift him a magical artifact or something. Benjamin soon threw the thought at the back of his mind and focused on the matter at hand. He looked around and found a suitable floating island and flew over with Ilyena. He then stamped his feet and trees began to sprout from the ground, twisting and turning. Soon, a wooden castle was formed on the floating island. Ilyena was amazed and quickly said, "Are you going to teach me that?" No. That's a different power and not magic. Although you can still do something similar with magic. It's just a bit more time-consuming and exhausting. Let's start." Ilyena was already excited. Benjamin smiled wryly and began to teach her some magic. Time passed and by the time they knew it, the day was already over. Ilyana was dissatisfied that they had to return so quickly already and wanted to continue, but Benjamin knew that her brother might be worried, so it was better to let him know first. Returning to the X-mansion, the two left the room and found Colossus by the door pacing left and right like a worried husband waiting for the birth of his child. The instant he saw the two emerge, he quickly looked at his sister up and down first and sighed in relief. Benjamin felt annoyed for some reason. What's with that reaction? Well, I know the girls are talking about how many women you had and was worried that Illy might already be. Hey, despite how it looks, I'm not a sex addict. Nothing happened. Yet. Ilyana quickly added. Benjamin turned to glare at her. This girl really knows how to make more trouble? It took him a bit more time to convince Colossus that nothing happened to them. Colossus still looked unconvinced but let it slide for now. Anyway, what's more important is his sister's condition. So, how is it? Can you help her? Colossus asked and Benjamin nodded. Should be. From what she told me, she's been taught black magic when she was a child and black magic tends to cause some side effects on the user over time, so I'm teaching her some white magic this time to sort of balance it out. At the very least, it should prove useful in terms of controlling her abilities and increasing her power. Magic, is it? Colossus sighed in relief. He was right in choosing Benjamin. Although his sister keeps saying that she knows magic, everyone believed that it was just a byproduct of her mutant ability. He didn't think that such things really existed. Of course, that was before he met Benjamin. When Benjamin said that his portal was magic, he knew that this man might be able to help his sister's problem. And he was right. It's just that, if only he wasn't such a playboy, he wouldn't be so worried every time the two are alone. Benjamin looked at Colossus's expression and felt irritated again. Is this guy still thinking dirty things again? Benjamin sighed. Anyway, I'll be visiting on the weekends to teach her some magic during this time. He then turned to Ilyana and continued. On the weekdays, practice what you've learned. Understood? Don't I get any break at all? No, boo. Ilyana raised her hand. Puppet Lockheed and booed at him together. Still, she didn't complain much since she wanted to learn magic anyway. As for practicing on the weekdays, she was going to have some fun practicing it anyway. Ilyana had already started to plan. She learned to make some magic barriers earlier. She wondered if Kitty's power can also go through it? If she can't and placed a barrier on a wall, haha, what kind of expression is that girl going to show? She can't wait. At this time, Benjamin still doesn't know the hell he was about to unleash in the X-mansion and already left after saying a few more things to Colossus and Ilyana. As he was leaving, he bumped into Jean once more. Ben, we need to stop meeting again and again like this. Jean chuckled as she also felt that they seemed to keep bumping into each other in the hallway every time Benjamin comes and goes. Benjamin smiled. I know, right? We should just make a schedule. How does this Saturday sound? Haha, stop it. Scott's going to kill you one day with his glares. Then we should just meet where he can't see. Benjamin shrugged, intending to continue teasing Jean and her relationship with Scott. Well, although he said that, the two of them knew that they were just fooling around and weren't serious. Benjamin was prepared to leave after chatting a few more but didn't expect Jean would agree to what he just said. You're right. Come with me, I'll take you to a place. Benjamin was a bit taken aback. He blinked for a bit and followed her silently. Soon, they went outside and into the forest near the X-mansion. They then arrived at a lake and stopped. Here. Benjamin looked around in surprise. No way, is Jean also an exhibitionist like Susan? Are they going to do it out here in the open? Jean walked by the lake and smiled. She then used her telekinesis to form a sort of barrier around her as she walked into the lake water, sinking in little by little. Benjamin raised a brow and followed her similarly. They then arrived at the bottom of the lake and into a cavity on the wall at the side. Looking closely, it was actually an entrance to a dry cave. The cave entrance was shaped like a letter L rotated 90 degrees clockwise and there was no water in the horizontal part. Benjamin wondered how this cave came about and looked at it in amazement. There also seemed to be a hole above where the moonlight can seep through and light up the cave slightly. Some minerals on the cave walls and ceilings reflect the light around the cave, creating a beautiful starry-like scene. This is amazing. Hehe, it's my secret place. Not even Scott knew this place. I come here now and then so I don't hear anyone's thoughts. It's the place I feel the calmest. Jean boasted about having discovered such a place. Benjamin nodded. After a while of admiring the place, he turned back to Jean who looked beautiful while being shown under the reflected moonlight. Not even Scott knew this place, so the reason why she brought him here. Is she really going to? Jean saw his look and rolled her eyes. What are you thinking of? I'm not going to eat you, so you'll let me eat you instead. Haha, no, it's about what we talked about earlier. About teaching me and controlling my powers. Benjamin finally remembered. Right, they did talk about that before. Benjamin just forgot after dealing with the troublemaker Ilyana. Jean smirked. What, are you disappointed? Benjamin knew he was being teased but he wasn't about to take that lying down. He sighed exaggeratedly. I'm indeed disappointed, for you that is. Jean looked confused. Ilyana said that the girls in the X-mansion seem to know about my size quite a bit. It's a pity you won't get the chance. Jean was speechless. Just what has Ilyana told him? But, well, she wasn't wrong too. It's basically Storm and Rogue's fault for spreading such things and that it had even reached her. Her gaze went down and wondered. Is it really as big as they said? However, when she looked up, she saw Benjamin smirking at her smugly saying as if he won something. Jean smiled wryly. This guy really doesn't like to lose. However, she also felt a bit irritated. If nothing else because he was looking so smug at her. Jean squinted her eyes and snorted. Don't look so smug. Don't think I haven't noticed how many times you've glanced at my breast and ass every time we meet. Benjamin was speechless. Damn, busted? Benjamin coughed. Anyway, aren't we here to train your powers? Let's start. Benjamin knew better than to continue arguing with her. Anyway, he was sure to lose. He only has one divine rod but she has 2 pairs of holy mountains. Jean smiled victoriously. And so began another round of teaching. Oh right, before we start, did Charles tell you yet? Tell me what? I guess not. Benjamin sighed. That damn Charles. I'm pretty sure I told him to tell her before anything bad happened. Looking at Jean's confused expression, Benjamin steeled himself and spoke. Well, I suppose I should tell you then. What is it? You're freaking me out now. This was actually a bit risky. Telling her the truth can either set her free or, well, completely backfire and she turns into Dark Phoenix, but it should be fine, probably. I just need to soften the blow first. Benjamin gave her a soft smile and spoke in a soft tone. Jean, you are old enough already. Jean swallowed a mouthful of saliva in her tense. All this suspense is killing her? She wanted to hurry Benjamin but was also afraid of what this thing may be so she could only wait. Benjamin continued slowly. You see, when a man and woman want to have a baby. Jean was speechless. Looking at her expression, Benjamin couldn't hold it anymore and laughed. Ha ha ha, look at your face. You dash. Jean flared. She finally knew he was just teasing her to get back at her. After a couple of playful punches, Benjamin stopped laughing and continued for real this time. Good, that should lessen the blow a bit, maybe, or I just made her angrier. Alright, I'll continue seriously this time. You better? Now out with it. First of all, although I know this is hard, but try not to hate Charles too much. I mean, you can hate him but, you know, just don't kill him and go on a rampage and all that. Jean was speechless again. Why would I kill the professor and even go on a rampage? I mean it. Can you promise? Benjamin insisted. Alright, I promise. Now tell me already. I'm not done. Also, after I tell you the truth, you must especially not hate yourself even more, do you understand? Benjamin spoke in an even more serious tone which made Jean surprised again. Still, she nodded. I promise. Alright, then, whatever happens next, you must remember that promise you made just now. If you go back on it, I'll curse you to forever hit your toe at a table corner. Jean's face paled. That curse is too harsh? After seeing Jean nod repeatedly, Benjamin sighed and started to explain. This matter is related to your uncontrollable power. You see, there exists a force inside of you that is considered to be one of the oldest cosmic entities in this universe. A force. Yes. Like, may the force be with you? That thing. Benjamin was a bit surprised at the sudden Star Wars reference. Jean shrugged. Scott and Kurt once dragged me and the others to marathon Star Wars. They even made fun of me that time since my powers seemed similar to the Jedi's. Okay, enough about that Yoda, let's return to the topic. Oh, you did not just call me Yoda. Jean was shocked. There were plenty of Jedi's but he had to call her the small green old wrinkly one instead. Do you mean, just call me Yoda, you did not. Benjamin continued in a Yoda impression. Haha, stop it. The impression sounded so weird that Jean just laughed at him. Benjamin smiled and continued. Anyway, the force inside you, as I said, is one of the oldest entities in the universe. Is it Yoda? Is Yoda inside me? Yes, you're pregnant with a baby Yoda. Oh, you must be the father then since you look like him. Benjamin was a bit speechless. Jean seems to be joking a lot today. It seems she's feeling a bit nervous about where this conversation is heading. Benjamin let out a wry smile. Look, you don't have to know about this if you don't want to. Jean's smile turned down a bit as she looked down. That obvious huh? Well, I knew something was up when you didn't seem to want to leave Yoda alone. Jean chuckled. I know, I feel like something bad's going to happen if I continue to listen. You even said that I might even go on a rampage earlier. Well, that's just the worst case scenario. But even if that happens, I can pull you back out of that rampage. Jean looked up and saw that confident smile on Benjamin's face. Instantly, she felt a huge burden lift from her shoulders. As if she really believes that whatever happens after, Benjamin can help her. She doesn't know where this feeling is coming from, but she can feel that she can depend on him when she needs it. This feeling, even Scott never gave her this much assurance when she was around him. The instant she thought of that, she was shocked and quickly shook that thought away. She then gave Benjamin a glare. You really are quite the playboy huh? Benjamin was stumped. Wasn't he just acting cool just now? Why did it suddenly turn into him being a playboy? Seeing his expression, Jean laughed and calmed down. After a while, she took a deep breath and looked Benjamin right in the eyes. Okay, I'm good now. You can continue. Benjamin looked at her for a while then nodded. Because of that powerful force inside you, your powers tend to spill out and go out of control. Think of it like, you are a bottle of water. And that force is the water inside the bottle. Basically, you as the bottle, are too small of a container for the massive amount of water inside, causing it to spill out. Jean nodded. What Charles did was, well, it was more of a stopgap really. He simply sealed that power temporarily so it won't spill out and at the same time, train you to control your mental abilities in order to grow you as a container, so that one day, hopefully, it will be big enough to contain that force when the seal is undone. Jean frowned. She can somewhat understand that but why would I hate the professor for it? Well, for one thing, sealing that power meant also sealing a portion of your memories. My memories, the professor said he found me in an orphanage because my parents abandoned me. Was this a lie? Jean suddenly had a bad feeling. Benjamin sighed. Yes and no. It's true that you were found in an orphanage. As for your parents, let's leave that for later. I promise to tell you all that, but I need you to keep listening first. Can you do that? Okay. Jean nodded. Benjamin sighed in relief. As expected, it's a bit hard to suddenly say that she killed her parents accidentally. There's just no easy way to say it, so he can only delay it. Well, another reason why you might hate Charles is also because what he did simply stopped your own potential. He also did a half-assed job at it, which is why you're able to hear everyone's minds without being able to control it properly. You can even say that he made your life miserable. Jean was silent while Benjamin just shrugged. But at that time, I'm sure he didn't have much choice. If he hadn't done that, things would be worse. Jean didn't say anything again and simply nodded. Benjamin looked at her for a moment, then continued. This force inside of you can be a force for good, but at the same time, it is easily corruptible by negative emotions. Just the slightest hate can snowball into a rage that will wipe out an entire city. Because Charles sealed that power, even just a bit, you are able to live a somewhat normal life. Do you understand? I understand. Jean took a deep breath as she tried to stabilize her mind and nodded. Benjamin thought for a moment and held out his hand. Lend me your hands. Jean looked at his hand and placed her palms on top of his. Benjamin grabbed her soft hands and looked her in the eyes. Do you wish to see the memories that Charles had sealed in the past? Yes. I want to. I'll warn you now, it won't be a pretty memory. Jean hesitated for a moment but still nodded. Do it. All right. Close your eyes and relax. It might hurt the first time, but I promise I'll be gentle. PFT-. Hearing Benjamin say that, Jean let out a chuckle unconsciously and kicked his leg. Ben, did you have to make it sound so ambiguous? Haha, sorry. You seemed too tense. Benjamin laughed while Jean just rolled her eyes. Still, it did calm her down somewhat. Okay. Close your eyes and relax your mind. Are you about to come? Jean, focus. What? You started it. After a bit more joking, they finally continued for real and Benjamin was led inside Jean's mind. He then guided her own mind to that sealed memory. Benjamin and Jean found themselves in the back seat of a car. Between them was a little girl with red hair. It was Jean when she was a child. In front, a woman with long red hair was driving while a blonde man sat in the other seat in front. Is this my memories? The older Jean asked as she looked at the scene in surprise. Benjamin nodded. Yes. This is you, and those are your parents. I don't remember this. Like I said, this memory was sealed. Why? You will see soon enough. Jean didn't ask any more and continued to watch. Not long after, the young Jean asked her mother, can we change stations? She referred to the music being played on the radio in the car. Her mother simply smiled and answered, when the song's over, honey. You said that 2 songs ago. Both parents chuckled and the father turned to her. You know this is a classic, right? The mother then said, okay, how about I make you a promise? When you're old enough to drive, you can listen to whatever music you want. Deal. The young Jean was upset and didn't answer. She simply stared at the radio and suddenly, the dial spun on its own, changing the station. The older Jean looked at the scene in surprise. Turns out, she already developed this ability when she was this young. Confused at the station changing, the mother turned to her husband, but he was also confused. John. Wasn't me? Since it wasn't them, then it could only be Jean. Looking at Jean from her rearview mirror, her mother asked, Jean, was that, did you? I didn't do anything. Still upset and being a kid, the young Jean denied it. The mother frowned and turned the dial back to the previous station, but not long after, the dial turned on its own again. The older Jean turned to look at her younger self. Was she this naughty when she was a kid? She was a bit speechless. The mother turned to Jean again. Jean, what are you? I don't know. It's not me. Now it seems that she was doing it unconsciously and didn't know that it was her doing it. In her confused state, her powers began to lose control and the volume dial started to turn up a lot louder. Still confused and her mind not used to using her powers, plus the now loud volume she was hearing, she closed her eyes slowly as she mutters, quiet. The 2 parents looked confused and turned to her, but the noise seemed to keep getting louder and louder in her ears. She placed both hands on her ears and shouted, quiet. An outburst of mental power was unleashed from her and caused her mother, who was driving, to faint. The wheels began to turn sideways, just in time to meet another car that was passing them by. The older Jean was horrified. No, alas, this was her memory and there was nothing she could do to interfere. The car quickly flipped over and several shards flowed toward Jean, but an invisible barrier seemed to have appeared and no harm reached her at all. Jean and Benjamin were also similarly unharmed and could only watch the events unfold. When the car finally landed on the ground, the young Jean finally opened her eyes and saw her mother's lifeless eyes staring at her through the broken rearview mirror. Jean snapped back to reality and quickly separated from holding Benjamin's hand. Her face was pale and her back was soaked in sweat. I just killed . Just as she was about to spiral out of control, she found herself inside a warm embrace. She gripped Benjamin's clothes and broke into tears. Benjamin didn't simply hug her to calm her down, but also to contain the mental outburst that was about to erupt. While doing so, he patted her back and spoke softly. Let it out, don't worry, you won't hurt anyone here. As if being set free, Jean released her full power together with a loud cry. Benjamin gritted his teeth and contained the release of her power with his own body. His body was tough enough to deal with the shockwave while his mind was well protected enough with his own mental abilities plus the system's help so he didn't faint from the mental energy she released. Outside the cave, no one knew that they have survived a calamity and were simply going about their own lives. After some time, Jean finally calmed down and left Benjamin's arms. Her eyes were still a bit red from the crying. Actually, she still hasn't gotten over it just yet. After all, she just found out that she killed her own parents because of her powers going out of control. How can she ever get over that? Still, she tried to stabilize her emotions as much as she could tell that something bad would happen if she were to spiral out of control. Looking at Benjamin's strained expression, she asked worriedly, I'm sorry, are you okay? Benjamin gave her a smile and nodded. His complexion turned better the next second. He had already healed. I'm fine. It would take a lot more than that to hurt me. Do you want me to try again? Please don't. Seeing Benjamin looking smug about it, Jean made a small joke to lessen her tension. Benjamin played along and feigned a fearful look. Jean chuckled at his exaggerated acting and the tension between them lessened. After a while, Jean sighed. I understand why the professor would seal that memory away, but I'm kinda disappointed that you would think I'd kill him over something like that. Benjamin sighed and explained. Because your father is still alive. Huh. Suddenly, Jean felt confused. Before this, she could still understand why Charles did what he did, and that was to protect her from the trauma of killing her own parents. But from what Benjamin said, her father was still alive? Then why did Charles lie to her about being orphaned? She still has a living family member. Why did he lie? The moment she started to think this way, it was as if something was trying to pull her deeper into the darkness and her thoughts started to turn darker and darker. Suddenly, she felt a warm hand hold her own. Jean snapped out of it and looked down. Benjamin's hand was covering her own hand. Her dark thoughts seemed to stop and she also stopped thinking anything. She looked up and saw Benjamin smile at her. Follow me? With a wave of his hand, a portal appeared behind them leading to what looked to be a residential area. Jean hesitated for a moment but still let him pull her into the portal. Once they passed through, Benjamin waved his hand again and a transparent film seemed to cover them. Just an invisibility magic to cover us, Benjamin explained. He then turned to one of the houses and looked through the window. Jean followed his line of sight and saw the house. Through the window, she saw a familiar man but his hair already started to show some grays. Father, close your eyes. Hearing Benjamin's voice, Jean turned to him for a moment then closed her eyes. Benjamin did the same and led both their minds into the memories of Jean's father. The next moment, they appeared at a hospital. Her father lay on the bed and was covered in bandages. Looking at him injured all over like that, Jean held her mouth with her hand and sobbed a little. It was her fault that this happened to him. Suddenly, the door opened and revealed a bald man in a wheelchair. It was none other than Charles Xavier. Wheeling himself beside Jean's father, he began his usual speech about gifted children and want to enroll them at his school. But before he could explain more about it, the moment Jean's father knew that he wanted to take Jean away, he immediately agreed to it. Take her, please, I beg you, take that monster away. Charles fell silent. Not only him, but Jean who was watching this scene was similarly at a loss for words. She stared at her own father but saw only a stranger. In the scene, Charles tried to calm him down and explain that Jean wasn't a monster, but a mutant. However, Jean's father was having none of it. I don't care what she is, just, please, get her away from me. His eyes were filled with sadness at the loss of his wife. So much so that he no longer saw Jean as his own daughter. He only saw a monster. Charles sighed and left him alone. Seeing him leave, Jean stood there in silence for a moment but still followed Charles out. They then saw Charles visit the young Jean with a warm smile. Jean, my name is Charles Xavier. The young Jean only looked at him expressionlessly and asked, are you here to take me away? I heard you two talk. You're here to take the monster away. Hearing herself talk like that, the older Jean's eyes were filled with tears as she grabbed onto Benjamin's hand tighter. Benjamin sighed and could only pat her back to console her. Charles smiled and explained, you're not a monster, Jean. You are simply special. I don't want to be special, can't you make me normal? I'm afraid not. Suddenly, the whole room started to tremble slightly. Charles frowned and turned to Jean who was starting to unravel in her emotions. He gritted his teeth and placed his index and middle finger at the side of Jean's head. I'm sorry for this, Jean. Not long after, the young Jean fainted. Charles had sealed up a portion of her powers and her memories. They then returned back to reality. The scene they watched just now was a combination of her father's memories and her own. Now that the young Jean had fainted, she naturally has no memories of what happened during that period of time and the scene ended. Back in reality, Jean stood there in silence for a while. Only after a few minutes did Jean tug at Benjamin's hand and spoke to him. Let's go back, please. She couldn't stand to look at her own father anymore after what she just saw. Benjamin nodded and opened another portal back to that cave. Back in the cave, Jean removed her hand and went to a corner to sit down and hug her knees. Benjamin signed and looked at the cave floor. It doesn't look comfortable to sit at all. Oh, speaking of which, Benjamin looked through the miscellaneous stuff in the system store and bought a large blue beanbag. He then placed it beside Jean, who looked at it speechlessly. You can sulk there instead. The floor's pretty hard. Yeah, it's really hard for me to sulk. My butt was starting to hurt. Jean rolled her eyes but still sat on the beanbag. She suddenly felt super comfortable. This is, actually good. Where did you buy this? From a cosmic entity that's not of this universe. Jean rolled her eyes again. Benjamin then started to decorate the place with other furnitures like tables, chairs, shelves, even a TV. What are you doing? I'm spicing up the place. You know, like a secret hideout. Don't mind me. Tell me when you're done sulking. Jean looked at him speechlessly. Is this guy being serious? How can she even sulk properly with him doing something fun? Forget it, I should continue to sulk. Just then, she saw Benjamin place a billiard table at the side. Wait, don't place it there. Look, that side is better. Like this. A little more to the left, there. Oh, it does look nice. Should I place some arcades here too? You have that too? In that case, this area is good. Try to place some here. Jean had completely forgotten she was sulking and went to join Benjamin to decorate the place. It wasn't till a few hours later did she recall. Hey, I was still sulking. Haha, well, aren't you feeling better already? Thanks. Jean smiled wryly. She knew that this guy just tricked her into momentarily forgetting about those sad memories. Benjamin chuckled. Well, what are your plans now? Any thoughts on world domination yet? You know, I'm still mad that you would think I'd do something so evil just because of that. Sure, I did hate the professor for lying to me, but I thought you and the professor would already know me better that I wouldn't do something like that. Especially the professor. No matter what, she had stayed in the X mansion for a long time now and even became one of the teachers. Isn't it a bit too much that they wouldn't trust her own judgment and that they think she will do something evil? Benjamin smiled wryly. It's that I or Charles don't trust your judgment. But as I told you before, that force inside you can easily corrupt your thoughts. That's why you must constantly feed it with happy emotions instead. So that's why you were trying to stop me from sulking. Yes. Actually, if you had more time to sulk, you'd probably become an emo. You might even start to have long bangs and cover one of your eyes. That'd be something. Jean chuckled as she imagined herself looking like that. She took a deep breath and exhaled. Anyway, thank you, Ben, for going through this with me. If what you said was right and you weren't there to constantly soften the blow and cheer me up, I don't know what would happen. No problem. But still, I don't know how I'll ever get over the fact that I killed my own mother. Benjamin sighed and patted her head. You didn't kill her. It was an accident. Your father knows this too, but his love for your mother is simply too strong for him to think clearly and he wanted someone to blame. As for getting over it, you don't need to. Let it be a reminder to you and don't let it win over you again. Remember, this is your power. You control it. Not the other way around. Jean's eyes glinted with determination. I understand. But it may be a bit difficult to do it by myself. Will you help me, Ben? Benjamin nodded. Of course. That's what the secret base is for, right? Benjamin chuckled. Suddenly, Jean remembered something. Speaking of, I wanted to ask you something. What is it? Jean pointed at a certain area of the cave. I wonder why there's a need for a bed here. Benjamin saw Jean smirk at him and knew he was being teased again. He snorted in his mind and approached Jean. Isn't it obvious why? Jean wasn't expecting such an answer and unconsciously stepped back. Benjamin didn't stop and pushed her towards the bed. Jean was cornered and could only sit on the bedside while Benjamin continued to approach her. Wait, this isn't right, I was just joking. Though she said that, she was already closing her eyes. Then, something soft smacked at her face. Opening her eyes, she saw a pillow had landed on her lap after hitting her face. It's for pillow fights, of course. Jean's face darkened. She finally understood that he was teasing her back. Jean's eyes glowed and suddenly, all the pillows started to float. Benjamin started to back off. Jean, remember what I said about controlling your emotions. Jean just smiled, but Benjamin could tell her eyes weren't smiling. Don't worry. I'm still controlling them. Are you sure about that? Benjamin couldn't say it anymore as pillows started to shoot toward him. After letting a few hit him, he began to counterattack with his own telekinesis. Soon, the two engage in a brutal battle of pillows. A few hours later, Benjamin returned home while Jean returned to the X mansion as well. As soon as Jean entered, she saw an angry Scott frowning at her. Beside him were Charles and Aurora, who were looking at Jean worriedly. Where the hell have you been? You were gone for hours. Why weren't you answering my calls? Jean was a bit speechless. She felt a bit displeased. Before, she knew that Scott can be quite possessive and wanted her close to him all the time. She thought it was normal since she was his girlfriend. She even thought it was kinda cute how he's all panicky and jealous. But now, she just feels wronged. Not just that, but it also started to irritate her now. However, remembering what Benjamin told her about her emotions, she just took a deep breath to calm herself. It was only a few hours, Scott. Why are you so angry? You were last seen going outside with that Benjamin guy. Why were you gone for hours just to see him out? Okay, she wasn't able to completely calm herself and couldn't help but say, it wasn't that long. Or are you angry since you don't last that long? Scott was about to flare up when Charles stepped in to mediate the two. Alright, calm down you two. Jean, Scott was only worried. I also wasn't able to find you with the Cerebro. You weren't. Jean was surprised. Did that cave have some natural minerals around it that blocked Charles's mind? Or did Benjamin do something? Are you alright, Jean? Aurora asked worriedly. Although she knew that she should be fine if Benjamin was with her, she still felt that something about Jean had changed. If it was before, she wouldn't have fought with Scott like that. Did Benjamin really do it with her? I'm fine, Aurora. Just tired. Tired? Did you really sleep with that guy? Scott flared up again. Jean sighed and shook her head. I didn't. Look, I really don't need this right now. I just need some quiet. Jean just wanted to go back to her room and ponder on some things. After all, Benjamin had revealed a lot to her today. Even though he helped her take her mind off it, she still needed to digest everything. What she didn't know though, Benjamin hasn't revealed everything. He only spoke of the force inside her but didn't say what it was. It's just that Benjamin felt that it can wait since he knows that Jean needed some time to think first. The matter of her killing her mother and her father calling her a monster is too heavy for him to continue to talk about the Phoenix Force. So he simply postponed it for now. They still agreed to meet up to train her powers though. Jean tried to walk past them but Scott wasn't having it. He grabbed Jean's arm with a frown. This isn't over, Jean. Jean frowned and turned to meet him in the eye. Scott, trust me. You do not want to make me angry right now. What are you? Jean, do you remember? Before Scott could say anything, Charles interjected with a worried look. Jean turned to him and nodded. Yes, Professor. I remember everything now. Ben told me everything. Jean, no need to explain, Professor. I know why you did what you did. I'm just disappointed that you didn't tell me about my father when I was old enough. Did you really think so little of me that I would kill my own father because he called me a monster? Charles looked down in guilt. He can keep telling himself that what he did was the right thing. But in the end, he had sealed the potential of a little girl and lied to her about her family. It wasn't something he could be proud of. Scott finally calmed down a bit when he heard this. He could feel that something serious had happened. Jean looked at Charles for a bit then sighed. I know, you weren't able to trust my emotions. Ben also already explained. It was only thanks to him softening the blow each time and walking me through the whole thing that I'm still calm right now and that you all are still alive. What do you mean? Aurora asked. Ben said that there is a force inside me, yes, kinda like the one in Star Wars, but more powerful it seems. Anyway, it seems that it's feeding off of my emotions. The slightest hate or anger can amplify it and make me, well, lose control. It is still sealed for now thanks to the professor, but now that I've regained my memories, it can unravel at any moment. And apparently, this force is one of the oldest cosmic entities in the universe, so, yeah, it could kill everyone here. Don't anger you then. Good to know. Aurora nodded quickly and got to the main point to take note of. Jean smiled wryly at that. Don't worry. I can still control my emotions well. Otherwise, Scott would be dead by now for repeatedly accusing me with no basis. Scott broke into a cold sweat. Jean, save it. Scott tried to explain himself only to be met with a cold glare from Jean. Jean thought for a moment then declared. Let's break up. Why? Ben and I will be meeting regularly as he will be teaching me to control my abilities. If you're already like this when I'm only gone for a few hours, who knows what you'll start to think when I need to meditate overnight or something. I can't have you accusing me all the time and irritating me every time I come back. This way, I don't need any reason to explain myself to you every single time and you also don't need a reason to keep watch on my every move. Jean could already imagine Scott doubting her every time she comes back from training with Benjamin. Imagine calming yourself during the training and then coming home only to be met with accusations and doubtful looks. Isn't that irritating? Don't you just want to destroy the world? Ahem. That was a bit too far. I need to calm down. Calm down. That's why Jean thought they should break up for a while to cool off for a bit. She figured Scott could also use a break as he's getting too high-strung recently. It seems Benjamin's appearance has caused some inferiority complex in him. Scott still didn't want to accept it. Why can't you just train with the professor? The professor is already weaker than me in terms of mental abilities. It's not that I doubt he can't teach me anything, but if my powers lose control, he'll only get hurt. Jean continued to convince him. Look, just think of it as a time off for both of us. If after I manage to control my abilities, you still feel the same way and I still feel the same way, then we'll be back together. If not, then it was simply not meant to be. I won't accept this. Scott snorted then walked away. Jean sighed and shook her head. Charles also sighed. Jean, I really am sorry, for everything. I'm fine, Professor. Charles nodded and also left. Aurora looked at Jean dubiously. Jean noticed her look and asked. What? I'm curious. Do you really want to get back to Scott after you control your powers? Well, if I still feel the same way and he does too then yeah. Aurora narrowed her eyes at her. Girl, you'll be alone with Benjamin for hours in several days. Do you really think you'll still feel the same way about Scott after? May I remind you that it's only been a few hours since you were with him and you already start to fight back at Scott when you came back. For a moment, Jean didn't know what to say. Aurora chuckled at her reaction and gave her a pat on the shoulder. A piece of advice. Just do it. You'll feel better without a doubt. Do it. I mean have sex with him. Forget about Scott. He's a good guy but He's a bit too clingy. And you don't even need to worry about Ben cheating since, well, it's Ben. He's probably sleeping with everyone anyway. Jean was speechless. Benjamin, who was at home and listening to their conversation for a while now since they keep calling out his name, was also speechless. What the hell? Is that what they all think of me? Am I that much of a manslat? Congratulations! Host has unlocked the achievement, Marvel Manslat. Fuck you system. After Benjamin arrived home, he saw Death look at him with a mysterious smile. Benjamin didn't think much of it at first but then saw another figure standing behind her attentively and dressed in an elegant maid outfit. Unconsciously, he used his HUD contacts to check that person's information. Hela Odinsdottir, goddess of death. Affiliated with Hel, Asgard, and Death. Oh, it's Hela. Hela? Benjamin did a double take. He looked at Hela and Death interchangingly and focused on Hela's maid outfit. Death? This is... Death revealed a sly smile. Oh, this is Hela. My apostle. Hela, this is Benjamin. My, HM. Death tapped her index finger on her chin in thought. He's my master. I'm not? Why would you even say that? Then my husband. That's not it either. Death shrugged. You literally have half my soul. Either you're my master, owner, or husband. Pick one. Benjamin didn't know how to refute that. I'll take the husband. Yes, darling. Benjamin felt a shiver down his spine. It's kinda scary to hear Death calling him darling. It feels like he's about to die the next second. But even with this, is not enough to complete the court death quest, huh? Well, it should be complete when he does it with Death but... Benjamin looked at Death's lowly appearance and sighed. Suddenly, Benjamin snapped out of it and quickly shook his head. He was sidetracked. Enough of that. Why is Hela here? And what do you mean she's your apostle? At this moment, Hela stepped up and answered instead. I am the goddess of death. My lady is Death herself. Why can't I be her apostle? That makes sense. Benjamin didn't know what else to say. Although Hela is called the goddess of death, her powers are naturally far from death, which is the personification of death itself. But still, does Odin know you're here? Of course, he knows. But with my lady here, would he dare to do anything? Makes sense. Benjamin nodded again and sighed. I guess I should visit Odin later and apologize for suddenly bringing Hela out like that. He then turned to Death. Since you've taken her in, she's your responsibility, okay? You need to feed her and take her for walks. Am I a dog? This time, Hela was speechless. However, she doesn't dare to be angry at Benjamin, who Death introduced as her husband. Although he looks pretty normal, he must be hiding his terrifying strength. Death chuckled. Don't worry. I took her in so I have someone to accompany me and deal with the tedious things for me. I won't let her cause any trouble. That aside, you sure met with something interesting. What do you mean? That Jean girl. She's the new host of that Little Bird, right? Little Bird, I guess only Death is allowed to call the Phoenix Force like that. You knew. Of course. One can say that the Phoenix is my little sister. While I govern over death, the Phoenix governs over life and rebirth. Due to its nature, it can attach itself to other beings that can host its powers. The one inside Jean is but a fraction of its power, but it's still enough for me to sense it. A fraction. Naturally. Or do you think that it was actually sealed by that human? It's just playing along for now and is sleeping deep inside that woman. The moment it awakens, it will call forth its entire self and completely bond with her. Benjamin frowned. It seems that the situation was worse than he thought. Well, he did have his doubts when he knew that Charles sealed the Phoenix, since it sounded quite unbelievable that he was capable of such things. What Death said just confirmed his guess. Is there any way to save her? I doubt she'll turn out okay when the Phoenix fully bonds with her. Indeed, she will die. Only the Phoenix will remain. But why do you care? She is not your lover, isn't she? She's a friend. That's enough reason. Death looked at Benjamin straight in his eyes to confirm if he was telling the truth. Death chuckled. Well, there is a way. What is it? You. As I said, you carry half my soul. As long as you are near her, that little bird should recognize me as well and won't act so arrogant. I see. Benjamin sighed. Well, it's still sleeping now, so it won't notice me just yet. But when it does wake up, you should be with her. Can't we just wake it up now to warn it first or something? You could. Death nodded. How do we wake it up then? It should wake up when you fuck that girl, silly. No matter how deep its sleep is, it will definitely wake up when your divine seed makes its way inside its host's body. Benjamin was speechless. I'll just wait for it to wake up naturally. Just do it, host. You know you want to. Why are you only so active when it comes to this topic, system? Host's life is boring except when host needs to screw someone. Benjamin was speechless again. He shook his head and sighed. Seriously. Each and every one of them always treating him like a sex addict. Wait, what do you even mean by my divine seed? Can you not phrase it like that? You're talking as if my sperm is some kind of holy artifact or something. Death chuckled and showed a teasing smile. Oh, did you forget? You are a god now. The god of nature at that. You think of nature as only some kind of forest or natural disasters or weather, but it is so much more than that. Benjamin tilted his head in confusion, wondering what this has to do with his sperm. Nature represents the natural order of things. From life to death, birth to aging. It's not simply growing trees or manipulating the weather. All life stems from the birth of nature. The birth of the universe itself is a product of nature. Hearing Death says that, Benjamin felt a sweat drip down from his forehead to his cheek. He never saw it that way. Then, doesn't this mean his ability is actually so overpowered? Of course, you are only a god right now. You don't have that much authority on nature. There are also other gods of nature in this vast multiverse. However, as a god of nature, your body can be said to house the vitality of nature itself. Naturally, your seed also has many benefits. Benefits. Benjamin felt a sense of foreboding when he heard this. Yes, no matter what, your seed contains a trace of divinity. If you shoot it inside a woman, their abilities will naturally increase as well. Especially those with abilities close to nature like Ororo. Haven't you noticed that your women have grown powerful? They have? Benjamin never noticed since they were already powerful, to begin with. Natasha also doesn't fight now, so there wasn't any chance to see it. Benjamin then recalled Susan and how fast it was for her to adapt to her powers. He thought that she was just a genius, but was it because of him too? Well, there are also downsides, such as it is hard for a normal mortal to bear a child for you. But you seem to be lucky since Natasha is now pregnant. Your child will undoubtedly be quite powerful too. I see. Although before I even got this god of nature thing, it was already hard for me to get her pregnant. Well, I guess we were just unlucky. Suddenly, Death added with a smirk. By the way, life and death are a part of nature too. That's 2 reasons for you to do it with that Jean girl and me. Benjamin was speechless again. However, behind her, Hella's eyes lit up and she started to look at Benjamin like a lioness about to jump on her prey. Fight. Item. Run. Host has fled. The system mocked as Benjamin quickly left before something happened. Benjamin's face twitched when he saw the system's prompt. This damn system? Back to Death and Hella. Seeing Benjamin flee in panic, Death laughed. Ha ha ha, look at him panic. Isn't he cute, Hella? My lady, do you really want to sleep with him because of his ability? I'm not really interested in his ability. I am Death. There's no increase in power for me. I just like to tease him. Tease him? Hella asked. He is clearly interested in me. I can tell. But he's stopping himself every time due to my current appearance. Death chuckled. Hella looked at Death and nodded. I suppose it does seem inappropriate to do it with a childlike appearance. To that, Death just rolled her eyes. When you reach a certain height, appearances stop to matter. He is merely bound by the logic of mortals. One day, he needs to understand that he is no longer a mortal himself. So you want him to consummate with you in order for him to break free from his mortal shackles. Exactly. Hella fell silent. Inwardly, she began to doubt whether it was really the right decision to follow Death or not. Death just laughed. She knew what Hella was thinking but didn't bother to say anything. Actually, what matters most is that this way was more interesting. Pardon me for asking, but is this your real appearance? No. This is merely a result of my soul being cut in half. This is my real appearance. Death waved her small hand and suddenly, black mist covered her body. When the black mist dissipated, Hella saw a tall elegant woman in a black dress. Wait, so you can change your form without any problems? Of course. It's just my soul appearance is that of a child. Transformation magic is a simple thing for me and I can naturally change my appearance at will. Hella was speechless. Then, her childlike appearance from before really unnecessary? She's just doing it to tease Benjamin? For a moment, she pitied Benjamin as she can already imagine Death teasing him to no end. But, Hella let out a small smile. Imagining his reactions seems to be something to look forward to. Being imprisoned in hell, Hella naturally doesn't have any form of entertainment. She only spends her days cursing her father and plotting for revenge. Now, she suddenly has something to look forward to and it interested her. I suppose revenge can wait. Besides, if I get that man's seed, I can grow powerful too. And if she ends up being pregnant with his child, well, it doesn't seem bad too. She was looking forward to it. Not knowing that the goddess of death is already thinking about getting his seed, Benjamin found Natasha and Anna in his room and they cuddled to sleep. When he woke up the following morning, 2 heads could already be seen moving up and down on his crotch as they licked his morning wood thoroughly. Benjamin smiled wryly but didn't stop them. Inwardly, he was still thinking about what Death revealed to him yesterday, about how the women who sleep with him are enhanced through his sperm. So he asked the 2, "How are you 2 recently, by the way? Are you perhaps feeling a bit powerful compared to before?" Anna looked up at him and thought for a while. She removed her mouth from his dick and answered, "Now that you mentioned it, I do feel a lot more control now with my powers. But isn't it just because of the symbiote in me? It's the same with me." Natasha also nodded. Benjamin nodded. "Well, it's true that the symbiote also enhances their strength, so it's hard to tell if my sperm did cause them to power up or not. I guess I'll ask Ororo or the others later." The 2 then continued and soon received a mouthful of cum in their mouths. Benjamin smiled and pulled them to the bed to continue. It was only a few hours later did they finish and went down. In the dining room, Elsa looked at them in confusion. "How come you guys wake up only now?" Natasha chuckled. "We woke up earlier. Ben was just busy feeding us." "Oh, did you have your breakfast in bed? Something like that?" Anna chuckled as well, seeing Elsa so innocent and didn't understand what they meant. Benjamin sat and asked her, "How are you settling in, by the way?" "It's been good. This internet thing is really amazing. I learned so much despite not leaving my room. If I had this back in my world, I won't even bother leaving my room." Is that so?" Benjamin was a bit speechless. It was a good thing that they didn't have internet or computers there. Otherwise, maybe the movie will be just about her being shut in her room. Benjamin chuckled at the thought. I also saw a lot of people with different abilities. This world is really amazing. I don't feel alone at all. Elsa sighed. Back in her world, she felt so lonely and felt that no one can understand what she was going through. How could they? After all, they don't have powers like her. Even if they can sympathize with her, they can't truly understand what it was like. But here, she felt nothing like that. Rather, she felt as if this was where she was meant to be. Elsa. Anna looked at her with an understanding look. After all, she also was a unique existence even in her own mutant group. Her powers made it dangerous for her to be near other mutants, causing her to be an outcast. Looking at Elsa, she felt that she had gone through something similar. Suddenly, they started to hear music in the background. Then, Elsa began to sing in a soft and slow tone. I used to think I'm the only one. Benjamin's face twitched. Damn, how exactly is this music working? What kind of sorcery is this shit? I need to go to work so, bye. Benjamin quickly left through the portal before he gets involved with this sudden musical. Natasha and Anna were still confused, but after a while, they suddenly found themselves singing along and dancing with Elsa. Death looked out the mirror from her room and saw the three dancing outside. What are those three doing? For a while, she was unable to comprehend what was happening. Meanwhile, having fled from the dreadful musical, Benjamin sighed in relief and was still confused. System, any idea what the hell just happened? The same thing happened in Limbo too. Where the hell is that background music playing from? Host, readings suggest that Elsa is capable of minor reality manipulation using the energy from Limbo to construct the background music. It's the same principle as Magic's dragon pet turning into a hand puppet. Huh, that's pretty amazing yet useless. No wait, maybe it can be useful. I wonder what Thanos would feel if Elsa starts to sing in the middle of the Infinity War? What about Galactus? Is he also gonna start singing if Elsa sings while fighting him? Benjamin mused at the thought and laughed in his mind. While thinking of such things, Benjamin walked into the EPD headquarters and saw a familiar figure. It was Mystique. It seems she just returned after apprehending a rogue mutant. Hey, seems you're settling in the EPD quite nicely, huh? Mystique turned and saw Ben. She nodded. Ben. Yeah, I've been busy lately apprehending the remaining Brotherhood of Mutants who were still causing problems. Benjamin nodded. It seems she feels somewhat responsible for them as a former member of the Brotherhood. How's Magneto? Eric's good. He mostly spends his time on his farm and occasionally visits Wanda and Pietro. With his powers currently sealed, Magneto has turned to farming and living a slow life, waiting for him to be called into battle if needed. Of course, he is still being monitored in case he causes any problems. Well, it's mostly the government that's keeping watch since they still feel uncomfortable at the idea of Magneto roaming free. Benjamin continued the idle chat when he noticed that she seemed to be hesitating on something. What's wrong? It's nothing. No, actually, there's something I need your help with. What is it? Benjamin raised a brow and asked. It's like this. A few of the former Brotherhood members have gone missing. Later on, I managed to get an answer to some of the mutants that I caught. It seems there's a group called Hellfire Club that has been taking in mutants recently. Hellfire Club. Benjamin was a bit surprised. It seems that this group has finally appeared. In fact, Benjamin is already confused with the timeline in this world. It doesn't seem to follow the MCU's order of events exactly, nor does it follow the X-Men movies either. In the movies, the Hellfire Club appeared much earlier on, unlike here where it only appeared recently. Or maybe it has appeared in the past already but is simply hidden too deep. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Benjamin just needs to resolve them. Any leads on where they are? I've tried asking Charles to see if he can locate them using Cerebro, but it seems that a powerful psychic is blocking him on their side. I see. That must be Emma Frost. Benjamin thought. There were only a few mutants that were more powerful than Charles's mental abilities. Emma Frost was one of them. Coincidentally, she is also known as the White Queen of the Hellfire Club from what Benjamin remembers. Alright, I think I have an idea. Follow me. You do. Mystique was surprised. How was he able to get a lead with so few clues? Benjamin just smiled and didn't explain. He then opened up a portal and walked in. Mystique followed behind him soon after. After seeing the portal close, Mystique sighed in amazement. Your portal thing sure is convenient. Right. Benjamin chuckled. Mystique then looked around and frowned. She saw a building in front of her with a name on it. Massachusetts Academy. What are we doing here? Well, if I'm right, then the one we are looking for should be here. Benjamin faintly recalled in the comics that Emma Frost was also the headmistress of this school. He just doesn't know if it was the same here as well or if she is like in the movies, just a servant of Sebastian Shaw. If she was, he would be disappointed. Benjamin did a quick mental sweep and smiled. Well, looks like he was right. She was indeed here. In the headmistress' office, a blonde woman in an office suit frowned. She was none other than Emma Frost. Just now, she felt something scan her, but it was very faint. She even doubted herself if she was imagining things. However, her doubt was soon answered. A portal had appeared right in her office, and from it, two figures stepped out. One of which, she recognized from her blue skin. It was Magneto's sidekick, Mystique. As for the other, she also recognized him as he is already a famous individual. Emma Frost remained calm as she put down her paperwork and looked at the man in front of her. Captain Freed. To what do I owe this pleasure? You must be Emma Frost. Indeed. Now can I ask what this surprising visit is all about? Benjamin smiled. Nothing much. I just want to know what is the Hellfire Club's intention for taking in so many Brotherhood mutants recently. Emma frowned. I'm afraid I don't know what you are talking about. The hard way it is then. Pardon the intrusion. Benjamin used his telepathy and invaded her mind. Sensing that Benjamin was about to invade her mind, Emma's skin quickly turned into flexible diamond to block him, but it was no use. In fact, before coming here, Benjamin spent 1,000,000 MP to upgrade his telepathy even further to be sure. It's now at Omega Plus level. Her diamond skin was unable to block it at all. In just a moment, Benjamin was inside her mind. He looked through her memories and understood everything. At the same time, he sighed at the hardships that she had experienced in her life. Emma Frost was born to a very prestigious Frost family as the second daughter of 4 children. Her father was a cruel and cold-blooded businessman who always scolded her for not doing enough. Emma was close to her eldest brother, but when her elder sister found out that he was gay, the elder sister tattled to their father, causing him to kick the eldest brother out and stripping him of everything that tied him to their family. The elder sister was the type that was vain about everything and does not think twice when she hurts another person, even if that person is her family. Naturally, she and Emma were not able to get along at all. As for the youngest daughter, she was quite the rebel as well, but being the youngest, she was not scolded as much as no one cared about her. Having fed up with her family, Emma left and decided to start from scratch. She used her powers to excel in academics and start up a business. For a while, it was going well. However, when she was found out to be a mutant, her whole life fell apart. Her company fell into bankruptcy in days and she was left with nowhere to go. With nothing on her name again, she lived by taking jobs at various clubs as a dancer to make ends meet. That was when Sebastian Shaw found her and offered her a place in the Hellfire Club. She was tasked to recruit young mutants to join their inner circle through this academy, which was why she had taken the post of headmistress. Emma didn't have any problems with it as she herself wanted to be a teacher when she was young. Seeing all these, Benjamin sighed. She really had no idea what was really happening in the Hellfire Club. To her, the Hellfire Club was a safe haven for mutants who had nowhere to go. But it seems that recently, she is no longer able to recruit anyone. Naturally, that was because of the EPD. Now, mutants and other enhanced individuals would want to join the EPD more than join a shady thing like the Hellfire Club. Benjamin can guess that this didn't sit well with Sebastian Shaw, so he opted to lure criminal mutants instead. Emma didn't know he was doing this. Back to reality, Benjamin retracted his telepathy and was met with an angry Emma Frost. Captain Freed? I thought you were a noble and upright man? What a fool I was. Calm down. You abused your powers and searched my mind without providing any valid reason? Believe it or not, I can sue you for this. Benjamin sighed and scratched his head. Well, he can't say anything since he was indeed wrong this time. He didn't think that Emma really didn't know what the Hellfire Club was up to. But it doesn't matter. He now knows the location of the Hellfire Club. The rest is easy. Sebastian Shaw has been lying to you. Huh. If you want to sue me, fine. But are you not curious why I did that? Emma frowned. Although she said she'll sue him, she knew well her current standing and doubted she will win anyway. And she was indeed curious how Benjamin knew about the Hellfire Club and why he said that they were taking in Brotherhood mutants. Those Brotherhood mutants were criminals? Why would they be involved with them? Benjamin smiled and opened another portal. Follow me? Emma looked at Benjamin's back that disappeared from the portal and frowned. After a few seconds of hesitation, Emma followed him through the portal. Mystique saw that she entered and frowned. Although she was still confused about what was happening, she can more or less guess what happened according to their reactions and conversation. She was actually surprised that Benjamin also had a mental ability that surpassed Charles Xavier. And that woman that turned into a diamond also seems to be another powerful psychic? But how did Benjamin know about her? She clearly didn't know Benjamin until today and only knew him from the news. Mystique sighed and shook her head. She was getting more and more confused at the mystery of Benjamin. But she was determined to unravel it one day. She smiled and followed them through the portal. After stepping through the portal, Mystique found Benjamin and Emma standing in front of her with their backs facing her. Mystique looked around and saw that they were in a sort of huge hall room. It was decorated luxuriously with crystal chandeliers, large golden frames of seemingly popular paintings, stone statues, and curtains made from red velvet. There was a long dining table in the middle of the room surrounded by tall chairs with exaggerated carvings that made it look elegant. Red wallpaper surrounded the room with black linings of clubs decorated on them. All in all, it looked like one of those old-fashioned mansions of nobles in the past. There was also an elevated area at the far end of the hall with a single tall chair on it that was designed to look more outstanding than the other chairs. Behind it was an emblem with a large H and a horizontal trident in the middle of it. It was the emblem of the Hellfire Club. Naturally, sitting on the throne was none other than Sebastian Shaw, the Black King. Sebastian Shaw had his long black hair tied to a ponytail behind him and his sideburns extending down to the side of his chin. He wore a black suit and red shirt with a white, frilly scarf on his neck. He looked like an old-school noble. No, more like, he looks like a pretentious noble with his attire. It was very clear that he was going for a high-end look for the club. Other than him, there were also several other figures in the room. One of them was a woman with long black hair who wore a black dress that highlighted her figure and chest. She stood lazily at Sebastian's side as she leaned on his armrest. She was the Black Queen, Selene Gallio. Other than her, there was also the two Black Knights, Andreas and Andrea von Strucker. As the name suggests, they are the twin children of none other than Baron von Strucker, who Benjamin had defeated before. It seems that after the Baron's defeat, the two instantly jumped ships and joined this club instead. Benjamin doesn't know much about them other than the fact that Arnim Zola had bioengineered them to have superpowers with the ability to fly and shoot beams. But they have to be in contact with each other to use that ability. Andrea had long blonde hair while Andreas had short blonde hair. Both of them wore tactical suits that really didn't seem to fit the current location. There's also the White Knight, Callisto. She had short black hair, a white eye patch over her left eye, and wore a white three-piece suit minus the shirt, which means she only wore the vest and jacket. She leaned on her seat while twirling two of her knives with a golden blade. She looked at the scene with a smirk on her face, as if she finally found something interesting. Other than them, the other members were nobodies, and Benjamin could tell they were just there to fill the numbers. However, what caught their attention the most were the 5 identical teens that were standing on Sebastian's other side without any emotions. Emma was the most shaken. After all, that quintuplet looks so much similar to her. Sebastian, what's happening here? Who are these children? I must say, we didn't really expect you to suddenly appear here. We were still in an important meeting after all. Important meeting? Why wasn't I included? Besides Sebastian, Selene snickered. You should have just stayed in your little school. If you did, this wouldn't be so complicated. Selene then walked to the quintuplet and caressed their faces. You were only invited for your unique power. After all, there aren't a lot of mutants that can block Xavier's mental abilities. But now that we have these girls, we don't really need you anymore. Who are they? Emma gritted her teeth. Although she feels like she knew the answer already, she still asked in hopes that she was wrong. Selene smiled. They're you. Or rather, I guess you can consider them your clones. Or your children. After all, they were all made from your DNA. How? Regarding this, it wasn't Selene who answered but the Strucker kids instead. Andrea chuckled. Although we are no longer Hydra, we still have some contacts. One of them was quite interested in your DNA for his Weapon Plus program. Andreas continued. Initially, he had 1,000 of them incubating, but none of them were stable and developed the proper abilities. Well, except for those 5. Emma clenched her fist in anger. Selene dealt the final blow. Naturally, we bought the 5, and as for the rest, well, he decided to kill them all. They were all useless anyway. Not to mention Emma, even Benjamin was pissed off now. Mystique also frowned. Although she and Magneto were criminals before, even she could tell that this was too dark and repulsive. Who could toy with human life like that? Does he think he's a god? Let them go. Emma shouted, and at the same time, several objects started to float around her. Selene sneered. Do you think that just because we hold the same queen position, we are on the same level of power? The next moment, her hands started to glow red as it was covered in strange reddish energy. Andrea and Andreas also held hands and pointed their palms at Benjamin and the others as they glowed yellow. The other members also got up and took out their guns and weapons. As for Callisto, she stayed in her seat, still twirling her daggers with an interested look. Meanwhile, Sebastian Shaw smiled and slowly stood up. He ignored the farce and walked towards Benjamin. Mr. Freed, I believe this is the first time we've met. I am Sebastian Shaw. Sebastian stretched a hand forward for a handshake. Benjamin smiled and stretched his hand as well forward. While holding his hand, Benjamin spoke. I know. You're under arrest. Sebastian didn't faze and was still smiling. Oh, I wonder on what charges are I being arrested? We are all law-abiding citizens here. Of course, it's for pissing me off. Benjamin sneered and punched his face without warning. However, Benjamin only felt that he punched a wall of mud and Sebastian was still there standing still. Sebastian chuckled. I'm afraid that won't work. You see, I can absorb energies including kinetic energy and use it to make myself stronger. I'm afraid you can't defeat me so simply, Mr. Freed. Benjamin nodded. He naturally knew this would happen since he knew about his powers. I know. I was just curious to see it. Now that my curiosity has been satiated, tell me, have you been to outer space? Sebastian looked confused. What do you mean? I mean this. Benjamin removed his hand from Sebastian and took a step back. Then, he opened up a portal under Sebastian, causing him to fall into it. With another wave of his hand, he closed up the portal. Suddenly, the room was filled with silence. Everyone was still confused with what just happened. What's going on? Where did Sebastian Shaw go? How come he suddenly disappeared? Benjamin just shrugged. I sent him to outer space. It doesn't matter if he can absorb kinetic energies or whatnot. He's still dead if he can't breathe in outer space, right? At this moment, Sebastian Shaw's body was currently drifting into the vast outer space. His body was already frozen with his expression still looking dumbstruck. Benjamin shrugged again. Normally I don't really kill, but, given his powers, it's too annoying to customize a prison for him, and he also pissed me off, so anyone else wants to join him. Everyone quickly shook their heads. Benjamin was a bit speechless. He can understand the others shaking their heads, but why are you also shaking their heads along with them, Mystique? Emma? Benjamin sighed. So are we still fighting or not? Everyone shook their heads again. Callisto no longer had that this is none of my business look and also shook her head. Are you kidding? Do you still want us to resist? With how quickly they saw Benjamin could send them to outer space and die, what else is there a need to fight? Benjamin pouted. See, this is why he didn't want to kill anyone so fast. The others lose motivation so quickly. Come on. I promise I won't use that portal trick. I'll even use only one hand. Everyone still shook their heads. Although they saw his punch did nothing to Sebastian, they saw how fast he moved and they could also feel the power that punch contained. He was too powerful. Seeing as they were gonna lose no matter what, Selene gritted her teeth and quickly ran to grab two of the quintuplet close to her. Her hand glowed as she grasped their necks. Try and pull that trick again and see if I don't drag these two with me? If you so much as move a finger, I'll drain them all of their life. Selene had the ability to absorb life force upon contact and use it to replenish her own life force. Basically, she's a vampire that doesn't need to suck blood but instead just touches people to drain them. Emma gritted her teeth and hurriedly looked towards Benjamin, hoping he could do something. Benjamin sighed and just snorted. The next moment, Selene's eyes rolled back, and foam started to appear in her mouth as she fell to the ground. All he did was bombard her with a mental attack and she fainted. He then pointed at the other members and suddenly, a tree grew beneath them and instantly restrained them. He waved his hand again and a portal appeared. Next, several people from EPD appeared to take them away. Make sure these two are in separate cells. Oh, and pass through Strucker's cell when you're at it. Make him uneasy seeing his kids get captured. Monster. Andrea glared at Benjamin. Benjamin just chuckled. How is that a monster already? I didn't even tell them to hurt any of you. Andrea knew that, but she knew that although they weren't being physically tortured, he was already playing with them mentally. Oh, and I'll be visiting you guys soon. I want to know more about this so-called contact of yours. Who knows, he might become your cellmate soon. Andrea and Andreas glared at him one last time before they were pulled through the portal. Then, Benjamin heard Callisto speak for the first time. Wait. I get why you're capturing the others, but I haven't done anything wrong. I also didn't join them attack any of you just now. You're right. Benjamin thought back on it and she was indeed right. Callisto shrugged. I only joined this club since there were not many options for us mutants back before your EPD was made. Well, just put her in a cell for now. I'll check on a few things and if it checks out, you're free to go. Ugh. Seeing as Benjamin wasn't fooled easily, Callisto groaned and was pulled through the portal. Benjamin saw her reaction and chuckled as he shook his head. Seeing as the others were being sent away one after another, Benjamin turned to Emma who was trying to talk to the quintuplet. How are they? Emma sighed. They're still unresponsive. I don't know what that bitch Selene did to them, but they seem to only respond to her commands. At the side, Mystique also sighed. I say we just put them out of their misery. It's not right to let them live like this, if this is still called living. But Emma wanted to refute. After all, for better or for worse, these girls were now her family. Having been born into a cold-hearted family, she didn't want her own children to grow up like she did. She wanted them to enjoy their life and have fun like normal kids. But she also knew that in this state, they were simply like dolls. Killing them may be mercy instead. Seeing the two of them like that, Benjamin patted their shoulders reassuringly. Don't worry. Let me have a look first. Benjamin then looked at one of the quintuplets and dived into her mind. Oh, there was actually a magical seal in their minds. It seems that Selene was also a sorceress and used magic to control them. Well, since it's magic, he just needs to use magic to remove it. A few minutes later, a light seemed to regain in the eyes of the quintuplet. They blinked for a few moments and looked around in confusion. Suddenly, tears began to fall from their eyes. Are we free? We're finally free. Finally. We don't need to listen to that witch anymore. We're free. The girls broke into tears and hugged each other as they cried. Turns out that they were still conscious despite being mind-controlled and could tell everything that happened. As they cried, Emma and Mystique embraced them as well to comfort them. Benjamin looked at them and wondered, should I join in as well? Embracing 7 beauties, tisk tisk. And host still says he isn't a sex maniac. Aye. After a while, the 7 girls separated. Emma then looked toward Benjamin gratefully. Thank you, Captain Freed. Benjamin chuckled and joked. Does that mean you won't be suing me anymore? Haha, I won't. Benjamin smiled and looked at the quintuplet as he asked Emma. So, you guys have any plans now? Well, Emma sighed. Actually, she has no idea what to do with the situation. She wanted to take the girls in but she doesn't know if she can handle the responsibility. After all, she doesn't have any experience in becoming a mother. She's afraid that she might do something wrong and end up making things worse. The 5 girls also looked at each other worriedly. They were afraid that Emma wouldn't see them as people given their birth circumstances. At the same time, they also didn't want to be a burden to her. Both sides were obviously overthinking things, but because of that, an awkward silence was formed between them. Benjamin sighed as he saw the expressions of Emma and the 5 girls. Since none of them were speaking up, he decided to intervene. How about this? We can let them study in Charles's school for now, although they look to be in their teens. Our bodies are designed to be 19 years old. One of the girls interjected. Well, even if they look to be 19 years old, it doesn't change the fact that they are born recently. They can go to school for now, learn some things, meet some friends, and decide their own future by themselves. If, by the time they graduate, they still don't know what to do, they can join the EPD so they would at least have some income. The girls looked at each other without speaking. Although they weren't speaking, they seemed to be talking to each other telepathically. What do you girls think? Why are you asking what we think? What do you think? I don't really want to go to school with a bunch of kids. Please, we're barely 1-year-olds. Yeah, but we have all those knowledge already. There's no need for school. How about we just directly join EPD? Why not? Seems more fun. Dibs on Captain Hottie. Hey, who said that? That's cheating. It's me. What do you mean? It was obviously me. Okay, talking telepathically when we all sound and look the same is really not a good idea. By the way, I was the one who called dibs. No, that was me? Stop trying to take my dibs. On the subject of looking the same and sounding the same, what do we call each other by the way? Good point. Let's ask Captain Hottie to name us. Wait, does that make him our father then? Depends. Do you have fatherkin? Ask yourself. We're all the same anyway. Touché. Once their telepathic council was done, they all turned to Benjamin. We don't want to enroll in any school. Our minds already have the sufficient knowledge of a graduate student. But we're interested in joining the EPD. It's more fun. Yeah, we get to kick some ass legally. She meant the bad guy's ass. Benjamin nodded. All right. As for where you girls will stay, do you girls want to live together or separately? Together. But different rooms. Obviously. I can't imagine us sleeping all in one room. Yeah. Benjamin smiled wryly at the girls' banter. He then turned to Emma. Well, I doubt Emma has a house that can fit everyone. Well, can't we just use this place? Emma pointed at the floor. Everyone looked around and saw the nicely decorated hall. Good point. Benjamin nodded. It's true that without the Hellfire Club now, this place would be up for grabs and it would be a waste not to use it. Well, first things first then. Suddenly, one of the girls walked toward the huge emblem of the Hellfire Club. She then turned into her diamond form like Emma and smashed the emblem with her fist. Boom. The emblem cracked and fell apart under her fist. Satisfied, she turned back to normal and patted her palms together. That was so satisfying. The other girls turned to each other with grins. They then ran off looking for more of those emblems to destroy them. With each emblem destroyed, they felt more and more in control of their own fate. They were free. Benjamin, Emma, and Mystique smiled as they watched the 5 girls run off. While they were gone, Benjamin asked Emma, "How about you? Any plans?" Emma thought for a moment then answered, "I'd like to continue to be the headmistress of Massachusetts Academy. Being a teacher has always been my dream and I don't want to give up a position where I can teach more than just a class. However, should you need my help, feel free to give me a call. I will be there. Actually, I have a suggestion for that. How about partnering with Charles's school? How so?" Well, as much as a school for only mutants sounds good for mutants, in the end, it will only isolate them further from other humans. We can arrange some exchange students from both sides and be a bridge towards human-mutant relations. EPD will also invest in both schools and support them financially. What do you say? This will probably create more work for Nick Fury, but it doesn't matter. He'll just have to deal with it. Emma pondered about it for a moment while Mystique looked at Benjamin gratefully. The discrimination between humans and mutants has been going on for a very long time, but everything changed when this guy appeared. Somehow, the discrimination was getting thinner and thinner. Mystique smiled wryly. She remembered the days when it was just her, Charles, and Eric. The 3 of them against the world. Back then, they were so youthful and their dreams were big. But alas, none of them were able to realize their dream. In fact, they even grew apart. Charles had his idealistic views while Eric had his arrogance. Caught in the middle of it, Mystique sided with Eric, hoping to lessen the casualties as Eric's voice of reason. In the end, she wasn't able to stop some of his more destructive actions. But now, Eric is at peace with his life. Mutants were no longer discriminated against as much and he even has 2 of his own children. And she had Benjamin to thank for that. Now it seems that Benjamin still has more ways to lessen the discrimination even more. Mystique sighed. We mutants really owe Benjamin a lot. Meanwhile, Emma had also come to a decision. I do not mind this arrangement. But will Charles agree? It's fine. I'll break his legs if he doesn't agree. That was a joke. Cause, you know, he used to be in a wheelchair. You know what? Never mind. Benjamin coughed a few times and turned to the 5 girls who had just returned. Their expressions had that kind of satisfied afterglow after sex. As expected of the sex maniac to think that way. System, aren't you talking too much these days? Rather, aren't you dissing me a little too much recently? Host is imagining things. One of the girls heaved a sigh of relief and reported. All emblems of the Hellfire Club have been destroyed. We also went ahead and picked our rooms. Also, there's another thing we want to ask of you. One of the girls then approached Benjamin looking a bit hesitant. Benjamin asked. What's up? That, can you name us? Huh. Benjamin looked surprised. He turned to Emma. Can't Emma do it? Well, we're thinking of using her last name already, is it okay? She turned to Emma and asked. Emma smiled and nodded. It's more than okay. Please use it as much as you like. Yes. Having said that, the girls then turned to Benjamin again. Well, even if you say that. Benjamin used his HUD contacts to identify them but their names were all. At this point, he tried to recall the names of the quintuplet in the comics. Fine, then, you'll be Sophie, Phoebe, Irma, Celeste, and Esme. The girls looked at each other and asked. Is there any reason for the name? If you combine them, it would be Spice. Benjamin smiled wryly. I can't really say those were your names in the comic, right? Well, it was true that he doesn't need to use it, but, at the same time, he was also unable to think of a name for them, so he just ended up using it. The girls looked at each other speechlessly for a while, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Spice? Haha. What kind of reason is that? Ha ha ha. Well, I don't hate it though. I like it too. After they said that, Benjamin saw their information change the name from to their respective names. Good, he won't be able to confuse them for each other with this. Well, this only applied to him. Beside him, Mystique asked. That's good and all, but how do we even tell them apart? Esme grinned. You just have to deal with it. Clearly, she was the troublemaker of the group. Sophie rolled her eyes and spoke up. Don't mind her. We'll think of something to differentiate us. Alternatively, you can just use our last name to call us out. Unless you need one of us for a very specific reason, I don't see any other reason to call us by our individual names. Oh, and Sophie seems to be the responsible type among them. Everyone then talked some more before finally separating. Benjamin had the Frost sisters to rest for the day for now, and tomorrow, he'll show them the EPD headquarters. As for Mystique and Emma, they both followed Benjamin through the portal and returned to Massachusetts Academy, where they first met Emma, intending to drop her off here. After the portal closed behind them, Mystique asked, well, that's the last of the Brotherhood problems. I don't know about you two, but this calls for some celebration. Anyone wants to drink with me? Mystique smiled. After dealing with everything related to the Brotherhood of Mutants, she feels like she can finally close that chapter in her life and move on. Oh, count me in. An organization I trusted ended up being a gathering of criminals, so I need that drink. Emma sighed. After everything that happened, she wanted to drink to unwind. Although she put up a strong front before, it was really a huge blow to her. Especially since she really thought she was doing some good. Not to mention suddenly gaining 5 daughters. Drinking by herself is useless, but since there was someone to drink with her, might as well join in. The two then looked at Benjamin. Well, if you two are looking at me like that, I can't really say no now, can I? Benjamin chuckled. Emma smiled. My house is nearby. We can buy some drinks and take out on the way for dinner. Benjamin and Mystique nodded. After a while, they reached her house and unpacked the drinks and food they bought as they settled down in her living room. They just sat on the rug on the floor and used the coffee table in the middle as their table. They even opened the TV and played some movies. And then, the next morning, Benjamin woke up and stared at the ceiling for a while. He turned his head to his right and saw a red-haired, blue-skinned beauty naked beside him. He then turned his head to his left and saw a blonde beauty naked beside him as well. Benjamin faced the ceiling again and sighed. Damn, I went and did it again? As expected from the sex maniac. I don't want to hear that from the ultimate stud system. It didn't take long for the two sleeping beauties to wake up. Mystique didn't care that she was naked as she sat up and raised her arm upwards to stretch her body, revealing her beautiful curves as she did so. Seeing as Benjamin was looking at her body, she smirked. What? Already up for another round, are we? Well, are you kidding me? After showing me that, how can I not? At this time, Emma also sat up and lifted her blanket to cover her chest. Benjamin glanced at it unconsciously, but Emma noticed it and smirked as well. Still wanna look? Ahem. Being caught red-handed, Benjamin cleared his throat and asked instead. About what happened last night? Emma rolled her eyes. If you're gonna say you're going to take responsibility, there's no need. We're all adults here. Although I may be a bit drunk last night, it was still my choice. Are you sure? I'm sure you already have a girlfriend. Can you really take responsibility for me and break up with her? Before Benjamin could answer, Mystique answered for him. Oh, you don't need to mind that. He's got like a dozen girlfriends already. Huh. Emma was speechless. Benjamin hurriedly denied. No, I don't think it's a dozen already, I think. Benjamin tried to count mentally the number of women he had slept with already and wondered. Wait, has it already reached a dozen? Host, you have slept with 17 women to be precise, including these two. Your current harem points is 135. Seriously? But well, some of those are just a one-time thing. Then again, I'm not sure about the others. Beside him, Emma looked at him in confusion. You think? Well, I don't really know my exact relationship with some of them, but the body count has reached a dozen and you didn't have any breakups at all with them. Well, other than this one girl who is in prison right now, yeah, pretty much. Emma was silent for a while before suddenly pushing Benjamin down. Then that changes things. Hurry up and take responsibility. This time, Benjamin was the speechless one. Actually, Emma doesn't normally go around having one-night stands. Naturally, she wanted to do it with someone she approved. Benjamin gave her a good feeling. Of course, it was just a good feeling, and she knew that him saving her is just a byproduct of his original goal, which was to end the Hellfire Club. That's why she was prepared to leave it as a one-night stand. Just enjoy his love for one night and forget about it the next day. But after hearing that Benjamin has multiple lovers, well, one more shouldn't hurt, right? Not only was Benjamin handsome and powerful, he's kind and doesn't discriminate against her mutant kind. Not to mention how he's been helping their kind remove the discrimination against them. Also, as much as she hated to admit it, last night was too amazing. She didn't think she would be able to forget it at all. Emma licked her lips and without waiting for Benjamin's answer, she straddled above him and inserted his tall hard dick inside her. Do you still need an answer when his dick was already shouting a big hard yes? Seeing the two who were about to start without her, Mystique chuckled and joined by sitting on Benjamin's face. Hey, don't forget about me. Benjamin sighed inwardly and thought about how he'll explain this one to Nat and the others. However, he soon stopped thinking about it and attacked the two of them fiercely. He let them sit above him for a while before turning and tossing them to the bed underneath him. After all, he couldn't let them keep taking the lead. Benjamin chuckled and stacked the two of them on top of each other. Suddenly, Mystique's body morphed and turned into another Emma. Benjamin's eyes lit up seeing two Emmas stacked on top of each other. Do you like it? I fucking love it. Without further ado, he rammed his dick inside Mystique first then to Emma as he interchanged between the two in regular intervals. Like that, the three of them continued their battle for over an hour or so. After some time, they finally stopped and got dressed as they still have work to do. They all went to see the quintuplet first before Emma had to return to her academy to do some paperwork. Benjamin also led the quintuplet to the headquarters of the EPD together with Mystique to give them a tour. They garnered a lot of eyes on them as they walked. Naturally, it was because of how unusual it is to see 5 identical beautiful girls side by side. While Benjamin showed them around, in the main hall of the headquarters, several people in colorful costumes were hanging out. The main hall looked mostly like a lounge with several couches and tables here and there, a few vending machines for all sorts of drinks and snacks at the side, an open bar, and a few monitor screens on one wall. If one were to look closely, one would see that the scenes on the monitor aren't movies or shows. Instead, it shows a few people fighting. For example, on one of the screens, they would see 3 figures in armor fighting. One had red and gold paint, another had black paint, and another one had electric whips coming out from his arms. Beneath the screens, a bald man with one eye stood and watched the monitors. This was none other than Nick Fury. Iron Man and War Machine are about to defeat Whiplash. Get ready to sortie and restrain Whiplash. Yes sir. An EPD agent beside him nodded and left to gather some people. Nick saw the situation was about to end so he switched to look at the other monitors. A building is on the verge of collapsing in southern Europe. Quicksilver, help evacuate the civilians. Iceman, stabilize the building. Support the other heroes in the scene. On it. Quicksilver, who was resting on the sofa, and Iceman, who was getting a drink from the vending machine, answered and left to the side where they reached a circular platform. There was a magic formation on it that Benjamin made to teleport to other EPD branches. This was to ensure a faster response from them should it be needed. Nick nodded and turned to the other screens that suddenly showed activity. He saw 2 figures running rampant as they fought. Both of them seemed to be able to shrink somehow. However, since both of them aren't registered in the EPD database, they're both seen to be causing trouble. He turned to the other heroes. 2 potentially enhanced individuals with the ability to shrink are causing problem downtown. Anyone wanna take them? I'm on it. 2 figures shouted at the same time. The 2 looked at each other and one of them glared at the other while the other just sighed while shaking her head. You again? It's one thing to steal my spider-themed name and powers, why are you stealing my bad guys too? It's not my fault you're too slow in defeating them. These 2 were none other than Spider-Man and Spider-Woman. Or rather, Peter Parker and Gwen Stacy. The 2 bickered as they ran to the teleporter at the side. Seeing the 2 leave, everyone laughed. Suddenly, one person stood up and shouted. It was Jake Peralta. All right, everyone, place your bets. Who will get the bad guy this time, Spider-Man or Spider-Woman? Come, place your bets now. Everyone quickly placed their bets. I bet it's Spider-Man this time. My money's on Spider-Woman. Nick watched this and could not help but sigh and facepalm. However, he secretly placed his money on Spider-Woman. At this time, Benjamin arrived with Mystique and the girls. Naturally, he saw this scene and was speechless. Are you guys so free as to bet like this? Benjamin could only smile wryly. Since the birth of the EPD, there were fewer crimes. However, every now and then, a supervillain will pop up and need them to deal with. The screens here don't show every crime happening in the world but just the major ones. For small-time crimes, they are left to those on patrol duty as it is hard to monitor them exactly when they happen. Benjamin's group naturally got the others' attention. Jake hurriedly waved his hand. Ben, just in time? Who are you betting this time? Benjamin rolled his eyes at him but placed his money on Spider-Woman. It can't be helped, Spider-Man kept losing before so he naturally learned his lesson. Jake then saw that there were 5 unfamiliar faces behind Benjamin. Jake clicked his tongue. Tisk tisk. Did you pick up a quintuplet this time? Or does she have some kind of cloning ability? The others also approached and looked curious so Benjamin introduced them. They're new recruits. From left to right, Sophie, Phoebe, Irma, Celeste, and Esmfrost. If you get confused about who is who, just call out their last name. They're all basically the same anyway since they're clones of someone. Cool. Jake grinned. There were 1,000 of them but since the 995 were unsuccessful, they were killed by their creator. Not cool. I was going to say not cool. Jake tried to save himself. At the side, Nick frowned. Who made them? I'm about to go and find out. You don't need to worry about it. I'll personally deal with this one. All right. Nick nodded and was no longer bothered about it. He looked at the quintuplet and nodded to them. Welcome aboard. The girls nodded to him as well as they looked around them curiously. Benjamin looked around and found Wanda so he called her out. Girls, this is Wanda. She'll be helping you guys train on how to use your powers. For hand-to-hand training, you can ask Mystique to teach you. Any questions? A few of them raised their hands. Benjamin pointed to one. Yes? When do we get cool code names? It's mostly the media or yourselves who will come up with the name. Next. Benjamin pointed to another girl. Irma. Is it fine not to learn hand-to-hand combat? It's completely up to you. But training your powers is mandatory if you want to be out in the field. We need to make sure you won't rampage or lose control when out in the field. Of course, if you want to do some desk work instead, that's also fine. Benjamin went to the last girl who raised her hand. Sophie. Can we operate as a group in the future or do we need to act separately? That's entirely up to you. Even in the EPD, there are people who prefer to act in a group like the Defenders or the Fantastic Four. Of course, when they feel like it, they can go solo or join others. It's usually depending on the situation. Seeing as no one had any more questions, Benjamin nodded. All right, this is where I'll be leaving you. You can go ahead and familiarize yourself with the place. I'm off to question some prisoners. After Benjamin left, everyone quickly surrounded the girls and asked them some questions. Mainly it was the other girls who kept chatting with the quintuplets. Nick sighed again after seeing this and shook his head. He returned to monitoring the screens. Although these guys can be quite willful and a handful sometimes, they can at least be depended on when it comes to saving people. A small smile escaped his lips. It was more fun here than when he was in S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone was always so serious there. At this moment, Benjamin went down several levels into the prison area of the headquarters. This place is still just temporary as Benjamin planned to create a more special place to hold the prisoners. As Benjamin went down, he was reading the report on the tablet in his hand regarding the prisoners. When the elevator door opened, he walked out and found Callisto's cell first. Benjamin then opened her cell. All right, you're free to go. That's it. Callisto was surprised. Yeah, everything checks out. Although you lied when you said you joined only recently, you haven't really done anything so there's no reason to hold you here. Benjamin read her background detail just now. Basically, she was a normal person before suddenly discovering her mutant power. Although Benjamin called it mutant power, she basically has superhuman senses. Sight, smell, taste, touch, balance, sensing, and all that. She also has night vision and a minor healing factor. The healing factor isn't as exaggerated as Deadpool's or Wolverine's in a way that she's unable to regenerate lost limbs, but it's still pretty impressive. Basically, she's a mutant that doesn't really look like a mutant, if that makes sense. But well, she was still found to be a mutant and an accident happened, causing her to lose her right eye. With nowhere to go, the Hellfire Club found her and trained her to be an assassin. But before she could take any assassination jobs, Benjamin appeared and destroyed the Hellfire Club. It's a bit of a pity that her skills were never used. Although I say I'm releasing you, I'd like to hire you as well. Oh? What's the job? Do you want me to join this EPD of yours? Callisto asked, already expecting him to nod. She didn't really have a problem with joining. As long as she will have a place to stay and earn money, it's all the same. However, Benjamin shook his head. No. Instead, I want you to join Hydra. Huh? Callisto was confused for a moment and thought she was hearing things, so she asked again. You want me to join Hydra? Did I hear that right? Yes. You seem quite skilled and it would be a waste not to use your skills. Ophelia, or rather, Madam Hydra, as she is better known, is one of ours. For a while now, she has been leading Hydra and slowly changing it from the inside. I figured she could use an extra set of hands. Benjamin figured Ophelia might need some help instead of her being alone all the time. Granted, she has a lot of people working for her, but there wasn't anyone who was really on our side. Callisto raised an eyebrow after hearing that. And you choose me? Aren't you worried I'm going to double-cross you or this Ophelia girl and take over Hydra? Benjamin chuckled at that. 1. Did you really think I would leave Ophelia on her own without any sort of protection or trump cards? And 2. Do you really want to double-cross me and risk everything? For what? Taking over Hydra? World domination. Well, if you put it that way. Callisto shrugged. She was just saying it to see if Benjamin would hesitate. After all, she wasn't the type to try and conquer the world or take over a huge criminal organization. So double-crossing Benjamin was something that only had a lot of negative consequences and no benefits. Benjamin then stretched his hand forward and asked her again. So, are you in? Callisto looked at his hand and thought for a moment. After a while, she smiled and shook his hand. Why the hell not? Sounds fun. It was at least better than staying in this cell or living a normal boring life. Benjamin nodded. It's good you accepted. Frankly, it was either this or I send someone to monitor you 24/7 in case you do something stupid. And I don't really want to waste any manpower on that. Seeing her speechless, Benjamin laughed and left to find the next prisoner he wanted to visit. As he left, he turned and spoke to Callisto again. I'll contact Ophelia later and send someone to pick you up. Feel free to go wherever in the meantime. How will you know where to find me? Just call my name. Benjamin left with a mysterious smile. After some time, he finally arrived at a cell. In the cell, Selene Gallio was chained to the walls and ground on her hands and feet. Her mouth was also covered tightly with a metal device that only enables her to breathe but not speak. She also wore a metal glove on both hands to prevent her to move her fingers. In a sense, it would be very uncomfortable for her if she gets an itch on her nose right now. It can't be helped. To a sorcerer, speech and hand movement are quite important to form a spell. and if she tries to use her powers, she'll immediately get an electric shock throughout her body. Benjamin opened the cell door and walked inside. As he did, Selene glared at him quite fiercely. If looks could kill, he would probably be dead 100 times over. Benjamin chuckled when he saw her like that and thought of something. He picked up a bundle of her hair on the end and used it like a brush to stroke her nose for a bit. The feeling must be so uncomfortable right now that she wanted to itch it so bad. Tears started to gather at the corner of her eyes. This devil? After having his fun for a bit, Benjamin stopped and closed his eyes. The next moment, he read her mind and searched through it just to make sure of something. After a while, he opened his eyes again and sighed. Her life was indeed quite tragic. About 17,000 years ago, before she could even speak her first words, her mother died giving birth to her. Not only that, but her tribe elders also sacrificed many people for her sustenance. They treated her like a goddess because of her abilities, and she also considered herself as one. But because of her abilities, she also outlived everyone she knew. She spent her life going from one place to another, eventually meeting Sebastian Shaw and joining the Hellfire Club. Well, although she joined, she was the actual leader behind the scenes. Sebastian Shaw was just the figurehead. Benjamin also searched her memory regarding the Frost sisters, and as she said, she did buy them from someone, John Sublime. Back then, they gave him a sample of Emma's DNA to see if he could replicate her abilities. Instead, Sublime cloned her 1,000 times with only 5 successes. The rest, he killed since they were failures. Benjamin could tell from her memory that she felt quite disgusted when she learned that fact. It seems she was reminded of her own childhood. Still, she didn't bother doing anything with it and just bought the 5 girls. She didn't buy them just to use their unique ability to shield mental powers. She also wanted to use them as her backup. Although she may be near immortal, she's far from truly being immortal. She could still die if killed. It's just that she can't die from age like normal people. So she studied dark sorcery. With it, she found a way to split her soul and place them in another person. That way, if she were to die, she would take over that person's body and continue to live again. The Frost sisters' unique ability plus their potential for mental powers made them the best choice for her if she were to take over someone's body. Benjamin thought for a moment and took out something from his inventory. It was something he bought in the system shop that was worth a few million MP. With the success of the EPD, each time a member solves a crime or stops a bad guy, Benjamin still gets a few hundred MP for every arrest. Right now, his MP has almost reached 1 billion points. If this continued a bit more, he might reach 10 trillion and buy an infinity stone. Or he could buy other powers worth 1 billion points. But having this many points made it hard for him to also decide which power to get. After all, right now, he doesn't even use all his powers. So Benjamin is just saving it until he encounters a situation where he needs a different power or an item. That way, the points will be well spent. Like right now, what he took out was none other than the slave collar. Selene can be considered one of the more powerful people, and it would really be a waste if she's just gonna rot in this cell. Benjamin knew how dangerous this Marvel world is. Thanos is just one of the big bads. There are many more that are much worse than him. In fact, Benjamin was even thinking if he can get Apocalypse to fight with them if he used a slave collar on him too, but according to the system, it wouldn't work on powerful beings like Apocalypse, Thanos, Death, and such. Actually, the collar wouldn't work on Selene too. Well, in her peak anyway. That's how strong she is. But the current Selene is still quite far from her peak. Until then, Benjamin can only hope that she will turn out for the better. Otherwise, he'll have to either lock her away again or put her down for good. Benjamin didn't waste any more time and put it on her neck. Still confused, Selene could only glare at him. When she felt the collar around her neck, she suddenly felt something lock onto her mind. She could already vaguely tell what just happened. Then, Benjamin removed everything that bound her. The instant she was freed, her hands glowed as she quickly tried to use her powers to blast Benjamin, but arg! A splitting headache immediately assaulted her mind. You can't harm me. I'm your master now. What did you do to me? Can't you tell already? Benjamin smiled and lifted her chin up with his finger. You're my slave now. Selene grounded her teeth in anger. Benjamin sighed and shook his head. Don't glare at me like that. It was the only way if I want to let you leave here. Why? What do you need from me? Selene asked. Benjamin looked at her for a moment and saw that she was trying to cover her body. Benjamin rolled his eyes. Relax, I'm not going to assault you. Humph, I can tell you're a pervert just from your eyes. So this is why the host bought a slave collar. As expected from a sex maniac. That's not why. Benjamin was speechless. Lately, it seems the system has been enjoying making fun of him. Is it because I'm not spending much MP lately? Is it lonely or something? Benjamin shook his head and no longer thought about it. He turned to Selene and spoke. There are many beings in this universe that are very powerful. It might not be enough with just me. When the time comes, we're going to need all the help we can get. I just figured it would be a waste to let you remain to rot here. So you want me to be what? A cannon fodder? Benjamin just chuckled. Who knows? In any case, there's nothing you can do now that I put the slave collar on you. So just shut up and follow me. Because of his order, Selene was no longer able to speak and could only glare at him again as she followed him out the cell. Benjamin didn't mind her and continued to walk along. He still had one last stop to make. The Strucker siblings. When he arrived, he saw the two in separate cells glaring at him. Did you come here to gloat? What do you want? Benjamin answered. I want you to tell me where I can find John Sublime. Hey, as if we're going to answer you. Leave. Benjamin narrowed his eyes. It seems you're misunderstanding something. I'm not asking. Not wasting any more time, he went through both of their minds. It didn't take long for him to know what he wanted. Thank you for the information. The two were a bit speechless. What information? We didn't say anything? Although they were confused, Benjamin had already turned around and left. His next destination. Sublime's lab. On an unknown island somewhere in the Pacific lies a research facility with but a single person manning the place. He had short black hair that was neatly combed and wore a white suit. With both hands in his pant pockets, he looked casual as he stared at a giant cylinder in front of him. The cylinder was filled with an unknown fluid and floating in the middle of it was what seemed to be a deformed infant. The man looked at the monitor screen at the side and shook his head. Project FX, Test 11. Another failure. This time it only lasted 3.45 seconds before deforming and dying. He then looked at the side where a cell was placed. Inside the cell was a woman. Her eyes were blank and her face pale. Subject F's DNA can no longer be extracted from the prisoner's ovary. Commence incineration. As if his words had decided her fate, several holes appeared in the cell's walls where red-hot muzzles appeared and pointed at the center of the cell. Just as flames were about to shoot out from the muzzles, a portal appeared right behind the man. The next moment, the cell was warped and torn apart. A gentle wind seemingly lifted the woman in the cell and arrived beside the portal where Benjamin had appeared from. Looking at this woman, Benjamin frowned. He actually recognized her. This woman was none other than Janice Lincoln, formerly known as the Beetle. She was the second woman that Benjamin had slept with in this world, but why was she here? She should be locked in one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s prisons. When Benjamin saw that Janice looked blank and unresponsive, he frowned deeper and turned to the only man in the place. That man still looked on calmly and only raised his brow in surprise. What a surprise. I was just wondering how to get your DNA again and you've come to deliver yourself to my door. The man smiled. You must be John Sublime. In the flesh, as one would say. Sublime smiled and did a small bow. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Subject F. Welcome to my facility. Subject F. Yes. Based on your behavioral patterns, how you're seemingly one step ahead in most of your arrests, and other data I extrapolated, I'm 14.52% sure you have some kind of ability to feel it when other people are talking about you. I know it seems impossible, but there was no reason to risk it, so I had always referred to you as Subject F. And in the case of the name not being important and just the mere thought of you is all that's needed, I simply need to think of you as an object. A test subject for my experiments. Although Benjamin didn't reveal any emotions, he was actually shocked in his mind. He actually figured out about his he who shall not be named ability? Granted, Benjamin knew that although this ability seemed powerful at first glance, it actually had a lot of limitations. The best it can be used for is to know ahead of time if someone wanted to plot against him or so that he could know whenever someone needed his help. It also works for other things, but the main point was that someone needed to say his name or nicknames associated with him. With his current popularity, he had asked the system to filter it out a lot, as otherwise, he would get a splitting headache from all the people who uttered his name. Because of this, he doesn't rely on it a lot and only saw it as a convenient tool. But he never imagined that someone would intentionally find ways to go around the limitations of that ability and still plot against him. Benjamin looked at Sublime weirdly. This guy must have one hell of an imagination to be able to think in that direction. So, was I right? Sublime smiled as he asked. Benjamin ignored his question and turned back to Janice. Maybe because he's usually alone in this facility, it seemed that Sublime especially liked to talk and went ahead and explained. You're curious why she's here, aren't you? Well, it's simple really. It's because I needed to extract your DNA, and you sure filled her up with a lot of it. Benjamin frowned again. Then, he turned to look at the huge cylinder with an unknown fluid inside as well as a deformed being. Suddenly, Benjamin felt a shiver down his spine. Although the thing inside looked nothing more than a blob of meat, Benjamin could feel a trace of familiarity with it. Coupled with what Sublime said and what happened with the Frost sisters, a terrifying thought appeared in Benjamin's mind. At this point, Sublime's mouth curved even more. Yes, I tried to create a duplicate of you. However, for some reason, they can never get past a few seconds before deforming and dying. Why is that? What makes your body so special? You're not a mutant, but you're not human either. So what are you? Benjamin freed. Benjamin didn't answer again and simply continued to look at the deformed thing inside the cylinder. Unable to get a reaction from him, Sublime continued. Are you perhaps curious why I did it? It's simple. You see, I am Dash. I don't give a damn about what you are or why you did it. Benjamin's words were cold and full of killing intent. He turned his gaze to Sublime and for the first time since or rather, it was born millennials ago, it felt fear. Sublime was what you would call a sentient bacterial life form that was born when life began on Earth. It was the dominant species in Earth and has the ability to any life forms. Well, any except for mutants. When it knew that there was a special race that it was unable to possess, it knew that sooner or later, that race would be responsible for its destruction. So it plotted and plotted behind the scenes. It was there when the super soldier serum was injected into Captain America. It was there when Wolverine was in the Weapon X program. It was there every time humans went against mutants. Also it could wipe out the mutant kind. However, Benjamin Freed appeared and threw all its plans into nothing. Upon its investigation, Benjamin wasn't a mutant, yet he was unable to possess him as well. That's why it wanted to study him. It knew that the key to achieving its goal lies in Benjamin's body. If it could just replicate him somehow, it could end all mutants and become the sole dominant species once more. It wasn't afraid of death. At worst, it can simply hop into another body to possess. But why? Why is it afraid now? Where is this fear coming from? It looked back at Benjamin, who stared at it with cold eyes. It knew. Benjamin wasn't looking at John Sublime, he was looking at it. Suddenly, a golden crown appeared on Benjamin's head. The golden crown had several slots on it that were empty. However, in the middle slot lay an orange gem that glowed faintly. Sublime only looked at the gem briefly, but in that instant, he suddenly found himself in a blank orange world. There was only the horizon and his feet stood on top of a water surface. Where? Oh, a new guest. Sublime turned around and saw a woman in a black dress. Behind her was another woman wearing what seemed to be a maid outfit. These two were none other than Death and Hela. Just as Death was getting curious about this new guest in the Soul Stone, Benjamin appeared as well. She turned to her and was about to ask but stopped when she saw how dark Benjamin's expression was. Benjamin wasn't in the mood to speak to them and continued to stare at Sublime. Seeing him, Sublime started to shout. Where is this? Where did you take me? Dying is too kind for you. I brought you here to suffer for all eternity. Actually, this was the first time that Benjamin's trying to use the power of the Soul Stone fully like this. Still, it felt natural to him, as if the stone had become a part of his limb. With a thought, Sublime's face suddenly contorted as he began screaming while clenching his chest. Why, does it hurt so much? What you're feeling now isn't the pain of the flesh or mind, but the pain of the soul. Stop. No, I told you. Dying is too kind for someone like you. Benjamin coldly spoke and waved his hand. Suddenly, walls appeared and encased Sublime along with his cries of pain. With that, they weren't able to hear any more of his shouting and the soul realm once again maintained its peace. Benjamin looked at the empty surrounding and waved his hand. A beautiful island and mansion appeared. Sublime's cell was placed underground. Benjamin planned to turn this place into a special prison for the worst of the worst. With all that taken care of, Benjamin heaved a sigh of relief and turned to Death and Hela. Sorry about that? What happened? Death asked. Well, it may be faster if I just show you. Benjamin sighed and walked up to her and Hela. He then placed his index and middle finger near their heads first and looked at them to ask if it was okay to touch. They nodded and Benjamin touched both their temples. Closing his eyes, he showed them his memory of what happened just earlier. After a while, he stopped and saw both of them having dark expressions. Death, being who she is, had seen her fair share of deaths throughout her life. But even then, she felt disgusted by how Sublime had perverted the birth of a life like that. Actually, if it were anyone else, Death wouldn't care so much. However, that life created was born out of Benjamin's DNA. For some reason, it felt more unpleasant when she thought about it. She turned to Benjamin and rebuked him a little. The punishment you gave isn't enough. Let me kill him a few more times. Don't worry, with me here, and with the help of the Soul Stone, he can die again and again without killing him. Benjamin was confused. How can he die without killing him? Benjamin raised a clenched fist. People die if they are killed. After slightly relieving the meme in his head, Benjamin nodded. Then, I'll leave it to you. Feel free to torture him however. Just don't kill him. I'll help too, Hela added. Benjamin nodded to her, appreciating her help. Personally, he hasn't really gotten much interaction with Hela, but it's good to see her behaving herself. Benjamin then left the soul realm and opened his eyes back to reality. He looked at Janice, who still looked blank and unresponsive. He sighed and took out a bell. It was the Clarity Bell. Benjamin lightly shook it, creating a melodious tone that filled the surroundings. Soon, light began to appear in Janice's eyes as she began to gain clarity. Blinking a few times, she looked around in confusion before resting her gaze on Benjamin. How are you feeling? Are you real? Yes, Janice, I'm real. Janice was silent for a while before tears began to well up in the corner of her eyes. She threw herself on Benjamin's chest and cried. All the pent-up feeling from being imprisoned and repeatedly prodded on was finally released when she saw Benjamin. She knew she was now safe. Once Janice calmed down, she looked at Benjamin with a complex expression for a while before muttering, "Thank you." Benjamin nodded and turned to look at the laboratory around him before asking, "How exactly did you end up here? I recall Nat sent you to a shield prison." Janice shook her head. "I don't understand much either. Some time ago, I thought I was being transferred to another prison by some shield agents, then I was drugged unconscious. When I woke up, I was already here, forced to participate in that guy's experiments." Benjamin fell silent. It must be around the time when Hydra was still within S.H.I.E.L.D. There was probably some mix-up afterward, or some agent had made a mistake so her disappearance wasn't reported. Realizing this, Benjamin felt guilty. Benjamin himself had somewhat avoided meeting Janice again after what had happened between them, since he didn't know how to face her after, well, almost fucking her to death. So he also hasn't realized that she was missing. "I'm sorry. I should have visited you to check in on you." Janice shook her head. "No need to be sorry. I tried to harm you after all." Benjamin looked at her for a moment then asked, "What's your plan now?" Janice looked at him weirdly. "Are you not going to take me back to prison?" Benjamin shook his head and sighed. After what you've been through, I'd say you've done enough time in a cell. Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D. hasn't noticed your disappearance until now and no one really knew I found you here, so you're free to go anywhere you want. Benjamin shrugged. Of course, if you commit any more crimes afterward, then you'll need to be imprisoned again. Hearing that, Janice chuckled bitterly. No, I'm done with that life. I guess I'll just look for a stable job somewhere and live quietly. Besides, you'll just catch me again if I do something bad again, right? Are you sure? You know, if you're still itching for some action, I can refer you to Hydra. Huh. Janice was confused. Is he going to refer me to Hydra? Did I mishear? Did he mean S.H.I.E.L.D. instead? Benjamin chuckled seeing her reaction. Don't worry, we've mostly subdued Hydra and the one leading it now is under me. She could use some talent to assist her and take over the whole organization faster. After all, Red Skull seems to be back and is secretly wrestling some forces to his side. What do you think? Janice fell silent for a moment then asked. So, I can continue to be a bad guy but at the same time, I'm not one of the bad guys. Well, yeah, basically. Benjamin chuckled. Of course, you guys are only permitted to act on the gray areas. I'm sure you understand what I mean. Janice nodded. Benjamin then opened a portal and led Janice through it. Janice looked at the portal in amazement as she followed Benjamin. Once through, Benjamin saw Selene glaring at him as if she was wronged. Why did you suddenly close the portal before I could follow? I almost cut my leg off. Ah, I forgot about you. You dash. Selene flared up but could do nothing as she was bound by the slave collar. Benjamin smiled wryly at her reaction and sighed. When he went through earlier to Sublime's lab, he immediately saw Janice's predicament and rushed to save her. He must have closed the portal as well in his haste. Afterward, when he saw it was Jancy, he was confused for a while and forgot about Selene. Sublime's next actions also angered him and made him completely forget about leaving Selene behind. Anyway, Janice, this is Selene, Selene, this is Janice. You two will be joining Hydra together. Selene should be a big help to Ophelia considering her power. With Selene, Janice, and Callisto by her side, Ophelia should be able to suppress all of those lingering believers of Red Skull. There's also a higher chance of uncovering Red Skull's whereabouts. Benjamin really wanted to deal with all threats on Earth so he can finally focus on dealing with extraterrestrial threats like Thanos and such. After introducing the two to each other, Benjamin opened another portal and connected it to a secret room in Ophelia's Hydra base. There, Ophelia was already waiting for him. Ophelia looked at Selene and Janice in surprise. The Black Queen and Beetle? You actually got them to help me. There's one more. Callisto. I'll send you the address later to pick her up. Well, if she agrees to join anyway. Ophelia nodded. She looked at the two new recruits for a moment then asked Benjamin warily. Are you sure they will listen to me though? Benjamin smiled and turned to look at Selene first. Selene, remember this. Her words are my words. Make sure to follow what she says. Gore, fine. Ophelia was surprised to see how the infamous Black Queen listened to Benjamin so easily. Then she noticed a familiar black collar on her neck and understood. Suddenly, she looked at Selene with a warm gaze. So she's the same. Seeing Ophelia look at her like that, Selene was confused. But when she also saw the familiar black collar on her neck, she understood. So that's the case. No wonder Benjamin seemed so sure that Hydra is under his control. But, how come Benjamin treats Ophelia better than her? Aren't they both slaves? Why is there such a double standard? Thinking of this, Selene felt more wronged and looked at Benjamin accusingly. Benjamin saw her reaction that seems like he was caught cheating by his girlfriend and was confused. What's wrong with this girl now? Benjamin sighed and ignored her then turned to Janice. Janice won't be a problem. She's an old friend. Benjamin nodded at his own words. Anyway, he wasn't too worried about Jancy betraying him. Even if she did, Ophelia should be able to handle it with Selene's help. Janice looked at Ophelia and nodded at her. Although I'll be joining, I'd appreciate it if I can get some time to rest first. I just escaped from a crazy scientist and am quite tired. Crazy scientist. Ophelia turned to Benjamin in curiosity. Yes, John Sublime. You know him? Yes. He was one of the go-to scientists of Hydra back then. I'm surprised he's still alive. Well, let's just say you won't be hearing about him from now on. Ophelia was surprised. You killed him? No, killing him is too easy of a punishment. I just put him somewhere he will wish he was dead. Coming from Benjamin, Ophelia couldn't help but wonder where that is. For some reason, she felt scared at just the thought of it. After discussing a few more things, Benjamin left Selene and Janice with Ophelia and returned back to Sublime's lab. He hasn't taken a good look around yet, so now that he was free, he decided to look around some more in case there was something he could use or in case there are still some people in captivity. The facility was quite big and it's really a wonder how Sublime was able to manage everything by himself. After going through a few areas, he found an area that was filled with rooms. Benjamin took a look inside the rooms and saw that there were several mutants locked inside. Some had various external mutations while some didn't have any visible mutations but are either breathing fire or sending shockwaves at the cell walls in an attempt to break free. Everyone was basically locked in their rooms, but there was one room that was quite special. The prisoner there wasn't just locked in the room but also bound tightly in chains and even wore a straitjacket. The type you would see in a mental asylum. From the long hair and the figure outlined by the straitjacket, Benjamin could tell that the prisoner was a woman. Not only was she bound in chains and a straitjacket, but she also had an iron mask that covered her mouth and bound her feet that was welded straight on the ground. Benjamin wondered what kind of mutant ability she had to warrant such a restraint. He looked at the sign at the door and his eyes widened in surprise. It wasn't her name that was on the door but her project code name. XXXIII. X23. Right, this one is none other than Laura Kinney, otherwise known as Wolverine. She's a mutant artificially created using Logan's DNA, giving her similar powers as him. Benjamin was surprised to see her here. He sighed at how this world is really quite different from the comics he had read and movies he had watched in his previous life. I wonder how Logan would react if he sees her. The Laura in front of him right now wasn't a kid but looked to be a young adult. Maybe a teen. Benjamin wasn't in a hurry to free everyone as he started with Laura first. Opening her door, he found Laura glaring at her like an angry beast, ready to pounce and kill if she wasn't bound. Benjamin tried to smile as harmless as he could and even raised his hands. Calm down. I'm here to free you. The bad guy who experimented on you is no more, Benjamin said, trying to calm her down as he approached her. As he slowly approached her, he removed the mask covering her mouth first so she could speak. As soon as he did, Laura started to roar at him. Ayah? I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Laura roared loudly as she tried to lean towards him and bite him, but with her restraints, she wasn't able to move much. Benjamin sighed. Look, I'm here to free you, I'll kill you. Benjamin thought for a moment and pulled out the clarity bell once more and rung it once. With the chime from the bell, Laura's rage-filled eyes started to calm down a bit. She wasn't shouting anymore but was still trying to bite him. Benjamin was a bit surprised that one bell wasn't enough to calm her down, so he rang it once more. As he did, Laura could be seen visibly calming down but was still glaring at him. Benjamin rang it a third time for good measure and saw Laura no longer moving as much or glaring at him, but she still had a scowl on her face. Since she had somewhat calmed down, Benjamin removed her other restraints one by one. Once all her restraints were removed, Laura massaged her wrists for a while and suddenly, 2 adamantium blades appeared from her knuckles as she pointed it on Benjamin. Who are you and why are you here? Benjamin looked at the claws and smiled wryly. You can just ask properly without threatening me, you know? Considering I just freed you and all. Answer me. Laura growled. Benjamin sighed and answered. I was tracking down Sublime and it led me here. After I finished dealing with him, I looked around the place and found you guys here. Laura frowned and thought for a moment before asking. Is he dead? No, but I'm willing to bet that he's wishing I killed him already. Benjamin smiled and he used telepathy to show her a scene. Within the Soul Stone, in the depths of the Soul Realm lies a single impenetrable cell. Inside was none other than Sublime. His figure was truly a shock to see as his body gets blurry every now and then as he suffers pain from within his soul. Every once in a while, he dies but revives once more as if death itself doesn't want him and he begins to suffer all over again. Benjamin was right. Sublime was now begging to die. Only, no matter how much he shouted, no sound seemed to escape the room. Back in reality, Laura's eyes snapped open in fright. She didn't notice it yet but her back was dripping in sweat. What she had seen was truly a nightmare. She couldn't imagine how painful it must be for Sublime to react that way. Initially, she felt unsatisfied hearing that Sublime was still alive, but after seeing that, she even felt a bit of pity for him. Seeing Laura finally retract her claws, Benjamin smiled and turned to leave. Where are you going? I'm going to free the others too. Then leave this place. Are you coming? Laura didn't think much about it anymore and followed behind Benjamin. The moment she stepped foot out of her cell, it was as if the weight on her shoulders had been lifted. Looking up, she saw Benjamin's back and had a feeling that her life has finally truly begun. After Benjamin made a few more rounds and freed the rest of the prisoners, he explained the situation to them and provided them with 3 options. 1. They can leave and go about their daily lives. No harm will come to them provided that they do not break any laws. 2. They can join the EPD and become a part of its members. Or 3. They join his Hydra team and help Ophelia gain control of the underworld. The prisoners all looked at each other hesitantly. Benjamin smiled and urged them some more. Don't worry. I'm not forcing you all. If you don't want to join either side, you can pick the first option and just live normally. If you want to take any studies, I can refer you to Charles's School for the Gifted or Massachusetts University. Naturally, if you were to commit a crime, I'll be putting you back in another kind of cell for you to serve your time. Just like any other human being who commits a crime. You won't be experimented on. At this moment, Laura was the first to step up. I'll join that EPD or whatever. Living normally is too boring for me. Seeing Laura choose a side, the others began to choose as well. As fellow prisoners in the facility, they were naturally aware of Laura's reputation. Unlike them who can freely roam in their cells, Laura was the only one who was tightly bound even in her cell. She had caused a huge headache to Sublime whenever it was her turn for the experiments, and they could occasionally hear her roars once in a while. To put it simply, she was akin to the alpha in their pack. Since even someone like her chose to listen to Benjamin, they no longer hesitated and picked the options they wanted. Most of them desired to be free and picked the first option. Only a few of them chose to join EPD or Hydra. After seeing that everyone has made their choice, Benjamin opened up a portal for them to go through based on their choice. The last one was Laura, who looked back at him instead of entering the portal. Aren't you leaving too? I'm going to look around for a while here then destroy the place. In that case, I'm coming with. There's nothing I want more than to see this damned place crumble into pieces. Laura growled in hate. Although she had calmed down a lot, she still can't get rid of her hate regarding this place. Benjamin didn't mind and nodded at her request. Then, the two of them started to look around the facility. When they entered a rather large room, Benjamin frowned as he looked at what seemed to be an incomplete sentinel in front of him. Benjamin clicked his tongue. Damn, this guy was even involved in the creation of this thing? Beside him, Laura was glaring at the incomplete sentinel. That guy called this thing the Sentinel. Supposedly, it's an anti-mutant weapon he was making that could wipe out the entire mutant kind. In order to make it, he has been experimenting on us mutants for a long time. I see. Benjamin sighed. He then tapped his feet on the ground and suddenly, tree trunks appeared from the ground under the incomplete sentinel, winding around it as it grew taller and bigger, eventually crushing it as it grew. Now, what appeared before them was a towering tree intertwined with the incomplete sentinel. He tapped on the ground again and the whole island began to shake. Let's go. There's nothing more to see here. Okay. Laura was still quite surprised at the power that Benjamin showed. Is he also a mutant? Or something else? While confused, she followed Benjamin through the portal. As soon as the portal closed, the whole facility caved in and disappeared beneath the rubbles. Back in the EPD headquarters, Benjamin and Laura appeared. Well, before you actually get started, I think there's someone you should meet. Who? I guess you can call him your father. Laura fell silent for a moment. She knew who he was talking about. The one they called the Wolverine. Unless, you don't want to? Benjamin asked. No, I want to see him. All right. Benjamin nodded and opened another portal that led to the X-Mansion. Appearing there, he was immediately greeted with a redhead. Jean Grey. Benjamin looked a bit awkward since he knew about her breakup with Scott thanks to his ability. He also knew that he had been the reason for it, so he didn't know what to say. Not knowing what he was thinking, Jean's eyes lit up when she saw him. Benjamin? Is it already time to meet? Hey Jean. No, didn't we agree to meet on weekends? I'm here for something else. Jean then noticed Laura's figure behind Benjamin and squinted her eyes. She remembered what Ororo told her about Benjamin sleeping with everyone. Is this girl also the same? Laura, on the other hand, saw Jean looking at her like that and glared at her back. She didn't know why, but she just felt like her prey was about to be snatched by someone else. Benjamin looked at the two of them and cleared his throat to get their attention. Jean, this is Laura. Laura, this is Jean. Oh, have you seen Logan by the way? Jean looked at Laura for a while more then back at Benjamin. Logan? He's at the garage. Thanks. I'll see you this Saturday then. Benjamin grabbed Laura and then ran away. He had a feeling the two were about to fight over something if he didn't separate them now. As they left, Laura asked Benjamin, who's that Jean girl to you? Huh? Well, I'm teaching her to control her powers. I see, then, teach me too. Huh? What's wrong with your powers? I can't control it. It relies too much on my emotion. Laura said with a deadpan expression. Benjamin was confused. She seemed capable of controlling her emotions though. Won't Logan be a better choice to teach you? No. Well, fine. I guess I can teach you some breathing techniques for meditation. Benjamin wondered if it will work if he teaches her a sorcerer's way of meditating. Rather, what if she also learns magic? A Wolverine sorcerer, won't that be interesting? Benjamin chuckled at the thought. Meanwhile, Laura smiled seeing Benjamin accept. Soon, they arrived at the garage where they could see Logan, with a cigar in his mouth, maintaining his motorcycle. Hearing someone arrive, Logan lifted his head with a frown and saw Benjamin and Laura. It's you? What do you want? Logan grunted and went back to work on his bike. Benjamin smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to look at Laura and nodded at her. Laura knew what he meant and walked toward Logan. She lifted her left hand near Logan, then in an instant, two blades appeared from her knuckles, slicing off the cigar in his mouth. Seeing the familiar blades, Logan's jaw dropped as the cigar fell to the ground completely, and looked at the blades dumbfoundedly. Soon, he lifted his head again and looked at Laura, then at Benjamin, then at Laura again. Laura grinned at him. Hello Dad. Fuck. Hearing Laura say that, Logan cursed involuntarily. He staggered back for a bit and sat on a chair, still not having wrapped the situation in his head. Logan turned to Benjamin. You. Explain. Now. Benjamin smiled wryly and explained what happened. After knowing that Sublime used his DNA and the experiments that Guy did on Laura, his face nearly turned red from anger. As part of the Weapon X project, Logan naturally knew the pain that comes with experiments of this nature. Knowing that his DNA was used on Laura, he had already acknowledged her as the same as him, or rather, family. And for that to happen to her, Logan was seething with hate. Where is that piece of shit? I swear even if it's the last thing I do dash. Don't worry, he's already taken care of. Benjamin sighed and showed him a vision of Sublime the same way he did to Laura. After seeing the torment that Guy was currently experiencing, his anger finally calmed down, but he still felt a bit unsatisfied for not being the one to do the tormenting. Logan sat back again with a sigh. He turned to Laura and grunted, not knowing what to say. After all, he doesn't really have any experience with being a parent, and he wasn't the type of person that was good at making conversations. Listen, kid dash. I'm not a kid. Laura cut in before he could continue. Logan scratched his head. Alright, then, Laura, what's your plan now? Well, I was thinking of joining the EPD and figuring it out from there. Laura shrugged. Logan nodded and sighed. Look, I may not be your actual parent, and I don't know how to act like one, but if you need me, or if you need help on anything, I'll be there. Thank you. Seeing them bond, although just a bit, Benjamin smiled. Well, why don't you show Laura around? There's somewhere I need to go. Laura, you can start tomorrow. Just rest up for now. Before Laura could say anything, Benjamin already left through a portal. Logan and Laura looked at each other awkwardly. Ahem. Well, have you tried riding a motorcycle? Hearing that, Laura's eyes shone. Can I? Haha, sure kid. But you can scratch her. I said I'm not a kid. Laura glared at him again but didn't say anything more as she quickly rode on the motorcycle. The next moment, she drove off while laughing. Bet you can't keep up, old man. Old dash. Logan's face twitched. He then took Scott's motorcycle and quickly chased after her. Meanwhile, in Charles's room, Benjamin appeared there and the two of them watched as Logan and Laura drove off. Charles's face was all smiles. Thank you, Benjamin, for finding her. He knew better than anyone the solitary life that Logan lived. Now he has a chance to spend that with family. Well, finding her was more of a coincidence though. Benjamin just shrugged. He truly didn't expect to find her there but he's glad that she and Logan met. Anyway, have you considered my proposal before? No need to think so much about it. I accept. I'll tell Emma then. Benjamin nodded and sent a message to Emma. Soon, the two institutions announced their student exchange plan to the media and it garnered some attention. After dealing with all that, Benjamin went back to the headquarters and saw Spider-Man and Spider-Woman bickering again. Besides them, there were two figures in restraints. Benjamin was surprised to see that the two in restraints were actually Ant-Man and Yellow Jacket. Just what happened here? A few hours ago, while Benjamin was busy dealing with Sublime and the prisoners, Spider-Man and Spider-Woman both volunteered to deal with a situation downtown where two potentially enhanced individuals with the ability to shrink have been seen fighting. Having appeared nearby, they quickly heard the sounds of explosions and sprang into action, shooting webs onto the buildings and pulling themselves up to start swinging. As they swung, Spider-Woman sneered at Spider-Man and started their banter. No need for you to go, I'm more than enough to handle this. No, you stay, I'm more than enough. No you. They two kept up this childish bickering as they arrived at the scene. When they saw the situation, the two looked amazed at the fight. After all, they haven't seen anyone with powers to shrink, so seeing this red-clad figure and yellow-clad figure shrinking and growing while fighting was quite a new experience for them. What's more, the red one was throwing some shuriken-like gadgets and when it hits an object, it either shrinks or embiggens. The yellow one seemed to have a more high-tech suit as it has arms on its back that can shoot lasers. The two spider heroes were only shocked for a second before intervening in the fight. Hands up! This is the EPD. You have been surrounded. Surrender or we will open fire. You don't even have a gun, idiot. I know. I just always wanted to say that. Spider-Man shrugged and without waiting for the answers of the two fighting figures, he shot two wide webs shaped into a net from his web shooter. His web shooter has long since been upgraded and had plenty of trick webs on it. The net web was just one of them. Seeing the oncoming net, the red figure quickly pressed a button on his hand and shrunk down, passing through the gaps on the web. As for the yellow figure, he just snorted and shot lasers to destroy the web. Stay out of this, Spider-Man. Sorry, no can do. This is my job. Then I'll just have to squash you two. The yellow figure glared and shot his laser towards Spider-Man, who easily dodged it with a flip and a swing. Not wanting to be outdone, Spider-Woman swung at the yellow figure with a swinging kick. Hey, I'm also here, you know. More insects. The yellow figure was angered as he blocked the kick with his arms. He then suddenly shrunk down, causing Spider-Woman to falter for a moment, and using this opportunity, the yellow figure embiggened once more while doing an uppercut. Thankfully, Spider-Woman sensed it in half a second and did a flip to soften the blow. At this time, Spider-Man swung a punch with perfect timing while keeping up with his banter. Speaking of insects, you look like a bee. Are you called Bee-Man? The yellow figure grunted as he took the blow. The name's Yellow Jacket. Hearing that, both Spider-Man and Spider-Woman paused. Yellow Jacket? Cause, what, you wear a yellow suit. Is the other guy called Red Jacket? Suddenly, the red figure grew back to normal size and argued. I'm Ant-Man, not Red Jacket. Spider-Man tilted his head. Ant-Man? Cause you're small and you're red? Like ants. Well, yeah. That and I can also control ants. Well, not control. More like, I can speak to them, which now that I say it, it sounds crazy. Spider-Woman turned to Spider-Man. How come you can't talk to spiders? Hey, you're also called Spider-Woman. What do you mean? I can talk to spiders. Seriously. They don't answer back though. Spider-Man was a bit speechless. He knew that she was messing with him just as always. At the side, Yellow Jacket raised his hand. Are we still fighting or? Shut up. We're talking here. Spider-Man and Spider-Woman both shot their webs at Yellow Jacket to shut him up and restrain him. Then, they turned back to Ant-Man. So how does that work? You just talk to them and they do what you want. Well, yeah. Basically, I have this neat gadget on my ear that transmits some thingy magic that the ants can understand. But it's not as easy as it sounds. It's hard to control a lot of ants. So it's tech, not powers? Spider-Woman asked. Yeah, I'm just a normal guy. That guy too. It's the suit that enables us to shrink and grow. Well, not the suit but these vials here. And so the three started to discuss just like that. Yellow Jacket was speechless for a moment. Are we really not going to fight? How about my evil master plan? Is this the right script? After a while, Spider-Man and Spider-Woman's curiosity has been sated and they quickly webbed Ant-Man as well. Hey, I thought we were bonding there. It's fine. We'll visit you in prison and continue to bond there. Ant-Man didn't know what to say. Just like that, the two of them captured Ant-Man and Yellow Jacket and went back to HQ. When they came back, they found out that the other members were betting on who will catch the criminal among the two of them, but since the fight turned out in such a way, they can't settle on the winner. I'm obviously the winner. Look, my web is on them more. You just added extra webbing? I was the one who webbed them up first? I won. Spider-Woman refuted. And so brings us to the present where Benjamin found the two of them bickering as usual with the restrained Ant-Man and Yellow Jacket behind them. Benjamin knew better than get in between these two kids, so he turned to Ant-Man and Yellow Jacket. And? Why are you two fighting? It's a long story. Let me guess. Hank Pym asked you to steal his suit to see if you are worthy of donning the Ant-Man name, and so you can steal Yellow Jacket's suit before it is completed, and since Yellow Jacket is planning on mass-producing the suit for military use, he wore the suit to stop you and started fighting? Am I close? Both Ant-Man and Yellow Jacket were speechless. Well, pretty much, yeah. Ant-Man nodded. Benjamin just chuckled. I've actually been keeping a close eye on you, Darren Cross. If Ant-Man hadn't stepped up first, I would have stopped you myself. Besides, there's something I want from you. What do you want? Darren Cross, aka Yellow Jacket, frowned as he asked. His mask was still on and he was surprised that Benjamin already knew his identity. What's more, he also knew about Hank Pym. Benjamin smiled. The 10 rings. I know you have some dealings with them. They don't leave much digital footprints, so it's hard to track them down. I have no idea what you are talking about. See, now I know you know something. But that's fine. I don't need you to say anything when I can just read your mind. It only took a moment for Benjamin to glance through his memories and shook his head. Darren didn't know much. It was usually the 10 rings who reaches out to him. But he does know a contact that Benjamin can try his luck on. After that, Benjamin called for someone to take Darren away and put him in a cell. He then turned to Ant-Man. As for you, why yes. Don't worry, there's no need to lock you up. However, you did damage some properties, so you have two choices. You pay for all the damages you caused or join the EPD. The EPD will pay for the damages on your behalf, but your salary will be deducted for a year. I'm joining. Good. Benjamin nodded and finally turned to the two spiders. All right, enough of that, you two. Spider-Man, don't you have homework to do? Spider-Man chuckled awkwardly. It was true that he has been procrastinating. Benjamin then turned to Spider-Woman. And you? We need to talk. About what? About where you're truly from. Spider-Woman opened her mouth to say something but didn't know what to say at the moment. Does he know? Meanwhile, in a certain section of a certain galaxy, a blonde-haired man wearing a peculiar helmet could be seen dancing on a remote planet alone. On his ears were a pair of earphones connected to a Walkman on his waist. Although his dancing looked cool with the accompaniment of music, only he could hear the music, so to anyone looking at him, he just looks like a lunatic. Well, there's no one to comment on it though. At the end of his dance, he arrived at an ancient-looking ruin. There, he saw a pedestal in the middle that is surrounded by some force field. On top of the pedestal, a silver orb with strange engravings could be seen floating on it. This was none other than the orb that housed the Power Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones, and the man about to get it is none other than Peter Quill, aka Star-Lord. At the same time, in another part of the galaxy, on an unknown planet, a large throne floated at a high pedestal. Beneath the throne were hundreds of thousands of Chitauri soldiers, and sitting on that throne was a large man with purple skin. His closed eyes opened slowly and a grin appeared on his face. It's time, Ebony Maw. Odin is soon reaching his end. The man stood up and walked to a container beside him. The container opened up slowly, revealing a golden gauntlet. He reached out on it and wore the gauntlet. Prepare the ship. Where to, my lord? Earth. It's time I collect what is mine. Hearing this, Ebony Maw smiled and bowed. As it should be, my lord Thanos. Thanos grinned slightly as he looked out into the cosmos. Soon, my love, death shall embrace everyone. Meanwhile, inside a certain room, a certain lowly suddenly sneezed. Achoo. My lady, are you okay? Hela asked worriedly. I'm fine. It's just a sneeze. I wonder who's talking about me. Look, in animes, it's normally like that. Death has been completely turned into an otaku. Once again, Hela doubted herself if following death was really the right choice. Just like that, certain events began to unravel. Benjamin, still having no idea of what's about to come, is currently facing Gwen Stacy in his office. Why do I feel like I was just called to the principal's office? Gwen asked nervously. Benjamin chuckled and shook his head. Relax. I didn't call you here to reprimand you or anything. I just want to know if you're adjusting to our world well or not. Oh, I'm doing good dash. I mean, what do you mean our world? Aren't I also from this world? Benjamin just smiled and didn't answer. Although the multiverse isn't exactly a part of his jurisdiction, if their problem becomes a problem of their world as well, then he needs to intervene immediately. Well, Benjamin didn't say all that for now and simply nodded. Well, as long as you're doing fine. Remember, you can rely on me if something happens. Understood. All right, you're free to go. Gwen nodded and left his office. As soon as she closed the door behind her, she sighed. Does he know? But how? I've been very careful since entering this world. Gwen sighed again and shook her head. From the looks of it, Benjamin wasn't going to do anything to her even though he knows she was not from this world. She just has to continue as she normally would, and hopefully, everything works out well. Time passed. Benjamin continued to work as usual, and on the weekend, he trained Ileana, Jean, and Laura in the X-Mansion. One day, Carol came to find him. Ben, you're here. What's up? Need me for something? Just wanted to see you before I leave. I'm about to head back to space. A contact of mine told me that Ronan the Accuser has attacked a Xandarian prison. He's one of the old Kree fanatics and someone I've been trying to track for a while now. Ronan the Accuser? Xandarian prison. Benjamin was a bit surprised. He thought these names seemed familiar and suddenly remembered. Are the events of the Guardians of the Galaxy finally happening now? Well, it could be different. Still, there was no harm in checking. Benjamin was also quite curious about space, and the situation on Earth was more or less stable. Can I come with? Huh? You want to come with me? Yeah. Once we're done, I can just open a portal back to Earth. How about the EPD? Fury and the others can handle things. It's been pretty quiet lately. Besides, I can return immediately if there are any emergencies. Carol was surprised to hear him want to come but was quite happy for the company. That's good then. Shall we go? Give me a sec. I'll tell Nat and the others first. Benjamin then called Natasha and informed her that he'll be in space with Carol for a while. All right, stay safe. And don't bring back too many alien girls. I'm not going to look for alien girls. No, but they'll still come looking nonetheless. Benjamin didn't know what else to say to that. He also called Nick Fury and gave instructions. Once everything was settled, he looked at Carol and nodded. I'm done. Let's go. Carol nodded and led Benjamin to her ship. Although they don't really need a ship to fly in space, it was more convenient to travel in one after all. Carol punched in the coordinates and the ship started to shoot into space. As they entered warp, the space surrounding them seemingly began to stretch as they began to travel in light speed. While waiting in the warp, Benjamin asked, "So how many planets have you been on?" "Ah, a lot. I didn't really keep count and some planets look alike. It isn't as amazing as you think it is. Most of them are the same as Earth, just different cultures." Benjamin nodded. Soon, the surroundings returned to normal, signifying the end of their warp travel. They then saw a floating station that appeared to be in pieces. Frozen bodies floated in the void of space and debris filled the area. It was a massacre. Carol sighed. Ronan has been gone a while. A few days at least. Where do we go now? Xandar. They might have some clues. All right. Benjamin nodded and Carol once again placed the coordinates and flew off. After a while, they arrived at a blue planet that looked quite beautiful. Carol opened up the communicator and reached out to her contact to let them know they would be arriving. Soon, they entered the atmosphere and saw the lanes. It was full of greenery. It looks like a utopian version of Earth. After finding a landing pod, Benjamin followed Carol out of the spaceship. As they did, they were greeted by rows of soldiers that wore golden helmets with a red plus-shaped star in the center. Some had a full plus shape, some only have a T shape, some don't even have any. They also have varying numbers of circular plates on their chest. Is this how they view ranks? Then, a figure appeared and walked toward them. On both sides were two soldiers that looked different from the rest. They had 3 circular plates on their bodies that form an inverted triangle, and the red star on their helmet looked more prominent than the others. The one approaching them was a woman wearing slim blue armor with golden linings and a red star on her waist. She had long brown hair and her face had 2 colors unlike the others here. Surrounding her eyes was a light blue color while the rest of her skin was a healthy pink color. Benjamin just didn't know if this was her natural skin or if it's painted due to their customs or what. Seeing this figure, Carol smiled and nodded at her. "Queen Adora. It's been a while. Carol. It's good to see you too." Adora smiled and held hands with Carol. After greeting her, she then turned to look at Benjamin. This is Benjamin, my boyfriend." "Oh." Adora raised a brow and once again looked at Benjamin up and down. He certainly looks like a fine specimen." Benjamin could only smile awkwardly at that. He cleared his throat and introduced himself. "I'm Benjamin Freed. Feel free to call me Ben, Your Highness." Adora chuckled. "No need for that. Since you're Carol's lover, then you can just call me Adora. Since Carol chose you, you must have something special about you. I'm curious as to what it is." "I'm just a normal Earthling." Benjamin chuckled while Carol rolled her eyes. "What normal? If everyone on Earth is normal like you, the whole planet will be torn to shreds in a day." Benjamin saw her look and knew she was accusing him. To change the topic, he asked her, "So, you know a queen from another planet?" Carol shrugged. "Yeah, well, Xandar was one of Kree's targets in the past. Although they now have a peace treaty, no one knows how long that will last. I used to help them deal with Kree attacks before. Carol is a hero to us Xandarians. They even built a statue of her." "What?" Carol was shocked when she heard what Adora said. Benjamin laughed. "Now I want to see that." Carol groaned. She knew that Benjamin's gonna be making fun of this for a long time. The 3 continued to chat while walking to Adora's palace. When they reached the hall, they stopped laughing and went straight to business. "Any ideas where Ronan is?" Adora sighed and shook her head. "No, I've been trying to contact the Kree Empire, demanding an explanation, but their response was always the same. That Ronan's actions had nothing to do with them and refused any responsibility. Carol also sighed. Typical Kree Empire. But they might be right this time. What do you mean? Benjamin asked. Remember when I told you I've been trying to track Ronan before? It's cause I found out that he's also connected to the Mad Titan who was responsible for the attack in New York back then. Thanos. Adora frowned. She was naturally aware of the Mad Titan's reputation. You think he's behind this as well? Could be. But why attack a prison? It must be to break out Thanos' daughter, Gamera. Adora sighed and explained further. A few days back, we caught a few people causing a ruckus here in Xandar. One of them was Gamera, daughter of Thanos. Carol also sighed but nodded. All right, I'll see if my contacts know where she is. However, just as they were concluding their discussion, a soldier appeared in the hall and reported. Your Highness, one of the prisoner escapees contacted us with a message. Adora frowned at that. What message? Ronan is coming, and he has with him an Infinity Stone. And you believe him? The soldier shrugged. He said that he just escaped prison and has no reason to help us. Also, he says he's an a-hole but he's not, and I'm quoting him here, a 100% dick. Adora and Carol were a bit speechless at that while Benjamin just chuckled. After a while, Adora looked at Carol who nodded at her. Very well. There's no harm in being more prepared. Call the Centurions and evacuate the citizens. As you command. The soldier saluted and quickly left. Carol approached Adora and patted her shoulder. Don't worry. Me and Ben will be here to help. Adora smiled weakly but still nodded. Thank you. But I'm not sure we'll survive this even with your help. If what he said was true and Ronan has an Infinity Stone, you must save yourself. Don't die here, Carol. However, Carol shook her head. No one will be dying here. Even if that guy has an Infinity Stone. We have Ben. Benjamin smiled and shook his head. Aren't you being too confident about me? You're the most powerful person I know. Of course, I'm confident. Beside them, Adora looked at Benjamin in surprise. For Carol to be that confident about him, is he really that powerful? Carol also whispered to Benjamin. Besides, don't you have the Tesseract? If it comes to it, we'll fight Infinity Stone with Infinity Stone. Well, that's a good point. Although Benjamin also has another Infinity Stone, the Soul Stone. After discussing for a while, Adora left and started issuing orders to her Nova Corps. While Adora left to issue orders to the Nova Corps, Carol pulled Benjamin into one of the rooms Adora prepared for them to rest. Carol, what's wrong? Seeing as we're about to head to war soon, I need some Benjaminium recharge. Seriously? Now, I feel especially powerful when I'm filled to the brim. Benjamin was speechless. Was this another hidden effect of him being a god? Host, your semen is basically filled with the essence of nature and can indeed revitalize someone. Seriously? Benjamin felt a bit weird. Was this still the Marvel universe he knew? Why does it feel like he's in some sort of Iraj version? It's probably the stud system's fault. But well, there's no harm in having a little action before the war. Benjamin grinned and lifted Carol up and tossed her onto the bed. Just as Benjamin was about to go down on her, Carol pulled her back up. No need for foreplay, we're in a hurry. I'm already wet. Suit yourself? With that, Benjamin pulled out his dick and started to penetrate Captain Marvel's wet pussy. Yes, that's it. More. Carol moaned as Benjamin thrust repeatedly into her. Her voice echoed inside the Xandarian room. It just occurred to Benjamin that this was his first time having sex in an alien planet. Although the one he was doing was still an earthling woman. Benjamin chuckled and flipped Carol over as she landed on all fours on the bed. He grabbed his waist and pushed even deeper into her. Harder. Carol clenched the bed sheets as she moaned. After a while, she separated from Benjamin and pushed him down the bed as she straddled on top of him. Inserting his dick into her once more, Carol's body started to glow as she grinned at Benjamin and began moving up and down. Hey, why are you using your powers? We need to finish this soon? Adora will come to find us soon. If that's the way you like it, how about this? Benjamin's dick started to flicker as small dosages of electricity trickled around it. It had become a lightning rod. Carol's body shivered at the sudden electricity in her and instantly came. As Carol collapsed on Benjamin's chest, she glared at him. That wasn't fair. Haha, it isn't over yet. I haven't come yet and you want to relax? Benjamin flipped Carol over again and was about to reinsert himself when the door opened. Carol, we're just about to, Adora had come to find Carol to tell her that the preparations were nearly done. However, what she found was Carol sprawled on the bed and Benjamin about to insert his thick and long dick inside her. Adora's eyes were instantly glued onto Benjamin's rod. So big. Are male earthlings this big? Can it even fit Carol? Why you two? This. Benjamin scratched his head and didn't know what to say. It was awkward since he knew that they were on the brink of war and yet were seen indulging themselves like this. However, Carol's eyes gleamed and quickly escaped from Benjamin. She then pulled Adora's hand and pushed her onto the bed. See Carol. Adora shouted at Carol, not knowing what she's intending to do. Carol grinned. Perfect timing, Adora. As expected, I really can't take Benjamin alone. We need to team up. Adora was speechless. Wait, you can't do this. Benjamin nodded in agreement. Right, of course, she would reject when we have only just met. We're about to go to war. Is now really the right time? Benjamin was silent. Is she saying that if it were any other time, it was okay? Carol chuckled and approached Adora on the bed. Relax. Adora, I know you're still nervous. This will help you relax your nerves. Besides, Ronan isn't here yet. Still. SHH. Just enjoy yourself for a bit. Carol leaned and shut her up by kissing her on the lips. Adora's eyes widened and tried to push her away but was no match for Carol's strength. Beside them, Benjamin watched the two sexy figures on top of each other while kissing. His eyes lowered to Carol's still wet pussy. Well, I can't say no to this. Benjamin threw caution into the wind and grabbed onto Carol's waist again as he inserted his dick in her. Carol's eyes widened and turned to Benjamin. Not me, do her. Well, I saw your pussy was open so I went in. What do you mean my pussy was open? Carol was speechless. Benjamin cleared his throat and pulled out. He then removed Adora's lower armor and saw her pussy. Inserting his finger into it first, he found out that she was already wet. Adora, having felt a finger insert her, moaned slightly. And no. You say no but you're already this wet. Is this a Xandarian thing? It's not? Adora's eyes widened in shock as she felt something big and hard starting to poke inside her. Wait? It's too big. Hehe, how's my Ben, Adora? Carol asked smugly. Adora ignored her and reached out on the bedsheets as she clenched hard. Her body arched in response to Benjamin pushing it deep inside her. Benjamin clenched his teeth. Damn, she's too tight. Benjamin paused for a moment then started to thrust slowly. Adora's figure trembled each time he pushed in and pulled out. Just like that, the three engaged in a threesome before the war. 2 hours later, the three sprawled on top of the bed covered in love juices. With Carol on his right side and Adora on his left side, Benjamin lay right in the middle. Adora was leaning on his chest as she looked up at him. Now I know why Carol chose you. You're simply a beast in bed. Haha. Benjamin could only smile wryly at that. The three of them rested for a few minutes then got up to get dressed. We should go. Ronan will be here any minute now. Benjamin and Carol nodded. After they got dressed, they left the room and started to get ready. Soon, a huge shadow loomed over them. Looking up, Benjamin saw a massive ship hovering above. At the same time, several smaller ships flew down and hovered in between Xandar and the massive ship. Carol's eyes squinted as she saw the flame logo on the smaller ships. Ravagers. Aboard one of the Ravager ships was Peter Quill, aka Star-Lord. Remember guys, we can't let the stone touch the ground. Stick to the plan. As he spoke, the rest of the smaller ships started to shoot at the huge ship. Adora looked up and shouted her orders. Nova Corps, engage the enemy, assist the Ravagers. Everyone shouted and started to board their ships. Meanwhile, the Centurions didn't need a ship and simply flew up like a human rocket and started to fire energy blasts from their fists. Inside the huge ship, a blue-skinned man with black war paint on his face looked down on Xandar and the small ships in disdain. In his hand, he held a silver hammer with a long handle. Embedded on the hammer was a glowing purple stone. The Power Stone. He was Ronan. Beside him, a woman with cybernetic parts looked down as well and shouted. What are you all still standing for? Fire? Rain hell onto these ants. This was Nebula, daughter of Thanos. Ronan frowned as he looked at the insects beneath him trying to bite at him. How dare these insects think they can defeat me? I've had enough. Kill them all. Once we're done with Xandar, I'll kill the Mad Titan myself. Ronan's eyes were filled with hate as he recalled how Thanos ordered him to bring the Power Stone to him just earlier. He thinks that I'm his subordinate? His slave? I am not. I am Ronan the Accuser, wielder of the Power Stone. First, he will show these Xandarians. Then he'll show Thanos. As Ronan started to imagine the future, a grin appeared on his face. He was starting to get even more arrogant. Just then, the whole ship started to shake. What happened? Nebula asked in a shout. Someone's breached our ship. Who? Nebula's eyes widened in shock. She pushed away the crew member and navigated the computer. The screen showed the surveillance feed of the room that was just breached. There, she saw two figures. One man, one woman. The woman was also clad in bright light. Ronan also saw the image and his eyes widened in surprise. Captain Marvel. As a Kree, he naturally knew who Captain Marvel was. She had been a thorn in the Kree's side as she repeatedly destroyed their outposts throughout the years. He was shocked at first but grinned soon after. Ha ha ha, very well. Since you're here, you might as well die under the hands of Ronan. With the Power Stone at hand, Ronan felt invincible. Nebula turned to Ronan for a bit then looked away. No good, he started referring to himself in the third person. Naturally, she didn't dare say that out loud. In the breached hall, Benjamin and Carol looked around as they were faced with Ronan's soldiers. Carol grinned and was about to unleash hell upon them when an explosion rang out. A new hole appeared on the wall where a small ship had crashed and several figures appeared. Looking at them, Benjamin knew who they were in an instant. Peter Quill, aka Star-Lord. Gamera. Drax the Destroyer. Groot. Finally, Rocket Raccoon. The Guardians of the Galaxy. Well, not yet. But they will be soon. As they appeared from the smoke that covered the area, Peter started issuing orders. All right gang. Stick to the plan. Make sure Ronan doesn't touch the ground with the Power Stone. Yeah. Time to die you little shits. Rocket just rolled his eyes at Peter and immediately hopped on to Groot as he started firing toward the enemy with his machine gun. He didn't care much about the plan as long as he gets to fire at the enemy. Benjamin chuckled and turned to Carol. Seems like this galaxy already has some guardians. You mean them? Carol was unamused. She could tell how these people were just a group of outcasts that somehow got together. How could people like them be guardians of anything? It was at this time that Peter and the rest also noticed them and noticed how they didn't react much to Ronan's soldiers being shot at. Who are you guys? Peter asked. Beside him, Gamera's eyes widened. Captain Marvel. Carol smiled at that. Seems like I'm pretty famous in the galaxy. No kidding? You're basically a legend to those planets that are against the Kree Empire and a major headache to the Kree Empire itself. Peter looked at Gamera weirdly. And which side of that are you? Neither. I mainly heard about her from Ronan when I was still working under him. He was always cursing at her from time to time. Drax also nodded and added. I have also heard of this Marvel captain. It's Captain Marvel. Gamera corrected. Whatever. Marvel captain. When Ronan came to our home world and destroyed it, all of us looked up to the skies, wondering if she would come. She didn't. Hearing that, Carol sighed and looked solemn. Benjamin shook his head. She was only one person after all. It was impossible to help everyone. Well, it's a different story if the EPD starts to go universal. Benjamin felt that he could achieve that. Maybe once this is all done, he can talk to Adora about it. Well, that's a problem for later. Carol opened her mouth to explain but Drax raised his hand to cut her off. Nobody is blaming you. The only thing to blame is my own weakness. That's why today, I shall get my revenge and slay Ronan once and for all. With that, Drax took out 2 knives and started to charge at the enemies together with Rocket and Groot. Peter looked at him for a moment then turned to look at Benjamin. So who are you? Benjamin Freed. From Earth. Peter Quill. From Missouri. You can call me Star-Lord. Which is on Earth. But Benjamin knew better than retort to this guy. As they shook hands, Peter looked at him up and down and scoffed. Look, Benjamin. You look nice and all but this is war. How about you sit nice and tight and let us pros do the work? Benjamin looked amused and smiled teasingly. Oh, sure. I'll leave you right to it then. Heh. Peter laughed and started to shoot the enemies too. Gamera just sighed and rolled her eyes at him before joining them. Beside him, Carol looked at Benjamin with a raised brow. Benjamin just chuckled. It's fine, go. I'll just take a stroll while following you guys. Just treat it as sightseeing. Besides, I can focus on protecting those guys below. As he spoke, his attention shifted to the planet down below. While Ronan's ship continued to rain fire down onto the planet, he controlled the trees to block all the debris and shots, ensuring minimal damage to the actual planet itself. In fact, most of his focus was there, so since Peter and the rest are already here, might as well let them handle Ronan. Not to mention Carol is also here to help. Carol was surprised to hear what he said and looked down from the hole in the wall. Indeed, she saw the trees moving to intercept the shots and falling debris from the battle. She smiled and gave him a peck on the cheek. Now that I know that, I won't hold back anymore. Yeah, feel free to let loose. Benjamin knew that Carol was holding herself back a bit since she didn't want the ship to fall to the ground and destroy more of the planet. But now that she knew what Benjamin was doing, there was no need to hold back. Instantly, Carol's body started to glow bright and the next moment, she shot forward with amazing speed as she bulldozed her way through the ship, leaving nothing but destruction in her wake. Everyone was silent upon seeing that. Peter especially had his jaw drop on the ground. What the fuck was that? Gamera looked at him and smirked. Told you she's a legend. At the side, Drax's eyes lit up as he started to excitedly hack away at the enemy. Ha ha ha, die kree scum, die. With a powerful ally with them, what else is there to be afraid of? Benjamin watched with a smile as he continued to leisurely follow them, casually dodging a bullet or two, and casually incapacitating an enemy or two that headed his way. No one noticed him much except for one person, Gamera. From the start, she had found him suspicious since he was someone who came with Captain Marvel. It didn't look like he was her lackey, but he also didn't look anything special. What's that guy's deal? Gamera thought for a moment before shaking her head. She still can't wrap her head around it, so she could only focus on the enemies in front of her as she followed along Carol's path of destruction. Soon, it didn't take long for Carol to bulldoze her way to the main control room where Ronan sat on a throne. Beside him was a long hammer with a purple gem embedded on its side. The Power Stone. Carol's eyes narrowed as her body charged up with power. It's over, Ronan. Hand over the Infinity Stone and surrender. This is your only warning. On the throne, Ronan sneered, still feeling quite arrogant as he held one of the Infinity Stones. Captain Marvel. You and what army? This one. It wasn't Carol that answered but Peter as he emerged together with Gamera and the others. Seeing them, Ronan's face was one of disdain. Them? A human, a traitor, a brute, a tree, and a rodent. Some guardians of the galaxy you are. Hearing that, Carol just smirked. Those guys don't matter. What mattered was someone else behind them. Someone much more powerful than any army. With that person backing her, she had nothing to fear. Not even an Infinity Stone? Peter looked thoughtful when he heard Ronan. Guardians of the galaxy, huh? I like the sound of that. With no time to lose, he fired up his jet boots and started to fire away while hovering in the air. Rocket also started shooting while Groot extended his arms to stab at the enemies like they were barbecue. I am Groot. What he said. Die. Gamera and Drax also started to fight. As for Carol, she went straight for Ronan, who stood up and met her with his hammer. Boom. Dust lifted up as the two of them collided. Ronan still had an arrogant smirk as he already imagined Carol being meat paste. However, he soon found himself unable to move his hammer. When the dust settled, he saw Carol's glowing body blocking the hammer with both hands crossed in front of her. Impossible. Ha. Carol grinned and her fists started to glow even brighter. The next moment, she shot an energy blast toward Ronan. Boom. Another explosion rang out as Ronan shot backward. He gritted his teeth and slammed the hammer's handle on the ground to prevent him from backing up further. As he skid backward, Carol followed up with another energy-filled punch which he met with another swing of his hammer. Boom. The whole ship shook as they collided repeatedly from exchanging blows. Peter looked at their fight, absolutely dumbfounded. Sheesh, what a pair of monsters. Just as he said that, a stray energy blast that Ronan deflected suddenly came shooting toward him. Well, it didn't hit him, but it was shot directly between his legs. All of a sudden, he felt his lower body shake like jellies and quickly shut up. Not paying attention to him, Carol and Ronan continued to fight. From the looks of things, both sides were evenly matched. Gamera was also at the side battling Nebula. Nebula? Enough of this? Stop fighting? You can't win. Shut up. I'll kill you. You. Gamera was frustrated at this little sister of hers who just won't stop trying to kill her. Being both daughters of Thanos, the two of them were repeatedly fighting because of their father. Each time they fought, Thanos would punish the loser by replacing a part of their body with a machine. And based on the lack of machine parts on Gamera, she had never lost. As for Nebula, who always lost, most of her body is now a machine. Yet even as she is injured, she still feels pain from that limb. Because of that, she hated her father more than anything. As for her hatred of Gamera, all she wanted was a sister, yet Gamera never looked at her that way. The only way for her to prove herself was to win, at least just one win. Nebula gritted her teeth as she thought of that and continued to fight. Back at Carol and Ronan, Ronan was fed up with the current stalemate and roared angrily as he slammed the hammer down onto the ship with no regard for whether the ship will be destroyed or not. Enough. The whole ship shook even more violently as purplish energy waves emanated from the shockwave of the hammer's blow. The next moment, cracks began to appear on the ship as it began to crumble and fall. Peter realized his plan and shouted out, "Not good. He's gonna crash both us and the stone down on the ground. Since descending wasn't working, he's just going to crash land instead. Either way, the moment the stone touches the planet, he will destroy everything." Ronan laughed. "It's too late. You can't stop me now." "Oh really?" A casual voice rang out. Everyone turned to see Benjamin still casually walking towards them despite the whole ship crumbling down as it descends on the ground. Benjamin smiled and waved his hand. Then, the whole ship froze in midair. Benjamin was telekinetically stopping the whole ship from falling along with them. Of course, he also froze Ronan in place. Unable to move, Ronan squeezed his grip on the hammer and a purple glow emanated out of him as he broke free from Benjamin's control. "Who do you think you are? EPD. You're under arrest for your crimes against the galaxy." Laughable. Ronan scoffed and swung his hammer at Benjamin. Benjamin looked at the hammer and remembered something. "Right, don't I have a hammer of my own too?" It was something he got from completing the first harem quest. "Mjolnir? You're not the only one with a hammer." Benjamin grinned and swung Mjolnir as well to meet with Ronan's hammer. Then, boom! Bluish lightning and purplish energies collided as the two weapons smashed into each other. The two froze in place for a few seconds before. Crack. Ronan's eyes widened as he watched a crack appear on his hammer and slowly spread out as if it was made of glass. Until, boom. The hammer broke into pieces and the power stone, no longer attached to anything, started to fall. Well, his hammer wasn't the only one that broke. Soon, Benjamin's Mjolnir also started to crack and shatter under the pressure of the power stone's might. Benjamin didn't think this was weird. The reason Ronan's hammer broke was that it was simply incapable of holding an infinity stone. Coupled with being struck by Mjolnir, it will naturally break apart. As for Mjolnir breaking, well, no matter how amazing it is, it still took on the full brunt of the power stone's attack which Ronan unleashed. However, Benjamin wasn't worried. Grinning at Ronan, Benjamin waved the handle of Mjolnir. "Cool hammer. But can it also do this?" Suddenly, all the broken pieces of Mjolnir started to converge and reform the hammer in Benjamin's hand. Although it still showed some cracks, its power was not any less than before. No, Ronan could do nothing but shout as he watched the hammer strike him down like lightning and crashed into the ground. The land cracked as he landed. Benjamin controlled everyone who was still frozen in midair down to the ground safely. Among them, Peter was looking at him with his jaw on the ground. What just happened? Who am I? What am I doing here? It was as if he began to doubt his own existence. Earlier, he was thinking about what Benjamin, a normal person, is doing in this war. Turns out, he is anything but normal. In fact, he's a goddamn monster. And he actually belittled him earlier? Peter didn't know how to react anymore. All he can do was stare at Benjamin dumbfoundedly. Other than him, Carol looked at the Mjolnir in Benjamin's hand in surprise. Did you just break Thor's hammer? Oh, this isn't his. Don't worry about it. Really? Can I see it? Sure. Benjamin shrugged and handed the hammer to her. Since this was a Mjolnir from the system, there was no need for the worthiness thing, so anyone Benjamin, or rather the system, deem worthy can wield it. Carol took it and was prepared for it to sink to the ground, but contrary to her expectations, she was able to lift it without any problems. She can even toss it midair a few times. Huh. I guess this really isn't Thor's hammer. That guy won't shut up about worthy this, worthy that. Actually, how do you even have a similar hammer? Ah, it just appeared one day. Benjamin shrugged and lifted his hands up. I don't know what you want me to say. I have no idea where it came from either. Well, who knows where the system is from anyway? Carol pursed her lips but then shrugged. Well, we live in a strange world where I get energized from your cum, so anything goes, I guess. That's how you explain it? What a strange world indeed. You shut up, system. You're the strangest one here. Ugh. A groan sounded from behind. Turning back, they saw Ronan still alive and struggling to his feet with difficulty. That didn't change his arrogant glare though, as he gnashed his teeth and stared at Benjamin with hate. You think you have won? Benjamin blinked for a moment and suddenly showed an evil smile. Ha! Look around you. You've lost. There is no more hope for you, Ronan. Ben, why do you sound like the bad guy in this situation? Kukikiko. Carol asked, but Benjamin continued to chuckle ominously. Ronan gritted his teeth and took a small step forward. You dare mock me? I am Ronan the accuser. At the side, Peter caught a glimpse of the power stone on the ground and thought for a moment. Then, he went to grab it. Surprised by the shout beside them, Benjamin turned and saw Peter holding the power stone in his hand. What is this guy up to? Doesn't he know he can die just holding that? Gamera saw Peter as well and knew he was about to do something reckless and maybe kill himself. She gritted her teeth and held his hand, hoping to lessen the burden on Peter. Then, Drax followed. Then Groot. Rocket stared at them dumbfoundedly and facepalmed himself. Oh, we're doing this now? Give me a break. Although he complained, he still held on to Groot's wooden hand to lessen their burden. With the help of the others, Peter finally managed to stabilize himself as he stared at Ronan. We're the Guardians of the Galaxy, bitch. Boom! A purple wave of energy shot out from his hand that held the power stone towards Ronan, who still looked confused. As he slowly disintegrated from the energy blast, only one thought appeared in his mind. Who the hell asked you? Other than them, Benjamin and Carol also stared in confusion. Soon, Carol started to laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, they just stole your moment, Ben. Ugh. Was that even necessary? Look how injured you guys are now. Benjamin was speechless. After zapping Ronan into oblivion, Peter and the others let go of the power stone and they all fell to the ground. Peter panted in exhaustion as he answered. Only wanted to grab it before it gets lost. Rocket stared at him with half-closed eyes. He totally wanted to steal it. Yap. Everyone nodded in agreement. Actually, Peter did want to take advantage of the chaos to steal an infinity stone, but then its power was unimaginable and he wasn't able to release it immediately. Thanks to Gamera and the others sharing the burden, he still needed to release the energy building up within them, so he could only act tough and shoot it at Ronan. Afterward, he was finally able to let it go. Knowing what happened, Benjamin was even more dumbfounded and could only sigh. He waved his hand and used telekinesis to pull the power stone toward him and let it hover above his hand. It wasn't that he was afraid of touching it. Since he is considered a god now, he is capable of holding it without dying, but there was no need to go through that pain when he can just use telekinesis. Just as he was about to put it in his inventory, a few figures appeared around them. One group was Adora and her Nova Corps. Another is a blue-skinned man with a strange orange fin on his head. Behind him was a group of Ravagers. This man should be Yondu. Yondu didn't say anything at first and only looked around. When he saw the purple stone above Benjamin's hand, he frowned and then turned to Peter. Boy, we had a deal. Peter just shrugged as he leaned on a piece of rubble. Don't look at me, we got the power stone. Just take it from that guy. Yondu turned back to Benjamin, who just looked at him calmly. He then looked at the woman beside him and recognized her as Captain Marvel. Yondu's a smart man and knew he can't possibly take her on, and he knew nothing about Benjamin except that Captain Marvel seems to be close to him. Gore. Let's go. But aren't we going to dash? Shut up. If you want to die, go die yourself. Yondu shouted as he stormed off in a huff. Seeing that, Peter clicked his tongue. Tisk, they didn't fight. Gamera heard him and rolled her eyes as she smacked the back of his head. After Yondu and the Ravagers left, Adora walked towards them. Thank you for your help. Especially you, Benjamin Freed. Thanks to you controlling the trees, there wasn't much damage to the city. Thank you, Benjamin smiled. No worries. By the way, do you have any plans for this thing? Benjamin showed them the power stone and asked. Adora shook her head. It's best you keep it. We are too powerless to guard it should someone try and take it. Benjamin nodded and stowed it in his inventory. Adora then turned to Peter and the others. Thank you as well, Guardians, for informing us ahead of time and assisting us in this war. Ahem. No problem, Your Highness. Peter immediately stood straight and acted tough. Rocket sighed. That Guardians thing is really gonna stick to us now, huh? I like it. Drax nodded. Gamera shrugged. It's better than criminals of the galaxy. True. Rocket was convinced and no longer complained. Gamera then turned to a certain figure and asked. What do we do with her? Benjamin turned and saw she was pointing at Nebula, who was weakly leaning on a piece of debris. Nebula sighed. It doesn't matter. He is already coming for you. Now that you have the power stone, most of the stones are now on Earth. He is coming. Huh. Benjamin was surprised. Is it Thanos? He's already going to invade Earth? Isn't it too fast? The Soul Stone has not even been found yet. Benjamin frowned. The Soul Stone he has was something that came from the system and not from this universe. Thanos shouldn't know that he has it, so he will be one stone short even if he managed to get all the Infinity Stones on Earth. Unless, he already knows where the Soul Stone is. Benjamin glanced at Gamera, who was also frowning. We'll take her to Earth for now for some questioning. Is that fine? If he really is coming to Earth, then I'm going with you? Peter, having no idea who they are talking about, asked. Gamera? We just formed the Guardians of the Galaxy and you're already leaving. Then come with me. The fate of the galaxy is at stake here. We cannot let Thanos take the Infinity Stones. However, Benjamin shook his head. Rather than that, help me with something. Find me a planet that is similar to Earth in size and environment. I have a plan. After Peter and the rest left, Benjamin and Carol stayed in Xandar for a while to discuss something with Adora before leaving as well. They didn't travel via Carol's spaceship and instead, Benjamin directly opened a portal to Earth. Carol stayed behind to help out for a bit more. Appearing back in the EPD headquarters, Benjamin saw Fury and handed Nebula to him. Oh, you're back already. How's the date in space? You know how it is. Kree invasion, Infinity Stone, the usual. Here, take her to a cell. I'll question her later. Did you at least bring back some souvenirs? Fury chose to ignore how Benjamin just shrugged off a Kree invasion and Infinity Stone. Forget it, it's just another headache to deal with. It was a good thing he's no longer director of S.H.I.E.L.D. so he didn't have to worry about those things anymore. With a boss like Benjamin, he can just toss all those complicated stuff to him. Benjamin chuckled and tossed a Xandarian-style eye patch to Fury. Nice. Oh, and some bald chick has been looking for you. Says she's some magician or something. Huh. Blad chick? Magician? Is he talking about the current Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One? Where is she? Right behind you, Mr. Freed. Just as he asked, a voice sounded from behind him. Turning around, he saw a hooded lady in yellow robes. Indeed, it's her. The Ancient One. The Ancient One smiled. You're quite the hard man to find, Mr. Freed. Well, I was off-world for a while. Is there anything I can help the Sorcerer Supreme? You know me? The Ancient One asked. Although she didn't look too surprised, Benjamin nodded and led her to his office. Let's talk in my office. All right. After reaching his office, Benjamin went to the side and asked, anything you want to drink? Water? Wine? Tea? Coffee? Soda? Tea is fine. Benjamin nodded and started to prepare one. As he prepared, he spoke. You know, it's a good thing you came to find me actually. I was about to go look for you. Oh, may I ask why you wanted to see me? The Time Stone. The Ancient One paused for a bit before asking. Oh, why? Did you want to take it as well? Although taking it is convenient, it's not necessary. It's good enough to take you instead. Not in a weird way. The Ancient One was a bit speechless. I did hear you are quite a womanizer. Have I entered your sights as well? I did say not in a weird way, right? What I meant was, it's fine to have you by my side for a while. Wait, that doesn't sound right either. Benjamin shook his head. Finished with the tea, he held it and placed it on the table between them and sat on the couch opposite the Ancient One. Look, someone is about to come to Earth to take the stones. I just think it's easier to protect the stones if they are close to me. The Ancient One smiled and leaned forward. How close do you want me to be? Is there any correct answer to this? Benjamin didn't know how to answer for a while, so he just coughed and changed the topic. Anyway, how about you? What's your reason for finding me? The Ancient One smiled and then leaned back, her expression returning to normal. I just wanted to know. Who exactly are you? Benjamin Freed. Exactly. Who is Benjamin Freed? I have looked into the future. Before, the future was clear to me. But ever since you appeared, I am no longer able to peer into the future, even with the Time Stone. Why is that? Benjamin was confused. You ask me, who do I ask? System, any answers? Are you the one covering my future? Yes and no. What do you mean? Can't you answer clearly? Host, with the help of the system, your future is filled with infinite possibilities. The system is not hiding your future, it's more like you have a limitless future that it is appearing like a blur to those who peer into it. The more you affect this universe, the more the future of this universe blurs together with your own future. Not even an Infinity Stone will be able to look into it. I think I sort of get it. In short, it's because I'm awesome. Both the Ancient One and the system were speechless. Anyway, is that all? Well, there's also the matter of Stephen Strange. The Ancient One continued. What about him? Stephen Strange is meant to be the best Sorcerer Supreme. But now that the future is changing, I'm worried about what he will become. I'm sure it's fine. Don't worry about it. The Ancient One was speechless again. How can you be so casual about everything? Rather than that, I would like to ask for your assistance on something. Not just you, but all the sorcerers of Kamar Taj. What is it? I told you earlier that someone's about to come to Earth to take the stones, right? He will be bringing an army with him. I hope the sorcerers will join us in battle as well. The Ancient One nodded. It is our duty to protect the Time Stone. Naturally, we shall assist you with this threat. Thanks. Having finished with the talks, Benjamin stood up. All right, I still have a few more people to talk to about this. Feel free to look around the building. Circling his hand, he opened a portal to the X-Mansion. The Ancient One looked at the closing portal in wonder. How interesting. Although the portal looked similar to ours, it has some slight differences, as if it was made to be simpler and easier to use. X Mansion. Benjamin spent an hour or so with Charles to talk about the plan before leaving once more. This time, he went to the Avengers Tower. After talking to them, he went to S.H.I.E.L.D. and talked to Coulson. After that, he went to Hydra to talk to Ophelia. He also visited T'Challa in Wakanda. Benjamin spent the rest of the day talking to people and perfecting the plan. By the end of the day, he was confident about taking on Thanos' army with minimal casualties. Well, as long as nothing goes wrong. Nothing could possibly go wrong, right? Benjamin chuckled as he leaned back on the sofa at home to relax. Suddenly, a small figure appeared from upstairs. It was Death. Oh hey, haven't seen you in a while. Ben, someone took the Soul Stone. I just had to jinx it. Benjamin groaned. What happened? The guy with the red skull head took it. Red skull? How? Did he already take Cynthia? But that's impossible. The Brahe sisters would have called him if that were the case. Death shook her head. I do not know of this Cynthia you spoke of, but the person he sacrificed was a young boy whom he called his son. Red Skull had a son. Benjamin frowned. After a while, he asked, do you know where he is? Death smiled. I knew you'd ask that. That's why I didn't recall my other half just yet. She then approached Benjamin and sat on his lap. Death. I'm borrowing your soul stone for a bit. Death chuckled and tapped on the soul stone on his infinity crown. Suddenly, an orange light shot out from it and a projection screen appeared in front of them. The scene on the screen showed Red Skull and another figure. When Benjamin saw that purplish figure, he frowned. Thanos? Those two are together. At this moment, in a certain corner of the universe, a large ship hovered in space. Inside that large ship were Thanos and Red Skull. It was the scene that Benjamin is currently watching now. Thanos sat on his throne while holding onto an orange stone. He glanced at it for a moment before glancing back to Red Skull. I must say, I didn't think you had it in you. When you came to me all those years ago and disappeared, I thought you'd take the stone once you got it and run on your own. I considered it. Red Skull answered. And what made you decide to give it to me? The stone required an exchange. A soul for a soul. To get it, I had to sacrifice that which was dear to me, my son, my true heir. Yet you didn't keep the stone. I tried to keep it. I tried to use it, but my will wasn't strong enough. Red Skull shivered slightly as he recalled something. What do you mean? When I used it, I was sent into this strange world. And in that world, I saw death. Thanos' eyes widened as he heard that. Back on Earth, Benjamin turned to Death curiously, but she just shrugged. What? All I did was scare him a little. A little. He's practically about to piss his pants. It seems Death didn't like him and thought of pulling a prank. Who knew he'd chicken out and directly hand it to Thanos? Red Skull continued. Thanos, son of Ellers. According to our deal, the Soul Stone is yours. In exchange, Earth is mine. Thanos grinned. He brought the Soul Stone to his gauntlet and suddenly, the stone stuck to one of its sockets like a magnet. A surge of orange energy rushed from the gauntlet and poured into his body. Thanos only grimaced a bit before the pain stopped. The grin on his face grew wider. Then Earth, you shall have. Outside Earth's atmosphere, a large ship appeared from warp and quietly hovered in space. It hung over Earth like a deadly blade about to slice the whole planet in half. And it may just do so, as inside this ship was none other than the Mad Titan himself. Thanos. Around him, 6 figures stood menacingly. One had a face akin to a bloodied skull. This person is of Earth, the Red Skull of Hydra. Years ago, during his encounter with Captain America, he was engulfed with the energy of the Space Stone, the Tesseract. This energy appeared to have disintegrated him into ashes, but in truth, he was sent to a far-off planet called Vormir, home to the Soul Stone. Years passed as he was trapped in that planet, unable to do anything but observe as various beings tried to take the Soul Stone and fail. As time passed, he gradually noticed his, rather special abilities. However, unlike Captain Marvel who had gained the Space Stone's seemingly boundless light energy, he had gained its opposite. A dark energy capable of manipulating space. With this ability, he was able to access the various corners of the universe. And with it, knowledge of the universe as well. He knew that the Soul Stone existed in Vormir, but was unable to get it. For he had nothing to sacrifice. That's when he remembered about a daughter he had on Earth. And so he set out to return to Earth. However, by that time, Earth was being invaded by Loki and Thanos Centaurus. The energy from the Tesseract interfered with his own powers, which led him to unknowingly appear in front of Thanos instead. That was when he was forced to make a deal with him. Naturally, he did not plan on going through with that deal, he only accepted it so he could live. When he was finally let out, some time had already passed and Earth was already peaceful once more. He did not appear out into the light, instead, he hid in the shadows as he looked for information on his daughter. He even ignored it when Hydra was very nearly eradicated by Benjamin and his EPD. For no matter how many heads fell, 2 more will take their place. When he finally found where his daughter was, he sent Baron Zemo to slowly win her over so as to not alert S.H.I.E.L.D. Yet somehow, that Benjamin and his blasted EPD found out and interfered yet again. What's more, sometime after that, they seemed to have known that he was still alive. He was even defeated by the likes of Captain America and his Avengers. Even with his new abilities, he wasn't capable of dealing with all of them along with Captain Marvel, and was nearly caught instead. With no choice, he abandoned his plan and fled Earth directly to regroup. He had been observing Benjamin for a while and knew that he could not match him. Only a monster can kill a monster. That's when it occurred to him. He can use Thanos to go against Benjamin. And so he started hatching a plan. It was a good thing that while looking for his daughter, he also found an orphan boy. He took care of him as he would a real son of his. Also he can nurture love with him, and then exchange him with the Soul Stone. Since he was unable to get his daughter, this child would do. Soon, he went back to Vormir with the boy. On that cliff, he still remembered his last conversation with him. Father, what are we doing here? Child, what do you think of me? What do you mean? Father is the best? You took me in when no one else would. Will you do something for me? I will do anything. Jump off. The child looked up at him to see if he was joking. Seeing his serious face, the child smiled and nodded. Father, don't cry anymore. I will jump off now. Cry? Only when the child had disappeared from his vision did he notice the tears in his eyes. How long has it been since he cried? He only took the child in as backup. He was just a pawn to be sacrificed so he could win. That's all it is. Then, he blanked out. When he woke up, the Soul Stone was in his hand. As he held the stone, he thought for a moment if this was worth all of it. But that thought only lasted for a second as he clenched the stone and his eyes burned with determination. This is worth everything? With this stone, he will conquer not just Earth, but the entire universe? Hydra will prevail. But his plans changed as he tried to use the Soul Stone. He felt his own soul get sucked into a strange empty world. And in that world, there was only one figure. A being cloaked with the blackest color there is, embracing it as if light is not permitted to contaminate it. That being turned to him. His eyes immediately focused on its face. What he saw could only be described as death. Suddenly, the whole area was filled with echoes. He recognized some of these voices. He knew, these all belonged to the people he had killed. Even, his son. The next instant, Red Skull's eyes snapped open. He tossed the Soul Stone to the ground as sweat poured on his back. Red Skull was not someone who gets afraid so easily, but even he was not able to keep a calm mind after what he had seen and felt. It wasn't just because it looked scary, but the fear seemed to seep into his bones and filled his every thought. This was a mistake. My mind isn't strong enough. He knew that the way he got the Soul Stone was somewhat cheating. Although he got the stone itself didn't approve of him. However, he didn't give up. Without a choice, he revised his plan and instead offered the stone to Thanos in exchange for revenge and Earth. At first, he thought that even Thanos may not necessarily be able to use it, but he was wrong. When Thanos attempted to use the stone, he encountered the same thing Red Skull did, only, it was much more intense. Yet he only frowned at the fear. Are you making me doubt my purpose? That won't work. Everything I have done is necessary for the universe. By eliminating half the population, balance will be restored, and more shall be embraced by death. When Death heard that, she was pissed. Turns out this guy is one of her admirers. What a sin it is to be so beautiful. Death's been rubbing off on Benjamin's narcissistic nature since she has been with him for a while. She was about to obliterate him to nothing but then remembered that Benjamin is about to deal with him anyway, so she didn't bother with him anymore. Thinking that he had subdued the stone, Thanos grinned arrogantly and ordered to immediately head to Earth. Back to the present. Along with him and Red Skull, the other 5 were his Black Order: Ebony Maw, Black Dwarf, Corvus Glaive, Proxima Midnight, Supergiant. These 5 figures knelt in front of Thanos with Ebony Maw at the lead. My lord, we have arrived. Earth is yours to take. Thanos smiled with an arrogant grin. Descend. As you command. The next moment, several parts of the spaceship broke off and began to fall onto Earth like the meteors that once wiped out the dinosaurs. Buildings collapsed, mountains cracked, and the sea overturned. It was a disaster. Everyone shouted as they ran around but were still crushed. Finally, a huge part descended on New York, creating more destruction in the city. After it landed, a hatch opened and several figures appeared. It was none other than Thanos and his Black Order plus Red Skull. Thanos looked around casually and scoffed at the fleeing people. Dread it. Run from it. Destiny arrives all the same. Wow. Did you practice that line in front of a mirror? Suddenly, a casual voice was heard amidst the chaos. Thanos turned and saw a figure sitting on the hood of a car without a care for the world. That figure was even playing with a piece of stone in his hand, seemingly unbothered by all the destruction around him. That person looked up and watched Thanos and the others approach him. Let's see, purple nutsack of a chin. You must be Thanos. Thanos didn't look insulted. He only glanced at him coldly and spoke. I sense the stones on you. Hand them over or I shall take it off your corpse. The person scoffed. Do you think you're amazing with one soul stone? It is enough. Oh yeah? How about now? The person extended his hand and suddenly, the soul stone removed itself from Thanos' gauntlet and flew into the hands of the figure in the car. Thanos' eyes widened and tried to grab the stone, but the stone flew fast. Ebony Maw immediately tried to use his telekinetic powers, but it was also not of help. They weren't able to do anything but watch as the stone flew out of them and into the hands of that person. That person held the soul stone casually and looked at it a few times before chucking it into his pocket. He grinned teasingly at Thanos and the others. Still confident, Thanos glared at him angrily. Although he didn't know why the stone flew to him, it didn't matter. He will still destroy everyone that tries to go against him. At this moment, Red Skull approached Thanos and whispered, Lord Thanos, that man is known as Benjamin Freed, one of Earth's heroes. Before Thanos could say anything, Benjamin cut in. No, I'm not one of the heroes. I'm with the police. Now hands up and get on the ground. Surrender now before any of you get hurt. Hearing Benjamin's mocking tone, Thanos narrowed his eyes. Surrender? Look around you. You may have the stones, but look at your precious planet. You've all but lost. Thanos waved his hand, and the next moment, his army appeared from the ship part that dropped to Earth. Although this scene appeared to be a standoff, one side had millions of army, yet on the other side, there was only Benjamin and his car. Still, Benjamin didn't seem to mind. Instead, he showed a grin. How about you take another look around? Suddenly, a red mist started to appear on the debris around them. The destruction disappeared, replaced by a wide grassland instead. Then, Benjamin waved his hand and hundreds of portals appeared around them. The next moment, his side of the field was filled with the heroes of Earth. The Avengers, X-Men, Fantastic Four, Guardians of the Galaxy, Sorcerers, Wakandans, Asgardians, and the rest of his EPD members. Did you really think I was gonna sit there and do nothing while you lot destroy my planet? Benjamin shook his head and stood up. Now then, let's try this again. Under the dumbfounded looks of the others on his side, he took out a megaphone from somewhere and put it in max volume. Thanos, you have been surrounded. Surrender now or we will use lethal force. This is your final warning. A few moments ago, before Thanos and his army arrived on Earth, Benjamin went to Asgard for Odin's final ceremony. Actually, Odin still has some time left, but if he were to pass on like this, he wouldn't go into Valhalla, since only Asgardians who died in battle can enter Valhalla. So in cases like this, there will be a battle ceremony between the current ruler and the succeeding ruler. In this case, Odin would do battle with Thor, is what was supposed to happen. So, how did it turn into this? Benjamin asked as he faced Odin, the ruler of Asgard, who was currently standing opposite him while holding onto his prized spear, Gungnir. Odin scoffed. I have no interest in battling that kid, Thor, when there is someone obviously stronger around. Even so, I'm not even Asgardian. But you are a god. That's all that matters. Besides, you aren't the one dying and going to Valhalla. Benjamin was speechless and didn't know how to refute that. Still, he never thought that he would one day be facing off against the likes of Odin, and be the one to send him on his way. What would Thor feel about me killing his father? Just as Benjamin was thinking about that, he heard a cheer from one of the stands around them. Ben, go kick his ass and send him to Valhalla already. It was Thor. Is this really alright? Are you really supposed to be saying that? As if knowing his thoughts, Odin laughed. Ha ha ha, don't worry. For us Asgardians, death is just another chapter in our life. Dying from a strong warrior such as you is an honor. Odin grinned and slammed the spear on the ground, then got into stance. Now, shall we? Benjamin fell silent for a moment, then took a deep breath. Then, he removed the infinity crown on his head, revealing its existence to Odin. That's the Soul Stone. Don't worry, I won't be using this in our fight. Benjamin smiled and chucked it into his inventory. Then, he willed the untainted symbiote to cover his body like armor. Wielding the soul dagger, the energy of limbo flowed through him, creating another layer of armor made from promethium. Finally, his head caught on fire, turning his head into a flaming skull. The promethium armor and untainted symbiote morphed into what looked like a devilish armor. Even the soul dagger grew chains at the base, turning it into some sort of rope dagger, but well, instead of rope, it's chains that are on fire. Without the infinity crown, this was Benjamin's strongest state. Holding onto the chains with his left hand and the dagger on his right hand, Benjamin also got into stance. It's not every time I get to use all my powers. Don't lose too soon, old man. Odin was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, you're 1,000 years too early if you think you can beat me that fast. Both Benjamin and Odin grinned, aware that this fight will be their first and last against each other. No words were said as they fought, only the sounds of their laughter and the clash of their attacks could be heard from the battlefield. Benjamin hoped the fight will continue for a longer period, but time was running out. He knew that Thanos was about to arrive, so it was time to end this fight. Although he didn't say anything to Odin, Odin understood his intention and also unleashed his strongest attack for a final decisive match. Finally, their fight ended. This was a fight that would later on be made into tales and songs by the bards. A legend that will forever leave its mark in the annals of Asgard. It was a battle that signified the end of an era, and a start of a new one. As Odin laid on the ground staring at the starry sky and surrounded by his family and friends, he smiled. Benjamin Freed, can you do me a favor? What is it? Benjamin asked. In all my life, I have had 2 regrets. I hope you can find my eldest, and bring her home. At the side, Thor was confused. Father, have you gone senile? I'm right here. I'm not talking to you, you idiot. You're my thirdborn. Odin coughed as he spoke. Thor was shaken. He didn't think he had elder siblings? Odin ignored him and turned back to Benjamin. Her name is Aldrif. We lost her many years ago when heaven waged war on us. I have never been able to find her since then. If you can, please find her. I understand. Odin smiled and nodded while coughing as he had trouble breathing. My last regret is Hela. My second child. Odin revealed a sad smile. When we lost Aldrif, I didn't want to make the same mistake with Hela, and was too hard on her. The result was that she had turned to love wars too much, to the point where I had to seal her. I should not have punished her for the sins I burdened her. Odin sighed. I know she is with you right now. I do not have the right to ask for forgiveness. All I ask is that I hope you will take good care of her. I will. Inside the soul stone, Hela naturally heard Odin and simply clicked her tongue, not bothering to comment on anything. Yet for the rest of the day, she was strangely quieter than normal and looked sad. Odin nodded and turned to Thor. Thor, with me gone, the people of Asgard will look to you now. Lead them well. I will, father. Don't push all the work to your mother. Thor faltered. He was indeed planning to ask his mother about most of the work. Odin sighed and shook his head. He then turned to look at Loki, who was allowed to leave his cell but still restrained. At the moment, he looked quite conflicted seeing Odin about to pass on. Earlier, he said that he had 2 regrets. Both of them were about Aldrich and Hela. Loki wasn't mentioned. As if knowing what he was thinking, Odin spoke. I do not regret taking you in, my child. Not before, not now, not in the future. You have greatness in you, Loki. More than you realize. Once you stop thinking about conquering worlds, you might see it too one day. Father. Finally, Odin turned to his wife. My Freyja, I will be going on ahead. Freyja smiled kindly and nodded. Rest, my dear. No other words need to be said between them. As Odin closed his eyes, his body started to shine slightly as specks of light could be seen separating from him and drifting off into the starry sky. Odin was no more. The whole of Asgard mourned for a while then celebrated. They celebrated their former ruler being welcomed into Valhalla and the succession of Thor. As Benjamin was enjoying the banquet while surrounded by Lady Sif and a few Asgardian beauties, he received a call from Peter and the rest of the Guardians of the Galaxy. They had found an uninhabited planet that was similar to Earth. Death also mentioned that Thanos was on his way. It was time to start their plan. With the uninhabited planet that the Guardians found, Benjamin secretly swapped Thanos and his huge ship to that planet with the help of the Space Stone as they had warped to Earth's atmosphere. At the same time, using the Reality Stone, he made it so that the other planet looked like Earth and also made sure that they didn't sense the warp. Which means to say, all the destruction since Thanos and his army arrived was all nothing but illusions. None of them were real. No, to be precise, it was real at that time thanks to the Reality Stone, but at the same time, it isn't real. You get the point. Otherwise, why would Benjamin be so casual and chilling when all those destructions had happened? While Benjamin did this for the theatrics, he still has his reasons. For one, he didn't want Thanos to see something was amiss and retreat immediately. He needed to make him think he was winning so he would go down to Earth and let his guard down. Sure enough, he did go down. But did he let his guard down? No, Thanos would be feared in the galaxy to such an extent if he had such a small ego. He didn't let his guard down. Alas, he had overestimated himself and severely underestimated Benjamin and his means. He didn't know that Death, who was still residing in the Soul Stone in his gauntlet, was basically a bug planted on him, letting Benjamin learn his every move. Not only that, because Red Skull had sacrificed a child to the Soul Stone, causing the child's soul to replace Death in the prison that is the Soul Stone, Death was freer to act and control the stone. The child's soul is simply not powerful enough to hinder Death, so while she is no longer bound to the stone, as long as she controls the child's soul, it was still the same as being able to control the Soul Stone to some extent. That was why the stone had removed itself from the Infinity Gauntlet and flew toward Benjamin. To put it in simpler terms, Benjamin basically has the help of an admin who removed Thanos' cheats. This was never going to be a fair fight. After that, he just signaled everyone on Earth and opened up dozens of portals for them. Was there a need to bring everyone? Nope. Benjamin grinned. But there was no way he was going to solo such a lively party. Besides, Benjamin would be keeping a close eye on everyone so no one dies on his side. Even if someone did die, Death can just bring them back. What was there to worry? Thanos without any of the Infinity Stones is just a brute. Benjamin wanted to train everyone so they would be ready for a more higher difficulty battle in the future. After all, Benjamin knew that in this Marvel universe, there are plenty of fearsome entities. Some can even destroy an entire universe on a whim. Of course, Benjamin wouldn't let them shoulder those battles on their own. He would also be there to fight. But in an event where he isn't present and there's a crisis, they needed to be strong enough to fight through it. Benjamin glanced at Thanos, whose face had grown dark from frowning. What's it going to be, Mad Titan? Surrender, or die? Thanos narrowed his eyes. You think I'm afraid to die? No, I will embrace death with open arms. Geez, stalker much? Well, in that case, you have been warned. Autobots, roll out. With his word, everyone sprang into action and both sides started to clash. Spider-Man swung close to Benjamin and looked at him and asked, Are we the Autobots? Which one am I? You're definitely a bumblebee. Now stop quipping and start thwiping. Yes sir, Optimus Prime sir. Just as Spider-Man was about to swing and kick a Chidori, a huge figure suddenly slammed his hammer onto him. It was Black Dwarf. Puny bug. Too noisy. Technically, spiders are arachni. Move it, kid. Go annoy the others, this is a big man's fight. Before Spider-Man could continue his quip, he was cut short by the thing who charged at Black Dwarf and tackled him. Immediately after that, he rolled to the side and from above, Hulk smashed down hard at Black Dwarf, who was still on the ground. Hulk smash. Gore. Black Dwarf growled and hurriedly blocked the attack with his hammer and managed to get away with only a small injury. Before he could relax, he heard someone growling behind him, and the next moment, 2 pairs of silver claws appeared and stabbed at his back. Erg. Black Dwarf roared as Wolverine and X-23 stabbed his back. I'm just going to go. Seeing this fierce and bloody fight, Spider-Man slowly inched away and went to look for another enemy. Swinging to another location, he saw Ebony Maw and Supergiant engaged in a magical battle with the likes of Scarlet Witch, Jean Grey, Professor X, Magic, Invisible Girl, and the Ancient One. Yep. Not it. Spider-Man shook his head. No way he's going to join a fight that defies science. He swung to another location. This time, it was Corvus Glaive and Proxima Midnight fighting with Captain America, Hawkeye, Cyclops, Peter Quill, Gamera, and Lady Sif. Spider-Man felt that there's no need for him to join in this fight since they looked like they already had it handled. As for the rest, they were dealing with the massive army of Thanos. Among them, the most destructive ones were Captain Marvel, Storm, and Quake. Am I even needed here? Spider-Man sighed. He felt so small amongst these big heroes. While muttering, he suddenly felt someone slap the back of his head. Hey, Webhead. Are you scared already? Quit daydreaming and help out. It was Spider-Gwen. She rolled her eyes beneath the mask and scolded. Are you having your midlife crisis or what? What midlife crisis? I'm 18. No you're not. I will be soon. Spider-Man glared at her for a while before he started to swing again. This time, he no longer hesitated and started to deal with the Chitaurus. Benjamin saw this scene and smiled. Actually, it wasn't just Spider-Man who was questioning themselves if they truly mattered in this huge war. After all, it was easy to doubt oneself when they have other people to compare to. But these people are heroes. They would only doubt themselves at the start, but would eventually rise up to the challenge in order to protect those that they cared about. These are what Benjamin knows as plot armors. Benjamin chuckled at that thought and looked around one more time. Seeing as everyone was more or less handling their fights, Benjamin turned to Thanos. At the moment, several heroes like Thor, Iron Man, Magneto, and such are currently facing off against him, but they were still having a hard time. It was time for Benjamin to join the fray. Just as Benjamin was about to confront Thanos, he saw someone familiar at the side facing against Red Skull. It was his daughter, Cynthia. What is she doing here? Benjamin frowned and flew over. Not just Cynthia, the Brahe sisters were also there, so Benjamin looked at them for answers. What is she doing here? I know I told you guys to bring her around the EPDHQ, but I didn't mean to bring her here too. The 3 sisters averted their gazes, but 2 of them were directed at the blonde sister, Amanda. Amanda smiled wryly and explained. I might have, accidentally, told her about who her father was. It can't be helped. We were drinking at the time and the topic just somehow went there. Benjamin sighed and shook his head. No matter. What's done is done. But she still shouldn't be here. We tried not to bring her here, but it's like she suddenly went crazy and super strong. Benjamin was surprised at that. Did Cynthia have super strength? Benjamin turned to Cynthia, who was fighting against Red Skull. Now that they mentioned it, she does appear to be more agile than normal. Her reflexes are also amazing. At the moment, Cynthia wielded a dual handgun and repeatedly fired at Red Skull while doing flips and traversing the uneven battlefield. As for Red Skull, he was also firing back while teleporting here and there. Of course, just like any villain, Red Skull seemed to enjoy talking while fighting. What are you doing? I am your father. Shut the fuck up, Darth Vader. Look at your face. Look at my beautiful face. I refuse to believe it. Red Skull cursed in German when he heard that. Why did you have to bring my face in this? That's too low. Benjamin looked at the father-daughter fight and didn't know if he should intervene or not. Will you be okay, Sin? Oh, Ben? Yeah. Don't worry about me. I'm just disciplining this stupid father of mine for siding with the aliens and repeatedly trying to conquer the world like a kid. Cynthia nodded casually as if she wasn't taking the fight seriously yet. On the other hand, Red Skull saw Benjamin and was infuriated. You? Give me back the Soul Stone? Do you have any idea what I've sacrificed for that? Your son? And yet you still handed the stone to Thanos after that. How heartless. I can even feel him weeping inside the stone. Red Skull's eyes widened when he heard that his son was weeping inside the stone. His body shuddered with guilt and grief. Not only him, Cynthia was also visibly shaken. What did you do? What the fuck did you do? Cynthia shouted at Red Skull, who simply gritted his teeth and refused to answer. Instead, a maddened look seemed to appear on his face as he started to crazily charge at Benjamin. Benjamin noticed something was wrong and hurriedly wrapped Red Skull in thick vines. Hail Hydra. Boom. His body actually exploded. Damn crazy. However, did he think that death was the end for him? With a thought, the soul stone in his infinity crown glowed and an invisible soul flowed into it silently. It was Red Skull's soul who had just died. Death is too lenient of a punishment for someone like Red Skull. He still needed to pay for his crimes. Naturally, Benjamin wouldn't let him die so easily. Benjamin sighed and turned to look at Cynthia, who only looked at her father's remains silently. Did I have a little brother? Benjamin nodded. It seems that when he realized he couldn't get you, he used his backup plan. He had adopted a young boy and raised him as he would a son, also he could sacrifice him in order to gain the Soul Stone. These things, Benjamin found out from Death, who was controlling the boy's soul and naturally knew from his memories. I see. What's his name? Alexander. Alexander Schmidt. Is he still suffering? Benjamin shook his head. No, his soul is in a deep sleep. Although his body is gone, his soul is still alive in the soul stone. Can I see him? Cynthia asked. Benjamin smiled and placed his hand on her head. Yeah, just tell me whenever you want to visit him. Thank you, Ben. Benjamin nodded and patted her shoulder. All right, you've rampaged enough. Go follow Amanda and the others. Don't get into dangerous situations again. I can handle myself. Cynthia refuted but still followed his order. Now go and kick that alien right at his purple balls. That girl's crazy indeed. Benjamin chuckled and shook his head. With that finally dealt with, Benjamin focused on Thanos once more. He grinned and didn't fly over there. Instead, he went back to his modified DeLorean and got inside. Inside the car, he sat on the driver's seat and glanced at the steering wheel. He took a deep breath and held the wheel with both hands. Instantly, he felt a surge of power flowing through him. Right, Benjamin had socketed this world's infinity stones into the steering wheel. There laid 3 glowing stones. The space stone, the reality stone, the power stone. Only those 3 were socketed since Benjamin felt it was unnecessary to socket this universe's soul stone to it. Plus, the surge of power was quite painful. If he had added another infinity stone, it would just hurt more. As for the mind stone, it was still on Vision's head. The time stone was also still with the ancient one. Benjamin exhaled and glanced at the stones again. These 3 are enough. Benjamin grinned and stepped on the accelerator, revving up the engines. At the same time, his head caught on fire, turning into a flaming skull. The car also began to morph into a skeletal vehicle with 3 gems on the steering wheel. An infinity hell car. For the sake of socketing the infinity stones, Benjamin had even modified the car before the war and included URU metal on it. It was safe to say that this car this state was stronger than even Mjolnir or even Gungnir. The engines roared and everyone on the battlefield heard it. It was also a signal that Benjamin explained to them beforehand. When the hell car's engine roars, it meant he was about to end this war once and for all. Instantly, anyone who was fighting against Thanos quickly pulled back and retreated. Thanos frowned but then noticed a strange vehicle charging toward him. Flames shot out from its wheels and exhausts as it sped with amazing speed. Thanos quickly got into a defensive stance but suddenly, a red mist began to spread out from the car. The next moment, numerous copies of the car appeared around him. He was surrounded. Benjamin gripped the steering wheel and the gems glowed. Suddenly, a bluish portal appeared in front of him and reappeared in an area above Thanos. Caught unawares, Thanos felt the full brunt of the Power Stone enhanced car. But Benjamin wasn't done. The other clones also did the same thing, disappearing and reappearing all around Thanos, hitting him with a barrage of cars powered by the Power Stone. Benjamin even created curved roads in midair with the Reality Stone and sometimes phased through Thanos with the Space Stone just to make it even more unpredictable. Thanos was unable to do anything but get hit over and over. Everyone watching was speechless. Spider-Man clicked his tongue. Now that's what I call a roadkill. After a while, Benjamin was finally satisfied and stopped. He got out of the car and wiped the imaginary sweat on his flaming skull forehead. Looking at Thanos, who was bruised all over and tire marks all over his body, Benjamin felt very refreshed. Damn, that was so satisfying. Did you like my ride? How about it? Wanna take it for a spin? Thanos only groaned and grunted, clearly unable to form any words at this moment. I'll take that as a yes. Benjamin threw the chained soul dagger onto Thanos, wrapping it around Thanos' leg and attaching it to the back of the car. Then, Benjamin got into the car once more and drove through the battlefield. Benjamin drove through Thanos' army like a snowplow, all the while dragging Thanos behind him. That wasn't all though. Benjamin also used the Reality Stone to alter the ground after he drove on it to have spikes to ensure that Thanos had the best experience. Everyone watching felt their hair stand on end at the cruelty on display before them. Seeing Thanos being manhandled, or rather, car-handled by Benjamin, Proxima Midnight used this moment when her enemies were dumbfounded to quickly retreat and grab Corvus Glaive. Then, she pressed a button on her wrist communicator which caused a pillar of light to appear around her and Corvus. Corvus finally snapped out of it and shouted, "Proxima, what are you dash? Shut up, we're not winning this. We need to go, now, you dash." Before Corvus could complain, the pillar of light had already beamed them up to a small vessel ship above. Proxima didn't waste any moment and quickly slammed the button for hyperdrive. The destination didn't matter as long as it wasn't here. Seeing the two flee, everyone snapped out of it as well and quickly returned to confronting the other members of the Black Order to prevent them from fleeing. Supergiant cursed. Damn Proxima, that wench. She gritted her teeth but could only continue to defend and try to retreat. Alas, she was gradually being overpowered by the heroes, as do the other members of the Black Order. Motivation was low and their leader was being dragged across the battlefield. Was this even a fight? This is just bullying. It didn't take long for Thanos' army to fall. By the end of it, Benjamin finally stopped and got out of the car once again. He turned at the back of the car to look at Thanos, who now looked like too bloody to be recognizable. Benjamin was surprised. Wow, you're still alive after all that. Thanos attempted to stand but could only struggle to even lift his body. He could only glare at Benjamin with utmost hatred. I am inevitable. Benjamin chuckled at that and picked up the Reality Stone from the steering wheel. A red mist condensed above his other hand, forming into a very familiar orb. Benjamin tossed the orb in the air a few times before throwing it toward Thanos. And I choose you, Pikachu. Yep. Benjamin had recreated a Pokeball using the reality stone. Even Pikachu appeared in reality. Thanos looked at the yellow mouse in front of him with a confused and dumbfounded expression. Use Thunderbolt. Pika. Crash boom asterisk. So, yeah, that happened XD. The reality stone. Truth was, Benjamin had always felt that this particular stone was the most powerful. After all, its only limit was one's own imagination. Naturally, it doesn't mean that holding the reality stone will allow you to bend reality as you wish however you wish without any consequences. From the beginning where he had simulated a whole planet to making clones of himself and the car to finally creating Pikachu, it took a toll on Benjamin's energy. This energy has no name as it was quite ambiguous. It can be said to be his life force, or maybe his stamina, or it can also be called magical energy. It may even be something like a divine energy. In any case, this energy was the price of using the power of the infinity stones of this universe. In fact, Benjamin wanted to create something even bigger just out of curiosity if it would work but ultimately held back as he had consumed too much energy already. Really, this universe's infinity stones are too annoying to use. It's better to use the system ones in the future. Benjamin sighed. After today, unless it's a real emergency, Benjamin vowed not to use the infinity stones of this universe again. Well, it's nothing that sleeping and eating won't fix but still. Actually, as the god of nature, he can draw upon the energy of nature to replenish himself but there was no need to go that far. Doing so would only cause nature to decay and it won't be good for anyone. Host can also recover through absorbing the energy of others. What is that? Some kind of dual cultivation thing? System, are you secretly a Chinese character? Shall I switch to face-slapping mode? Please don't. Benjamin felt goosebumps just thinking about it. Reading about it and laughing it off is one thing but if it were to happen to him, it would be just too annoying to deal with. Benjamin shook his head with a laugh. He threw all these random thoughts at the back of his mind and looked at Thanos who was charred black and disfigured all over. Benjamin had already deactivated the reality stone and caused Pikachu to dissipate into red mist. Still, everyone around him was dumbfounded. Spider-Man turned his head to look at Iron Man. Mr. Stark. Was I dreaming or did I see Pikachu there just now? Nope. I saw it too. Spider-Man was silent for a while before suddenly turning back to Benjamin. Mr. Freed? Captain Freed, sir? Are Pokemons real? Where can I catch one? I want a Charizard. I'm going to be a Pokemon master. Spider-Gwen instantly smacked the back of his head. Idiot. He obviously used one of those infinity stones. At the side, Mr. Fantastic also approached with a curious look. Fascinating. These infinity stones, can I have a closer look? He asked with shining eyes as he stared at the stones. Benjamin shivered and quickly shook his head. No, you're not allowed. Who knows what kind of dangerous shit you'll make? Benjamin sweated. He knew that this guy was quite well known for his dangerous inventions. In fact, even his child in the comics was akin to a god who can bend reality to his will. Wait, it doesn't have anything to do with the reality stone, right? Benjamin thought to himself never to let Reed get near any of the infinity stones. Hearing that, Mr. Fantastic started to sulk in the corner but no one cared about him. Thor then landed beside Thanos and kicked him a few times to see if he was still alive. He's still alive. What now? Well, considering how many planets and civilizations this guy has massacred, even saying he deserves to die is too kind to him. Instead, I'll be placing his soul in a prison inside the Soul Stone. Does anyone have other thoughts? Benjamin looked around but everyone shook their heads. Even someone with a straight sense of justice like Spider-Man can see how cruel and dangerous Thanos was. If Benjamin had not intercepted them, who knew how many lives would have been lost in their scuffle? Not to mention, they had heard from Thor and the Guardians how Thanos would wipe out half the population of each planet he visits. Against someone like that, were they supposed to just die? Maybe so. But was that enough punishment? No. They owe it to the lives of everyone that Thanos had killed to make sure he doesn't end easily. But just imprisoning him wouldn't do either as they were not confident in making a secure enough prison for him. That's why Benjamin decided on the Soul Prison as he did with Sublime and Red Skull. The next moment, a black fog appeared beside Benjamin which then turned into a hooded robe. Thanos, whose consciousness was slowly slipping out, managed to catch a glimpse of this figure. No, why? The hooded figure didn't say anything in response to him and merely lifted its hand, revealing a pale white hand underneath the robes. Everything was for you, yet why? Thanos's vision began to blur. Why, do you stand beside him, Death? Death snorted. Everything was for me? Are you an idiot? Why would you give deaths to someone who embodies death? It's like saying you're giving a leaf to a forest. How ridiculous. Thanos' body shook. In his last breath of life, he only heard Death's disdainful voice. Hear this. Everyone dies in the end. It doesn't matter if you do it in advance or delay it. In the end, everyone belongs to me. There was no need for you to do what you did. Life and death are nature's balance. For every life you took, nature births new life. Everything you did was useless. And just like that, Thanos' consciousness faded into black. Death collected his soul and tossed him into the prison inside the Soul Stone, destined to suffer indemnation. Death turned to Benjamin and smirked. That's right, life and death is a balance, yet in this balance, an irregularity occurred. A life outside the balance. I will be waiting for this life to turn into death. She didn't say these words out loud and only smiled at Benjamin teasingly before disappearing again. Benjamin tilted his head, confused what death meant with that look earlier. In the end, he shrugged and no longer thought about it. Whatever, he was powerless against her for now anyway. He can only go with the flow for now. Professor X approached and asked Benjamin with a fearful tone. Ben, that being just now. Oi, don't tell me you tried to read her mind. No, no way. She felt too suffocating to even look at. Who was that? Benjamin thought for a moment to think of an answer. He nodded. Basically, she's a NEET. NEET. Not in education, employment, or training. Benjamin shrugged. It's true though. In fact, not only is she a NEET, but she's also a shut-in. She only lives in her room whenever she feels like it. Otherwise, she orders Hela to do it. This time, it seems she was pissed off at Thanos who was using her as an excuse to mass murder, so she went to personally retrieve his soul even though she didn't have to. It's indeed scary to anger a NEET. They don't have any scruples at all. Benjamin sighed and shook his head. Anyway, that takes care of that. Detain the other members of the Black Order. Although they also deserve to die, I have other uses for them to serve as their punishment. As for the rest of the Chitaurus, Benjamin trailed off. Actually, he wasn't sure what to do with the surviving Chitaurus. There's too many to imprison. Kill them? Although convenient, it might be frowned upon by others if he were to order off the deaths of such a huge number. While he was thinking of what to do with them, Peter Quill approached him. We can sell them off to the Grand Master. He'd pay well for these guys to put in his arena. Oh, that's a good idea. It will also give them some income on the intergalactic scale. All right, we'll do that then. The money received will be put into developing the EPD on the intergalactic scale. However, Carol and Thor will be going with you. You know, as bodyguards. We can't have them all escape on the way, right? Benjamin smirked and Peter clicked his tongue. Tisk, there goes faking the amount. Carol raised an eyebrow. I get me going, but why does the God of Hammers have to go as well? Thor snapped back. It's God of Thunder. Also, why can't I go? I've always wanted to see the Grand Master's Grand Arena. Benjamin stared at Thor with half-closed eyes. No, this guy just wanted to leave work and have fun. Benjamin could tell. Still, Valkyrie was there in the movies, so Benjamin was curious if she was also here this time as well. It should be useful having Thor go with them. Well, he can't just say that. Having you alone just makes me uneasy. Thor is quite powerful too, and he can have Heimdall summon the Bifrost in case of emergencies. Also, now that Thor is the ruler of Asgard, the Grand Master should be more accommodating with the price. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting he's the king of Asgard now. Carol nodded. Everyone turned to look at Thor, who then struck a pose to show his mighty self. After seeing that, no one reacted and simply looked away and nodded at Carol. Right, he doesn't feel like a king at all. Rocket Raccoon rolled his eyes and asked. All right, fine. We'll take the glowing lady and his majesty muscles over there. Does anyone still want to come? Oh, I want to come. Spider-Man quickly raised his hand. Along with him, there was also Iceman, Iron Fist, Daredevil, Nightcrawler, Human Torch, and Jake. Wait, why is Jake here? Benjamin turned to Jake, who he only just now noticed. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to watch over HQ? Oh come on. A chance to fight aliens? Did you think I was gonna sit this one out? And, did you even fight? Nah, I was hiding pretty much until now. I brought some popcorn though. Benjamin didn't know what to say. He ignored him for now and turned to the others. He looked at Spider-Man first. Don't you have homework? No. That's a yes. Go do your homework. Benjamin waved his hand with a sling ring and portaled Spider-Man back to Earth. Oh come on Dash. With Spider-Man gone, Benjamin turned to Iceman. And you? Why do you want to go? It seems fun. Away you go. Way Dash. Just like Spider-Man, Benjamin portaled him back to Earth as well. Benjamin turned to Human Torch. Before he could even ask, Human Torch already spoke up. To meet Alien Chic. Benjamin didn't bother hearing the rest and tossed him back to Earth. Next was Nightcrawler. Upon being stared at, Nightcrawler knew that it was his turn. He scratched his head and answered. I'm just curious how other aliens look. Benjamin stared at him for a moment before nodding. Fine. Really? Actually, your ability might be useful during the trip. With Nightcrawler's teleportation ability, Benjamin would be more reassured if they were in a pinch. Whether it was Spider-Man, Iceman, or Human Torch, those guys would only be more of a nuisance than help. Especially if all three are in the same room. Benjamin then looked at Iron Fist and Daredevil. I sort of get the others, but why you two? Iron Fist answered first. I'm interested in the arena. I wonder if there are also martial artists among the aliens. Oh, you're interested in the Grand Arena too? Want to sign up when we're there? Thor grinned. Benjamin facepalmed. Maybe it's a mistake to have Thor join. But at least Iron Fist is more level-headed. He might be able to rein in Thor for a bit. Benjamin then looked at Daredevil. And you? I just want to sightsee. Benjamin and everyone stared at Daredevil dumbfoundedly. Have you been spending too much time with Spider-Man lately? It was just a joke. Is it that unnatural for me to joke? Was it that bad? Daredevil sighed. Well, I wanted to get used to hearing how aliens' heart beats. In case they ever show up on Earth someday, I'd know how to differentiate them. Benjamin nodded. All right. Having you there can also be an advantage during the negotiation. With that settled, Benjamin reopened the portals back to Earth for everyone to go back. Just as everyone was about to go through, a red figure emerged from the portal. Ta-da! The D-man's here? It's time to die, Josh Brolin. Benjamin facepalmed himself at the sight of Deadpool. He had avoided bringing him here, but somehow this guy still knew and even went through the portal just as he opened it. Wolverine passed by Benjamin and patted his shoulder. Huh. Good luck with that, bub. Huh. Benjamin stared at him in shock. He turned to the others who only looked away and left quickly through the portal. Benjamin's face fell. He felt as if the whole world had betrayed him. Deadpool looked at everyone leaving and was confused. Wait, is it over? Was I a few chapters late? This won't do. I'll go back to the previous chapter real key dash. Benjamin acted swiftly and used the reality stone to throw a Pikachu through one of the portals. Look, a wild Pikachu. Oh, shiny? Fun fact, I used to voice Pikachu in another uni dash. Without waiting for him to finish, Benjamin closed the portal as soon as Deadpool went through with it. Benjamin sighed and wiped the imaginary sweat on his forehead. He looked around and saw that there were still a few people sticking around. Namely, Reed Richards, Tony Stark, and Bruce Banner. Do you guys need something? Reed Richards answered first. This planet we're on, do you mind if I study it for a bit? It's nearly 90% similar to our planet and I'm more curious about the remaining 10% difference. Just don't do anything dangerous. Of course. I'm merely studying it. How dangerous can it get? Reed shrugged, but Benjamin felt otherwise. Well, at least it should be safer to do any of his experiments here than on Earth. And you guys? I'm also a bit curious about this planet. I'm thinking of building a resort or hotel here. Bruce and Tony answered. As expected of Tony to think of how to make more money out of this. Fine. I'll leave a portal open then. Also, EPD gets 50% of the earnings. 10%. 40%. At most, 25%. 30%. I hate you. Tony rolled his eyes but agreed nonetheless. Benjamin then thought of making another base here for the EPD. It's a huge planet and there's plenty of space. It can serve as the intergalactic branch of the EPD. With everything settled, Benjamin returned home to rest. Arriving at home, Benjamin laid on the sofa with his head on Natasha's lap. It's finally over. Was it hard? Natasha asked. Benjamin gave a wry smile and shook his head. Not exactly. But I think I exerted myself too much. Also, the significance of today's battle is a huge impact on our world. How so? Benjamin sighed. In the past, Earth was nothing in the grand scheme of the universe. But now, we have defeated the Mad Titan. No doubt, other civilizations had already set their sights on us. Beings more powerful than Thanos will show up soon, and I'm still not sure that Earth is ready. Benjamin wondered if his current strength was enough to face someone like the Celestials or Galactus, or maybe the Beyonder. He still feels the need to get stronger. And with the system, getting stronger was just a matter of points. Natasha placed her hand on Benjamin's cheek as she stroked it gently. Don't worry too much about things that haven't happened yet. We may not be ready now, but if ever the world is in danger, I have no doubt that Earth will make it through. Just as it has always been. Benjamin smiled and nodded. He didn't say any more and simply closed his eyes to rest. That night, Benjamin wasn't able to fall asleep, so he left the bedroom and stood on the balcony. As he leaned on the railing, a shadow emerged beside him and revealed a little girl. Benjamin looked at her curiously. Didn't you get your other half? Why are you still a loli? Death smiled teasingly. It's more fun to tease you in this form. Please return already. Fufu. Fine. I suppose you won't ever push me down if I continue to be in this form. What do you mean to push you down? Benjamin sweated. A shadowy mist covered Death as she grew into her complete form. Seeing this sexy and enchanting figure, Benjamin regretted it and quickly said, Actually, I think it's better to go back to your child form. Nope. Death chuckled and embraced him from behind. Her breath tickled his ear as she spoke softly. You don't need to worry too much about those Celestials or even Galactus. If they try to harm you, I'll grant them a quick death. Thank you. That's very reassuring to hear. Of course, if that brat comes for you, I can't do anything. Brat? Is she perhaps talking about the Beyonder? Benjamin wanted to ask but felt like he shouldn't be name-dropping such beings. Benjamin smiled and shook his head. It doesn't matter. When it comes to it, I'll just grit my teeth and somehow make it through. Fufu, I'm sure you will. Death also smiled. Benjamin fell silent for a moment while Death continued to embrace him. Suddenly, he remembered. Right, how is the new inmate? Still screaming his soul out. Wanna see? All right. Benjamin closed his eyes and entered the soul world of the Soul Stone. There, he saw a beautiful mansion on top of a beautiful island. Hela stood at the entrance in her maid outfit. Benjamin looked at her weirdly. Have you really come to like that outfit? You kinda suit it now. Hela didn't say anything and only glared at him. Benjamin coughed and didn't bother her anymore. Heading to the deepest basement, Benjamin and Death soon arrived in front of Thanos' cell. With him being completely enclosed in walls, they weren't able to hear any sound leaking, so Benjamin removed a wall to take a look. Please, no more. Let me die. Thanos' soul appeared in front of them, bound in chains that burned his soul, only to be reconstructed again and burned all over again. Death smiled. This cycle of life and death will continue on the same number of lives he took. What do you think? I suppose that's only fitting. Benjamin nodded. Considering how many lives Thanos took, this is simply going to continue for an eternity. Suddenly, Death had an idea. Actually, I know a way to further enhance his torment. Oh, tell me. Benjamin looked at her curiously. Was there anything else more painful than your own soul burning for eternity? Death grinned and whispered to Benjamin. Simple. Fuck me in front of him. Benjamin felt the thread of reason in his mind snap. Holy shit. Benjamin looked at Death cautiously. I think there's something wrong with my ear. Can you repeat that again? You heard it right. I said fuck me in front of him. Death said quite frankly with a teasing smile on her face. At that moment, Benjamin felt a shiver down his spine, yet also a hint of arousal. It was a weird feeling of fear and excitement mixed together. Benjamin used all his willpower to calm down and chuckled dryly. Ha, you sure know how to joke, Death. I'm not joking thought. Seriously. Benjamin looked at Death in her eyes but well, he was still unable to get a read on Death. Don't even think about using his telepathic powers to read her mind. There's no way he can come out alive from that. Was she really serious? To say that Benjamin wasn't tempted would be a lie. Not to mention getting to sleep with a beautiful woman who was also one of the oldest and most powerful existence in the universe. There was also the side quest from the system. The system had said that sleeping with Death was worth 100 harem points. There's also that court Death quest with a +1 life token and Necro's word reward. No wait, that quest said that I needed to conquer her heart. Sleeping with her shouldn't necessarily count as conquering her heart, right? Benjamin hesitated. Death noticed his expression and was confused. What? Is the idea of sleeping with me really that bad? Benjamin quickly shook his head and said. It's not that. It's just, it doesn't seem right to do it like this. I'd rather not have Thanos with an audience, even if it's for his punishment. Death was surprised. With how many beings courting her in the past, she would think that given the chance, any one of them would immediately jump on the opportunity and push her down when she asked for it. Yet Benjamin was still considering things like this. Was it a difference in culture? No, Death had spent a considerable amount of time on the internet after all. It isn't that far off from the culture of other planets out there. In fact, the culture of Earth can be said to be even more chaotic than most civilizations. Death was convinced of that after seeing the weird things in TikTok. Death chuckled. She only felt more and more interested in eventually conquering Benjamin. Well, I suppose you are right. It might not even be a punishment for him and would just turn into a show. She turned around and walked a few steps before stopping and turning her head sideways. Since you said it like that, I will look forward to when you push me down then. Benjamin was confused for a while. Only after she was gone did he understand. All this time, he would always evade her teasing since he was afraid that sleeping with Death would, well, actually cause his death. By saying what he said earlier, he had basically said he would push her down one day. Just not right now. I walked right into that one. Benjamin sighed and shook his head. He looked at Thanos one last time then left as well. Back on Earth, Benjamin began handling various things. First, he informed his idea of an intergalactic division of the EPD to Captain Holt and Major Johnson. They didn't bother to even think about it and just approved it. At this moment, Captain Holt spoke up. By the way, there's a matter we need to discuss urgently concerning you. What's wrong? Is some government official up to no good again? Benjamin frowned when he saw Captain Holt's grave expression. He had Vision constantly monitor those guys in case they were planning something on the EPD but so far there wasn't anything. Captain Holt shook his head. It's not that. It's about your rank. What about it? The people are confused as to how to address you. Are you still a captain? Or the director of EPD? Chairman? With how the EPD is growing, what exactly is your position now? Benjamin was a bit speechless. He had never bothered with his title or rank after all. He didn't really care either way so he just shrugged. I'll leave that up to you guys. I don't care anyway. Should we just make him the President of the United States? Major Johnson suggested. Please no. Benjamin was speechless. He didn't care about his rank but anything but that? Captain Holt suggested. How about we make him King Freed? Oh, we can do Emperor Freed too. Benjamin was speechless again. Are we a monarchy now? Benjamin then recalled how he has an infinity crown and can't help but shiver. They aren't really going to turn him into a king or emperor, right? Seeing the two of them start discussing excitedly, Benjamin shook his head. Anyway, I still have stuff to do so, just don't use president, king, or emperor. Yes, Lord Freed. Major Johnson bowed exaggeratedly. Not that too. Benjamin rolled his eyes and left, leaving the two alone to discuss. The two looked at each other and chuckled. Suddenly, Captain Holt's face turned stoic again. But seriously, what should we do about his position? How about we just do an internal poll in the EPD? That's a good idea. I'll have Peralta be in charge of it. Hearing that, Major Johnson felt uneasy. Is it really a good idea to have that guy in charge of this? At this moment, Benjamin had left Earth again and portaled to Xandar to see Queen Adora. Seeing Benjamin again, Adora sighed in relief. It's good to see that you are safe. I was worried when you said Thanos would be coming after your world. Benjamin smiled. Don't worry, Thanos has been dealt with. That's good. Adora nodded. Rather than that, regarding what we talked about before. All right, let's discuss it in my room. Is that necessary? Yes. Benjamin fell silent for a while but still followed her to her room. Needless to say, their discussion only happened after several hours of tumbling on the bed. Their discussion was primarily about forming an intergalactic alliance with Earth. After some talks, Adora proposed to call a few more civilizations and schedule a proper conference with all parties involved at a later date. Benjamin then returned back to Earth and returned to his daily routine. Just like that, a few days had passed. Regarding the war with Thanos, the people of Earth didn't know that it even happened. Only a select few people knew of the matters that happened due to their connections and such. One of which was a certain Norman Osborn. He stood in his office as he looked out of the window, displaying the busy New York underneath him while holding onto a wine glass. A secretary stood at the side with her head down nervously after she finished her report. Norman gritted his teeth and tossed the wine glass on his hand, smashing it onto the wall beside the secretary. EPD, Stark, Reed, just because these people have their so-called heroes, they were able to get a priority on alien technology? What the hell are the people in the research department doing? Where is the super serum that they promised me? Sir, it can't be helped. Richard Parker was the lead scientist in the research department. After he died, no one was able to understand most of his notes. And the spider that he developed had also gone missing. Don't give me that excuse. Bring me Octavius. Right away. The secretary quickly left. Norman huffed and sat back down on his chair. As he was calming down, he noticed that a painting on the wall on his left was tilted slightly. His face paled and quickly stood up. He pulled on the painting like a door and it revealed a safe behind it. Norman quickly dialed the password, pressed his finger on the fingerprint scanner, and even aligned his eye on the iris scanner. After a series of unlocking, only then did the safe open up. As soon as Norman saw the inside, his anger reached its peak as he started screaming and tossing everything in his line of sight. The safe was empty. Meanwhile, Freedom Building. This was the company that Benjamin and Felicia had started in the past to sell the VR gaming pods Freedom to the masses. Benjamin doesn't really visit the place often and it is mostly Felicia who handles it as the CEO. Today was one of the days that he did visit as he wanted to check in on Felicia and the company. Previously, he had assigned a job for the Thieves Guild through Felicia. Well, not just one job but a series of jobs actually. It was to infiltrate some of the biggest and most corrupt companies in New York, one of which was Oscorp. Felicia had called earlier saying that the job was done so he came to check in with her. Benjamin knocked on Felicia's office as he arrived. Come in. Seems like you're settling in well, Black Cat. Felicia shrugged. I guess the corporate life suits me. It sure does. Benjamin nodded as he looked at her in her business outfit. She wore a red shirt with 3 buttons at the top unbuttoned and a black pencil skirt along with black stockings and red heels. Felicia smiled. Like what you see. Yep. Although I'm not sure it's healthy to show that much cleavage to your employees. Felicia chuckled. I only unbuttoned a few more since I knew you were coming. Is that so? And then, Benjamin delayed their discussion again for a few hours. After several hours of office fun, Benjamin and Felicia finally started to talk about Oscorp. Feeling full and satisfied, Felicia relaxed on the sofa as she tossed a stack of papers onto the coffee table. Here's what you wanted. Oh, and there were also a few gold bars. Same rules. Benjamin took the stack of papers first and glanced at it. Hearing what Felicia said, he looked at her curiously. He actually has gold bars. Yeah, with his name engraved on it and shit. There was also a tracker inside but don't worry, we already melted it and recasted. Must be some emergency fund or something. Benjamin shrugged and nodded. Same rules. You get 60%, I get 40%. Split mine into 20-10-10. Are you still donating 20% to charity? Do they even run out of money from how much you have been giving them? Well, I don't really need that much money. While he keeps 10%, the remaining 10% he just pours into EPD funds. It's because of this that Captain Holt and Major Johnson turn a blind eye to some of his more questionable actions. Actually, Benjamin had long since told them about him blackmailing over half of the government officials. Initially, they were shocked and wanted to reprimand him, but after finding out what those people were doing and what they were planning, they decided that this was for the best. In fact, if possible, Benjamin wanted to replace those people already, but doing so would affect a whole lot more. It was better to get them on a leash and slowly replace them in time. Eventually, he wouldn't need to blackmail anyone. Captain Holt and Major Johnson actually didn't know what to do with him. To say that Benjamin was not corrupt was a lie. But then again, he doesn't even use most of the money on himself and instead donates it to charity and adds more into EPD funds. He's basically embezzling, in reverse. As for those blackmails, he only blackmailed those who were trying to dig some secrets to blackmail him and other EPD members. What do you call someone who blackmails your own blackmailer? And so, they decided it was best to just leave it to Benjamin. In any case, this guy is already a god. Even if he wanted to conquer the world, they would be helpless. Felicia sighs and asks, so, which charity is it going to be this time? Are there new ones? Let's see. Felicia took out her phone and started to do a casual search. There's this new one in Midtown. It's called Feast apparently. Feast. Benjamin was a bit surprised as he wasn't unfamiliar with this name. Yeah, it's short for food, emergency aid, shelter, and training. Want me to send someone to investigate if they're legit? Felicia asked since she knew that there were some charities that only looked good on the surface but were up to some shady things behind the scenes. Benjamin thought for a moment. From what he remembers, Feast was originally a front for Martin Lee's, also known as Mr. Negative, criminal activities. But here, Benjamin recalled that he had already captured him in the past together with Hammerhead, Tombstone, and Shocker. Do you know who's in charge of it? A woman by the name of May Parker. I see. Well, I'll go check it out myself. I have some free time anyway. Besides, I should probably make a few public appearances once in a while. When EPD began expanding, Benjamin didn't show himself in public for a while as he mostly handled everything behind the scenes. Eventually, people forgot what he looked like so he doesn't get swarmed by fans now whenever he goes out, unlike when he first started the EPD. Felicia yawned and lay down on the sofa. Alright, suit yourself. I'm gonna rest up here. You fucked me too hard. Haha, you wanted it hard. Benjamin chuckled and left. Outside her office, Benjamin found Felicia's assistant doing some work behind a desk and greeted her. Felicia's resting right now. If there's any urgent matters today, call me. Yes, boss. The secretary nodded energetically. Benjamin nodded and left the building soon after. Checking on his phone, he found the address of Feast and hailed a taxi. Though he could portal his way there, Benjamin didn't feel like always traveling that way, so he would sometimes drive or use public transportation. Where to, sir? Feast. Here's the address. Oh, gotcha. I know the place. Thanks. Benjamin started to look out the window to take in the view of a normal day in New York, but the Indian driver didn't seem to stop speaking. I see you got out of Freedom Building. Do you work there by any chance? I guess you can say that. Must be nice. I've heard a lot about the VR thing that they made. But I haven't tried it yet. I don't have the money to buy one, sadly. Do you know about it? Yeah, Freedom, right. Do you play it, sir? Sometimes, though not recently. Benjamin shook his head. He didn't have as much interest in VR gaming as he thought he would. Sure, it was fun the first few times, but in the end, he rarely plays it now. Well, it was also true that he was busy most of the time, so there wasn't the time to play. Death seemed to be having fun playing it though. In the game world, she didn't have her powers, so she also couldn't kill anyone accidentally. The driver was still not finished talking. I hear that you can sell game items for real money, is that true? Yes. Although it's not the company's intention, there are some rich people among the players who pay real money for game items. Those whales. Benjamin clicked his tongue. That's nice. If only I have money to buy a free dome. The driver sighed. Benjamin shook his head. It isn't a guarantee that you'll get a good item to sell. Even if you play now, getting a rare item is like winning a lottery. My cousin won a lottery once. But then his parents found out, so he treated them. And his parents' parents found out, so he treated them. And his parents' parents' cousins found out, so he treated them. And then his parents' parents' cousins' other cousins found out. Can you skip to the end? He's broke now. Although Benjamin could tell the answer from the start, hearing it still made him speechless. Sure enough, if you struck it rich, it's best not to tell anyone. Don't worry, my parents are in India, so I won't tell them if I win the lottery. That's good. I will just tell my brother. Benjamin fell silent again. He could already tell what would happen if he did that. Benjamin shook his head and looked out the window. Are we not there yet? Oh, it's just around the corner here. All right, here's fine. Drop me off. Okay, boss. Benjamin sighed and got out of the taxi. Oh right, what's your name? Dopinder, sir. Is that so? Benjamin was surprised. To think he would meet the taxi driver that drives Deadpool around. How's Deadpool? Oh, he's very sad. Last time we met. Said something about not meeting a purple potato alien. Was he still hung up on that? Benjamin smiled wryly and shook his head. He took out a few bills and handed them to Dopinder. Dopinder took it and was surprised to find it was more than the fare. Sir. Take it. Consider it payment for taking care of that guy. He doesn't pay, does he? He gives me crisp high fives. That's called not paying. Anyway, go and buy yourself a free dome. Just don't tell anyone if you get anything good. Understood, sir? I will only tell Mr. Poole. I did just say not to tell anyone, right? Benjamin was too exhausted to retort and stopped caring. Anyway, he already warned him. Benjamin watched Dopinder drive off, then looked at the stack of papers in his hand and sighed. He originally wanted to read them on the way, but that guy wouldn't stop talking. Well, I suppose I'll look at it later. Benjamin chucked it in his inventory for now and walked towards the Feast building. The building used to be an old covered basketball court but was closed for quite some time due to the owner's passing. Eventually, it seems that it was bought and turned into a shelter for the homeless, which helped get people off the streets and get jobs. Benjamin walked inside and saw a wide area and several bunk beds and tables here and there. Overall, although it looked a bit chaotic, everything was clean and neat. With some work, this could become a good shelter. At this moment, an elderly figure wearing an apron approached him. Excuse me, is there something you need here? Seeing this elderly woman, Benjamin guessed who she was. Hi, are you perhaps May Parker? The elderly woman was surprised but suddenly chuckled. What are you saying? I'm not May. Yes? Someone called me. Benjamin was surprised when he heard someone else talk. He looked at the person who just arrived and saw a middle-aged woman with short brown hair wearing a simple green collared shirt tucked in her brown pants. She looked nothing like in the comics or the movies and instead become this hot MILF. System? Am I really not in an Iraj version of Marvel? Why is Aunt May a hot MILF? Host, stop complaining. Wait till you see Janet Van Dyne. Benjamin was speechless. Janet Van Dyne? Hank Pym's wife? The one still stuck in the quantum realm? Don't tell me she's gonna be a hot gilf? System? Tell me, is she a hot gilf? Host would know if you go in the quantum realm. Should I go now? Benjamin was quite curious. At this moment, May waved his hand in front of Benjamin. Hello, are you still there? Yeah, sorry, I didn't expect you'd be so young. Oh, you. I'm nearly 40 years old. How can I still be young? Benjamin thought for a moment. In the comics, Aunt May should be around 50 already. Well, Peter is also still in high school, so I suppose it's only fair that Aunt May is also younger. Benjamin coughed. Ahem. I'm Benjamin. I came here today as I was thinking of donating some money here. A donor? That's great news, May. The elderly woman looked excited. May was also excited and nodded. Thank you very much. How much are you planning to donate? I haven't decided yet. At least 3 million, I think. I'll decide more after looking around. 3 million. At least. The two were shocked. They didn't expect such a huge donation at all. Benjamin nodded. I've taken a quick look at the area and I know you'll need money to renovate. It can't stay like this forever. It would be better to get individual rooms for privacy at least. The food could also be better. I'm not saying the food is bad, but it's just not enough. On the ride here, I noticed there were still a few homeless people on the streets. I think it's necessary to start different branches. You would need more employees too, and it's not possible to make them work for free, so you'd need to pay them. I think 3 million is enough for a long-term improvement. Of course, we can't let these people just live here indefinitely without doing anything. They would need to take jobs soon enough. Maybe implement some policies or rules for those who stay here. For jobs, I have several positions I can provide. Although they wouldn't need any technical skills, their personality needs to be checked and tested. The elderly woman and May were both silent for a while. What do you think? Who are you exactly? Oh, let me introduce myself. I'm Benjamin Freed of the EPD, also chairman of Freedom Corp. Benjamin Freed? That Benjamin Freed. May exclaimed in shock. Well, unless you know other Benjamin Freeds. Oh wow, I didn't think I'd get to meet you personally. Well, your nephew meets me most of the time, but she probably still doesn't know that Peter's Spider-Man. Spider-Man is one of the few members of the EPD who always keeps his identity. At first, there were a lot of them, but after knowing each other on missions and getting comfortable with the other members, they no longer guard their identity too much. Only Peter and a few others would always keep their identity a secret. Benjamin just doesn't know if he already told someone else or not. Maybe a friend? Does Ned exist here? Well, I'm pretty sure Gwen knows it. Considering she's probably not from this universe, but since she's been here for a while, it's safe to say that the setting isn't like that animated movie where they would glitch if they are in the wrong universe. Benjamin still has no idea why she's here, but like he told her before, as long as it doesn't really affect anything, he won't bother about it. It would be interesting to visit the multiverse one day though. Maybe it's even possible to go to the DC world? Host, are you sure about that? Why are you asking? System? Is something bad going to happen? This system is the ultimate Marvel system. Going to other Marvel worlds is not a big problem. But if you go to something like a DC world, the host of the ultimate DC system will get notified and things may get complicated. Benjamin fell into deep thought. That does sound bad. Benjamin knew better than anyone how powerful this system could be. And from what the system said, it isn't a unique existence in the multiverse, so how powerful would the others be? What if they invade this world? Actually, host does not need to worry too much. They all also have their own considerations. As long as host doesn't offend them intentionally, there won't be any problem. Well, I sure hope so. Benjamin sighed. Anyway, one problem at a time. So, do you mind showing me around? Sure, it would be my pleasure. May nodded enthusiastically. Isn't she a bit too excited? Actually, Benjamin doesn't fully understand his own fame. Although many had already forgotten what he looked like since he rarely showed himself, the name Benjamin Freed is still a resounding name in the hearts of many people, as it could be said that he is someone who signaled a new era. It's like, ask anyone what Jesus looks like and they would all give vague descriptions. But they still know the name itself. Okay, maybe that comparison is a bit, but you get the point? While Benjamin follows May around the place, a couple were walking on the streets nearby. One was a man with short brown hair and the other was a woman with long red hair. It was none other than Peter Parker and Mary Jane. It's such a shame Harry can't come with us. Today's game night. It can't be helped. You know Harry. It seems his father's had some problems lately, so he's trying to help. MJ shrugged. Peter sighed. Considering how bad his dad's mood has been, I doubt this would end well. That's true. MJ nodded. The two of them had long known the love-hate relationship with the Osborns. Peter stretched his arms and looked around as they walked. Anyway, it sure is peaceful nowadays. Isn't that good? Well, yeah, of course. I just mean, you know, after that whole alien war thing, I expected like more aliens would come and invade us or something. Don't jinx it. MJ rolled her eyes. She knew that Peter was Spider-Man and knew that he had taken part in a crazy war some time ago. She still couldn't believe that something that scary and amazing happened without them knowing anything. According to Peter, it was thanks to Benjamin Freed, who had teleported the alien fleet just as it was about to enter the Earth's atmosphere and sent them to a different planet. Afterward, he assembled Earth's mightiest and won the war. How amazing was that? But at the same time, the fact that Earth had nearly brushed against death had also scared her. It was fine not knowing about it, but this stupid guy told her about it and now she's worried all the time whether aliens would invade again so abruptly. But well, after a few days of waiting and nothing happening, she had reverted back to her normal lifestyle. Of course, it's not that she had forgotten about it. But after thinking it through, the fact that nothing was happening meant that their planet was being protected by someone powerful. I'm kinda interested in meeting this Benjamin Fried, MJ mused. Hearing that, Peter froze. Meet that guy? No. Peter knew about Benjamin and his expanding number of lovers. If MJ meets him, what if? Just the thought of it frightens Peter. Peter coughed and quickly changed topics. Ahem? Oh, we're at feast. Let's go say hi to Aunt May since we're here. Speaking of which, I haven't visited the feast yet since it was established. Let's go. MJ remembered that she wanted to visit before but there wasn't a good time. Now that they were here, it was better to go. She grabbed Peter's hand and pulled him inside. Inside, a staff noticed them and waved. Oh, Peter? Here to see your aunt. Yeah, where is she right now? She's showing a guest around the place. Said he was going to donate some money here. Hearing that a donor was present, Peter and MJ looked surprised and amazed. Wow, you guys found a donor so fast? That's amazing. MJ clapped. Peter smiled, also happy for his aunt. He asked the staff. Any idea who he is? I didn't hear. I just heard he's quite handsome and amazing or something. The staff shrugged. He wasn't there when Benjamin introduced himself but just overheard some things. Peter's eyes narrowed while MJ raised a brow and smirked. She nudged Peter with her elbow and chuckled. Hee, maybe he's going to be your future uncle, Peter. Humph. I won't acknowledge anyone but Uncle Ben. Peter humphed and started to walk inside. Let's go MJ. Let's see who this guy is. Look at you, so overprotective. MJ rolled her eyes again but still followed. She was a bit curious as to who this handsome fellow was. At this moment, Benjamin had pretty much looked around the place and they were finishing up. And that's pretty much it. What do you think? May asked. Benjamin smiled and nodded. It's pretty impressive considering the limited budget you had before. I'll increase my donation to 5 million. I trust that you can put it to good use. Hearing his confirmation, May's eyes brightened excitedly. That's great. I promise that I'll put every cent into good use. May promised. Suddenly, a few kids playing nearby ran past behind May and accidentally pushed her forward, leaning onto Benjamin's chest. Benjamin was also surprised and unconsciously caught her by the arms. As the two locked eyes for a brief moment, Benjamin's mind retorted. What is this? A K-drama or something? Knowing how embarrassed May might be, Benjamin was about to gently push her away when suddenly, someone exclaimed beside them. Ah. Confused, Benjamin and May snapped out of it and looked at the side at the same time. There, they saw two people. Benjamin recognized one of them as Peter Parker. As for the other, that red hair and being beside Peter means it can only be Mary Jane Watson. At the moment, Peter was pointing at them with his mouth agape in speechlessness. Why you two? Benjamin looked at him, then at May. He knew this kid misunderstood them so he quickly stabilized May and took a big step back. Ahem, that was Dash. Oh, Peter? You're here? There's great news. Before Benjamin could explain, May greeted Peter excitedly. Now, if Benjamin still insists on explaining, it will make him sound too rude. He had completely missed the timing. Sighing, he just shrugged it off and calmed down. Aunt May, why is he here? He's the new donor of Feast? You know him, right? He's none other than Benjamin Fried, that one from the EPD? How amazing is that? Are really amazing. Peter forced a smile. Damn it. Of course, I know him. I'm also a member of the EPD. MJ saw his expression and nearly laughed out loud. Smiling, she stepped forward and extended her hand towards Benjamin. So you're the famous Benjamin Fried. You're indeed as handsome as they say. Benjamin smiled wryly as he shook her hand. No, that's an exaggeration. Host, how come you're so gullible suddenly? Is MJ also your target? Are you also going to NTR Spider-Man? System, shut up. Peter saw the two shook hands and his mind exploded. Oh no, why did they have to meet? After shaking MJ's hand, Benjamin suddenly felt a death stare from Peter. What is this guy thinking? Not caring about the mood, May introduced the two. This is my nephew, Peter. This one is MJ, Peter's girlfriend. Benjamin nodded. Although he already knew it, he acted as if it was his first meeting with Peter. Nice to meet you. I am Benjamin Fried. Nice to meet you, Peter said and shook his hand. Peter, why are you using super strength? Aren't you afraid of your cover being blown? Benjamin smiled wryly again and sighed. This guy definitely misunderstood and is now hostile to him. Seeing Peter act like this, Benjamin felt like teasing him a bit. Wow, you got quite some grip there, young man. Peter realized that he was using his super strength and quickly retracted his hand. No, I'm just a normal high school student. If you say things like that, it would be more suspicious, you know? Benjamin almost retorted out loud. MJ rolled her eyes and whispered to Peter sarcastically. Nice save. You think so? MJ didn't even know what to say to that. Still not reading the mood, May asked Peter curiously. What's wrong, Peter? I thought you'd be more excited. You always talk about how great Captain Fried is whenever there's an opportunity. Oh, Benjamin raised an eyebrow at that and looked at Peter. Was he actually a fanboy of his? Peter was naturally embarrassed and quickly denied it. Dash? I did not. Don't make things up, Aunt May. But just yesterday, you dash. Those kids are playing with the dispenser again. Peter quickly pointed at the few kids playing around with the water dispenser behind them. Seeing that, May's face darkened, and started stomping her way to those kids. Hey, stop playing with that. Benjamin smiled wryly as he watched May scold the kids. Although she looked quite angry, her tone was a bit gentle so it could be seen that she wasn't really mad at them. It was more of lecturing them in order to correct their manners. Benjamin looked at them warmly for a bit before turning to Peter. There was an awkward silence in the air. Benjamin cleared his throat and asked, "Ahem. So, do you want an autograph or something?" PFT-. MJ tried to hold back her laughter when she saw Peter's expression. Peter was about to retort something back but felt something with his spidey sense. Watch out. He quickly grabbed MJ and pulled her behind him while Benjamin merely glanced at the wall beside them and raised his hand. Then, nothing happened. MJ looked at Peter curiously. What happened? A car almost crashed the wall but... Peter glanced at Benjamin. Benjamin smiled at him and explained. Don't worry. I already stopped it. Let's go see what's happening. Just now, a car had almost crashed into the wall and destroyed it but Benjamin stopped it with telekinesis and prevented the building from suffering any damages. It would be bad to see this place destroyed when he just donated money to it. Waving his hand, a portal appeared on the wall which led directly outside. Benjamin settled the car down gently and the people inside all sighed in relief as they got out. Looking in the distance, they could see an armored truck and several other cars scattered on the street covered in a yellow goo. Then, from inside the armored truck, a figure appeared holding a bag of money on his left hand while on his right hand was what appeared to be a gun of some sort with a tube connected to a container on his back. Seeing this guy, Benjamin was a bit speechless. Is this guy, the trapster? This guy actually had the guts to show up when the EPD is quite active? Benjamin then noticed a few figures in different suits also covered in yellow goo. Oh, it seems some members tried to stop him but were glued down by the trapster. Well, this guy's glue is indeed annoying to handle if you don't have the right power set. It's quite messy too. Trapster looked at them and laughed. Wow, what a sticky situation you guys are in. Arg, get us out of here. Ha ha ha, why would I? Isn't it nice to bond together? Enough with the glue jokes. Trapster chuckled at that. My, what a cohesive group. Stop it. The group of young EPD members roared angrily. Benjamin smiled wryly. Right, this guy is also known for his annoying glue puns whenever he fights. Well, enough of that. To this small villain, Benjamin didn't need to use all his powers. Telekinesis is enough. First, he froze Trapster in place. Then, he crushed the glue gun in his hand to prevent him from shooting anymore. He then put the money back in the armored truck and controlled the surrounding area to fix themselves. Well, he can't control the scattered goo since it's stuck to wherever they are. Speaking of, he still had that casket of ancient winters. It might be overkill but it will do the job to freeze the glue and break it. Benjamin took out the casket and controlled the freezing chill that came out of it so it didn't freeze the entire city. After making sure all the glues were frozen, the EPD members stuck on it were able to easily break themselves free with their strength. At first, they were confused as to what was happening. But when they saw Benjamin, their eyes lit up, and quickly greeted him. Boss, you were here. Thank you for saving us. Benjamin smiled and nodded to them. It's fine. I happen to be nearby. Go ahead and cuff this guy up. Don't worry, I already stuck him in place. The EPD members and even the trapster were speechless. Did he just make a glue pun too? Trapster was angered. Hey, don't steal my lines. Also, get me out of here. Nope. You're gonna stick around for a long time in prison. Fuck. Stop it. Stop getting so attached to things. Arg. The EPD members didn't know what to say. It was fine to scold Trapster for the bad jokes but, this is their boss. Won't they be in trouble if they scold him too? But if they were to laugh, won't it be too fake? What are we supposed to do here? Not minding them, Benjamin scratched his chin. I tried to quip like Spider-Man would but as I thought, it's pretty hard to do it right. Peter, who was listening in, was speechless to hear him suddenly mentioned. The other members quickly shook their heads. No. Please don't copy that guy. Yeah, Spider-Man's not right in the head. Peter glared at the EPD members, deeply remembering their faces. What do you mean not right in the head? I'll show you later what's not right in the head. After a while, the situation has been handled and everything was back to normal so Benjamin and the others went back inside feast. Peter sighed, mentally exhausted at the events that happened this day. Man, what an eventful day. Beside him, MJ smirked. I guess you could say that it's stuck in your head now, huh? MJ? Not you too. Ha 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 ha. Benjamin looked at the two and also smiled. At this time, May finally came back to them and looked at them in confusion. What's wrong? What did I miss? It's nothing. Peter answered with a sigh. May merely raised an eyebrow at that but shrugged. Anyway, we must celebrate today. Mr. Freed, would you mind joining us for dinner? Oh, MJ, you can come with too. Oh, I wouldn't miss May's cooking for the world. MJ smiled and nodded. Benjamin also nodded since there wasn't anything urgent for him to do. Sure, I don't mind. Great. Yay. While May and MJ seemed excited, only Peter cheered weakly at the side. Everything will be fine, right? Meanwhile, inside a certain Oscorp lab, a man barged in while huffing and puffing. Octavius? You promised me super soldiers? Where are they? Inside the lab, a hunched man with unkempt hair could be seen tinkering with something on the desk, unfazed by the brazen and arrogant attitude of the man who barged in. Almost done, Osborne, patience. How long must I wait? Norman asked angrily. Octavius' mouth curved into a thin smile. Not long now. As if right on cue, he finished up with his work and stood up with his back facing Norman. Norman was surprised and looked excited. Is it done? Octavius smiled. Yes, it's done, that is. Suddenly, long tentacle-like tubes started to squirm on top of the desk which quickly moved and started to attach themselves behind Octavius. Feeling that something was wrong, Norman started to step back. Octavius? What are you doing? Thump 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 asterisk. 4 thumping sounds could be heard as the 4 tentacles started to push themselves from the ground, lifting Octavius who was attached to it on his back. Slowly, Octavius turned to Norman. You wanted a super soldier, I'm giving you one. No. Norman panicked when one of the arms shot towards him and grabbed him. Octavius? Stop this instant. No. I'm still gonna have so much fun tormenting you, as you did to me. No. Meanwhile, in the Parker household, May just finished putting the lasagna in the oven and clapped her hands. And done? Now we just have to wait for a while then we can start eating. Oh, should we play some games while we wait? Today's game night? You can join in too, Captain Freed, MJ suggested. To which Peter tried to refuse. I'm sure Mr. Freed is busy. I don't think this is a good idea. Oh, that's a good idea. I'm quite free today. What games do you play around here? Peter sighed and glared at Benjamin. What's wrong with this guy? Is he really this free? Doesn't he have like a gajillion lovers to attend to? If Benjamin knew what he was thinking, he would just smile helplessly. His relationship with his lovers was a bit unique after all. They all have things they're busy with and even Nat enjoys chatting with Anna, or the other girls instead of him. Actually, Benjamin tried to stay at home once to take care of the pregnant Natasha but it seems he was too enthusiastic about it that it just annoyed her. From then on, she told him to go busy himself instead. Sulking, Benjamin went to find the other girls for comfort but they were also quite busy. He even looked for Amy and Rosa as well but they were also busy with police work. Naturally, they each still spent a day together but that was it. So after all that, Benjamin was quite free now. The system even joked to him about finding more girls so he could rotate girls for each day in a month. An hour later, Benjamin smirked as he stared straight at MJ's eyes and then, +4. No. MJ collapsed on her chair as she held on to a stack of cards. Having placed his last card, Benjamin chuckled and relaxed. Skipping MJ's turn, it was May's turn. +2, Uno, Gore. Peter grumbled and drew 2 more cards. Since Benjamin was done, it was MJ's turn who sighed and placed a number with the same color. I'm done. May laughed as she raised her hands up in celebration. Peter grumbled and placed a normal number. Seeing this, MJ's gleamed. It's over, Tiger. +4, +2, +4, +2, +2, reverse, skip, 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 reverse, +2, +4, reverse, skip, reverse, +2, +4, and finally, 7. What the F? Peter was speechless at the sudden barrage of special cards and skipped his turn repeatedly. Naturally, the result was his complete loss. MJ smiled smugly. I knew I wasn't going to win first place so I was saving up those cards for the last battle. Peter gritted his teeth. Once more? Again? I refuse to believe I will lose again. A few minutes later. No, why is it me again? Peter collapsed onto the floor while grasping his held cards that was about as much as the deck. Benjamin and the rest just laughed at him. After a while, the timer on the oven rang. Oh, it's done. Let's eat. May clapped and everyone started to clear the table. As they ate, Benjamin exclaimed. This is good. You could open a restaurant, May. Haha, thank you, Peter added. You should see her wheat cakes. The best. Oh, I'll look forward to it someday then. May smiled as she looked at Benjamin. Feel free to come whenever you're free. I'll cook you some food if you want. Sure. When I'm free. Feeling that there was something weird with her expression, Benjamin cleared his throat as he answered. Peter looked at him and at May with narrowed eyes. MJ saw Peter's expression and could only smile wryly. Should I help him out? Thinking that, MJ started to ask Benjamin. Oh, Captain Freed. I've been meaning to ask. It's fine to just call me Ben. Ben. Although Benjamin said that to MJ, it was May who uttered his name. MJ also glanced at May who seemed to be thinking something. She coughed once and continued. Then, Ben, there's some rumors about you having multiple girlfriends. Is it true? Off the record, of course. Benjamin could only smile helplessly at that. It seems this MJ is one that is aspiring to be a reporter. She's already asking him such a question. Well, it was off the record anyway and Benjamin was also aware of some rumors floating around him. Well, yes. Really? How many? Who are they? MJ's eyes gleamed. She was hungry for some gossip. Well, I suppose I can tell you some who most people know. There's Natasha who you know as the Black Widow. And also Anna who is better known as Rogue. As for the others, well, not a lot of people know about my relationship with them so it's better not to say. But how many? 16. But most of those are casual relationships which I am also not sure what they really think of me. 16. Not just MJ. Even Peter and May were shocked. May asked. How does that even work? It's fine. None of them are really clingy and I basically just come to them if they ask me or they come to me if they want. They all do their own thing so I just support them I guess. And they know each other. Yeah, I think they have a group chat or something but none of them wants me to know about it. The three were speechless. May started to ponder on something. MJ was also thinking something while muttering. I wonder if I can join that group chat. I'm sure I can get tons of juicy insider scoops. MJ. Peter quickly nudged her with a pale face. Haha, I'm just joking, Tiger. Don't be so serious. Haha, ha. Meanwhile, in the Oscorp secret lab, after restraining Norman, Octavius placed him inside a pod filled with an unknown medical liquid. Norman was strapped inside with an oxygen mask and several needles with tubes connected to him. Octavius saw Norman glaring at him and chuckled. Hehe, don't look so scary, Osborn. You wanted a super soldier, did you not? I'm giving it to you? His four metallic tentacles moved here and there as he pressed a few buttons and moved some levers. Now, I present you, your super soldier serum. Octavius laughed and pressed on a red button. Suddenly, Norman's eyes widened and his pupils dilated. One could see his veins popping out and throbbing as he shouted inside the tank in pain. Well, only bubbles appeared from his mouth and his voice couldn't be heard from outside the tank. Still, one look at his expression and you can see that he was in great pain. Suddenly, his body started to bulk up. His figure contorted into a different shape. His skin, turning into a shade of green. Octavius smiled madly. Fascinating? How marvelous? The serum was only meant to enhance the physical properties of a person but you, Osborn. It seems you really are a monster deep within. Ha 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 ha. Boom shatter asterisk. The tank exploded and the glass shattered into pieces. From inside it, a huge green figure could be seen. Although not as big as the Hulk, this one looked more ferocious and monstrous. Octavius quickly moved and used one of his metallic tentacles and attached a collar to the creature's neck. Now you are mine to control, Osborn. No, you look more like a goblin now. My green goblin. Kukuko. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Octavius started to laugh madly. Octavius. The green goblin tried to charge at him but Octavius merely smiled coldly and pressed on a remote. Suddenly, the collar on the goblin's neck sparked and sent thousands of volts into him. Arg. Now, my goblin. Patience. Soon, you will be able to rampage all you want. As soon as I figure out how you work, I will create an army of green goblins. Octavius laughed. Not even B dash, oops. That was close. Although I haven't proven this hypothesis yet, there's no reason not to be cautious. In any case, no one can stop me now. What he didn't know though, in a small corner of the lab, a small robotic black cat could be seen staring at him. Inside the Freedom Corp, Felicia was looking through her tablet and was a bit speechless at the turn of events. Although she just finished stealing from Norman, she left behind a small cat robot that Benjamin made for her to keep watch at Norman in case he did something. Sure enough, something did indeed happen. She just didn't think that it would be something like this. Felicia also wasn't really watching from the start. She had only opened up the tablet now to check in on it and already found Octavius turning Norman into a monster. Well, shit. Inside the Parker household, Benjamin's phone rang. Looking at the caller, Benjamin saw it was Felicia so he excused himself. I need to take this. One moment. Benjamin didn't walk too far as he answered the call. Felicia? What's up? Have you rested well? I'm fine. But there's been a situation regarding Osborn. What happened? Benjamin frowned. Felicia sighed and explained. I left one of those mini surveillance cats you made for me and well, some octopus guy just turned Osborn into an ugly version of the Hulk. Well, uglier. Huh. Benjamin was confused. What do you mean ugly version of the Hulk? Wait, is she talking about the Green Goblin? The version like in Miles Morales' universe where the Green Goblin is a hulking figure of a monster instead of a cosplay one? Peter won't die in this universe too, right? Benjamin glanced at Peter who was chatting with his aunt and MJ on the dining table. Well, Benjamin was here so he wouldn't let anything like that happen. Rather than that, it seems that in this universe, Dr. Octopus was the one that caused Norman to transform into the Green Goblin? How interesting. Still, it's better not to let either of those two continue to rampage. Alright, I'll deal with this. You dash. I'm coming too. I noticed it late so this one's on me. Oha. Benjamin made an unimpressed sound. Felicia continued. Also, this is the perfect chance to get deep inside Oscorp. A few things might get missing during the fight. I knew it. Benjamin chuckled. Felicia was the same as ever. Alright. Let's meet up inside Oscorp then. Benjamin hung up and went back to May and the rest. Sorry, something came up. I'll be leaving first. Peter was surprised. He didn't get any emergency notification. Did something happen? Is it something you have to handle? I mean, aren't there a lot of EPD members now? Benjamin thought for a moment. Well, it doesn't have to be me but I just happen to be nearby. I also have some other things to take care of on that side. Well, maybe I can call Spider-Man. I recall he's pretty active around this place too. Benjamin smiled and pulled out his phone. Peter started to panic and quickly stood up. I remember I still have some homework. I'll be going to my room now. Bye. Peter. May shouted at Peter but he ignored her and quickly ran to his room upstairs. MJ knew what Peter was up to and could only smile wryly. Benjamin chuckled silently and continued to call Spider-Man. Of course, he didn't have Peter Parker's number. He only had the number for Spider-Man's EPD-issued phone, but since Peter keeps both on his person in case of emergencies, his identity would be busted if it were to ring here. While ringing, Benjamin looked up and thought, he does know I can still hear it, right? Finally, Peter, or rather, Spider-Man answered. Ahem. What can I do for you, Captain Freed, sir? What's with your voice? Benjamin asked since Spider-Man started to talk in a deep voice. What do you mean? This is how I always sound like. Oh Benjamin rolled his eyes. Anyway, where are you at now? I'm at a bar. What bar? You're barely 18. MJ almost laughed when he heard their conversation. Benjamin thought of an idea and intentionally spoke in a loud tone. Oh, you're with Spider-Woman? You two are really inseparable. Wadash. I'm not. I didn't say that. At the side, MJ squinted her eyes when she heard that Spider-Man and Spider-Woman were inseparable. Benjamin laughed. All right, enough jokes. I'm sending you a location. Be there in 5 minutes. After ending the call, Benjamin nodded to May and MJ. Thank you for the dinner, May. I'll drop by at Feast from time to time. See you later. Don't worry about it. Just come whenever you are free. You can also visit here if you want. May smiled and walked him off to the entrance. Oh right. Can I get your number? You know, for Feast-related stuff. Sure. Benjamin didn't mind and exchanged numbers with her. After bidding farewell, Benjamin left. Meanwhile, MJ walked up to Peter's room and saw him already wearing the Spider-Man suit. Surprised to see the door open, Peter quickly jumped to the ceiling to hide. When he saw it was MJ, he sighed and fell back down. You scared me. MJ laughed. Were you afraid that I was May or Mr. Freed? Both. Peter sighed. Anyway, I gotta go. Can you cover for me? I'm always here for you, Tiger. Thanks. And when you're done, we need to talk about this Spider-Woman situation. There's really nothing. Sensing MJ's glare, Peter quickly shook his head and denied everything. We'll see. MJ's eyes narrowed but didn't say anything more. Peter could only smile helplessly as he put on his mask and jumped off from the window, shooting his web onto a street lamp, and swung away. MJ looked at his back for a moment, deep in thought. A few minutes later, Spider-Man landed on a building roof near Oscorp. Benjamin was already there as well, waiting for him. Captain? What's up? Is there any reason why we're here? Explaining it is a bit hard. Just have a look at this. Benjamin handed his phone to Spider-Man. Felicia had already sent the footage from earlier to him and it was just as he had suspected. Norman Osborn has turned into the Green Goblin by Dr. Octopus. Spider-Man was confused at first but as he continued watching, his face paled. What was that? Why did Mr. Osborn turn into this Green Goblin thing? Oh, Green Goblin. Let's call him that then. Captain Freed, we need to save him? He's my best friend Harry's father? Spider-Man didn't continue those words. Benjamin smiled, knowing what he was thinking, and placed his hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. That's what we're here for. Although it looks bad right now, Benjamin has the system in his back and it has nearly everything the Marvel world has to offer, provided he has enough MP. A cure for the Green Goblin was naturally included and it isn't expensive either. Let's go. Benjamin opened up a portal that led directly into Otto Octavius' lab. When the two of them went through it, Otto naturally noticed them and was visibly surprised. No? How can you be here? I never uttered your name. Oh, you knew about that. Benjamin was surprised. He didn't think someone would actually figure out he who shall not be name's abilities. If Dr. Octopus could figure it out, it would be better to think that there would be others who also figured it out. Benjamin could think of a couple of names in his mind. Those people are geniuses in their own right. Even if he was wrong, it was best to think that they knew about his ability as well. I should visit those people soon. Benjamin decided. He sighed. I guess I'll be busy for a while. After deciding his next course of action, Benjamin focused on the situation at hand. Anyway, you're under arrest. Turn around. Hands and tentacles where I can see them. When Benjamin started to speak, Spider-Man was also quick to add. You have the right to remain silent. Arg? Enough. Otto's raged as he swung two tentacle arms onto both Benjamin and Spider-Man. I am Dr. Otto Octavius? Do not underestimate me, you insufferable fools. Benjamin rolled his eyes. Why are you announcing your name like that? On the other hand, Spider-Man laughed. Your name is Otto Octavius? And you have tentacles? Is your zodiac sign an octopus? While speaking, he crossed his hands and shot webs on each of the tentacles nearing them. When the webs connected, he pulled on it hard, causing the two tentacles to slam into each other instead. Otto gnashed his teeth. You think you're so clever? You're just an insect. Mechanical tentacles kept shooting towards Spider-Man who dodged them with ease. Again, why do people keep calling me an insect? Spiders are arachnids. You should learn your animals properly. Document. Spider-Man started to realize something. Doc, Octopus, Dr. Octopus, Doc Ock. Shut up. Angered by Spider-Man's constant ridiculing quips, Dr. Octopus' tentacles started to change at the tip, showing a rotating razor blade instead of a claw. Oh boy. Spider-Man was a bit scared but still managed to dodge by the hair. When he turned to the side and saw Benjamin calmly watching, he shouted. Captain? Anytime now. Wait a sec. I'm still thinking of a good quip. Spider-Man almost slipped when he heard that. I know it's not right for me to say it but, now's not the right time for that. Oh, I know. Benjamin placed his fist on his palm as he had an idea. He then waved his hand and quickly froze Dr. Octopus in midair. Then, with his telekinesis, he crammed Dr. Octopus and his tentacles into a ball-like shape. Spider-Man saw how easily Benjamin dealt with him and was speechless. Benjamin shrugged. What? Never seen a takoyaki before. Get it? Cause, takoyakis are octopus in a ball and he's dash. An octopus shaped into a ball. I get it. Spider-Man face-palmed. Dr. Octopus was visibly annoyed with their banter. Do you think you've beaten me? Destroy them. Ark. A roar sounded from above. Looking up, they saw a huge green figure smashing down on them. Spider-Man's eyes widened. Mr. Osborn. Kukiku. Norman Osborn is gone. He is only a monster now. My monster. Benjamin looked at the Green Goblin and sighed. He used his telekinesis again and halted the Green Goblin in midair. Dr. Octopus was speechless. Honestly, what are you trying to achieve here, Doc? Did you really think creating monsters like this can do anything to me? Impossible? Telekinesis shouldn't be this strong. That's for normal people. My physical strength is on par with that of the Hulk. Naturally, my telekinesis is also just as strong. With the physical enhancement of the refined super soldier serum, plus the physical enhancement from the symbiosis of the untainted symbiote, his strength was around that of Hulk or Thor. Regarding the power of telekinesis, it's a combination of both the user's physical prowess and their mental strength. Lifting things that you can lift yourself with telekinesis doesn't really consume any mental strength. Only when you try to lift something beyond your own strength will it start to depend on how powerful your mind is. If it far surpasses even your mind, one would experience symptoms like nose bleeding, headache, or in the worst case, brain damage. So for Benjamin, who had high physical strength and a powerful mind, naturally, his telekinesis is quite strong. Dr. Octopus started breaking down. No, this can't be. My plan was supposed to be perfect. You weren't supposed to find me this early. I would gather 5 people by my side, and the 6 of us would destroy your precious EPD. Is he talking about the Sinister Six? Benjamin chuckled. 6? And you want to destroy the EPD? What wishful thinking. Even Spider-Man can beat all 6 of you. Huh? No. I can't possibly handle 6 of these guys by myself. Spider-Man quickly shook his head. Benjamin smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't sell yourself short. You have the potential, Captain. Anyway, let's get this farce over with. Benjamin pulled out a syringe from his inventory. It was something he bought in the system shop just a while ago. The Green Goblin cure. This thing was just a few thousand MP since it's not some all-powerful cure for all diseases. Only in this specific situation. The only reason it was worth more was because of the tech behind it. But well, Benjamin had hundreds of millions of MP right now, so he didn't mind buying it. As for why Benjamin wasn't using any of the MP, well, it was simply because there wasn't anything he wanted at the moment. He did think of pouring it all into the gacha, but when he did, he only got a bunch of useless things. As for the guaranteed red gacha on the 10 pulls, he only got a bunch of untainted symbiote. Well, he gave some of those to his women since it was good for their protection. The ones who have it now are Natasha, Anna, Susan, Ophelia, and Felicia. He still has one more in his inventory since he didn't know who to give it to. Anyway, Benjamin decided to wait a bit to start doing gacha again when he was feeling luckier. Or maybe save up 10 trillion for another system Infinity Stone. Benjamin used the cure on the Green Goblin and sure enough, he started to revert back to Norman Osborn. Seeing this, Spider-Man sighed in relief while Dr. Octopus was shocked and confused. Impossible? My formula is perfect? It shouldn't be possible to revert him. Benjamin smiled. What's wrong, Doc? Aren't you a scientist? Still can't believe what you saw with your own eyes. Impossible? I refuse to believe it. It must be a trick. An illusion. Yeah. Keep thinking that in your cell. You can't imprison me? What exactly are my crimes? I've never hurt anyone. Dr. Octopus shouted. Spider-Man tilted his head. Dude, you just turned someone into a goblin. I'm pretty sure that's against the law. What do you mean? I don't see any goblin here. Spider-Man was speechless. Benjamin chuckled. Is that how you want to play this? You can't tie me to any crime. You can't detain me. Benjamin rolled his eyes. You know, that might work in a normal world and with an army of lawyers, but... Benjamin pointed at Norman Osborn, who was waking up slowly. Do you really think you can beat his lawyers? Norman gnashed his teeth as he glared angrily at Dr. Octopus. Otto, this I promise you? You will rot in jail for the rest of your life? Don't even think of getting out. Osborn. Well, that's that, but, even without his lawyers, you are still charged with attempted murder, assaulting an officer, bad breath, annoying face, and so on and so forth. Those last few things are nonsense. Nonsense is what you get for thinking nonsensical thoughts of still being free even after you turned someone into a monster and attempted to wreak havoc. Benjamin shrugged. Also, Benjamin moved behind Norman and cuffed him as well. You're under arrest too. Huh? What? Both Norman and Spider-Man were confused. Hold on, Captain this. Cat. Did you get it? Hehe, yep. Suddenly, from the shadows, a slim figure appeared holding a small notebook. Norman's eyes widened in horror when he saw that. That's Dash. Evidence of your involvement with the various gangs and underground crime groups. It's really diligent of you to leave this record for us to collect. Felicia chuckled. Most likely, this was something Norman kept as a last resort so that those various gangs and crime groups wouldn't betray him. It was hidden quite deep in the Oscorp building. It wasn't even in his office either, but in a separate, more inconspicuous area. Honestly, I was hoping to find some treasure, but I guess this is fine too. Felicia shrugged. She tossed the notebook to Benjamin, who looked at it briefly, then handed it to Spider-Man to take a look. He still couldn't believe that his best friend's father would have such ties to the underworld like this, but seeing what was written here, he could only believe. What's more, he was even involved in murders, human trafficking, and drug dealing. Norman was someone who would use the various gangs and crime groups to target certain board members or competitors who got in his way. Benjamin ignored Spider-Man, who was still feeling quite conflicted. He turned to Felicia and nodded. There are some locations written on it. I know. I'll send the guild to deal with it. Spider-Man turned to them and asked. Guild? Don't you mean the EPD? Benjamin shook his head while opening up a portal to the EPD prison. Tossing the two in their cells, he closed the portal and answered. While it's true that I can have the EPD raid those places, this requires a more delicate touch. I'm leaving it to the Thieves Guild. The Thieves Guild? Spider-Man was shocked. Isn't that the group that's been stealing money from various government officials and rich folks? They're wanted by several organizations like FBI, Interpol, SHIELD, and even EPD. But why did it seem like Benjamin knew them? Is it fine to tell him that? Felicia asked Benjamin. It's fine. This guy needs to know about the dark side of society sooner or later. I guess you have a point. He's too gullible for his own good. Felicia chuckled. Spider-Man was growing more and more confused. You guys. Actually, I'm one of the bosses of the Thieves Guild. Felicia grinned, leaving Spider-Man at a loss for words. Wait. Hold up. Are you telling me that the Thieves Guild is actually a part of the EPD all along? Spider-Man asked in shock and confusion. He has been a member of the EPD for a while, and he also took in missions to intercept the Thieves Guild a few times. And now he was told that the Thieves Guild was on their side all along? Benjamin smiled and explained. Well, almost. Felicia is working inside to take over it completely. Right now, there are only a few members that haven't been brought over to our side. Those people are the ones you and the other members of the EPD would intercept now and then. Hearing this explanation, Spider-Man was even more speechless. Turns out, Benjamin has been using both groups to deal with each other. But why? Is there a need to take over the Thieves Guild? Can't we just destroy it completely and turn them into EPD members? Well, it was more convenient to use the current reputation of the Thieves Guild to deal with things that the EPD doesn't do. What do you mean? Spider-Man still didn't understand. Felicia rolled her eyes at him. See, he's too gullible. Benjamin chuckled and continued to explain. Think of it like this. If the EPD goes and arrests all these underground groups and gangs, what happens next? They go to jail. Then, isn't that it? If that was all, it would be too inefficient. Benjamin shook his head. Those underground groups and gangs all have their network of connections. By having the Thieves Guild deal with them, I meant it for them to infiltrate the groups and find out these connections. Once everything's gathered, it would be the EPD's turn to round them up. If we just go in there guns blazing and all, those people would hide these connections before we can get to them. And while it's true that I can just read their minds and all, I don't really want to go around reading everyone's mind. As cool as it sounds, it really isn't a pleasant feeling, you know. I see. Spider-Man nodded, although still feeling conflicted about it. Benjamin smiled and placed his hand on his shoulder. Don't worry. We're still keeping a close eye on them in case they hurt anyone. Well, I sort of get it with the underground groups, but I've also heard the Thieves Guild is stealing from various big companies. Spider-Man asked. Felicia shrugged. We're only stealing from those who deserved it. What does that mean? Don't you get it? Do you think Oscorp is the only company with shady dealings? But it's still wrong to steal. What's wrong with stealing from another thief? Felicia rolled her eyes. Benjamin smiled wryly and patted Spider-Man's back. All right, don't bother with those kinds of things. In fact, I mostly use the money from that to distribute among the various charity organizations. Like Feast. I don't really have much use with the money anyway. I also use it to fund the EPD. Also, if you're really worried about it, the higher UPS are already aware of it. Spider-Man was speechless. What else was there to say? The stolen money is put into charity, which even includes his aunt's feast. It's even used to fund the EPD where he was working, which meant he was getting paid with that money as well. Even the higher UPS already knew about it. What else was there a need for him to say then? Besides, most of the Thieves Guild members are just a bunch of kleptomaniacs who don't really need money but steal for the sake of stealing. It's our form of art. The guild is just a way for them to satisfy these urges and at the same time, control them instead of letting them loose and causing trouble. Felicia shrugged. Spider-Man shook his head. No, you can't do this. Felicia frowned and was about to say something when Spider-Man continued. Why didn't you ask me to join too? I can be very stealthy. Both Benjamin and Felicia fell silent. Good guy, already ready to switch sides and become a thief after hearing it was okay. At this moment, they could hear police sirens nearby. Benjamin called them earlier to help deal with the aftermath. All right, we'll talk about this some other time. Spider-Man, you stay here and coordinate with the police officers. But why only M-CYA? Later, Spider. Benjamin didn't wait for Spider-Man and opened up a portal which he and Felicia went through. Spider-Man was speechless for a moment. A few moments later, several police officers and detectives arrived. Spider-Man, you're here. I'm Detective Yuriko Watanabe. I was told you would fill us up with the situation. What happened? A Japanese-American woman with short black hair arrived at the scene and found Spider-Man, who was still in a daze after being abandoned. Spider-Man snapped out of it and shook her hand. Yes. I'm Yuriko, I'm Spider-Man. But you already know that. Sorry, what were you saying? You really do talk a lot. Can we start? Yuriko sighed and quickly got to the point. Right. The situation. It's like this. Spider-Man began to explain from the beginning. Of course, he didn't say anything about the Thieves Guild. Their main goal right now was to sweep the area and make sure that there were no other problems in the surroundings and also take in any statements of the employees who were still around. Yuriko nodded. She began to issue orders and pointed to a few officers. I want a full sweep of the area. Tag any dangerous machines or chemicals for further inspection. You, take statements from the employees. I want to know everything they know. See if there are any accomplices that were missed. Spider-Man felt a bit overwhelmed with her show of authority and asked, what should I do? Go check the ceilings or other places the others can't easily reach. Sir, yes sir, ma'am. Spider-Man saluted and quickly swung to the ceiling. Yuriko shook her head then began to help the others. After a while, they tagged some suspicious-looking tack for further investigations. At this time, the officers in charge of taking in statements returned with another person. Spider-Man recognized the person they brought as his very own best friend, Harry Osborn. Harry's face was dark as he started shouting. What is the meaning of this? Where is my father? Yuriko sighed but still explained. Mr. Osborn has been taken into custody for his crimes. What crimes? This is stupid. Get him out? We're calling our lawyers. You have that right, but detective, let me handle this one. Spider-Man coughed and got in between the two who looked like they were about to start a fight. Well, he doesn't know about Yuriko but he knew that Harry was about to blow out of anger. He needed to interject before he did something he might regret. Harry frowned when he saw Spider-Man. Spider-Man? Were you the one who did this? How dare you? No, that's not it. Let's talk a little over there. Spider-Man grabbed his shoulders and took him to a quiet corner to talk. Take a look at this first before we talk. He then took out his EPD-issued phone and played a video. Benjamin had sent this to him earlier in case he needed it to explain some things. Harry didn't understand at first what Spider-Man wanted to do but as he watched the video, his face turned pale. After all, he saw his own father turn into a green monstrosity. What happened? What happened to my father? What did you do? Hey, relax. Why are you blaming me? Look, just watch. The video then continued to play from the moment Benjamin and them arrived right up to the conclusion. Naturally, it didn't include the video of them conversing about the Thieves Guild but only up to Benjamin sending Otto and Norman into jail through a portal. Seeing his father return to normal again, Harry sighed in relief. He fell silent for a minute before sighing. That notebook they found, is it real? I wish it weren't but, yes. Harry collapsed onto a chair. I can't believe he would actually stoop so low. No, I can see him doing it. I just didn't want to believe in it. Harry was well aware of how vicious and cold his father could be so he wasn't too surprised upon hearing he was connected to such criminal organizations. Spider-Man didn't know what to say to him so he could only ask, what do you plan to do now? Harry thought for a moment then stood up once more. His expression was more resolute. I'm taking over the company. You will? But, I know. In this situation, it would be hard to maintain the company's reputation. But I won't give up. No matter how long it takes, I'll change this company from the ground up. From now on, Oscorp will enter a new era. Whether I fail or not, I don't know. But this way, I won't have any more regrets. Harry. Spider-Man could feel his resolution and determination. He felt proud as his best friend. Harry showed a bitter smile. I'll probably have to drop out of school though. It's too bad. I'd miss my best friend Peter. Spider-Man scratched his head. Well, it's not like you can't meet up every now and then, right? No, you're right. Peter's a smart guy. I can let him intern at Oscorp and we can meet up more frequently. Why yeah, good idea. Spider-Man started panicking in his mind. What do you mean good idea? I already have a part-time job at the EPD. I'm about to be full-time too. When would I get the time to become an intern at Oscorp? However, he could only think of this and not say it. He didn't want to dampen Harry's mood. Well, I'll figure it out when the time comes. Spider-Man gave up and left it to his future self to deal with. I should probably go now. Good luck, Mr. Osborn. Thank you, Spider-Man. If you hadn't stopped me earlier, I might have just made things worse. Just doing my job. Also, tell Captain Freed my thanks as well. Thanks for bringing my father back. I will. Spider-Man nodded and left while waving his hand. Just as he was about to leave Oscorp, Yuriko approached him. I must say, I was wrong about you, Spider-Man. Detective Watanabe, what do you mean? I thought you were just a blabbermouth but, there's more to it than that. I'll be expecting great things from you, Spider-Man. Yuriko chuckled and left. Spider-Man was confused. I kind of felt like she was insulting me, and praising me at the same time. Whatever. I'll just take it as a praise. Let's go. Spider-Man cheered as he swung away. As he swung across New York, in a small alleyway, a small figure could be seen peering through the gap of the buildings and caught sight of Spider-Man. On that figure's hand was a newspaper of the Daily Bugle with Spider-Man on its cover. Although Spider-Man was just one of the many heroes in the EPD, he was the most active one in this area and would appear more frequently in the newspapers. The figure glanced at the disappearing Spider-Man swinging from building to building, then glanced at the cover photo of Spider-Man on the newspaper. Spider-Man. While Spider-Man was busy with the cleanup earlier, Benjamin and Felicia had made a fast exit back to Felicia's office. Felicia raised her arms up as she stretched her body. Although I wasn't able to get any money or treasures Osborn was hiding, we managed to deal with Oscorp as a whole. It will probably be hard for Oscorp to keep things afloat. I'll have my people buy some of their properties and assets at a low price. Benjamin could only smile wryly at how Felicia turned from a petty thief to a business thief. She already knows how to steal legitimately from other businesses by taking advantage of their predicament. Felicia smiled and placed both her arms on Benjamin's shoulders. I say this counts for a celebration. What do you say? Drinks at my place. Sure. Benjamin kissed her while opening a portal behind him. Like that, they walked through the portal as they kissed. When they were through, Felicia pulled back. I think I said drinks, not sex, right? Why not both? Fair enough. I'll go get the drinks, go make yourself pretty in the bedroom. Felicia smirked as she said that and even smacked his ass before walking away. Benjamin felt that their roles had been reversed. He chuckled and shook his head as he headed to the bedroom. When he reached the bedroom, he was frozen in place as he was stunned by the sight before him. On top of the bed was another person. Blindfolded, gagged, and even had all limbs restrained on all four corners of the bed. Benjamin even had to double-check with the system's identification on that person to confirm who it was. Odessa Drake, affiliated with the Thieves Guild. She had brown skin, long black hair, and wore nothing but a thin red robe with golden linings. Perhaps hearing the door open, Odessa started to make some noise while fidgeting around. MNN. What Benjamin did next was naturally close the door and leave the room. Just in time, Felicia was headed back to him and was confused to see Benjamin leave the bedroom. What's wrong? Nothing. I think I might have portaled us to the wrong apartment room. Felicia's apartment was one floor of a rather high-end apartment building. Naturally, there are some similarities to the room layouts and Felicia didn't renovate much, so they might have not noticed. Felicia tilted her head and looked around. No, I'm pretty sure this is my place. Then why is there someone tied on the bed? Huh? What do you dash? Oh. Felicia was confused at first, then remembered something. I completely forgot about her. Huh? Do you mean, you did that? Yeah, let's go in. I'll introduce you. Felicia smiled teasingly and opened the door to her bedroom. She placed the wine and cups by the bedside table and sat beside the tied-up Odessa. This is the leader of the New York Thieves Guild, Odessa Drake. Felicia then closed in on Odessa and whispered in her ear. Odessa, although you can't see him now, right in front of you is my man, Benjamin Freed. After she said that, Odessa's body shivered. Benjamin can't tell if that was a good shiver or a frightened shiver. Felicia laughed when she saw Benjamin's expression. Haha, weren't you always curious how I managed to quickly climb up the ranks of the Thieves Guild? Yeah? Don't tell me you kidnapped the leader like this and blackmailed her. Not like that? Felicia rolled her eyes. Well, it was close. So it was close? Benjamin was speechless. Felicia continued. You see, when I found out that the leader of the New York Thieves Guild was a woman, I figured you'll probably make a move on her soon, so dash. What do you mean I'll make a move on her? I'm not like that. Sure. Anyway, I figured I'd give you a head start and start preparing her for you. I've been training her really well. Look how wet she is already after hearing your name. Benjamin didn't know whether he should be happy or scared. Just what did Felicia do to her? From the comics that Benjamin remembered, he remembered that Odessa should be a woman with a strong will and authority. Yet she has become like this. Although, Benjamin also recalled that Felicia and her are also a thing in the comics. Felicia rolled her eyes when she saw Benjamin was still speechless. Relax, I didn't do much to her. She was pretty into me from the start and I figured I could use that to quickly climb ranks in the guild, so I just went with the flow. Huh? Hold on. Are you saying you slept with her just because I told you to quickly take control of the Thieves Guild? Felicia was a bit speechless. Babe, you might be handsome, but not to the point where I'll sell myself to others just to please you, okay? If it was another guy or woman that I wasn't interested in, I would rather kill him or her and be done with it. Oh, I see. Benjamin sighed in relief. When he first heard her, his first reaction was not that he was angry for cheating on him, but that she might have done it for his sake. Also, don't worry. It's not cheating since I made sure to use a dildo molded from your dick to screw her. Say what now? Benjamin was speechless again. Then, he remembered that one day, Natasha had used her untainted symbiote to completely envelop his dick. Back then, he thought it was just another kinky way of doing a handjob, but the symbiote should be able to reform the shape from memory, creating a quick mold of his dick. Did Natasha use that then handed out dildos to the other girls? While he was thinking that, Felicia had already undressed and climbed on top of Odessa. Well, do you like my present? Benjamin stood there watching two peaches waving in front of him. Whatever. I don't care anymore. Benjamin no longer said anything and pounced on both of them. It was a long night. The following morning, Benjamin woke up with a naked Felicia still snuggled up on top of him like a cat. He looked around and saw that Odessa was gone. Just then, the door opened and Benjamin saw Odessa wearing that thin red robe with golden linings. You're awake. Come, let's have breakfast. Leave the cat on the bed. Ah, good morning. Benjamin awkwardly greeted her. Actually, this was the first time they talked. Last night, she still had that gag on through the night after all. Of course, Benjamin already removed the other restraints on her since it was quite hard to move with it still on. Benjamin settled Felicia on the bed and got up. He wore his pants and put on a robe as he left the bedroom. How are you feeling? Benjamin asked. Still sore. Sorry about that. I got a bit too excited. I can tell. As they started to eat the breakfast that Odessa prepared, Benjamin asked her. I know it's too late to ask, but are you okay? With all of this, I mean. Do you mean with the Thieves Guild being under your control or me sleeping with you? Ah, both. Odessa nodded. It's fine. Actually, I had a feeling that you and Felicia were planning something from the start, but I also knew that the Thieves Guild by itself would be hard to maintain if there is nothing supporting it. If anything, you actually helped the guild establish itself more firmly. Not just in New York too. As long as the EPD continues to expand, the Thieves Guild will also expand. I do not hate this kind of symbiotic relationship. Although, you still need to worry about the other branches of the Thieves Guild. Not all leaders will be as welcoming as me. I see. As for sleeping with you, well, I can only blame myself for falling into Felicia's trap. That bitch made me used to that dildo and would keep tempting me how the real thing would feel. I see. Benjamin could only smile wryly at that. But I still like Felicia more than you. So if you want to do it with me, Felicia has to join us too. That works? Benjamin smiled and shook his head. Odessa suddenly remembered something and asked. Right, I remember Felicia talking about how the EPD is preparing to go intergalactic. Is that real? Yeah. It's slowly being prepared. Actually, I wonder if Carol and the others had already reached the Grand Master's place by now? Benjamin thought he should check in on them soon. Hearing that, Odessa's eyes gleamed. So that means, the Thieves Guild should also start preparing to go intergalactic. It's not really that urgent for you guys, but, are you interested? Of course. Stealing from other humans is already boring for me. I want to see if I can steal from aliens instead. Benjamin was a bit surprised at her enthusiasm. She didn't think she would be this excited about it. Benjamin thought for a moment before asking. If you want, I can assign you a task. You see, there's this space pirate group known as the Ravagers. They're pretty big and well known in the universe. If you can infiltrate them and slowly climb ranks, it can help us in the future. Space pirates, huh? Leave it to me. Odessa grinned. Benjamin smiled. In that case, take this. Otherwise, I'm worried you'll find it hard to fight back against other aliens. He still had one untainted symbiote, and since he was still thinking about who to give it to, might as well give it to Odessa, who would soon go to space and infiltrate the Ravagers. This is that thing Felicia also uses. Yeah, with it, I'll be more assured of your safety. Odessa nodded as she took the capsule. Understood. I'll do my best. Benjamin nodded. All right. Get used to it for now. Come find me when you're ready. As thanks for the symbiote, I'll give you something good this one time without Felicia. Huh. Before Benjamin could ask, Odessa already ducked down on the table and moved between his legs. Oh. While Benjamin started to enjoy her mouth, Felicia appeared and saw them. Already having breakfast without me, I see. Scoot over, this cat needs her morning milk. In the end, Felicia still joined them, and soon, Benjamin gave some milk to the two cats under him. Meanwhile, swinging through New York was none other than the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Oh man, I'm going to be late for school again. Spider-Man cursed at himself for waking up late and now had to hurry in the morning to go to class. However, just as he was swinging, he saw something strange in the corner of his eyes. He quickly landed on top of a building's roof and looked over. Scratching his head, he muttered. Weird. I must still be sleepy. No way I saw a pig dressed like me. Spider-Man shook his head and was about to go back to swinging to his school, but then saw something in the alley below him. It was a small figure huddled in a bunch of newspapers in between some garbage dumps. Spider-Man no longer thought of school as he quickly dropped down to check on this figure. As he approached, he saw that it was a young girl dressed in rags. She was huddled under some newspapers with his face on the front pages. Not only that, on the walls around her, he could see some cut-out pictures of himself from the newspapers. Spider-Man didn't give it much thought and quickly checked her condition. Not good. She's barely breathing? What do I do? Spider-Man started to panic. Hospital. I need to get her to a hospital, but is it safe to move her? Will it be too much if I carry her while swinging? He hesitated if he should just grit his teeth and carry her, but was also worried that it might worsen her condition as he had no idea what was wrong with her. Okay, calm down. Remember your training. Wait, did I have training? Damn it, why am I still talking like this? What would Captain Freed do? At the same time, Benjamin felt Spider-Man calling his name and saw the situation. He didn't waste any time and quickly opened a portal to where he was. Capt. Give this to her. Benjamin spoke as he handed a vial that contained a diluted small recovery pill to Spider-Man. It should be enough to stabilize her condition and heal her. Spider-Man nodded and quickly poured the contents of the vial to the girl. After seeing her breath normally, Spider-Man sighed in relief. Still, he continued to look at the girl in a somber expression. She was already unconscious when I saw her. God, I must have swung past this alley 100 times, if I'd noticed sooner. Benjamin smiled and placed his hand on his shoulder. She's safe now because you found her. No, you don't understand. If I hadn't stopped here because I saw a weird hallucination, I wouldn't have known and it might be too late. Benjamin ruffled his hair. Or well, his head since he still had his mask on. No need to think about the ifs. You found her and you saved her. That's all that matters. But you were the one who dash. It was still on you. Benjamin shook his head. Spider-Man tilted his head in confusion, then remembered something. Right, how did you suddenly know and come here? I suppose it's fine to tell you. Basically, whenever someone mentions my name with me as their intention, I can feel it and see them. That's pretty powerful. Actually, it gives me a headache since so many people call my name for various reasons. That's why I only limited it to those who mention my name and truly need it or those who are plotting against me. Benjamin turned to look at the sleeping girl covered in newspapers. This girl has never once uttered my name. To her, you are the hero, Spider-Man. That's why, if you hadn't found her and mentioned me, I also wouldn't have known. I see. Spider-Man nodded in understanding. Suddenly, he realized something. You know my identity, don't you? Benjamin grinned. You need to get better at Uno. I knew it. Spider-Man groaned while Benjamin just laughed. All of a sudden, he remembered his antics yesterday and was even more embarrassed. Don't worry. I haven't said it to anyone. Not even to Natasha. Ugh. By the way, who else knows? I don't want to slip up after all. Just MJ. Benjamin nodded. Then, he remembered. Right, what did you say earlier? About hallucinating. Oh that? It's nothing. I was probably just sleepy. It's pretty funny though. I saw a pig dressed like me swinging around too. Is that so? Benjamin frowned. Was he talking about Spider-Ham? Is that pig also here? It seems something's about to happen. Just as Benjamin was about to say something, the unconscious girl groaned. Looking back at her, they saw her eyelids start to flutter as she attempted to open her eyes. Ugh. The girl slowly sat up and opened her eyes, still a bit sleepy. She looked at the two people in front of her in a daze. Then, she looked down at her newspaper blanket and one of them had the same face as the one in the newspaper. She looked up again, then down again. Finally, she realized. SPS Spider-Man. Spider-Man smiled and crouched down. Hey there, kid. What's your name? Leah. My name is Leah. Leah, right? Did you cut up all these too? Spider-Man looked at the pictures of himself stuck on the wall. Lee nodded, not thinking that it was weird at all. Spider-Man always saves the day. Paper says it all. Spider-Man is a hero. Is that so? Spider-Man scratched the back of his head. Ever since JJJ stopped dissing him, he now appeared quite frequently in the papers since he was pretty active around here. Of course, there's also that annoying Spider-Woman sometimes. Spider-Man shook his head and focused on the matter at hand. Leah, do you mind following good ol' Spider-Man? I'll show you an amazing place. I'll go. Leah's face lit up as she quickly nodded. Benjamin looked at Spider-Man and asked. Feast. Yeah, it's the best place I know. Benjamin nodded and opened up a portal. Spider-Man looked at Leah and extended his hand. Come, let's go through the glowing circle. Leah looked at the portal and hesitated. She looked at Spider-Man and asked. See, can we swing instead? Spider-Man looked at Benjamin, who just smiled and nodded at him. I'll see you there. There's also something I need to talk to you about. Spider-Man nodded and crouched towards Leah. All right, Leah. Let's go swinging through New York? Hop on the Spider Express. Leah giggled as Spider-Man carried her in his arms and swung away. Benjamin watched them with a smile and thought. That child has inhuman genes. I wonder what will become of her in the future? I'm looking forward to it. He didn't know of any Leah in the Marvel Universe, so it would be a surprise to him as well. Benjamin chuckled and went through the portal. Inside Feast, Benjamin greeted May before asking for a quiet room. May looked at him weirdly before leading the way. Here, this place is still being developed, so no one should approach here. Thanks. Benjamin nodded as he went in. Then, May also followed him inside. Confused, he was about to ask when two arms suddenly reached for his head and another set of lips touched his. Surprised at the sudden kiss, he pulled back and looked at May. Sorry if you misunderstood. I asked for a quiet place since I'll be meeting some people later and this place can be considered as a neutral place. So it would be more convenient. May slowly understood that she had completely misunderstood him and became embarrassed. And no, it was my fault for misunderstanding. It's been so long since and you kinda remind me of my late husband. Benjamin saw tears starting to form from the corner of her eyes. He smiled wryly and hugged her. It's fine. I don't hate it. In fact, I don't really mind. But you need to decide if you really want this. Not because I remind you of someone. I understand. Alright, go wash your face. If your nephew saw you like this, he'll think I bullied you or something. Benjamin chuckled. May also smiled and her expression returned to normal. When she left, Benjamin sighed. As expected of host. Not even sparing Aunt May. Quiet you? I didn't expect she would suddenly kiss me. Benjamin could tell she was sorta interested in him, but it was still just the level of interest. He truly didn't expect her to suddenly kiss him. She must be really pent up. Pent up MILFs are the best MILFs. System, out with it. Are you really the ultimate Marvel system? Why do you sound like a system from an Arrow genre? And what do you know about MILFs? Host is imagining things. A few minutes ago, inside an apartment, Gwen Stacy could be seen wearing her Spider-Woman outfit while talking to what seemed to be a pig dressed like Spider-Man. Right, this was indeed Spider-Ham that Peter had seen earlier. Although the scene looked quite funny, both of their expressions were grim. There was also a hologram in between the two displaying a man in a futuristic blue and red suit. It was Miguel O'Hara, the Spider-Man of 2099. At that moment, Miguel looked over to Gwen and asked, "Gwen, vacation time's over. Have you finished scouting the new Spider Kid?" Gwen sighed. "He's not ready. He's still too new to this. We need to give him more time." "There's no time. He'll just have to adapt quickly. He's supposed to be the prodigy, isn't he? The inheritors are on the move again. If you don't bring him in now, we are all doomed." Miguel gritted his teeth as he recalled a time in the past. It wasn't the first time the inheritors had attacked them, and they had lost quite a bit Spider-Men before. This time, who knows how things will end. Gwen hesitated for a moment. "But this world seems different. I don't think the inheritors will dare to come here. If they did come." "What do you mean? You all look like monkeys here too," Spider-Ham interjected. Gwen rolled her eyes. "I mean, there's someone really powerful here. What if?" Just as she was about to continue, her phone rang. Looking at the caller, she was a bit surprised as she was just thinking about him. It was none other than Benjamin Freed. "Give me a sec." Gwen turned around and answered the call. When Spider-Ham was about to complain, she quickly shot a web to his mouth to cover it up. Miguel was also about to speak but didn't continue when he saw this. Although he was just a hologram, she might cut the connection to shut him up too. After glaring at them for a bit, she answered, "Captain, what's up? Is there something happening? It's rare for you to call like this." On the other side, Benjamin saw the scene around Gwen the moment she mentioned him. Although Gwen wasn't in any emergency or danger, Benjamin decided to use his ability to check in on her, and sure enough, it was as he had thought. Spider-Ham was there. Not to mention, there was also a hologram of Spider-Man 2099. "Do you know where Feast is?" "Ah, that's the new charity group that popped up, right? I think I know where it is. Come here. And bring the pig and the one from 2099 with you." "Sure. Wait, what? How did you?" "I told you that if your problem becomes this world's problem, I'll have to intervene. And since those two are here, there must be something happening." Gwen looked at Miguel for a bit before sighing. "Fine. We'll be there." After ending the call, Miguel asked, "Captain? Is that Captain America of this world? Or maybe Captain Marvel?" Gwen shook her head. "Neither. He's someone much more powerful." "Then is it the Captain Universe of this world?" Gwen shook her head again. "No, I think he's still more powerful than that." To this, Spider-Ham snorted. "Huh? What can possibly be more powerful than the universe?" "The Infinity Stone." Miguel frowned. "You're saying this captain has one?" "I think so. I think he used a few when we were dealing with Thanos before." Gwen shrugged. "You've faced Thanos." "Well, we were more on the sidelines really. I think he just took us there to get some experience dealing with aliens. He could have dealt the whole army alone." Gwen couldn't help but recall that one-sided trouncing Benjamin did when he fought against Thanos. It wasn't even a battle. It was just a massacre. If they had him on their side against the inheritors, wouldn't their problem be solved? Still, Miguel shook his head. No matter if he has an Infinity Stone or not, it's useless in another universe. In the end, he's just like Captain Universe, only powerful in his own universe. Gwen pouted, still unconvinced. "I'm pretty sure he's not relying on only the Infinity Stones. Anyway, he wants to meet us. Let's at least hear him out. This concerns his world too," Gwen suggested. "Fine. Then we're taking the Spider Kid." A few minutes later, Gwen, Spider-Ham, Miguel, Peter, Leah, and Benjamin sat around a table in one of the rooms inside Feast. Peter was looking at the pig dressed like him and the hologram that looked like he was wearing a futuristic version of his suit. "Did I miss something, or is dressing up as me a thing now? Actually, what the hem am I looking at? Hey, just cause I'm a pig, doesn't mean you can call me Ham." "Spider-Pig." Leah's eyes widened in shock. "It's Spider-Ham. Get it straight. You just said we can't call you Ham though?" Peter wanted to retort but didn't know where to start. "Actually, how is a pig even talking?" You were just thinking how is a handsome pig like me talking, am I right?" Hem dash. "Well, in my perspective, how are you hairless monkeys even alive?" "Ignore him. We tried correcting him numerous times before. It doesn't work." Miguel sighed. Peter looked at him with a confused expression. "And you are? Some kind of future me?" "No, I'm not a Peter Parker. I'm another Spider-Man in another universe that's set in the future." "Your name's Peter Parker, Spider-Man." Leah looked at Spider-Man in surprise. Peter facepalmed. "Oh, you're the type of Peter that keeps his identity a secret. My bad." He didn't look like he was reflecting on it though. Miguel turned to Leah. "Why is she even here?" "Well, I only called Spider-Man, but since she's already here, it doesn't matter." Benjamin shrugged. "Anyway, let me introduce myself to the two visitors from another universe. My name's Benjamin Freed. I work for the Enhanced Police Division of this world and am in charge of guarding against extra-normal threats. I don't care what division you are. This is a spider problem. It's best you do not involve yourself. Save the stubbornness. The moment you guys tried to involve our world's Spider-Man, you made it my problem as well. Now either you tell me what's going on or I just read your mind without your permission. I'm a hologram. How can you read my mind? Benjamin sighed. He waved his hand and took a device from Spider-Ham. Hey. Benjamin pointed at him and he paused in space. Ignoring the frozen pig, Benjamin pressed on the device a few times and a portal opened up. He then waved his hand again and suddenly, Miguel's hologram disappeared. Soon after, a figure came flying out of the portal and landed on the ground in front of them. Now you're not a hologram anymore. Are you interested in sharing now? Miguel looked to be in a daze, still not understanding what had happened. After a while, he finally snapped out of it. How dash? Telekinesis shouldn't work through a multiverse portal. I just did it. You saw me do it. Benjamin shrugged. Gwen sighed and placed her hand on his shoulder. Don't bother. It's useless to use common sense on this guy. Peter also added. Is him pulling you through a portal really more unbelievable than a talking pig? Hey, I'm still here you know? Can you let me move already? Spider-Ham protested. Oh, I forgot about you. Benjamin chuckled and let Spider-Ham go. Miguel looked at the talking pig and couldn't help but agree with Peter. Spider-Ham saw Miguel looking at him and asked. What? Am I too handsome? I'm telling you, I'm a straight pig. Seeing as he was here now, Miguel sighed and explained to Benjamin and Peter. Turns out, they are currently being hunted by a group called the Inheritors. The Inheritors are the totem of Leech, the lowest of all totems. As for what totems are, they are basically beings that connect animals to humanity. Spider-Man is another example of a spider totem. When Peter heard about it, he made a fuss saying he only got spider powers since he was bit by a radioactive spider and that he wasn't some totem. Miguel ignored him since talking about it would only take a much longer time to explain. Anyway, the Inheritors are basically a group that sucks out energy from these totems. Kinda like vampires. And to them, spider totems are the most delicious and they would hunt them most of the time. They fought with them in the past with a group of spider people but only managed to barely fend them off at the cost of some lives on their side. Now, the Inheritors are on the move again and seem to be back to hunting spider people in the multiverse. Based on their investigations, they found out that the Inheritors were hunting for specific spider people this time. They called them the Other, the Bride, the Scion, and the Prodigy. As for why, well, it seems that to the Inheritors, if they managed to kill these four, it would kill all spider people in the multiverse. Peter was shocked. Whoa, wait a second. Didn't you say they like eating us? Why are they suddenly going to kill all of us? What did I ever do to them? Apparently, they received an oracle claiming that the spider totems will end up destroying them so they're trying to kill all of us before we get the chance. Miguel explained. Peter paused for a moment then said. Did it never occur to them that maybe, just maybe, this act will be the reason for them getting destroyed in the future? Do they not know how to talk politely or something? Can't they even negotiate first before deciding to kill all of us? Benjamin turned to Miguel. So you're here now to recruit our Spider-Man to join you in your war? Don't you have better Spider-Man in other universes? Are you saying I'm a bad Spider-Man? You said it, not me. Benjamin shrugged while Peter started to sulk in the corner. Miguel sighed. We don't have much choice. He's supposed to be the prodigy that the Inheritors are hunting. We need to keep him safe. He's safer here though. In fact, by you guys coming here, who knows if it cost the Inheritors to sense this universe? Miguel shook his head and turned to Gwen. Due to an accident some time ago, Gwen arrived in this universe by chance. After discovering Peter Parker, she contacted us and we found out that the prodigy is in this universe so she stayed to keep watch. We also kept a close eye on this universe and made sure no one else entered it as well. The Inheritors shouldn't know of this place yet but it is only a matter of time when they do. Shocked, Peter turned to Gwen. Gwen? No way, you're Gwen Stacy from school? That weird kid who keeps disappearing after CLAO, I get it now. Gwen facepalmed herself and sighed, glaring at Miguel. There goes my secret identity. Miguel just rolled his eyes. Why are you even hiding it now anyway? Besides, there's too many Spider-Men and Spider-Women, it's easier to call you by your name. But aren't there a lot of Peter Parkers too? Peter asked. They all have unique traits. Like that black and white Peter we just call Spider-Noir. Gwen answered. Oh, what about me then? Oh, I vote for Spider-Monkey. Spider-Ham suggested. What? No. Peter quickly refused. Gwen also shook her head. No, we already have that one. There's one. Peter was speechless. Benjamin shrugged. Just call him EPD Spider-Man. I'm sure he's the only one that's a member of the EPD. Call him whatever. But we need to secure him. Now. Miguel stressed. Benjamin looked at him for a moment then nodded. Fine. But I'm coming with as well. No. Why? You're not a Spider-Man. Benjamin stared at him with half-closed eyes then stretched out his hand to make a web's hooting sign with his fingers. Then, a white web-like thread appeared from his wrist and stuck to the wall in front of him. This was naturally the untainted symbiote at work. Thwip thwip. There, am I spider enough for you? Miguel was speechless. Peter and Gwen who knew about the symbiote just sneered at Miguel and didn't explain. After some time, Miguel sighed and finally relented. Fine. Good. Let's go then. Benjamin stood up and started to walk forward but then noticed Peter hesitating. Do we have to go now? I mean, I still have school so. Everyone was speechless. Miguel especially was dumbfounded. All spider people's lives are at stake and you want to take your time and go to school. Well, if you put it that way, but how long are we going to be gone for? My aunt's going to worry if I'm gone too long. There's also MJ and... Peter started to continue when Benjamin stopped him. All right. I know you're worried. I'll deal with your excuse for May. Benjamin took out his phone and called Nick Fury. Fury, arrange something for Midtown High students. Arrange what? A field trip. Fury asked sarcastically, but Benjamin nodded. Oh, that's a good idea. Do it then. Just give them a tour around the headquarters and maybe in S.H.I.E.L.D. too. Just tell Carlson I suggested it. Are you out of your goddamn mind? Fury was speechless. It's just a cover. I'm taking 2 students there off-world due to some circumstances and they need an excuse to disappear. You don't need to take all students, just a few and say it's random. Fury thought for a moment then nodded. Fine. I suppose you want me to add 1 Peter Parker and 1 Gwen Stacy to the list. Ah, Nick Fury knows. Peter was surprised. Benjamin just shrugged. It's not really hard to investigate it. The number of times you keep disappearing in class whenever something happens nearby is too obvious. Peter didn't know what to say to that. Benjamin ignored him and continued to talk to Fury. Add Mary Jane Watson as well. She can help cover up for them. Just make it for 3 days. I'll try to finish this quickly. If anything happens, just call my name. Alright, Lord Voldemort. Peter thought for a moment and understood. Aha, cause it's like he who shall not be named, which is Voldemort. You didn't have to explain it. Benjamin sighed. He turned to Miguel and asked, does that mean I have to deal with a multiverse of this guy now too? Not all Peters are like that. Though, some are worse. Miguel also sighed. Gwen chuckled. Wait till you see the TV series Ultimate Spider-Man. TV series? What? Peter was confused. What did she mean by TV series? Is it a Spider-Man from a world inside a TV series or something? Is that even possible? Benjamin shivered for a moment before sighing. Well, aren't you gonna call MJ and explain or something? Oh right, MJ. Peter quickly took out his phone to call MJ. After a while, MJ answered. Pete, where are you? Class started like yesterday. Sorry, I won't be able to stay for a while. Captain and I are going on a multiverse field trip. Apparently, there's a lot of Spider-Men and Spider-Women in trouble. Don't forget pigs. Spider-Ham added. Also monkeys. Gwen smirked and added. Who were those? MJ asked. Well, you won't believe it, but there's a talking pig here with me dressed as Spider-Man. Oh, and Gwen's here. Turns out, she's actually SPI dash. Hey, secret identity. Gwen quickly stopped him. Peter just shrugged. What? It's just MJ. She's cool, don't worry. Gwen was speechless. On the other side of the call, MJ frowned. You said Captain Freed's there with you too? So he really did know your identity. Ah, you knew that he knew. Well, it was kinda obvious with how he acted last night. Anyway, can you hand him the phone? Huh? Well, sure. Peter was confused but still handed the phone to Benjamin. Benjamin was also curious, so he took the phone. You need me. Let's speak privately, don't let Peter and the others hear. Benjamin raised a brow at that before snapping his fingers, creating a spell that encased all sounds around him. Alright, they can't hear you now. I'm coming with you guys as well. Huh. I heard from Peter some time ago that you can give powers to some people with inhuman genes or something. Do I have it? Benjamin fell silent for a moment before asking. You don't. Then is there no other way? It's not like there isn't, but first, tell me why. MJ didn't answer immediately, as if trying to construct her words properly. When Peter told me about that battle with Thanos, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Such a huge thing happened and none of us common people knew about it, and that scares me. Well, I figured there was no need to tell the public about it since it would just cause panic. We didn't suffer any losses as well. Rather than them knowing, I'd prefer that they don't know and just keep going about their normal lives. Sometimes, knowing these things could be a burden. Like how you're feeling right now. I agree with that. But, you know how I'm trying to be a reporter, right? Yeah. Benjamin nodded. Although I feel like such things are better off not known by others, the reporter in me wants to burst out and write an article about it. The battle with the Mad Titan? Yes, I feel afraid that such things are happening without my knowledge, but we also know now that there is someone on our side who is capable of fending off such a powerful figure from the galaxies beyond ours. The people deserve to know about it. MJ spoke excitedly. Benjamin was a bit surprised at her sudden enthusiasm. So you wanted power, so you can be a reporter on the scene? Like a war reporter. That's right. Peter said you guys are off to save a bunch of Spider-Men and Spider-Women in the multiverse, right? It sounds exciting and full of stories to tell. Also, I need to make sure Peter doesn't go shooting his web fluids all over those Spider-Women. Alright, you can come with us. Yes? I'm gonna go back to the classroom to get my stuff. Leave it, I'll have Fury take it later. Oh, alright then. MJ felt a bit weird hearing Nick Fury would go take her bag for her. Benjamin then ended the call and cancelled the sound barrier around him. What was that about? Peter asked. Oh, she wanted to come with as well. Oh, wait, what? One portal later, MJ arrived and immediately looked at the pig dressed like Spider-Man. Oh, you meant a pig literally. What else could it mean? Spider-Ham asked. MJ didn't know how to respond to that, so she immediately changed topics. She looked at Gwen with a raised eyebrow. So you're Spider-Woman. I didn't think you had it in you, Stacy. You're cool. Thanks. What the hell is she doing here? Miguel turned to Benjamin and asked. She's coming too. Why? Why are you so uptight about it? The more the better, right? She doesn't even have any powers? Much less a spider totem. Oh, right. Benjamin remembered and quickly did another 10-pull gacha in the system. Aeon, sure enough, it was another untainted symbiote for the guaranteed red gacha. Benjamin sighed. System, are you doing this on purpose? Host, if others are in your shoes, they would think this is great luck. I know, but still, I want other things. Just buy them. They're too expensive? Benjamin shook his head and glanced at the other things he got. A bunch of equipment, minerals, and some minor powers like enhanced speed, enhanced reflexes, laser eyes, incray. Wait, laser eyes? Benjamin looked at its description and nodded. Basically, he's like Superman now. Or well, Cyclops, but can control when it goes on and off. It's a pretty neat power, but Benjamin just shrugged. Anyway, compared to his other powers, it was a bit normal. Other than that, there weren't any other interesting things, so he didn't care for it much and took out the untainted symbiote. Here. Benjamin tossed the canister to MJ, who caught it in surprise and fumbled a bit. This is? MJ asked. On the other hand, Peter and the rest were surprised as well. Miguel shouted. Is that a symbiote? Don't tell me you're gonna let her bound with it? Do you have any idea what you're doing? Also, don't you just give those to your lovers or something? Gwen added. He what? He has more of those. Miguel was shocked. Benjamin coughed and explained when he saw Peter's look at him. I don't just give it to my lovers, I gave some to others too. Who? Odessa. Who's that? Someone I just slept with one time. Anyway, I don't mean anything by it. She doesn't have inhuman genes, and this is the quickest way I know for her to gain powers. Besides, with the symbiote, it's nearly impossible for her to get hurt. Peter sighed and turned to look at MJ. Why do you even want to come? It's dangerous. I know. That's why I asked Mr. Freed to give me powers. Also, you're about to go to a whole new universe. How can I not go? Peter facepalmed himself and gave up. He knew MJ better than the others and naturally, knew that it was impossible to change her decision now that she's made up her mind. Well, with that on you, you should be pretty safe. But no wandering off. I don't know how I can find you if you get lost in the multiverse. Either stay beside me or Captain. Okay. MJ nodded and sidestepped to Benjamin's side. Peter was speechless. MJ just shrugged at him. What? It's safer beside him. I mean, she has a point. Gwen added as well. I'll open this thing then. Whoa. What the hell? Why are you all so casual about that thing? That's a fucking symbiote. You know, like Venom. Miguel panicked when he saw MJ about to open the canister that contained the untainted symbiote. Peter asked. Who's Venom? Huh? Do you not have a Venom here? Nope. There wasn't one in my original world too, by the way. Oh, we have one. I call him Pork Grind. Gwen and Spider-Ham added. Miguel groaned in frustration. It doesn't matter if you have one or not. Anyway, symbiotes are dangerous. Oh, it's fine. The ones I hand out are untainted ones. Basically, they have no ego like Venom or Carnage or such. Huh. It's also not weak to sound or fire if you're curious. Miguel was speechless. He knew how fearsome a symbiote is. But one without an ego and not weak to sound and fire? One that can be used without backlash? What kind of cheat is that? I want one too. You have more of those. Well, not a lot, but yeah. Can I dash? Nope. I only give those out to the ones that really needed it. Like I said, I don't have a lot. Benjamin shrugged. Well, it's also because he just didn't like this Miguel guy much. But it was true that he mostly handed it out to the ones that need it. Natasha didn't have a single power, so he gave her one. Anna couldn't touch another person as she feared of her powers activating and killing them, so he gave her the symbiote. Susan's powers allow her to become invisible but not her clothes, so having a shape-shifting symbiote was convenient for her. Ophelia, like Natasha, was also just a normal person with some resistance to poison, so he gave her one to better protect her. Felicia, although has powers she is still unaware of, doesn't help much in terms of attack power or defense, so he gave her a symbiote. It also allows her to disguise herself easily. Odessa was also a normal person and is going to space and facing a lot of alien threats, so he gave her one. MJ is, well, a normal person who's about to head into the multiverse, so he gave her one to protect herself. Giving one to Miguel? Why? Who knows if this guy would backstab them later or something. Anyway, MJ opened up the canister and soon, the symbiote bounded with her. With a thought, white and red threads appeared around her, creating a suit that looked similar to Spider-Man but with different color schemes. Instead of red and blue, hers was red and white. She also didn't have a full face mask but one that only covered her eyes, as she simply tied her long red hair to a bun on her head. Placing her left hand on her hip, she looked at Peter teasingly. Face it, Tiger, you just hit the jackpot. Peter was stunned while Gwen just rolled her eyes. What is it with MJs and tigers? Miguel looked at MJ and started to speak. No, never mind. What? MJ asked, but Miguel ignored her. Anyway, if that's everything, let's get going. We're late enough as it is. Tapping a few buttons on his bracelet, a portal appeared on the floor before them. Miguel grumbled while jumping into the portal. Ugh, those guys are gonna go crazy again. Spider-Ham soon followed after him and Gwen was about to enter as well when she suddenly stopped and turned. Welcome to the Spider-Verse. Gwen grinned and leaned back, falling into the portal in style. MJ and Peter turned to look at each other for a moment before sprinting to the portal. Last one, there's a rotten egg. Benjamin looked at the two and just chuckled and shook his head. Suddenly, he remembered something. Come to think of it, did Peter forget Leah's still on his back? It seems that for a while now, Leah had fallen asleep but was still latched on to Peter behind him. And no one also mentioned it. Well, it should be fine. Benjamin shrugged and was about to follow them as well when the system appeared. Host. Do you really want to intervene in this? Huh? Why are you asking that now? It's nothing. Have a nice trip, host. No, why are you being weird about this? Is something gonna happen? Host is imagining things. Please be on your way. No. You don't just say things like that and shrug it off. This is obviously a flag, and you're silent again. Benjamin sighed. In any case, even if something is about to happen, he can't just turn a blind eye to this now that their universe is involved. As Benjamin disappeared into the portal, the door snapped open and a figure in red and black suit appeared. Francis. It was Deadpool. Deadpool looked around and scratched his head. Oh, it's just an empty room with a suspicious-looking portal in it. He closed the door again and walked off. Wait, did I just see a suspicious-looking portal? Deadpool finally reacted and returned to the room. Staring at the portal, Deadpool spoke to himself. Don't go into the very suspicious-looking portal. 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 Go into the very suspicious-looking portal. Oh, okay. Deadpool got into a diving pose and jumped inside like an Olympic diver. Chimichanga. As Benjamin and the rest jumped into the portal, they traveled through this bright and glowing hexagonal tunnel. Although they traveled through it fast, Benjamin could catch glimpses of web-like cracks around them which showed different universes through it. So this was the Spider-Verse? While he was thinking that, he frowned and looked back. Just now, he tried to expand his telepathy to see if he could probe those universes but found someone behind them. Is that Deadpool? What the hell's he doing here? Just as he was thinking that, he had already passed through the portal and landed in a white room. Seeing Benjamin walk out, Peter shouted at him excitedly. Capt, how awesome was that? We actually crossed universes. Alright, stop geeking out. More importantly, close the portal. Now, Miguel frowned but since everyone was here already, he just closed the portal as told. What's wrong? Gwen asked. Oh, it's nothing. Deadpool was right behind us and I don't really want to deal with that guy. Everyone was speechless. Peter looked at the area where the portal was and asked. What happens to him now that the portal closed? Is he going to be stuck in limbo? No. To begin with, these bracelets just let us control our destination through the Spider-Verse. Even without it, you can still travel through it, just that you'll most likely get lost and end up in some strange world. Miguel answered. Benjamin patted Peter to reassure him. It's fine. He can't die anyway. Peter was speechless. Meanwhile, Deadpool finally landed through one of the cracks and arrived in a strange world where everyone's heads were oversized, small bodies, and huge hands. Deadpool fell silent at first while looking at the chibi Avengers. Suddenly, he laughed. Huh? Looks like your head's finally proportional to your ego, Iron Man? Can't say the same to Hulk though. What's with those huge hands, guys? Masturbate much. I don't know who you are but you're dead. Hulk smash. Chibi Iron Man and Hulk shouted angrily and began to attack Deadpool. Back to Benjamin and the others. After leaving the White Room, the group found themselves surrounded by spider people of different sizes and appearances. Some of them were walking through the walls, the ceiling, the slanted pathways that crisscrossed throughout the area, and some just walking normally. There are also those that has extra legs, extra arms, extra eyes, riding on spider vehicles, spider horse, mechs. Anyway, there's a lot of them. Peter and MJ were absolutely dumbfounded at the sight before them. While still shocked, Peter asked, how many of them are Peters? Why don't we find out? Gwen smirked and shouted. Peter. Suddenly, about 90% turned their heads and greeted her. Oh hey Gwen. What's up Gwen? Gwen. How's your day, Gwen? Yo Gwen. Long time no see Gwen. Gwen chuckled turned back to Peter. That many. Great Scott. When Peter exclaimed that, another Spider-Man that seemed a bit taller than him and suit that had a huge white spider on his chest chuckled. Your world has Back to the Future too? That's awesome. Yeah, hi, I'm Peter. You are. Also Peter. The other Peter laughed and then turned to Miguel. Miguel, you're back. This the one. Yeah, let's go and meet the others. Sure. But who are the others? And this kid? Miguel frowned then suddenly remembered Leah who was still attached to Peter. He completely forgot about her. Oi, why did you bring the kid? Huh? Oh, I forgot she's still here. Peter finally reacted and noticed Leah was still attached to his back, sleeping. With everything that's been going on, plus Leah was quiet and light, he forgot about her. Benjamin chuckled. It's fine. I can protect her. And this is? The other Peter looked at Benjamin curiously. Benjamin smiled and stretched out his hand to the other Peter. Benjamin freed. I'm this Peter's boss, basically. So I'm tagging along. Ben, is it? Are you your world's version of Uncle Ben? No. He isn't Uncle Ben. Peter answered instead. Benjamin smiled wryly and couldn't help but think. With how May acted before, he may very well be his future Uncle Ben. The other Peter shook his hand and asked. What do you mean by boss? I'm not sure what Miguel told you guys but, this is pretty dangerous, you know. Oh, don't worry about it. I know a few tricks. Well, if you say so. The other Peter shrugged and no longer bothered about it. In any case, he knew Miguel, and since Miguel allowed him to follow, it should be fine. The other Peter then looked at MJ solemnly and sighed. What's wrong? You must be, MJ, right? Yeah. Is there going to be a problem? MJ asked as she placed a hand on her hip. The other Peter chuckled seeing that. Yep. MJ, alright. What's that supposed to mean? Well, anyway, just prepare yourself. Huh? MJ was confused, but the other Peter didn't say any more as he turned around. Anyway, we should go. Follow me. As they followed the other Peter, Peter noticed Miguel's pretty quiet while following the other Peter from behind, so he approached Gwen and asked, "Why is Miguel following that Peter quietly when he seems annoyed by me? How are we so different? I'm also Peter." Gwen rolled her eyes. That Peter's one of the older ones here. And he's also one of the more mature and reliable ones. You. Peter was speechless again. On the other hand, Benjamin just smiled. He recognized the other Peter as the PS4 version Spider-Man. He used to play it in his previous world as well and knew that Peter was indeed a reliable one. Following the PS4 Peter, they soon arrived in an open area with about a dozen spider people in the middle, seemingly in the middle of a discussion. Benjamin looked around and could recognize some of them. Spider Noir, Spider Punk, Ben Reilly Scarlet Spider, Kane Scarlet Spider, Miles Morales and another Miles Morales, Jessica Drew, clone of Jessica Drew, Iron Spider, Black Suit Spider-Man, Cosmic Spider-Man, Spider-Girl, Silk, another Spider-Gwen, and a few more Spider-Man. What surprised Benjamin as well was that there was also the superior Spider-Man here, which should be Dr. Octopus, who had taken over Peter's body. While the Spider group was discussing, Spider-Girl noticed their arrival and her eyes widened. Suddenly, she ran towards them and tossed herself onto MJ. Mom. Confused, MJ didn't know what to do. Everyone also stopped talking and looked over in their direction. Miguel sighed and placed a hand on Spider-Girl's shoulder. She's from a different universe, May. She's not your mother. Spider-Girl froze when she heard that. Taking a deep breath, she slowly separated herself from MJ and looked down. Sorry. It's fine, was I, or rather, your world's version of me, your mother. Spider-Girl nodded and removed her mask. She had short brown hair inherited from her father, Peter, and beautiful green eyes from her mother, MJ. I'm May. May Parker. They call me Spider-Girl. Peter was amazed by the wonders of the multiverse and couldn't help but say to MJ, "So that's how our daughter's gonna look like." This instantly earned a blow from her elbow to his ribs. Don't get ahead of yourself now. MJ, just a reminder, you have super strength now. Oh, don't worry. I remembered. It won't be painful otherwise. At the side, PS4 Peter winced. Yep, she's an MJ alright. MJ ignored Peter and smiled at Spider-Girl. May, is it? It's nice meeting you. Although I'm not your mother, I hope we can still be friends. Definitely. At this moment, the other spider people approached as well. Superior Spider-Man frowned and was the first to speak up. I get the Spider Kid and the redhead, but who's the kid and this guy? Ah, this one's Leah. She was attached to me before we met Miguel over here and I sorta forgot she was still on my back, so she's here with us now. Superior Spider-Man was speechless. He turned to Miguel and asked, "Is this guy supposed to be the prodigy?" "Don't ask me. He's the Spider-Man of that universe. Unless there's more, he should be the one." Miguel sighed and shook his head as well. Peter stared at them. Why do they keep insulting his intelligence? And this one? Oh, I'm Benjamin Freed. I'm this Peter's boss, so I'm tagging along. Superior Spider-Man was speechless again. Is this a joke? Does this look like a fucking field trip? He snapped. Peter was surprised and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with that Peter? I thought we'd all be fun." "Oh, that's not a Peter." "Well, he is. But at the same time not. He's Doc Ock in the body of Peter. It's complicated." One of the Miles Morales answered. Peter was confused. "Sorry, what? Doc Ock is in his body? Do I have to worry about my Doc Ock taking over me too?" I don't know, maybe." Miles shrugged. Benjamin knew that Peter's going to start overthinking it and reassured him. "Don't worry, if that happens, I'll make sure to put you in prison." "That's not going to help." As they were talking, Cosmic Spider-Man approached them as well. "Benjamin Freed, is it? I can sense some kind of divinity from you. Are you a god?" "Well, I suppose you can say so." Cosmic Spider-Man smiled and nodded. "It would be good to have you here. I'm also a Peter Parker, but in his world, they call me Captain Universe. You'll all be safe here. Welcome to the Spider Refuge." "Captain Universe? Why are you called Captain Universe? Aren't you also a Spider-Man?" Peter asked, full of curiosity. Cosmic Spider-Man smiled. "I still consider myself to be Spider-Man. Captain Universe is like a title for those who were chosen by the Enigma Force. Its powers enable me to be the protector of this universe as the strongest being." "Cool, but why Captain though?" Peter tilted his head. "What do you mean?" "I mean, Captain sounds cool and all, but you'd think the strongest being in the universe would have a much higher rank, right? Is Major Universe taken? Or how about General Universe? President Universe?" Cosmic Spider-Man was speechless. He turned to Miguel and asked the same question Superior Spider-Man asked. "Are you sure this guy's the prodigy?" "Well, he ain't wrong though." PS4 Spider-Man laughed. One of the Miles raised his hand and added, "Actually, I've also wondered about that." Beside him, the other Miles answered. Well, Captain Universe just sounds right. General Universe would sound too domineering. Please, the guy has the word universe on his name. It's already pretty domineering. Good point. While the Spider-Men started to discuss about it, the female spider totems just rolled their eyes at them. Oh great. They're at it again. Even Benjamin couldn't help but feel chills at the sight of multiple Spider-Men talking non-stop. At this moment, a figure in a white suit, short black hair, and a red mask that only covered half her face approached him and started to look at him from head to toe silently. It was Cindy Moon, aka Silk. Confused by her action, Benjamin asked, "Is there something?" Space Peter said, "You're a god. You don't look like one." Space Peter? Benjamin chuckled at her nickname for Cosmic Spider-Man. What is a god supposed to look like? I don't know. Like Thor. Benjamin smiled and shook his head. Thor's a Norse god with Asgardian blood, so he naturally looks muscular. I'm just human. Also, his muscles were refined perfectly by the refined super soldier serum, so although he doesn't look bulky, his strength is no joke. I still don't buy it. Silk pouted and placed both hands on her hips. Benjamin just shrugged and refused to prove anything. She'll understand soon anyway. After Silk walked away, Gwen approached him with another Gwen. The difference between them was, well, the Gwen that Benjamin knew had short blonde hair that reached her shoulders along with a black hairband. The other Gwen also had short blonde hair that reached her shoulders but only on one side, as her right half of the hair seemed to be much shorter. She also had hints of pink at the ends of her hair. Captain, meet Gwen. Gwen, meet Captain. Gwen smirked as she introduced the other Gwen to Benjamin and Benjamin to the other Gwen. The other Gwen rolled her eyes at her but still shook hands with Benjamin. Nice to meet you. Name's Gwen. If you get confused how to call us, you can call me Drummer Gwen and this one Geek Gwen. Geek Gwen protested. Hey, we talked about this? I'm Smart Gwen. Sure Geek. Oh, if you prefer, you can call me Cool Gwen too. Benjamin chuckled and suggested. How about Haircut Gwen and Hairband Gwen? That's lame. I like it. Haircut Gwen disagreed while Hairband Gwen agreed. In the end, it was still undecided what to call them. By this point, Superior Spider-Man was fed up with the farce and immediately called everyone to focus. Enough? Are you all this stupid? Did you all already forget we have a crisis at hand? Relax, Ock, we're safe here in the refuge. Those inheritors won't dare to come here. A Spider-Man said. Do not call me Ock. I am the Superior Spider-Man. Yeah, no, too long. How about SSM? Spider-Man suggested and another Spider-Man added. But then it would sound like Sadistic Spider-Man. Or Smelly Spider-Man. The Spider-Man continued to joke, making the Superior Spider-Man more and more irritated. Miguel just groaned and rubbed his head at the side. Cosmic Spider-Man sighed as well and spoke up. In any case, we now have all the spider totems the inheritors are trying to get. It's time we start thinking about how to counterattack. We can't always be playing defense here. To this, Peter raised his hand and asked, which totems are they again and who are they? Well, there's you, the supposed prodigy. Was the supposed really necessary? Peter grumbled, but Cosmic Spider-Man ignored him. He turned to look at Kane Scarlet Spider, who sat quietly at the corner from the start. There's the other, Kane. Peter looked confused, so Gwen added. He's one of Peter's clones. One of what now? Peter was shocked. Clone? Does he have a clone now too? Benjamin saw he was about to start overthinking again, so he calmed him down. Don't worry, anyone who can clone you in our world is either dead or in jail already. So it was still possible? Cosmic Spider-Man continued. The bride, Silk. Peter was confused about where these names were coming from, and this time, Miles was the one who explained. That's Cindy Moon. Supposedly, she was bit by the same spider that bit Peter, causing her to also gain spider powers, but because she was bit by the same spider as him, they would always get frisky with each other when they're near each other. Ugh, you don't have to explain that much, Miles. One of the Spider-Man in the corner groaned. Clearly, he was the Peter that Miles mentioned as he was trying to stay far away from Silk. Silk just snorted and didn't bother to comment. Benjamin smiled wryly as he knew that Silk was quite a genius among the spider totems in terms of skill and ability. Others rely on web shooters, but she can literally release webbing from any part of her body. Because of that, she's a bit arrogant and rash, causing headaches to the others. Cosmic Spider-Man continued as he turned to look at the baby being held by Jessica Drew. Finally, the scion, Benji. May bit her lip as she added, "My baby brother." MJ could tell how worried she was. Based on their conversation before, these specific totems are currently being hunted by those inheritors, which meant that May had been trying to run from them along with her baby brother for who knows how long. And based on her reaction earlier, her mother, the MJ of her world, may very well have died in the hands of those inheritors as well. Maybe even her father, Peter. MJ didn't say anything and only held May's hand to reassure her. Although she was not her mother, she could still feel a sense of kinship with her and felt that she should comfort her. May looked at her gratefully and clenched her hand, finding peace in the hands of her mother's doppelganger. Cosmic Spider-Man continued. There were still others, but they have already fallen in the hands of the inheritors. But as long as we protect these four, they will be unable to achieve their goal. Everyone nodded as they understood this point. However, one thought differently. No, it was Kane. If you think I'm just gonna sit around here and wait, you're dead wrong. Have you already forgotten what happened before? Many of us died. They died protecting me? Those bastards need to pay for what they did. He stood up and started to walk off. Where are you going? One of the Spider-Men asked. Looking for something to punch. As much as he wants to leave and look for the inheritors, he has no idea where to go, and even he knows how reckless it would be to go alone. But he couldn't stay here and watch them waste time prancing about. The mood suddenly turned heavy after Kane left. PS4 Spider-Man patted Peter's shoulder. Don't worry about him. He's like our version of Batman. Always brooding and speaks in a deep voice. Who's Batman? Never mind. Cosmic Spider-Man also noticed the mood and sighed. Alright, let's disperse for now and rest up. Gwen, show the newcomers around and familiarize yourselves. Tomorrow, we'll start the official meeting and plan for the counterattack. Everyone nodded and started to disperse. Superior Spider-Man grumbled but still followed Cosmic Spider-Man. He knew better than to go against someone powerful like him. Gwen then gave them a tour around the place. At this point, Leah also woke up and began excitedly dragging Peter around. To this kid who thinks of Spider-Man as her hero and suddenly found herself waking up in what basically is Spider-Man utopia, it was obvious how excited she would be. Benjamin just looked at them and chuckled. He didn't follow them anymore and went to the room that he was given. There was something more important he needed to deal with. After closing the door and sealing the space with magic, Benjamin called out. Death, you there? I'm here. I'm here. Right. There were two of them that answered. One was the Death from his universe, and the other was the Death from this universe.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.